As the crimson coffin gradually succumbed to the earth, she stood dazedly before the fresh grave, her eyes reddened, still unable to fathom the reality that her grandfather had departed this world. It had been 7 days since the funeral banquet concluded. A few men from the village had assisted in lowering the coffin into the ground. Thank you. Her voice emerged hoarse and dry. The girl, likely in her 20s, possessed an oval face and fair skin. She wore a grass-green t-shirt, pinned on the left shoulder with a small square of white cloth, complemented by deep blue jeans. Yet, it was her pair of lively eyes that truly captured attention from any angle. Those eyes remained a crystalline pool of clarity. Baixiang village was a secluded hamlet. Unlike other villages that boasted concrete roads and crematorium vehicles to transport the deceased, Baixiang village was an exception. Most of the able-bodied youth had ventured away for work, and those who found success often relocated with their families. Gradually, the village's population dwindled, lacking funds to repair the roads, and crematoria vehicles were unwilling to enter, leaving Baixiang village to persist in the practice of burial. 3 days later, the sun descended behind the mountains once more. Xiaqishi bowed respectfully at the new grave, murmuring, "Grandfather, I plan to leave." Silence enveloped the surroundings. Having cried enough over the past few days, she rose with a numbed expression. The joss paper at the grave still flickered with small flames. She glanced around, found a twig, and nudged the unburnt paper towards the center. Watching as the remnants of joss paper ignited, transforming into ashes, a gentle breeze carried some of the ash into the swirling air above. With a resounding boom, the sky flickered ominously, akin to an old television switching off and on, accompanied by a deafening roar that reverberated through the very soul, a sound unlike thunder, lingering for an extended duration. Reflecting on the items her grandfather had bestowed upon her at his deathbed, a sense of unease crept in. "Qishi, Xiaqishi," a man's voice bellowed from afar. Hu Leidong, coming from a single-parent household, Hu Leidong had dropped out of middle school to care for his father, whose mental state fluctuated between clarity and confusion. When he was 16, his father, momentarily lucid, sought to provide him with tuition for the impending college entrance examination. In a desperate attempt, he stole a motorcycle from a nearby town, but, upon being discovered, sped onto the highway, colliding with a large truck, resulting in a tragic demise. Perhaps due to their shared lack of parental figures, Xiaqi Shi and Hu Leidong had formed a close bond. Now, with her only remaining relative, her grandfather, also gone, he had busied himself during the funeral preparations, slaughtering pigs and chickens. "Qishi, there are monsters in the village. We must run. The villagers, they're all dead." His teeth chattered, his voice and body trembling more visibly. "All the villagers are dead? How could that be?" Hu Leidong, such jokes. This was no matter for jest. Seeing her disbelief, Hu Leidong grew more frantic, trembling as he pointed towards the village. "It's true. Just moments ago, several blood-soaked figures emerged from nowhere, attacking anyone they saw. The village is littered with corpses. I was worried about you, so I came to find you. I think I even saw Sanzu Nai Nai." As he spoke, Hu Leidong glanced around nervously at the new grave of Xia's grandfather. Sanzu Nai Nai, who had been deceased for several years. Monsters? How could there possibly be monsters? Could he have been dazed by a pig's hoof during the slaughter? She reached out to touch his forehead. He wasn't feverish, yet spoke such nonsense. Xia Kix's expression darkened. After all, her grandfather had just passed, and she had no heart for frivolity. It's true. You must believe me." He frantically swatted her hand away from her forehead, jumping in agitation. Perhaps to corroborate his claims, the previously tranquil outskirts suddenly erupted with a series of muffled bang-bang-bangs, startling both of them. The sound emanated from a grave pit. It was the sound of a coffin being struck. Instantly, her heart felt as though it had been grasped tightly. Her complexion drained of color, staring wide-eyed, perhaps. "What you say is indeed true." Though Hu Leidong was tall, He was somewhat timid. Once, he had mustered the courage to write a love letter for a meeting, only to falter and leave another in the lurch. Glancing towards the new grave, the pair began to retreat slowly. How did you escape? I don't know. The question hung in the air, leaving him as perplexed as she. The thudding from beneath grew increasingly intense. With a resounding bang, loose soil erupted everywhere. Both were suddenly drenched in dirt, brushing off the grime from their faces. As they looked over, they noticed a mound of soil had been scattered, revealing a square pit where a redwood coffin lay exposed, quivering ominously. A grayish-blue, wrinkled hand suddenly reached out. If Senzu Nai had returned, then surely. Her grandfather, too. The two fled in tandem, but suddenly Xia Qishi halted. She dashed towards the village, while Hu Leidong, watching her retreating figure, trembled, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and pursuing her. They concealed themselves in a spot, aghast at the sight of numerous reanimated elders wandering the village, stifling their gasps. Among the grotesque figures, Xia Qishi spotted the long-deceased Senzu Nai. Missing many parts, her hair disheveled, facial features sunken, her skin appeared decayed and frail. Clad in a mud-gray floral shirt, she walked with an unsteady gait. When Xia Qishi had attended her funeral years prior, Senzu Nai had lain peacefully in her coffin, serene and benevolent. What was happening? The deceased, long gone, now roamed freely. It was utterly bizarre. Qishi, Hu Leidong stammered, his teeth chattering, caught between words. Feeling despondent, Xia Qishi set her phone down. It was not a signal issue, but rather that calls went unanswered, regardless of the number dialed. Unable to alert the authorities. After readying her shoelaces and preparing herself, Xia Qishi swallowed hard, her body poised to spring forth as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Her own heartbeat thundered in her ears as she raced towards the courtyard.
Chapter 2, My dear, are you prepared? In the courtyard, several bamboo baskets were haphazardly placed around the corners, brimming with dishes and cutlery, remnants of the funeral feast yet to be cleared away. The ground was in utter disarray. Upon entering the house, she immediately rushed to the bedside. Overturning the pillow, a small, rectangular wooden box was revealed. Securing it in her grasp, she exhaled a long, relieved breath. Thank goodness, it's still here. Retrieving a backpack from the shelf, she packed some essential items, along with a couple of sets of lightweight clothing. Slinging it over her shoulder, she prepared to depart. After pausing to listen to the sounds outside, she proceeded straight to the kitchen. Her eyes slightly reddened, Xia Qishi sifted through several knives, selecting two that were lightweight. With the knives at her side, she seemed to gain a bit more confidence. Gently opening the door, she glanced left and right before darting out. I must leave here immediately. She had only taken a few steps when Xia Qishi halted. Within her line of sight, an elderly man with snow-white hair stood a dozen meters away, blocking her path. The old man was clad in a bluish-gray shirt, dark blue trousers, and a pair of brand-new cotton shoes. The exposed skin was a dark, livid color. As he opened his mouth wide, a set of jagged teeth filled the oral cavity. A putrid stench emanated from his mouth, and sensing the presence of a living, tender creature before him, he stretched out his arms and lunged towards Xia Qishi. Grandpa! Indeed, even Grandpa had transformed into a zombie? It was nearly dusk, and a stifling, sweltering stench permeated the surroundings, constantly reminding Xia Qishi that this was no longer the person she once knew. No, it should be said, no longer human. Regardless of Xia Qishi's thoughts, the old man's steps did not cease, and his limbs were far from agile. With arms outstretched and mouth agape, clear drool dripped from his lips, stretching into thin strands along his goatee. The closer the figure approached, the more overwhelming the stench became, forcing her to retreat to the wall, where she hurled several bowls and dishes, shattering them into pieces on the ground. Bang! Hu Leidong, worried that Xia Qishi had not emerged for a long time, stealthily approached and witnessed the scene. He quickly grabbed a thick tree root from the woodpile behind the courtyard gate and struck the old man's head with a forceful blow. Soon, Huledong found himself cornered against a courtyard wall, shouting, "Chishi, now's the chance. Quick, run!" He saw his friend frozen behind the old man. Then suddenly snapped out of it and bolted. "Good, run faster, run faster." A stench akin to rotting flesh assaulted his nostrils, and Huledong's legs trembled violently. The old man's foul mouth lunged towards his neck, and he was so terrified that his soul seemed to flee his body. Struggling with all his might, he found the old man's hands like iron clamps, holding him firmly in place. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes. The next moment, his face was splattered with cold liquid. Opening his eyes, he saw a headless corpse slowly sliding down and collapsing at his feet. "My grandfather is dead. My grandfather is dead." Xia Qishi's legs trembled slightly as she gasped for breath, clutching a boning knife, repeating the words over and over, before breaking into sobs. Had she just gone to the kitchen to fetch a larger knife? After a while, she wiped her tears, her eyes heavy with sorrow, and covered her grandfather's body with a straw mat. Her face still pale, she handed the boning knife to him. "Take it, for protection." As the two of them took a few steps outside the courtyard, a series of unsettling sounds reached their ears. He lifted his gaze and beheld groups of shambling corpses rushing towards them, blocking the very exit they sought. Huledong found himself face to face with the formidable three-ancestor granny. "If you hesitate to slay her, she shall be the one to take your life." Confronted by several undead beings, her singular thought was to survive. "Ah, three-ancestor granny, I beg your forgiveness." In that moment, Huledong wielded his bone-cleaving knife with great force, and the sound of a body collapsing echoed in the air. It appeared that rage had clouded his vision. Upon seeing Xia Qishi surrounded by 4 gruesome corpses, he let out a shrill scream and charged forward with his blade once more. Together, they managed to fell another of the monstrous beings, but in the midst of their struggle, one of the undead lunged from behind, raking its claws across his arm. "Run!" With a fierce kick, she sent the headless corpse crashing into the remaining 2, and Xia Qishi swiftly grasped Huledong, urging him to flee. They sprinted frantically, not daring to pause until exhaustion rendered their bodies weak and breathless. Upon witnessing the staggering figures at the intersection, Xia Qishi's countenance darkened further. "What shall we do, Kixi?" Clearly taken aback by the scene, Huledong's complexion turned ashen. "If you seek my counsel, I am at a loss. Nonetheless, I propose we investigate other areas or ascertain if the city is similarly afflicted." The streets were teeming with the undead, and ensuring their stealthy passage into the city posed a significant challenge. They navigated cautiously, managing to evade detection along their perilous journey. As dusk gradually enveloped the surroundings, the flashlight in the backpack remained unused, for no one knew if the corpses emerging from the graves could sense light. The faint glow from the phone screen was the only guide, and despite several stumbles over stones, Xia Qishi silently rose each time and continued her journey. "Kixi, are you all right?" Huledong would ask tirelessly each time he helped her up, as if conversing with her could alleviate his fear. Or perhaps because he knew not what else to say. Under the clear, starry sky, once her eyes adjusted to the darkness, Xia Qishi turned off her phone screen to conserve battery. Huledong chuckled nervously, swallowed hard, and shook his head to indicate he was fine. Observing his demeanor, Xia Qishi felt an inexplicable strangeness, though she couldn't pinpoint what it was, and merely glanced up at the sky. Whether it was an illusion or not, the night sky seemed to flicker with numerous streaks, accompanied by a prolonged buzzing in her ears. As she rubbed her eyes to look again, a searing heat surged through her wrists to her brain, as if her skull had been pried open and a furnace placed inside, the intense heat making her dizzy. Then, as if invaded by something, a voice with an exaggeratedly high tone echoed in her mind. "The apocalypse is coming, dear, are you ready? The auxiliary system 191989 has been successfully activated. Congratulations, you have become a seed contestant." The vociferous sound reverberated in her mind, startling her. A moment of inattention caused her to stumble upon a protruding stone, sending her sprawling onto the ground. A novice's compendium, access the cerebral interface to peruse personal data. Furthermore, a complimentary starter kit awaits within your repository. Initiation challenge, the Revenant's return. Sachishi. An impending apocalypse? A cerebral interface? A chosen contender? Could Hulaidong also perceive this? She inquired, did you discern any auditory phenomena? Hulaidong's countenance stiffened as he turned his head to regard her. He straightened himself and cast a furtive glance around, querying, has that entity resumed its pursuit? Chapter 3, Chishi, I am parched. Am I the sole recipient of this auditory input? As she deliberated whether to articulate her experience, a sonorous rumble emanated from the space between them. Hulaidong. His hand resting upon his abdomen, sheepishly confessed, that would be me. Before the query, are you famished? Could escape her lips, the man's awkward and hesitant voice interjected, Chishi. I am parched. Chishi initially believed she had misheard. She ceased her rummaging through the satchel. A stomach's grumbling typically signifies hunger, so why would he express thirst? She responded with a simple acknowledgement. Retrieving a phial of potable water from her bag, she unscrewed the cap and extended it to him, stating, drink. Should it prove insufficient, I shall endeavor to procure more. This solitary phial of water was all that her bag contained. Upon concluding her statement, she turned her back and proceeded forward at a measured pace, occasionally glancing over her shoulder, a sense of unease gnawing at her heart. The sound of gurgling water reached her ears from behind. Moments later, Hulaidong's voice echoed once more, Chishi, I remain parched. A bottle of water consumed entirely. Yet still thirsty? Beneath the hazy moonlight, Hulaidong stood not far behind, his shirt stained with blood, clad in grayish-brown casual trousers. Yet, what set him apart at this moment were his eyes, which glimmered with a faint red hue. His mouth was grotesquely contorted around the neck of a mineral water bottle. His tongue stretching longer and longer, reaching down to the bottom of the bottle, swirling and lapping at the last remaining droplets. How could a tongue be so elongated? Chishi observed intently as the few drops at the bottle's base vanished with the gentle touch of his tongue, resembling a hollow straw. Following his grandfather's transformation after death, Hulaidong had also become peculiar. He had merely been captured, and yet, his tongue appeared unnaturally slender, seemingly hollow, drinking not by the mouth but through the tongue itself. In just a few hours, Chishi's mind struggled to keep pace with the unfolding events. The surreal scenes that resembled those from a science fiction film materialized before her, leaving her both shocked and her heart racing like thunder. Unlike the decaying corpses that had crawled from their graves years prior, he retained a semblance of consciousness and had undergone a bizarre evolution, developing such a peculiar appendage. Hulaidong, just a bit further and there will be water. Chishi urged, her expression tense with concern as she hurried forward. Moments later, her voice echoed from a distance, Hulaidong, this way, there is a stream. At the edge of the town, a winding mountain stream babbled melodiously, and Hulaidong discarded the mineral water bottle, hastily making his way towards the sound of Chishi's call. After a brief trek, he indeed discovered a small stream cascading down from the heights. Kixi? Hulaidong approached the brook, yet Chishi was nowhere to be seen. He felt somewhat disoriented, silently observing for a while before deciding to quench his thirst. Bending down, he extended his tongue to drink the water, the sweet and cool essence flowing directly from the tip into his body. This method of drinking was remarkably convenient, strangely. He sensed something was amiss within himself. Meanwhile, Chishi concealed herself behind a small hillock, keenly observing Hulaidong's demeanor. She noticed that after only a few sips from the stream, he remained still, increasingly agitated as he murmured, Chishi, why am I still so thirsty? Kixi, I am parched. Kixi. Hulaidong stood up, scanning the surroundings for Chishi, continuously calling her name. Chishi quickly lowered her body, hardly daring to breathe. After a considerable time, he appeared to be suffering from thirst, the crimson glow in his eyes intensifying. After rising, his steps faltered, and he seemed to grow more restless. Xia Qishi, hidden behind the earthen mound, observed everything closely as Huledong gradually moved farther away. Suddenly, he stumbled, tripped over something, and remained down for an unusually long time. She rushed over to investigate, and a sound reminiscent of someone sipping watermelon juice through a straw on a summer day reached her ears. Xia Qishi cautiously approached him from behind, and in the moonlight, she noticed a mangled corpse on the ground, likely the cause of his stumble. Overwhelmed with dread, Xia Qishi beheld the ghastly spectacle of him lapping up the corpse's blood. The grim reality was unbearable. Witnessing the increasingly grotesque transformation of the exsanguinated body, Xia Qishi promptly raised her blade, aiming for his neck. His entire face was distorted, dominated by an enormous maw lined with serrated teeth. His tongue, akin to a mosquito's proboscis, pierced the corpse's skin, greedily sucking the blood beneath. Soon, a series of plop sounds echoed as the body was drained. Huledong retracted his tongue, leaving only a tiny puncture on the corpse's skin. Name, Huledong. Race, mutating. Evolving towards a sanguivorous species. Intelligence, 2 years old. Huledong's basic data and condition flashed before her eyes. He was mutating into a blood-sucking creature. Xia Qishi knew she was about to face another separation. Kixi, you smell so sweet, Huledong uttered, his maw gaping wide, his eyes now pushed to the top of his head, glowing with an even more intense crimson light. He discarded the drained corpse and slowly rose, his tongue writhing in the air, tentatively reaching out as if to savor her scent. Was he about to attack? His intelligence had regressed to that of a mere 2-year-old. Realizing that his physical strength far surpassed her own, she knew she had to say something. Huledong, thank you for saving me. His body paused, his head cocked to one side, muttering, Qishi, I'm so thirsty. A perplexed expression crossed his face, as if pondering, I saved you, so why won't you let me drink? In gratitude, I brought you. Xia Qishi rummaged through her backpack, attempting to divert his attention, but her efforts proved futile. Suddenly, Huledong accelerated towards her, his tongue lashing out like a whip, narrowly grazing her neck. After evading, Xia Qishi discarded her backpack onto the ground. In a fleeting thought, the fundamental information and beginner's guidance that had appeared moments before materialized before her eyes. Xia Qishi glanced at her data, name, Xia Qishi, race, human, stamina, 80, ability rating, high, muscle reaction speed, 97, nerve reaction speed, 210, weapon, shape-shifting hammer holder, collecting various forms. Do not fret. Beginner skill, unexpected champion of egg smash game, fortune smiles upon you, her mutated companion sought to end her life. Beginner gift pack, 1 intern ID, representing personal identity, be sure to safeguard it, ticket, mysterious ticket. Leverage card, as the name suggests, leverage, the ID card was unusable at this moment, and the purpose of the ticket remained a mystery. Just as these thoughts filtered through her mind, another quick dodge ensued, and she found herself stepping into a drainage ditch, her body lowering as she narrowly avoided the oncoming tongue, which had once again transformed, glistening with a sharp, cold light. Qishi, I am so thirsty. Seeing Xia Qishi not conforming like a lifeless corpse, refusing to quench his thirst, he began to jump in place, displaying a childlike pout. Kixi, let me drink. Why does she not obediently allow him to drink, as if she were a mere obstacle on the ground? Huledong, who was usually not one to act so recklessly, was now in such a state, shouting under the moonlight, his slender tongue slick with drool, which was nothing but repulsive and heartbreaking. After uttering "let me drink," he panted heavily, hopping on his feet for a moment before suddenly turning and lunging towards Xia Qishi. As he landed in front of her, with his tongue lashing out, he spat out the words, I insist on drinking. Chapter 4, The XXL Extra Large Boning Knife. When the slender tongue whip swept across with a cold glint, Xia Qishi, standing in the ditch, leaned back, twisted her waist, and fell to the ground, gasping in pain. She regretted not joining the square dancing with the aunties in the park. Huledong gave her no chance, seeing her fall, he pounced as his tongue whip lashed out. She had to endure the pain and roll away awkwardly. Her thin clothes offering little protection against the hard edges of the ditch and the sharp gravel on the road, which left her skin burning. He had lost all reason, intent only on killing her. In her hand was a small silver hammer, the size of those used by auctioneers to declare 50 million for the third time, sold. To thank you, I will strive to survive. Xiaqishi raised the dainty transforming hammer, the size of a palm, including your share. How does this transforming hammer transform? Is there a chant involved? Xiaqishi's face was a picture of confusion. Rolling away in disarray, a flash of inspiration struck her. And she shouted, transform. Assume the imagined form. The AI system, unable to bear watching any longer, spoke with a tone of disdain. Can it transform into a larger boning knife? Xiaqishi inquired, dodging with a twisted waist that severely hampered her agility. She was uncertain whether a boning knife would effectively decapitate this Type 0 whole semi-mutated vampire spawn. Evading the creature proved arduous, resulting in numerous abrasions. Discovering his playful demeanor, Xiaqishi lashed out with a kick, unexpectedly sending Hulaidong sprawling. Why is the transformation so sluggish? An infuriating AI voice responded. Please rephrase as an affirmative or negative statement. Damn you, affirmative. This AI must be infected with a virus, dawdling at such a critical moment. In the next instant, the small hammer in her hand erupted in sparks and light, momentarily blinding her. The hammer's shape had altered, morphing into a larger, familiar boning knife. So heavy? Hulaidong angrily arose, his eyes narrowed to slits. Kixi, you're being naughty. His tongue, gleaming with a cold light, lashed out at her with a gust of wind, severing a strand of her hair. She gasped, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Struggling to stand, she dodged the tongue, the large boning knife dragging heavily on the ground, making each step a monumental effort. Hulaidong giggled, his voice as grating as claws on glass. His tongue lashed out like a whip, tearing his t-shirt into shreds. Each evasion was a narrow escape. Her heart pounding in her chest. With a swift flick of her tongue-like whip, Xiaqishi seized the opportune moment and pinned it down with her foot. A cold glint flashed as she executed a series of fluid, seamless movements. Ah! Hulaidong howled in agony, clutching his mouth. The severed tongue, now lying on the ground, continued to twitch spasmodically. Witnessing his torment, Xiaqishi winced slightly, a hint of remorse etching her brow. She gasped for breath, steeling her resolve with the thought, it's either him or me. Composing herself, she uttered, farewell, Hulaidong. With a decisive strike, the boning knife descended. As the corpse slumped to the ground, the severed tongue stilled. Xiaqishi, drained of energy, collapsed onto the ground, curling into a fetal position as she succumbed to a torrent of suppressed sobs, allowing her tears to flow freely in the darkness. The suddenness and rapidity of these events had left her reeling, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. After an indeterminate period of weeping, her strength depleted. She gradually stirred, wiping away her tears. She realized that further lamentation would serve no purpose. Her sole desire now was to escape this place. In the darkness, distant screams echoed intermittently, a grim reminder of the uncertain fate that awaited those who hoped to survive the night. After resting for some time, she regained some strength and located a patch of soft soil where she buried Hulaidong. Gazing at the newly formed mound, she stood once more before a fresh grave. I vow, she declared, to live on, carrying your share of life with me. From her backpack, she retrieved a small, square box. Upon opening it, she revealed a circular pendant, resembling a pocket watch, nestled securely on a black cushion. The front displayed the time, while the back bore an engraving of a man and a woman embracing an infant. This pocket watch, its time frozen, held a mystery she had yet to unravel. Her grandfather had told her that it was the only memento left by her parents. Would she ever have the chance to meet them? With a soft sigh, She hung the pocket watch around her neck and tidied her belongings. Sachishi gazed helplessly at the cumbersome bone-cutting knife. Realizing too late that she should not have fantasized about such an oversized implement, carrying it was indeed quite inconvenient. After transforming once, its usage period spanned 2 days, after which it could revert to its original form. The intelligence system spoke in a tone of dismay. Subsequently, the basic personal information generated by the system displayed: weapon, shape-shifting hammer holder, recorded form 1, XXL extra-large bone-cutting knife. Instantly, Sachishi felt as if she had swallowed a fly. The very notion of having this bone-cutting knife's form documented evoked a sensation akin to being ambushed, sending chills down her spine. 2 days, Sachishi lamented. 2 days before it could revert to the petite shape-shifting hammer? While the shape-shifting hammer was a weapon, easily comprehensible. What on earth was this basic ability? Surprise winner of the Egg Smash game? It sounded impressive, yet she felt utterly duped, unable to shake off the lingering feeling of being LED in circles. Intelligence system, show me the basic ability. Sachishi commanded, her tone resolute. This time, the system did not even emit a sound. A circular disc materialized and fell to the ground with a thud, spinning rapidly. Hundreds of identically colored golden eggs embedded in the slots, whirling along with the disc in eerie silence. Attack power? Observing the nearly 100 eggs, she mused, it was not for assault. Could it possibly be of defensive nature? Or a formation? After a prolonged, wide-eyed stare, the exasperating voice of the AI echoed once more. Due to the intellectual limitations of candidate Sachishi, Auxiliary Unit 191989 will provide the explanation. Whose intellect is insufficient? Sachishi brandished her boning knife with eager anticipation. No, not the boning knife. Your ineptitude is infectious. Only the morphing hammer, in its hammer configuration, can accomplish the golden egg smashing game. Warning, the morphing hammer is only effective in its hammer form. The sky remained inky black. She massaged the area she had recently twisted, only to find the pain intensifying. After rummaging through her backpack, she discovered no remedies for sprains. Thus, she hobbled awkwardly towards the town. If only she could find a mode of conveyance. Sachishi dragged her boning knife, maintaining a state of heightened vigilance, her gaze darting in all directions. Encounters with reanimated corpses were manageable. These unmutated, unintelligent beings possessed only the instinctive attacks of clawing and biting. However, confronting mutated corpses would prove considerably more challenging. White Elephant Village fell under the jurisdiction of Nine Vastness Town. While White Elephant Village was underdeveloped, Nine Vastness Town flourished. Sachishi proceeded in fits and starts, occasionally evading the undead. As dawn approached, she sought refuge behind a large wine vat in a tavern. In an alley near a mahjong parlor, the rear of a Hainan Mazda was visible. She had been observing it for some time. However, traversing from her position at the tavern to the mahjong parlor required crossing an intersection. After a protracted observation, she mustered her courage and dashed forward. Before she had taken more than a few steps, a voice stammered, "Yay, eating, no run." Chapter 5, What is this creature? A mutant? How can luck be so dire? The car door won't budge, it's locked? Anxiously glancing back, she saw no zombies pursuing her. Yet she distinctly heard a sound moments ago. Confused, did they not follow? Bang! A sharp blow struck the top of her head, causing Sachishi to let out a muffled groan, immediately feeling dizzy as her mind buzzed. Clutching her head, she shouted, "Who? Show yourself!" Such an action could hardly be attributed to a zombie. Not a zombie? Gradually, a young man emerged from behind the rear of the Hainan Mazda. "I'm sorry. I made a mistake. The sky was still dim. I merely thought your walking posture was peculiar, and assumed you were." The more he explained, the more Saichishi's expression darkened. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, wearing a black cap, his ears adorned with numerous piercings. He donned an oversized striped t-shirt and ripped skinny jeans, complemented by grayish-brown leather shoes. He certainly fit the rebellious youth archetype. Shooting him a fierce glare, Xia Qishi attempted once more to tug at the car door, but it remained obstinately shut. "Can you drive?" The young man's eyes lit up as he walked around to the front of the car. "My name is Wen Qianlong, I'm 20 years old. And my ability is liquefaction." To Xia Qishi's astonishment, he transformed one of his fingers into a viscous liquid, which solidified into the shape of a key as he proclaimed, "Solidify." This bizarre ability, which defied logic, seemed undeniably linked to the realm of chemistry. With a smug arch of his eyebrow towards Xia Qishi, his fingers slipped into the keyhole, and with a click, the car door unlocked. He slid into the passenger seat, shifting over to open the other door, peeking out with half his head, signaling her to get in. "So, what's your name? Any special abilities?" Xia Qishi, dragging a boning knife, climbed into the car and shut the door. The mischievous youth, with a familiar teasing tone, remarked, "A woman carrying such a knife is quite the joke, it's just a burden. Stick with me, and you won't need." Before he could finish, the car jolted violently. Standing in front of the car was a towering mutant, its long tongue whipping against the windshield, smearing it with thick, sticky saliva, instantly blurring the view ahead. Its small eyes atop its head peered into the car, puzzled as to why it could see but not touch, and it tapped again. "Food. Food. Hold on tight." Before Wen Qianlong could even get a clear look at the zombie in front, the car lurched forward, slamming the mutant several meters away before it was dragged under the car and crushed. The car jolted a few times before settling. The youth in the passenger seat looked back at the mutant, now a pulpy mess still twitching, his face instantly pale, his stomach churning with dry heaves. He then turned to Xia Qishi, who was about his age, her expression cold and unfazed. You, do you have a driver's license?" Xia Qishi replied decisively, "No." Such audacious coolness. Raising her thumb towards Xia Qishi, she tightened her seatbelt and resigned herself to silence. The vehicle sped along the road, occasionally encountering the relentless undead that pursued the living. Xia Qishi maneuvered to avoid those fleeing for their lives, aiming directly at the ghouls and crashing into them. After the creatures fell lifeless, the rescued individuals, with expressions of gratitude, scrambled to signal for a ride. However, the car swiftly roared past, showing no intention of offering them a lift. In the rearview mirror, a saved woman glared with resentment, muttering curses. "May you suffer a car accident, experience a flat tire, or be devoured by the undead." After her curses, she hurriedly resumed her flight. Xia Qishi paid little heed to such a woman. In this apocalyptic world, human nature was laid bare. The first time one is saved, gratitude may abound, but should one fail to assist a second time, the result is often multiplied disdain. Why not save those individuals? Even when Qianlong, despite his delinquent demeanor, felt a twinge of compassion for the panicked souls fleeing in disarray, believing that saving even one was a worthy endeavor. After all, there was still space for 3 more in the vehicle. Given the dire circumstances, self-preservation was already a challenge. I would not delude myself into thinking I was a savior. Xia Qishi's voice took on a chill as the car traversed the terrain littered with the undead. A strange calm enveloped her. By noon, the vehicle was nearing the urban district, careening through intersections without regard for traffic signals, achieving an astonishing speed. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt in front of a storefront. Moanen rolled down the car window and saw the shaky rolling shutter door, inside which many knives were scattered on the floor. Bloodstains extended from the floor into the inner room, indicating that the kind-hearted female shopkeeper who had treated her well had likely met with misfortune. Getting out of the car, Xia Qishi held a boning knife tightly, never letting it leave her hand. The spacious shop was lined with glass counters on both sides. The front half displayed delicate and small knives, while the ones further back were larger. In the center was a square platform used for demonstrations, where a small furnace heated iron sheets that workers would take out and hammer. This was a business strategy proposed by Xia Qishi designed to make visitors appreciate the difficulty of knife-making through the primitive forging process. Sachishi was a highly valued employee here. Bloodstains were everywhere on the floor. And after taking just a few steps inside, they saw a corpse lying face down towards the door, eyes wide open and mouth agape. The body was thin and small, dressed in a dark blue technician's uniform, with a protective mask beside it. This was the worker who demonstrated forging. This corpse is strange, it's completely intact. When Qianlong remarked. He had seen zombies bite people, tearing off skin and flesh, even intestines, leaving behind mostly unrecognizable skeletons. But this corpse was whole, with its skin and clothing intact. You've never seen a mutant, Xia Qishi stated with certainty. When Qianlong looked up, wide-eyed. Are you saying there are other mutants besides those disgusting zombies? Conscious that his apprehension might detract from his masculine image, he subtly adjusted his baseball cap, his fingers tracing the clasp of his earring as he swallowed nervously, attempting to conceal his unease. Exercise caution, your objective may soon be within sight. His gaze swept over the cadaver on the ground, unmistakably the handiwork of a sanguivorous entity. A corpse drained of its lifeblood poses no threat of resurrection. He dragged the body towards the center, creating more space, and cast a furtive glance at the interior of the studio, the proprietress's usual domain for client liaisons and idle web browsing. With the boning knife held aloft to minimize noise, he kicked the door open, whereupon a dark silhouette lunged forth. Summer Eve deftly evaded the sweeping lash of a serpentine tongue. Observing this, when Qianlong crouched low, narrowly avoiding the tongue but succumbing to the momentum of the shadowy figure that crashed upon him. What manner of abomination is this? Chapter 6, The Complete Mutant pinioned beneath the creature. When Qianlong beheld a face grotesquely distorted by an enormous maw, the eyes displaced atop the head. The fetid saliva dripping from the lashing tongue splattered upon his face, leaving a viscous residue. It bore a resemblance to the entity Summer Eve had crushed when starting the vehicle, a mutant, perhaps? With a swift maneuver, he straddled the shadowy form, his liquefied palm pressing down firmly upon the writhing tongue. The barb at the tip of the tongue attempted to ingest the liquefied metal, but the influx of viscous fluid congealed into a small iron mass, effectively sealing the orifice. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When Xiao Qishi discerned the shadow on the ground, she gasped, "Madam Boss." The Madam Boss glanced over, stammering, "Qishi, save me." Name, Zhang Yang, race, mutant. Fully evolved vampire, intelligence, 4 years old, though the mutant beneath her was voluptuous and dressed in an exceedingly revealing manner, the face, reduced to merely a mouth, evoked a terror that rendered her immobile. "What are you standing there for? Quickly, slay her!" When Qianlong shouted in agitation. Had the gentle and kind Madam Boss transformed into a mutant as well? She was one of the few people who had treated him well, apart from his grandfather and Hu Lei Dong. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Qishi had no choice but to make a decision. Gripping a bone cutter, she cautiously approached. Zhang Yang seemed to sense her intent. "Kixi, please, don't kill me." In an instant of distraction, she murmured vacantly, "Madam Boss." With a sudden rush, Xiao Qishi stumbled to the ground. As when Qianlong tripped her, the glass surrounding the shelves shattered with a resounding crash, sending several blades clattering to the floor, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. It became evident that Zhang Yang had spotted the approaching assailants and had attempted to divert Xiao Qishi's attention, an endeavor that proved remarkably effective. However, this did not ensure her safety. A blade swept across the Madam Boss's neck. Hiss, so much blood. When Qianlong's palm Xiao Qishi glanced ahead and saw 5 zombies and 2 mutants. "Be careful, don't let the mutants' tongues touch you," she warned. Unexpectedly, the delinquent boy beside her, with blood-stained hands, touched the earring on his ear, spat lightly, and said with a slight tremor in his voice, "Damn, this is thrilling." The zombies moved sluggishly, only capable of scratching and biting, whereas the mutants were different. They could speak simple words, and their tongues lashed out like whips, transforming into sharp weapons that could wound with a single slash. A mere touch to the skin could easily drain one's blood. Both of them charged forward simultaneously. Sachishi, wielding her blade, first severed the tongue of a mutant before turning to charge at the zombies behind her. Black, sauce-like blood sprayed everywhere. She felt as if she had gotten the hang of it, striking down one after another with fluid movements, as if she had eyes in the back of her head. In moments, 2 more zombies fell beside her. The mutant whose tongue Xiaoqishi had severed was regenerating its broken tongue within its mouth, and in just a few breaths, it had grown back even longer than before, reaching past its chin. This could only mean one thing: the tongue could grow indefinitely, but the head could not. "Damn! You're too fierce!" exclaimed the boy, who had just managed to deal with the zombie in front of him. When he looked back, Xiaoqishi was already standing amidst a pile of corpses, her expression cold and stern. Picking up a sticky, gooey substance that had fallen to the ground, he hurried to catch up with Xiaoqishi, who was already walking away. "Wait for me, I'm injured." The car started moving again. For anyone, life may seem perfectly fine until the sudden passing of a beloved grandfather disrupts everything. After managing the funeral with a forced composure, eerie events begin to unfold. The grandfather emerges grotesquely from his grave, friends are transformed into horrific mutations, and the landlady succumbs to infection, becoming a monstrosity herself. Faced with such turmoil, Summer's destination remains uncertain. In the passenger seat, a series of hissing sounds pierce the silence. Summer squints to see Wen Qianlong, whose hand is gruesomely mangled, a finger missing. Alarmed, she slams on the brakes, exclaiming, "You're hurt." Wen Qianlong, drenched in cold sweat, offers no response but glances at her before retrieving a viscous substance and a mutated tongue from his pocket. After dissecting it, he applies the 2 substances to his injured palm and finger, uttering, "Liquefy. Solidify. Can any part of your body undergo such transformation?" Summer marvels, recognizing the immense potential of this ability. After a deep breath, Wen Qianlong gingerly squeezes his healed hand and replies, "Not entirely, except for here." He points to his head. Summer pauses, contemplating, and asks, "Is it truly wise to reveal your weaknesses to me?" Such unreserved honesty is the hallmark of true companionship. Though his demeanor seems somewhat arrogant, the glimmer of hope in his eyes is unmistakable. "Ah, don't get too emotional too quickly. Well, I suppose I have a rather simple goal: to survive." Noticing Summer's stunned expression, he hastily adds, "Just to survive." In this chaotic apocalypse, perhaps the embrace of 2 souls offers a glimmer of survival. "Thank you for earlier. I am Xiaoqishi." A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips, but in the face of sudden upheaval, she found it impossible to wear a cheerful countenance. Had it not been for Wen Qianlong's earlier intervention, she might have already met her demise after that lash of the tongue. "I know, the mutant named Zhang Yang referred to you in such a manner," Wen Qianlong murmured. Upon hearing him utter the name of the alluring proprietor, Xiaoqishi was abruptly reminded of something. "Can you access the data of the mutants? You have received information from the Intelligence Corps, Haven TU? Have you been chosen as a seed candidate? If so, does it mean that all who survive are seed candidates, equipped with weapons and basic abilities granted by the Intelligence Corps?" This would elucidate how he possesses the capabilities of liquefaction and solidification. It stands to reason that they are not the only 2. Could it be that those encountered along the way are also endowed with powers? Wen Qianlong rolled his eyes, realizing this only now. "That is precisely why I inquired about your abilities upon our first meeting. Your combat reflexes are remarkably swift. Such matters cannot be approached with a sluggish mindset. Furthermore, regarding those passengers you declined to carry along the way, do you not think some might possess curses or similar powers, lurking silently to sabotage you? Perhaps causing a tire blowout?" With a resounding bang, the vehicle jolted. Xiaoqishi glared fiercely at the dazed Wen Qianlong. "Be silent, you harbinger of misfortune." Chapter 7, 100,000 volts, do you possess such abilities? "There is no spare tire." Wen Qianlong closed the trunk and, after searching for a moment, shook his head in dismay. The parking location was nearing the outskirts of the city, with disorderly shops lining the roadside. Cadavers still roamed the streets. And even if they were at a distance, the two novices worried that they wouldn't have enough time to change a tire, let alone if they didn't know how. "Let's find another car," Sachishi said as she dragged her boning knife ahead. The twisted area of her waist, after the previous fight, was not as painful. Only a little sore. However, she had missed 2 meals, so she was listless. Motorcycles and electric bikes were scattered haphazardly in a parking area, with many disfigured corpses lying among them. A snow-white Chevrolet was stained with blood, with half a mangled corpse hanging from the roof, intestines and blood flowing down. A ghastly sight. Yet Sachishi walked straight toward that car. She tugged at the car door, but it was still locked. As she was about to ask when Qianlong to liquefy a key to open the door, a crisp, girlish voice rang out, "I had my eye on that one." Looking toward the sound, 3 people dressed in identical black cloaks stood brazenly in the street. In front was a girl of 17 or 18, with straight, golden hair visible under the hood of her cloak, very conspicuous. Behind her were 2 taller men, who seemed to be escorting her like bodyguards. "Get out of the way. That car is mine." Lan Ko walked over haughtily, her eyes warning as she chewed gum. Her gait was like that of a proud black swan. A sarcastic smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, whoever seized the car had a better chance of surviving. "What if I don't?" Sachishi, with an indomitable spirit, advanced a step forward, unwilling to yield. "Those who dare to approach me without my consent, apart from them, have turned to ash." The girl elegantly gestured towards the 2 men behind her. Suddenly, she launched an attack, landing a punch on Saichishi's abdomen, sending a surge of electricity coursing through her body, incapacitating her instantly. "Kixi!" when Qianlong exclaimed, sensing something was amiss with Saichishi. "Liquefy! Solidify!" In an instant, his fingers transformed into sword-like blades, aimed at Lan Ko. Yet, as he approached within half a meter, he was abruptly halted by the 2 towering men. One of them merely threw a punch, sending Wen Qianlong crashing to the ground nearby, leaving a trail in his wake. With a gleeful smile, the man declared, "This new skill feels quite impressive." Peering through his tousled bangs, his eyes narrowed as he assessed the formidable strength of his opponent. "Humph, ha ha." A peculiar laugh escaped Saichishi's lips as she gradually straightened herself. "Electricity-based abilities? 100,000 volts, do you possess that power?" Her gaze fixated on Lan Ko. She declared, "Perhaps, I do." Just as Lan Ko struck her abdomen, the electric current surged through her body, and the pain from her previously injured waist vanished, replaced by an unexpected sense of relief. Uncertain of the reason, she felt an intriguing intuition. The electricity-based ability not only posed no threat to her but might, in fact, enhance her physical prowess. The power card she had been secretly preparing, initially grayish-white, now shimmered with a silvery hue. Upon witnessing the situation, Lankmi furrowed her brows and incredulously remarked, "Surely, you cannot be of this world. A newborn should not possess such formidable strength. From which realm do you hail?" This marked her first encounter with the malfunction of her electrical abilities in this world. Sachishi, on the other hand, was internally astonished, sensing that a monumental secret was gradually revealing itself, akin to the tip of an iceberg surfacing from the depths. This challenging information stirred within her mind like tumultuous waves in a confined space. What does it mean to be not of this world? What does a newborn imply? After a moment of silent contemplation, Sachishi softly responded with an no wonder. "Given this, shall we join forces? To demonstrate our sincerity, shall we proceed together?" Among the trio, Lankmi took on the role of spokesperson, taking a couple of steps towards the vehicle. With a flick of her finger, a visible silver electric thread emanated forth, causing the Chevrolet door, which had been the subject of much contention, to open automatically. When Qianlong approached slowly from a distance, clutching his stomach, his expression darkening upon witnessing the seemingly harmonious gathering of individuals. "He is mine!" Saichishi intentionally lowered her voice, subtly infusing it with the crackling energy of the card. Warning, if anyone dares to touch him again. No, no, Lankmi interjected. His meager abilities are inconsequential to us. It would be far more expedient to indulge in some tasteless energy drink. As she spoke, she produced a flat, candy-wrapped object and offered it to Saichishi. While pondering the unfamiliar term energy drink, Saichishi glanced at the item Lankmi had presented, which resembled chewing gum. Thank you, but I shall pass. Are there other flavors? Really, you don't want any? Saichishi shook her head, pretending to focus on driving. If there were any sense of danger, who would dare accept something from someone they had just met for the first time? Moreover, the way this woman looked at people was somewhat peculiar. The group squeezed into the car, with Saichishi driving, Lankmi sitting in the passenger seat. And when Qianlong sandwiched between two men in black cloaks in the back seat, the car, splattered with various types of blood, was left uncleaned by the group. As long as it was functional, the car became crowded, making both Saichishi and Wen Qianlong somewhat uncomfortable. For Wen Qianlong, being sandwiched between two cloaked men after being punched so far away, no matter how much he tried to relax, his body's reflexes remained highly alert. You don't have to guard against me like this, do you? We're all here to dine, and being constantly rejected can affect one's appetite. We need to speed up before the guide finds the newborn, Lankmi said, her pronunciation slightly off, confirming to Saichishi that she was not Chinese. Dining? Guide? She was a mixed-race individual, although she spoke Mandarin, her endings always slightly deviated, most noticeably in the last sentence. Furthermore, they were not from this world but from another. Here to dine. What exactly did this dining signify? Prior to embarking on their journey, Lenko harbored suspicions regarding her own identity. However, after ascertaining that she was not a newborn, she refrained from harming herself. When Saichishi moved to shield Wen Qianlong, Lenko remarked that she had no regard for Wen Qianlong's abilities, suggesting he might as well consume an energy beverage. Does this imply that if she were impressed by Wen Qianlong's capabilities, any action she took towards him would be considered dining? Consequently, does dining here signify that the living individuals present are all ability users who have undergone a rebirth after experiencing the transformation of the Walking Dead and the activation of the mutant's intelligent brain system? Are they, in essence, seed candidates whose objective is to eliminate the survivors? As the vehicle sped along, a momentary lapse in attention caused it to drift. The cloaked figure in the back seat shifted slightly, correcting the vehicle's trajectory and averting a collision with an electrical pole. Drive cautiously, neophyte. A voice laden with warning emanated from the rear. Chapter 8, Is it truly replication? Glancing in the rearview mirror, the driver scrutinized the two men concealed beneath the black hoods, their chins obscured by stubble. Why did he address him as a neophyte? Could it be that his true nature had been exposed? Harboring the possibility of being unmasked, he inadvertently caught Lenko casting a profound glance at the man. She then turned, chewing gum, and adjusted her seatbelt, subtly emitting a white glow from her index finger, imperceptible to Saichishi. As they approached a bend in the road, she momentarily released her grip on the steering wheel, yet the vehicle continued along its designated path. She did not manipulate the steering wheel, yet the vehicle navigated the turn autonomously. It is driving itself. Surely, they've discovered my secret. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Saichishi seized the moment when the two men were distracted to finally catch Wen Qianlong's gaze in the rearview mirror. She mouthed silently, "Is everything except the head permissible?" This cryptic message left Lankmi bewildered, but Wen Qianlong nodded vigorously. Excellent. As soon as the words were conveyed, the power-borrowing card emerged, deliberately revealing a hint of an electric ability stronger than Lankmi's. Saichishi noticed Lankmi's expression shift slightly, evoking in her a sense of triumph akin to an ant defeating an elephant. 100,000 volts, release. The power-borrowing card in her sleeve buzzed intensely, and a blinding light engulfed everyone's vision. Power-borrowing card, also known as an energy storage card, it can store only a single type of energy at a time. which must be fully discharged before it can be recharged. Secondary function, amplification. This meant that if Lankme truly possessed the power to turn people to ashes, the electric ability stored and amplified by this card would be even more terrifying. On the road, the white Chevrolet was completely immobilized, emitting wisps of smoke. This is the last piece. At this moment, her appearance was far from fresh and delicate, her face was smeared with soot, and clumps of her hair fell away, leaving behind charred black ash. The instant the power-borrowing card released the electric ability, she felt as though she were a cultivator undergoing a thunderous body tempering. After multiple solidifications, when Qianlong's face was also pale. Sister Qishi, what is your reason for doing this? Why did you abruptly discharge electricity? Although he wasn't reduced to just a head, he was nearly killed. Xia Qishi glanced at him and apologetically explained her analysis. However, she was uncertain when Lankme discovered they weren't from another world before or after boarding the vehicle. Reflecting on the blonde girl, who appeared to be only 17 or 18. She was genuinely impressed by her ability to conceal her emotions. Otherwise, how could they have escaped? Oh, I see, a deep, resonant male voice echoed from nearby, laced with a playful realization. When Qianlong, having just reconstructed his body, stumbled as he stood, shaking his head at Xia Qishi. His eyes clearly indicating that he wasn't the one speaking. Their countenances immediately paled further, and they moved closer to each other, directing their gaze toward the same spot. Two figures clad in cloaks emerged from the dilapidated vehicle, their faces smudged with soot. Xia Qishi had meticulously checked before disembarking, and the three were distinctly charred. Filled with myriad doubts, they watched as the girl, Lankme, offered an eerie smile. Indeed, a pity about Feng Zhou. Thanks to his nutritional value, we were able to revive. Alas, little lady, you miscalculated. Lankme feigned a playful curtsy before coldly straightening up. Humph, having traversed several worlds, how could one not have a contingency? However, even Lankme herself didn't anticipate losing a person so early in the game. Kixi, what do we do? Had Wen Qianlong been able to charge forward earlier, it was only after Xia Qishi's explanation that he realized these two individuals hailed from a different realm. Beings of a caliber far beyond his own. To recklessly charge at them would be tantamount to seeking death. Lankme remarked. I had intended to save you as a final dessert, but it seems your abilities are quite the feast for me. Let me guess. What could your power be? When Qianlong retorted angrily, you wretched woman, watch your teeth don't shatter. Hush, don't argue. The girl's eyelids drooped as her eyes darted around, her face a picture of innocent contemplation. Could it be replication? The reason for this guess is that in Xia Qishi's electric abilities, I caught a whiff of my own scent. Could it be that you can replicate the abilities of those you touch? With such a power, the future battlefields. Just the thought of it filled her with an inexplicable excitement. Feng Lu! Lankme called out softly, her eyes blazing. The man stepped forward, and from within his black cloak extended a pair of pale, slender hands, with just a slight downward bend. Xia Qishi felt the air around her compress with a force thousands, if not millions, of times greater than normal gravity. She was instantly forced to her knees by the overwhelming pressure, and the more she resisted, the greater the force became. Struggling, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. All efforts in vain. Lankme said, how does it feel? This is indeed the gravity realm of Brother Feng Lu, which was originally activated alongside Brother Feng Zhou's buoyancy realm. Unfortunately, it has now become a mere fragment of its former self. This space seems to be tailored solely for Xia Qishi, as when Qianlong, standing nearby, felt nothing amiss while witnessing Xia Qishi kneel down. She shot him a reassuring glance, urging him to remain calm. However, after nodding in understanding, he unexpectedly exclaimed, Help! Help! His voice resonated like a thunderclap, as if someone were assaulting him, piercing the eardrums with its intensity. The sudden cacophony of his squawking voice caused Lan Ko to cover her ears, momentarily disorienting Feng Lu, who faltered in his gesture. Nevertheless, This was sufficient. Borrowing force card target, gravity space. Effect, amplification. With Fang Lu's gesture disrupted, the gravity enveloping Xiaoqishi dissipated, allowing her to swiftly rise and brandish the borrowing force card towards the two, declaring loudly, "Release." In an instant, they were caught off guard and pressed to the ground. "We must flee, the effect won't last long." The pair hastily escaped, vanishing amidst a flurry of movements. Moments later, as the gravity realm faded from the ground, the two slowly rose, their faces ashen. Lan Ko, watching the spot where they had disappeared, chuckled in exasperation, her voice ringing like silver bells, "Hee hee. It seems we might still be the only ones in possession of this." With a hint of mischief, she murmured to herself, "In 3 days, it shall refresh." "Right? Hee hee, let's see how long you can frolic about." In the distance, a staggering zombie approached, its putrid scent provoking a wave of discomfort within her. She quickly donned her hat, and in that fleeting moment, the zombies, drawn towards her, suddenly lost their target and scattered in disarray. It seemed that their cloaks possessed some peculiar effect. Had Xiaoqishi witnessed this scene, she would undoubtedly have stripped off her garments and fled in terror. "What exactly is your ability?" When Qianlong could not contain his curiosity. The two, who had always found themselves in a state of disarray when together, were now hiding in a daiko's. He was immensely intrigued by Xiaoqishi's capabilities, which allowed her to replicate Lankam's electrical powers as well as Fang Lu's gravitational space. Could it truly be mere replication? Chapter 9, The touch of hands. Fries, magical chicken nuggets, and burgers were swiftly placed upon the table. Two overflowing plates that beckoned to Xiaoqishi, who was ravenously hungry after days of diminished appetite following her grandfather's burial. The recent upheavals in the village had further dulled her yearning for sustenance, but the moment she caught a whiff of the savory meat, she transformed into a ravenous wolf. Here, Xiaoqishi presented a black and white card for Wen Qianlong to examine thoroughly. He concluded that it was indeed a marvelous artifact and all-purpose thieving card capable of stealing any ability one desired. After swallowing her burger, she seized a chicken wing and began to gnaw on it, continuing her monologue until her lips shone with grease, at which point she finally paused. The night descended as expected. The apocalypse has only just begun, yet we have already endured several desperate battles to escape the clutches of the electric-powered femme fatale, Lankme. Both of us are utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Just as when Qianlong was about to turn on the light, he was halted by Xiaoqishi's urgent whisper. "Do not turn on the light at night," she cautioned. Although the mindless zombies lack intelligence, the fully evolved bloodsucker possesses a modicum of cunning. With an intellect akin to that of a 4-year-old, the presence of light would surely attract many of them. "Hide here." She pulled him towards the bar, which stood a meter high, and pushed him behind it. Then, she retrieved some puzzles from the children's area and joined him in the shelter. Fortunately, the bar had a rounded shape, providing ample space within, making it feel far from cramped. "If we can endure the night, by the evening of tomorrow, we should be able to use the transformation hammer once more. However, even with my weapon, the transformation hammer, and basic abilities, why has only Wen Qianlong been seen employing the ability of solidification and liquefaction? I hope we can be candid with one another. For instance, your abilities must extend beyond just this one, right?" In the darkness, her eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, as if she could see straight into the hearts of others. When Qianlong, fiddling with his ear cuff, chuckled nervously, "Sister Qishi, that's a bit personal. Moreover, that ability is rather embarrassing." Feeling somewhat flustered under her gaze, he scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, "Well, I've never actually tried it." The more he hesitated, the more it stirred her curiosity. Every hair on Wen Qianlong's body stood on end, and he finally relented. "The liquefaction and solidification ability is a variant potion from the novice gift pack. My basic ability is quite timid, if my conjecture is correct. His beginner's package includes an ID card, a train ticket, a transformative potion, and a bodily potion that alters his constitution, granting him the ability to solidify and liquefy. Then, His primary weapon is the touch hand. What? 1,000 questions swirl in my mind. What is the function of the touch hand? When Qianlong, with his head bowed low, his expression unreadable, mutters, "It's something quite vulgar and violent. Who knows if there will even be any girls left for me to touch? It's completely useless, groping around, absolutely impossible, right?" After listening for a while, and not getting to the point, I couldn't help but consult my ostentatious and showy AI system with a trial mindset. The result I got was, touch hand, physical contact. The target touched will enter a state of physical excitement and mental relaxation. The target will view the possessor of the touch hand as a desired object. But this ability is ineffective against zombies and ordinary mutants, and becomes void immediately upon physical separation. Physical excitement, what the hell? It feels very lewd. In the apocalypse, the most common are zombies and mutants, and if it's ineffective against both, then it's practically worthless. The name is also quite intimidating, touch hand. More like the hand of indulgence. It would be better to just chop it off and be done with it. Though I say this, Xiao Qishi doesn't truly believe it. For any ability, there is no such thing as a useless ability, it's all about how and where it's used. When Qianlong is on the verge of tears, do you think I wanted this? Upon the activation of my intellect, the rudimentary ability I acquired is this: at the very least, if I managed to solidify and liquefy my body while safeguarding my head, I would be considered an immortal being. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Qishi gazed at me and murmured, "Your self-reassurance seems rather unconvincing." The two of us, having long since foregone rest, fell into an awkward silence following our discussion. Xiao Qishi curled up in a corner, resting her head on her knees, eventually drifting into slumber. As the chill of the floor seeped into her body in the dead of night, she awoke, shivering slightly, unable to return to sleep. She glanced at her phone. It was past 11. In the nights of old, this hour would mark the pinnacle of activity in bars and hostels. Slowly, she extricated herself from her resting position to peer outside, where an eerie silence prevailed, occasionally interrupted by a distant, abrupt wail. Surely, someone had encountered misfortune. The possibility of a vampire lurking outside was not to be dismissed. She fetched some water from the bar's kitchen, taking the opportunity to familiarize herself with the surroundings. From a side counter, she stowed a few packaged hamburgers into her backpack, her gaze eventually landing on a boning knife, which she regarded with a hint of boredom. Suddenly, a forceful impact rattled the tightly shut door, causing it to thud ominously. She instinctively recoiled a bit and nudged Wen Qianlong, who whispered, "I am awake." The two of them concealed themselves behind the bar, observing the silhouettes outside. In the darkness, devoid of light, it was impossible to discern whether they were mutated beings or mere humans. Then, a voice pierced the stillness, "Captain, let me take over." It was human. Yet, one could not be certain of their safety. As shadows flickered, the individuals outside repositioned themselves, and a louder collision reverberated, deafening in its intensity. The furniture barricading the door had been knocked askew. Xiao Qishi stood and approached the door, while Wen Qianlong instinctively recoiled, perplexed by Xiao Qishi's intentions. Lu Ying's plump face contorted into a pair of squinting eyes. "Indeed, Haizi is astute, there are indeed people inside." A deep voice emanated from outside the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a woman in her 20s. With an oval face and clad in a tight black tank top beneath a white linen shirt, which was speckled with dark stains, her hair was simply tied back, and her pallid complexion exuded an air of fragility. The man who had spoken earlier scrutinized her intently. Several individuals surged in without reservation, and as the door was once again obstructed, a furry creature brushed past Xiao Qishi's legs. To her astonishment, it was a wolf dog. The wolf dog dashed to the bar and began to bark furiously, while the rotund Wang Xian chuckled as he leaned over the bar to peer inside, saying, "Brother, no need to hide, Haizi has already spotted you." When Qianlong emerged, surprised to find a dog among the influx of newcomers, having heard no barking when the door was initially struck, Within the room, someone switched on a mobile flashlight, illuminating the space and revealing several new faces. Among them was the beaming, dog-carrying, a bearded man nearing 40, and a pair of young lovers huddled closely together, their appearance striking as they intertwined their fingers. The other four consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. "I am Luing, their captain." The men merely introduced themselves by name, glancing at each other in acknowledgement, while the others cooperatively offered their names as well. "The captain is Luing, the stout fellow is Wang Xian, and the couple is Rong Yu and Han Xing." As for the remaining 3 men and 1 woman, Xiao Qishi did not pay much attention to their names. Outside, darkness had enveloped the sky. "Aren't you afraid wandering about out there?" Xiao Qishi's voice trembled as she spoke, glancing at the dimming light. Chapter 10, The Longting Team. When Qianlong was taken aback. Quickly lowering his head, the woman's hair was in disarray, and her shirt, soaked in blood, appeared tattered and unkempt, giving her a rather disheveled look. "You're not an ability user?" Luing inquired with a puzzled expression, as the stains on Xiao Qishi's clothing were unmistakably those of a zombie's blood. The woman's eyes widened with curiosity. "What is an ability user?" she asked, momentarily lost in thought. Then, as if recalling something, she turned to Wen Qianlong and said, "Little dragon, are the ability users they mentioned like that ant from the other day, the one who was so fierce? It's fortunate she killed so many monsters, or we would have been in grave danger." Her face radiated admiration as she exaggeratedly recounted the events of the previous day, allowing Luing to finally divert his gaze from her. Without further ado, he directed Wang Xian, "Go fetch something to eat." Wang Xian sat with his legs crossed, absently stroking Haizi. Upon hearing Lu Ying's call, a flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes. After surveying the room with narrowed gaze, he replied somewhat obsequiously, "Captain, it seems you take pleasure in directing me. Are there not ample workers available?" He then approached and patted Wen Qianlong on the shoulder, his tone amiable. "Brother, could you kindly procure some food? Also, I have a penchant for meat." Xiao Qishi noted keenly that beneath the chubby man's benevolent smile lay a trace of disdain and mockery. Luing remained silent, smoking a cigarette and exhaling a ring of smoke. Xiao Qishi followed Wen Qianlong into the workspace behind the bar, adeptly unwrapping frozen food packaging. Xiao Qishi was solely responsible for frying and retrieving the items. Wearing disposable gloves, he tossed several chicken strips into the hot oil. When Qianlong quietly inquired, "What is the significance of our actions?" Xiao Qishi glanced up at him, momentarily deciding on the response, for the purpose of gathering intelligence. However, he refrained from mentioning the more crucial point: not all abilities align on a common front. Without understanding their true nature, should this group prove to be akin to the Lankmi, visitors from another realm harboring intentions of recruiting newcomers for sustenance, it would be akin to lambs entering a tiger's den. Before long, the two returned with several large plates brimming with food. Observing the prearranged condiments and packaging techniques on the table, Lu Ying's lingering doubt dissipated completely. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group gathered together. First and foremost, as the apocalypse descends, with the undead lurking everywhere, we must accept the reality. Wang Xian, you should recognize the strength in numbers. If we wish to continue down this path, we must enlist more individuals into our ranks. Wang Xian nodded, glancing at the other four with eyes that crinkled into a mysterious smile. "Yes, Captain. I shall consult with Haizi shortly." After a moment's thought, he addressed Rong Yue and Hanxing, saying, "You two, please pack all the food here." Xiao Qishi and her companions stood quietly to one side, their expressions turning to astonishment upon hearing this. All the food? How could they possibly carry it? Perhaps they arrived in a truck? Lu Ying, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, "Once we have accumulated enough supplies, we shall set forth." There was a certain fervor in his demeanor as he relished the sense of authority that came from issuing orders that others dutifully followed. Approaching his 40th year, he pondered whether he might finally achieve something substantial. Haha, this apocalyptic world truly feels like a paradise for me. despite the elation swelling within. He maintained a serious exterior. Adjusting his glasses, he turned his gaze to the four idling nearby, his expression darkening. You should also lend a hand. Having ensured your fill, you ought to contribute in some manner, otherwise, what purpose do you serve if you lack any capability? Why should we bear the burden of your presence? The four exchanged glances of indignation, yet the truth of his words was undeniable. They had no choice but to lower their heads and hastily join the effort of moving supplies, for nothing was more paramount than survival. And clinging to the golden opportunity before them was of utmost importance. However, Lu Ying deliberately refrained from instructing Xia Qishi and her companion, thinking to himself, once the supplies are secured, these two will undoubtedly plead to be taken along. That woman, while somewhat foolish, possesses a certain charm. Approaching 40, yet having achieved nothing significant. The man had recently activated a cerebral system that granted him extraordinary abilities. He felt a surge of excitement at the thought that such a young woman should now be within his reach. Glancing subtly at Xia Qishi, he noticed her gaze fixed in Wang Xian's direction, her expression one of confusion. Wang Xian, clumsy and obese, lay sprawled on the ground, his flabby belly sagging against the floor. He kissed the dog affectionately, murmuring, "Good boy, Haizi." Then, pressing his forehead against the large wolfhound's, he whispered, "Contract sharing." When the apocalypse struck, Wang Xian had activated the master-servant contract ability. With only 40 seconds on the system's countdown, the only companion by his side was his large wolfhound. Haizi. Contract sharing, a basic ability, shares all auditory and olfactory senses of the contracted pet. Both parties must assume the same posture during each sharing to enhance compatibility. The higher the compatibility, the more accurate the shared results. Wang Xian sniffed the air, his eyes closed, and declared, using this location as a reference, there are 3 survivors 400 meters to the left, and over a dozen survivors 600 meters to the southeast. He accurately reported the positions as a woman recorded the statistics on a city map. Huh? The living are marked as red dots. But there's a blue dot several kilometers away from us. What is that? Wang Xian opened his eyes, abruptly breaking the shared posture. His bulk collapsing onto the floor as he muttered, "It's unscannable?" Lu Ying approached him, asking, "What's wrong?" Adjusting his glasses, he indeed looked the part of an elite. Wang Xian, stroking Haizi's fur, recounted the vision of the blue dot he had just scanned. Xia Qishi quietly noted the position of the blue dot. Meanwhile, Rong Yu and Han Xing were directing 4 individuals to transport a multitude of food items into the hall. After a flurry of activity, 2 small mountains of cardboard boxes stood within the hall, and the pair stood in the midst of them, addressing Lu Ying, "Captain, this is it." "Good. This will suffice for a while, let's tidy up." Lu Ying surveyed the scene with a nod before issuing her command. Rong Yu opened her mouth. "Storage bubble capsule." Immediately, a series of sounds resembling the popping of bubbles emanated from her lips. Transparent, thin bubble capsules floated forth, expanding and enveloping the surroundings. Xia Qishi and the others found themselves gently pushed back as the capsules gradually wrapped around the piled food in the hall, contracting before vanishing into her mouth. Xia Qishi eagerly consulted the smart brain, drawing the following conclusion: storage bubble capsule, classified as a primary ability, Emma's type, possessed only by super foodies. Belongs to an infinite storage category. As long as sufficient moisture is maintained, bubbles can be endlessly created for storage. What an intriguing assembly this team formed. Observing their ostentatious demeanor, one might assume they were formidable, yet 4 among them were merely ordinary individuals, rendering the preceding display somewhat extravagant. So, what were the abilities of Lu Ying and Han Xing? Once everything was prepared, the day had fully dawned. Lu Ying stood at the forefront, waving her hand decisively, "Let us depart." Xia Qishi and Wen Qianlong quietly followed behind. Chapter 11, Cracking the Golden Egg. Truly unexpected observing the 2 figures behind him who appeared timid, Lu Ying smiled with satisfaction. Mere mortals, they would inevitably seek my assistance once they encountered the undead. The Longting team followed the direction shared by Wang Xin, exiting the KFC and walking approximately 400 meters to locate a small grocery store. Inside, they indeed found 3 individuals. However, despite their persistent entreaties, the trio remained adamant about not opening the door, prompting the group to continue their search elsewhere. In a subterranean department store located to the southeast, they could see numerous people anxiously conversing through the floor-to-ceiling glass, occasionally gesturing towards the few standing outside. The sliding doors were securely locked from within, while a few undead roamed outside. The undead's weakness lay in their heads. Once bitten, one would become infected, with only a select few evolving into variants. These mutated beings possessed regenerative tongues, thus the method of combat remained unchanged: shatter their skulls. Luing imparted various pieces of knowledge to the mortals. Let us first eliminate the nearby undead before rescuing those trapped inside, he decisively declared. Han Xing glanced at Rong Yu, who nodded in agreement, prompting Han Xing to step forward. Parting his lips slightly, he softly whistled a cheerful lullaby. A melody that even someone as musically challenged as Xia Qishi could recognize. In his early 20s, Han Xing possessed a tall and slender figure, with a strikingly cold and exquisite countenance, undeniably exuding an idol-like charm. Yet, this comely man possessed a terrifying lethality. Beneath the sprightly melody, the heads of the zombies drawn to the display window burst one after another with a startling display. Sonic Assault, this skill transcends rudimentary abilities. Originating from one of the 10 rare bloodlines redeemable in the AI system, the Ichthyoid lineage. Exceedingly scarce, it enables one to vanquish foes from afar through sonic waves alone. Good heavens! Who would have thought this seemingly refined man was so formidable? When Qianlong exclaimed, agape with disbelief. He had covertly consulted the AI system regarding this very skill. If he were not potent, would he not have become fodder for the zombies? Wang Xin remarked ardently from the rear of the crowd, his gaze fixed upon Han Xing's figure, though it was unclear to whom he spoke. The denizens of the supermarket were immediately galvanized. The doors were flung open from within, and a dozen individuals surged forth, showering Luing and company with obsequious flattery. Xia Qishi and her companion were jostled far aside. After accounting for everyone, including Xia Qishi and her friend in the ranks of ordinary individuals, they unearthed another adept among the dozen or so. The group proceeded to scour the vicinity for zombies, ostensibly to embolden the populace. The effect was undeniably efficacious, as the once timid individuals witnessed the zombies being felled like wheat before the scythe by the wielders of power. A singular thought resonated within all minds: cling to the benefactor. Xia Qishi and her comrade trailed at the very rear of the procession. As the darkness gradually descended, the pair appeared to falter, lagging farther and farther behind. Only those who walk ahead remain oblivious. Xia Qishi quietly made the bone-cutting knife that when Qianlong had been dragging vanish, replaced instead by a finely crafted silver hammer. Rong Yu glanced back briefly, then approached Luing, saying, "Captain, the 2 newcomers we encountered at Daiko's are unable to move. Let us take a moment to rest and wait for them." Instinctively, she sensed that those 2 were extraordinary, although they initially displayed expressions of sheer panic. Their composure while wielding their abilities and their calm demeanor in the face of the walking corpses indicated they were certainly not ordinary individuals. With an air of impatience, she thought, at least among the newly recruited, there are a few standout individuals. As for the one behind, let her wander off if she must. Continuing onward, she noted that the sky was darkening, and they needed to find a place to rest. With a scoff, Luing addressed Rong Yu, "Xiao Yu, your father and I share a significant bond. I cannot indulge your whims. I speak plainly, so do not take offense." As dusk approached, the consequences of abandoning them became painfully clear. Rong Yu remained obstinate. Luing let out a heavy snort. "Xiao Yu," he then continued, "Uncle will be 40 next year. I have traveled more roads than you have consumed salt. Those 2 are merely useless mortals. It is not worth risking more for their sake." Rongyu, undeterred, simply sat down by the roadside to rest, with Han Xing following suit. Those who had witnessed Han Xing's abilities in the underground supermarket also stopped, most squatting by the roadside to take a break, including the newcomer with powers. Lu Ying was furious, feeling that his authority as captain had been openly challenged. He glared at Rongyu, saying, "Xiao Yu, your temperament will inevitably lead to misfortune one day. Qishijia, we deliberately separated to accomplish something significant, right?" Finally reverting to his true nature. When Qianlong eagerly began to make a ruckus as he noticed the crowd had dispersed. "It's not us, it's me," Xia Qishi replied. The reason for their team's sweeping expedition was evident, as there were no visible corpses around. The side of this street bordered the renowned Fuxi River, its waters crystal clear, adorned with blooming low lotus flowers. The river banks were embellished with numerous uniquely shaped lantern frames, transforming the area into a picturesque spot for appreciation. Once merchants recognized the opportunity, they set up tables and chairs on either side, offering refreshing beverages and tea, as well as games of poker and mahjong. Yet, the entire street remained shrouded in darkness, the lanterns failing to illuminate at their usual hour. The front line appeared to have halted, gathering in a cluster that resembled a dense shadow from a distance. After moving aside a chair to sit down, she silently recited in her heart, "The game of smashing golden eggs, a most unexpected grand winner." Wheel. What a lengthy name. Suddenly, a circular roulette materialized, crashing to the ground with a thud. As the disc spun rapidly, hundreds of identical golden eggs were embedded in the slots, rotating alongside it. "Can I smash at random?" Xia Qishi inquired of the intelligence system. The system responded playfully. "You may choose to smash the ones that catch your eye, or opt for those that do not please you." Rolling her eyes, she selected a lighter-colored golden egg and raised her hammer to strike it down. With a resounding thud, the spinning disc came to a halt, and the golden egg erupted in a comical explosion of sparkling glitter. Once the glitter dissipated, the cracked shell of the egg revealed a dark, mysterious object nestled within. After 2 grueling days of dragging a heavy boning knife, Summer Chishi finally earned the chance to break the golden egg. What could it be? She swallowed hard, her hesitation growing in the face of the unknown. The dark mass certainly appeared anything but pure. "Congratulations, user 19,1989, Summer Chishi. Yes, you guessed correctly. You have won a magnificent prize. Luck is on your side." Summer Chishi stepped forward to retrieve the object from the shattered shell. As she lifted it, the spinning disc vanished with a pop. The item in her hand was light and airy, elongated and full of holes, woven from thin strands of black silk. Upon pulling it apart, she was at a loss for words. "Is this a fishing net? This is what I got from cracking the golden egg?" Frustrated, she glanced at her personal attributes and discovered an item description under the basic abilities section. 3 days of fishing, 2 days of drying nets. This unexpected outcome from the golden egg was indeed surprising. Summer Chishi placed the celestial net into her inventory, while Wen Qianlong looked on in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this your ability?" he questioned, sensing that something was amiss. Meanwhile, the people nearby were animatedly gesturing, but she certainly did not interpret their enthusiasm as a warm greeting. When Qianlong, too, discerned that something was amiss. "Sister Qishi, those individuals." Chapter 12, Has Logic Been Devoured by the Divine? Indeed, a group resting in the distance were gesticulating wildly. "Shall we approach, or shall we not?" "Alas! Wait for me!" As when Qianlong hesitated, Xiao Qishi had already presented her back to him. As they drew nearer, the cause of the commotion became clear. Even before they approached, a dense and excited buzzing accompanied by black shadows the size of palms filled the air around the crowd. Translucent wings fluttered, and enormous compound eyes gleamed with a crimson spectral light. Their proboscises, sharp and slender, pierced and stabbed, extracting morsels of flesh the size of peanuts with each strike, causing blood to gush forth. The crowd fled in a bloody panic, seeking refuge. A few attempted to escape the throng, seeking shelter in nearby structures. But as they ventured farther, their terrified screams were abruptly cut short. Something unseen lurked in the depths of the darkness, awaiting the delivery of a delectable snack. Mutated bloodflies, their means of demise are myriad and bizarre, reincarnated avengers. For instance, flies eradicated by zappers carry mutated insecticidal toxins, while those swatted possess the ability to pierce, peck, and execute other forms of attack. Scarcely had he finished reading the introduction when a piercing shriek silenced the crowd. Ah! A person collapsed, their exposed upper body riddled with small holes. A dense honeycomb of blood-soaked punctures. He was a middle-aged man, the first to shed his clothes in a futile attempt to drive away the monstrous flies. Only to incite their wrath further. Those who were poised to follow his lead abruptly abandoned their intentions. Oh, he is dead, dead. What to do? What to do? It is too terrifying, I do not want to die. I am still so young, with so many things left undone, a delicate woman lamented. Her mind unraveling in despair. Clad in the scanty attire of summer, even through the fabric, the mutated bloodflies could penetrate, tearing through both cloth and flesh, leaving a gruesome array of wounds. Blood flowed freely, and anguished cries filled the air. Xiaqishi, with a single thought, communicated with the intelligence system. Please envision a form. The silent dual-gun cannon, reminiscent of a weapon from a sci-fi television show, emerged in her mind's eye. Are you certain? Inquired the intelligence. Absolutely. She positioned herself behind Wen Qianlong for cover, and the silver hammer erupted with a resounding bang, sending sparks flying and chaos ensuing around her. Until the dual-gun cannon took shape. None noticed. Xiaqishi silently raised her weapon and pulled the trigger, targeting the mutated bloodflies surrounding her. In the blink of an eye, another woman collapsed. Her eyes a gruesome blur of flesh and blood. Aside from a few punctures on her arms, the gaping wound at her neck sprayed blood mist in an eerie fashion. The faint scent of blood mingling with the ACR with incredulity etched across his face, when Qianlong clutched his earpiece, exclaiming, after having read so many transmigration and rebirth novels. Who in the world said that only humans can be reborn? Even flies are being reborn. It seems one cannot apply conventional logic in the apocalypse. Hey! Aren't you supposed to be ability users? He continued. Why aren't you flaunting your powers now? Attack! Attack! Someone, his face contorted in fury, roared at Rong Yu and the others. Rong Yu's rudimentary ability was storage bubble sack, while Wang Xian's was contract sharing. Neither were offensive in nature. The two could only defend themselves with their weapons. As for the others' pleas for help, one was willing but unable, while the other was indifferent. Han Xing's sonic attacks were indeed devastating, but while effective against the unmoving corpses, they were far less so against the erratically flying and incredibly swift mutated bloodflies. The flies were numerous and difficult to target. Eventually, someone noticed that no mutated bloodflies approached Lu Ying. Ah, Captain, save me! One cried. Captain, I was wrong. I should have listened to you and followed you. Realizing this, they began to beg for help. Had they listened to Lu Ying earlier and found shelter, they would not be in this predicament. The remaining survivors also began to entreat, their voices soft with pleading, Captain, save me! Captain, save me! I'll listen to you from now on. I'll do anything. A man with a crew cut squeezed out of the crowd, dodging bloodflies as he went, professing his loyalty. With Lu Ying merely a couple of steps away and offering no resistance, a dark silhouette buzzed down from above, aiming for his neck. After a single strike, the shadowy figure immediately vanished. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed, a plume of blood mist erupting from his neck. The scent of insecticide once again assaulting the already frayed nerves of the crowd. Those standing near the buzzcut man were utterly terrified. A woman in a floral blouse rushed to Lu Ying, exclaiming, Captain, I had intended to follow you from the start, but they insisted on holding me back. It's all their fault. Pleas for help echoed incessantly. Lu Ying, with a disdainful snort, shoved the woman aside and finally took a step forward. assuming the air of a leader. Those who submit, stand by me. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in a flurry of pushing and shoving as people scrambled towards him, fearing they would be left unprotected if they were late. Liu Ying's vanity swelled, and he raised his voice, proclaiming, "Obey me and prosper, defy me and perish." It was astonishing that, in order to maintain his authority, he would utter such words. Half of Wen Qianlong's body had solidified, making him impervious to the blood flies. In the darkness, no one noticed that this ordinary person even had a petrified layer on his head. When Qianlong spat in Liu Ying's direction, "We'll listen to you," one person after another in the crowd assured him. Nothing was more important than their lives. And some even swore oaths. A look of contempt flashed in the eyes of the new ability user, petty minds, taking advantage of others' peril. Yet, he didn't budge an inch. Unable to pierce the armor, the giant flies, consumed by vengeance, crashed madly against the green shell. Soon, the ground was littered with the corpses of blood flies. Defensive tortoise shell shield, a weapon specializing in physical defense, capable of freely altering size and form. Meanwhile, several meters away, Han Xing was engrossed in his assault, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. As Rongyu remained stationary, so did he. A frigid blade traced the line of his throat as Wang Xian's sinister voice cut through the air, laden with menace, "Give me your blood. This is one of the 10 rarest bloodlines, after all. Ha, the apocalypse has arrived. The dead have returned. Even in times like these, fate remains unjust, favoring those of exceptional appearance. Why is it that the abilities you've awakened are so formidable?" Wang Xian's features contorted into a grotesque mask. Hey Z, baring its fangs, positioned itself defensively before Rongyu. Since Wang Xian activated the intelligence system, it had undergone a transformation, its physique robust and its movements agile. Its evasive speed rivaling that of a cheetah. Its stature surpassed that of a fully grown Tibetan mastiff, and its incisors were razor sharp. It postured as if to pounce on Rongyu. Extending a glass vial, Wang Xian demanded, "Voluntarily offer your blood, or your little girlfriend will either have her throat torn out or be disfigured." Disfigured? Han Xing furrowed his brow. He might not care for himself, but Rongyu. "Fine, I acquiesce. Be quick about it." Wang Xian's eyes burned with anticipation. Suddenly, a pair of hands enveloped his back. Han Xing seized the opportunity to retreat, casting a glance at Wen Qianlong, who was murmuring into Wang Xian's ear, "You have already obtained the blood of the fish demon, transforming into a noble fish demon bloodline." Chapter 13, or, what were they guarding? Taking advantage of the moment, Han Xing discreetly distanced himself, casting a fleeting, indifferent glance at Wen Qianlong. The latter was murmuring into Wang Xian's ear, "You have obtained the blood of the fish demon, transforming into the noble lineage of a fish demon." The scene before Wang Xian's eyes abruptly shifted. He found himself reclining in a cerulean ocean, with a lithe fish tail in place of his legs beneath the waves. He had metamorphosed into a merman, with wavy golden hair and handsome features. With a mere whistle, a multitude of crabs and shrimps, attempting to dislodge him, perished instantly. Wang Xian appeared elated, his eyes burning with fervor, his plump face flushed crimson. The blubber on his belly quivered, betraying his excitement. The seductive murmur continued, "You must first strike your own belly several times, with considerable force." Obediently, he punched his stomach, feeling no pain, his body enraptured, his gaze nearing madness. Wen Qianlong was equally astonished. Just moments earlier, when Xiao Qishi had instructed him to use the hand of touch on Wang Xian, he had resisted. He had not anticipated such a remarkable effect. In a momentary daze, a dark shadow swept past his feet, and Wen Qianlong's thigh was instantly engulfed in a warm, slobbering maw. His body was yanked to the side by tremendous force, severing his contact with Wang Xian. "Your master is depraved, taking advantage of others. Must you, as a dog, follow suit in wrongdoing?" Regardless of whether the dog could comprehend, he rebuked it in exasperation. He raised his leg, shaking it vigorously, finally managing to kick away the black dog. Hand of touch, the effect dissipates upon separation of limbs. Wang Xian raised his head, scanning his surroundings with a dazed expression. After a few seconds, his face turned ashen. Clearly realizing he had fallen victim to some kind of illusion. His body was racked with excruciating pain. And the places where the blood flies had gnawed away chunks of his flesh were now oozing blood. The excessive blood loss caused waves of dizziness to wash over him. Some of the blood flies buzzed excitedly around him, their wings fluttering. He called out to Haizi and dashed toward Luing. Despite the sonic attacks from Han Xing, Xia Qishi's silent dual cannons, and the relentless strikes from Rong Yu and others, the ground was littered with the corpses of blood flies. Yet, in the darkness, more continued to surge toward them like ravenous beasts drawn to the scent of fresh meat. The number of these resurrected, mutated blood flies was impossible to count. And there was no time to try. The source of the mutated blood flies was nearby, and they had to leave quickly. Move! Now! Xia Qishi shouted at Wen Qianlong, firing her weapon to take down a few blood flies before sprinting away, with Wen Qianlong close behind. Ordinary people might recognize these as zombie-like mutants. But they wouldn't know they were mutated blood flies. Only those who had accessed the intelligence system would understand. Rong Yu and Han Xing exchanged knowing glances. She was indeed a capable individual. Seeing the two run off, Rong Yu became even more convinced of her suspicions and said to Han Xing, "Let's go. Catch up with them." Apart from Rong Yu and Han Xing, the new ability users in the underground supermarket didn't hesitate and immediately followed. "You'll regret this. You'll definitely regret it." Lu Ying's desperate, resentful cries faintly echoed from behind. In the darkness of night, beneath the shadows of the streets and buildings, Xia Qishi could not see far with the naked eye. She skillfully avoided the deeper-colored obstacles lurking in the night, relying solely on the fleeting shadows and the soft rustle of wings to pull the trigger. The silent dual pistols in her hands, less than half an arm's length, were not heavy. Their distinctive double-barrel design allowed for simultaneous firing, unleashing not ordinary bullets, but energy beams reminiscent of those seen in the science fiction films she had watched. She pondered the nature of the energy. Was it boundless? "Since you are here, let us all contribute," Xia Qishi exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. For her position at the forefront did not imply that she alone should bear the burden. "My abilities hold little lethality against these foes." When Qianlong broke the silence, his words resonating with concern, Han Xing took the initiative to whistle, the sound waves rising and falling in rhythm. Compared to the languid lullaby, this melody bore a slightly more urgent tone. As the sound waves spread, the air was punctuated by muffled explosions. His aim was commendable. It seemed he had been holding back, revealing his prowess now to win the favor of the others. However, the reality of their situation offered little time for contemplation. As from the depths of the night, more undead surged forth from both sides of the street, interspersed with numerous mutated creatures. Occasionally, the dim glow from illuminated shops cast a faint light, revealing the relentless emergence of one mutated entity after another from within the buildings, their tongues flicking and emitting silent roars. The vampiric beings and the undead walked in tandem, gradually forming a dense, dark tide. The encounters have been fraught with densely clustered corpses and abominations, compounded by the sporadic assaults of bloodflies overhead, making escape a daunting challenge. It is no wonder that the chilling screams resonating from the depths of the street, as the bloodflies descended, were so haunting. These mutated entities emerged silently from various edifices, huddled together in the obscurity of the night, their eyes glinting ominously in crimson. Upon their entry into the darkness, a remark from Wen Qianlong caused the previously tranquil abominations to turn in unison. Just as they had emerged from the wolf's den, they now found themselves ensnared in the tiger's lair, which appeared even more terrifying. Retreat? There was no time. From the periphery, a dozen mutated beings surged forth, followed closely by a relentless horde of corpses. Xia Qishi, in a moment of desperation, discharged several rounds, the tracer rounds, though misaligned and lacking a true aim, still found their marks upon the blood-sucking creatures, resulting in a series of headshots. As the abominations fell, the corpses hastily filled the vacated spaces. The group remained oblivious to the obscured threats lurking behind the masses of these mutated beings. With a resonant hum, the blood-sucking entities halted momentarily, positioning themselves behind the corpses, creating an unsettling impression of the latter serving as a flesh shield. Was this merely an illusion? The sheer multitude of corpses and bloodsuckers was numbing an unending tide. If the blood flies were a dense ocean, then the current assembly of mutants and corpses could induce even those without a fear of crowds to develop such apprehensions. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Xiaoqishi had never witnessed such a congregation of abominations. At this rate, we would either be pierced like a beehive or drained of our very essence. When Qianlong's fingers liquefied into a stone sword, his nerves taut, breathing heavily. Then run! Xiaoqishi's voice was cold, and hearing Wen Qianlong's words, she felt an inexplicable irritation in her heart. Run? Where to? He fired a few more shots. Kicked down a zombie with jagged teeth and a foul stench that lunged at him, anywhere. As their gazes shifted, the new ability user spotted a relatively hidden and safe building not far away, just a left turn from the path they had just run. He pointed. Over there! All right. Over there! Surprisingly, Xiaoqishi did not object. Once decided, she dragged Wen Qianlong and sprinted in that direction. Her petite frame moved swiftly and agilely, one hand pulling Wen Qianlong while the other fired shots, turning the blood flies blocking their path into popcorn. The three behind them gaped in astonishment. The blood-sucking creatures, which they expected to pursue, did not follow after they left the street. After successfully entering a building to the west, they slammed the door shut, pulled out a filing cabinet to barricade it, and only then did they gasp for breath. Xiaoqishi still felt an unreal sensation of escaping from the vast sea of blood-sucking creatures. So many zombies, blood-sucking creatures, and blood flies gathered in one place. What could be there that was more enticing than devouring human flesh? Even the mindless zombies stayed there obediently. Or were they guarding something? Chapter 14, Welcome, Newborn. Xiaoqishi leaned against the door, moistening her dry lips as she gasped for breath. The frantic escape had left her heart racing, feeling as though it might explode. Now, in the stillness, the rhythmic thumping of her heart echoed like thunder in her ears. Pressing her ear against the door, she listened intently. Could it be true that the mutated beings and the undead had not pursued them? At this moment, several individuals found themselves within an elegant European-style villa. The room was adorned with a sharply arched ceiling, intricately carved wood paneling, and a sky-blue fresco overhead. Beneath their feet lay a grand marble floor, alternating in black and white. A few paces away stood a towering column, followed by another, supporting the dual arches that converged at the center of the room. After catching her breath, Xiaoqishi entered the living room and chose a place to sit. The spacious and exquisite furniture, complemented by delicate carvings, collectively evoked a sense of opulence, nobility, and warmth. The absence of pursuers was indeed fortuitous. Her gaze fell upon the newcomer, a gifted individual clad in a fitted white shirt, with a few buttons at the collar undone. The long sleeves were slightly rolled up, revealing toned arms, while his neatly cropped hair framed deep, black eyes that seemed to draw one in like a black hole. A myriad of water bottles and snacks adorned the coffee table, a peculiar assortment reflective of the homeowner's tastes. Grabbing a bottle, she took several deep gulps of the refreshing water, exhaling contentedly. Tightening the cap, she noted the emptiness at her back, realizing her backpack had long been abandoned. She touched the watch hanging from her neck, feeling a measure of relief. Pray tell, what is your name? When did you awaken your intellect, and what are your abilities? The loquacious nature of Wen Qianlong once again revealed itself. The man, after taking a few sips from a bottle of water, responded, I am Shui Shimo, 27 years old, and my ability is. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed in the ears of the gathered crowd. In the stillness of the night, the empty room took on an eerie quality. The footsteps distant yet seemingly close, caused Xiao Qishi to draw her silent dual pistols, aiming them at the staircase leading to the second floor. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had grown increasingly paranoid. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from the second-floor staircase. "Hello, children!" As the figure became visible, Xiao Qishi decisively pulled the trigger, while Han Xing unleashed a sonic attack. Shui Shimo, in a swift motion, appeared behind the newcomer. Under the pressure of heightened nerves, their attacks were purely instinctive and executed with remarkable speed. Upon hearing the cheerful greeting, Xiao Qishi realized he was not a vampire. But what if he evaded her gunfire? What about Han Xing's sonic attack, or Shui Shimo's abilities? It was all uncertain. What to do? In the next moment, the scene left the group dumbfounded. The gunfire passed straight through him, akin to pebbles striking the surface of water, creating ripples that soon faded into tranquility. There was not a single wound. As the sonic attack approached, he listened intently, offering a look of appreciation. Not a hair was harmed. Shui Shimo's ambush from behind was met with a response from the newcomer, who dodged as if time itself had slowed to a crawl, leaving them both amused and exasperated. Ah, newborns can be quite mischievous. Xiao Qishi discerned that he referred to several individuals as newborns. A sense of vigilance arose within her. Could they be beings from another realm? Shui Shimo, having flashed to her side, appeared somewhat perplexed by Xiao Qishi's summoning. His activation of time was still recent, and it was possible she suspected this man of harboring some ulterior motive. The newcomer was male, his age indiscernible. His tousled, chestnut waves resembled a chaotic explosion. Clearly a wig. A thick layer of white powder coated his face, accentuating his exaggeratedly elongated willow leaf eyebrows, while his lips were painted a vivid crimson. Stretching to the roots of his ears, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, a small red ball adorned his nose, and atop his head sat a black round hat. He wore pristine white gloves and a tailcoat reminiscent of a magician's attire. He was clad as a jester. Xiao Qishi could only shake her head in disbelief at the absurdity of his forced smile. "Welcome, dear ones, to the new arrivals," he proclaimed, extending his arms in an exaggerated gesture of embrace. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a large convenience bag, giving it a casual shake, causing a flurry of colorful balls to spring forth, as if performing acrobatics with both hands, catching and tossing them back into the air. Xiao Qishi watched intently as, with a deft flick of his pinky, he skillfully dropped several balls into a square pocket, leaving only a few remaining. Once the balls had settled, he pinched them between his fingers. "Wait, I must first examine the information," she thought, before leisurely descending the staircase to the living room. There, she placed the few small balls she had just grasped onto the coffee table, picked one up casually, and rubbed it in her palm, revealing its true crystalline brilliance as the colorful coating wore away. A line of text materialized in the air, foremost adept herein, rating: 4 stars, name, Shui Shimo, gender, Adam's apple present, a third limb below, race, human. Genes of another organism are rapidly forming, physicality, 130, aptitude, high, muscular reaction speed, 186, neural reaction speed, 240, current elementary abilities, telepathic communication, teleportation. The beginner's kit and sundry items were also enumerated, tickets and identification cards among them. Following Shui Shimo, the second rank was jointly held by Xiao Qishi and Han Xing. The distinction, however, lay in Xiao Qishi's pure human lineage, whereas Han Xing possessed the ichthyoid bloodline, one of the 10 rarest. Another disparity was that Xiao Qishi's aptitude was assessed as high, a qualitative evaluation, while Han Xing's aptitude was quantified as 789, a numerical assessment. Shui Shimo's capabilities were laid bare, needing no self-introduction, having been clearly ascertained by the crystalline radiance beneath the juggling sphere. "Just who are you?" Shui Shimo's posture became subtly hunched, like a taut bow, his eyes narrowing with menace. The man stood the juggling sphere, bending to place it in a pocket at his feet, then straightened, casting a comprehensive gaze over each individual, utterly unperturbed by Shue Shumo's piercing stare. After completing his appraisal, he offered a soft murmur of admiration, seemingly well pleased with what he beheld. "My dear children, consult your neural interfaces." A stentorian voice, emanating from a crimson megaphone within the AI system, incessantly repeated a phrase, causing a glint of elation to flicker in Xia Qishi's eyes. "You are the neophyte facilitator." "Indeed. Astute child. I am designated Mo Shangdong." The man affirmed with a nod, his hand, adorned with a pristine white glove, gently caressing Xia Qishi's cheek with evident fondness, only to have his hand promptly swatted away by the latter. He responded with a nonchalant shrug, raising 3 fingers as he declared, "There are 3 points I must elucidate. Firstly, I am innocuous. Secondly, as a neophyte facilitator, I am akin to your mentor. You may seek counsel from me on any matter." He cleared his throat delicately, causing a flurry of powdered residue to cascade from his face. His exquisitely arched, elongated eyebrows stretched towards his temples, twitching intermittently. With his alabaster complexion and prominent, yellowed teeth, his attempts at gravitas only amplified his comical appearance. "Thirdly, should you find survival exceedingly arduous, I possess an abundance of advantageous merchandise for sale. Your probability of survival shall be greatly augmented." Ha ha ha. Before the assembled could react, he appended his square satchel, previously containing juggling spheres, revealing a profusion of items, a cornucopia of packages and containers of every description. A clownish figure, with a pallid face, a cavernous mouth, and an unrestrained laugh. This individual, a facilitator? Xia Qishi felt an overwhelming urge to occlude her ears, to seize the odorous socks from the feet of the 2 men present and cram them into his gaping maw. After Mo Shangdong had laughed enough, he sensed a chill in the atmosphere and adopted the enthusiastic demeanor of a saleswoman. "So, is there anything that catches your eye?" The group, confronted with what resembled a children's toy store, exhibited little enthusiasm. And Mo Shangdong, flustered, randomly grabbed a handful of thumb-sized beads, miniature versions of the Angry Birds, vibrantly colorful and flamboyant. Despite their diminutive size, tossing one could create a crater spanning 100 meters. Just imagining the scene, where a multitude of mutants would disintegrate into ash, was exhilarating. "What do you think? Are you tempted?" he implored. The others exchanged peculiar glances, showing no inclination to make a purchase. Undeterred, he seized another item. "How about this? This is an invisibility potion. Once consumed, neither ordinary zombies nor mutants can see you vanishing without a trace. How cool is that?" He continued, "Look at this. This is a chip, an essential tool for team coordination. Place it near your temple, and you can communicate your battle strategies through thought alone, enhancing synergy and preventing the presence of inept teammates." The group, somewhat at a loss for words, found it baffling that the new guide, after their arduous entrance, had not shared any fundamental knowledge before launching into a self-serving sales pitch. The novices among them felt utterly out of their depth. Mo Shangdong volubly elucidated the utility of each item, endeavoring to promote his wares. "Behold, this is an energy elixir, possessing." Upon hearing the term energy elixir, Xia Qishi's pupils contracted slightly, recalling when she and when Qianlong encountered Lancome, she had remarked that when Qianlong's abilities were superfluous to her, inferior to the expediency of an energy beverage. "Then, what is the function of this?" Xia Qishi inquired, her gaze fixed upon the vial, interrupting Mo Shangdong's monologue. "Ah, you possess discerning eyes. An excellent question," he exclaimed. "For novices, this energy elixir is tantamount to vital nourishment. Should you neglect to acquire energy, you shall be unable to augment your abilities." Following Xia Qishi's inquiry, Rong Yu and the others began to scrutinize the energy elixir. However, Mo Shangdong's subsequent statement left them bewildered. "Allow me to illustrate," he continued. "In the world preceding this cataclysm, neonates were incapable of independent survival, necessitating sustenance. The options for alimentation were twofold: maternal lactation or infant formula. The nutritional value inherent in infant formula primarily serves to satiate hunger, secondarily facilitating the development of the infant's cerebral cortex, with all bodily requirements being met through the provision of formula. Ergo, this energy elixir is analogous to infant formula. You are the neonates. Should you aspire to growth, to the exploration of new domains, you may assimilate the capabilities within the energy elixir to elevate your rudimentary abilities. Enlightenment dawned upon the assembly. Xiaqishi nodded sagely and began. It's analogous to acquiring rudimentary abilities from the cerebral matrix, which are inherent to the original entity. Thus, to cultivate and elevate these abilities, one must imbibe energy elixirs to catalyze their evolution. The others gazed at Xiaqishi in astonishment. The linen shirt she wore was rumpled, yet the black, form-fitting vest beneath accentuated her slender waist. Her fair, oval face, as she sat quietly, exuded an aura of delicate freshness. Was her inquiry about energy elixirs merely coincidental, or was it intentional? Moreover, was this the sole method for ability augmentation? Or were there individuals who subsisted by assimilating the abilities of others as sustenance? Rong Yu, Han Xing, and the others were visibly alarmed. The notion of absorbing others' abilities as nourishment, as posited by Xiaqishi, was unsettling. Her composed demeanor only amplified her enigmatic nature. When Qianlong, enlightened, recalled the incident with Langmi and the others, fixing his gaze intently on Mo Shangdong. How did you come to possess this knowledge? Mo Shangdong inquired. Several days prior, the blonde adolescent had expressed a desire to preserve Xiaqishi as a final delicacy, eagerly probing whether her ability was replication. Her impatience suggested she was one who could assimilate the abilities of others. Xiaqishi merely sought confirmation from Mo Shangdong. I am unable to provide an answer to that query, Mo Shangdong finally responded after a pause. Xiaqishi intoned somberly, very well, I comprehend. With the topic broached so explicitly, it was implausible that Mo Shangdong remained oblivious. How could a fledgling in his eyes have discerned the possibility of subsisting on the abilities of others? Thus, the guide also hails from another world? You may inquire about the purpose of the tickets. To where will the guide lead you? Such profound inquiries, questions of life and death, are you not compelled to ask? Xiaqishi shrugged her shoulders, while when Qianlong leaned in and remarked, just tell us directly. It was the first time he had encountered children like you. Other newborns were undoubtedly less troublesome. After murmuring a few words, he glanced at the crowd and resolved to fulfill his duty. Within your gift package, there are 2 essential items that must be safeguarded, an identification card and a ticket. These 2 items will transport you to a place of safety, devoid of zombies and mutants. The crowd was taken aback. In the face of the apocalypse, where the entirety of Earth is overrun by the undead and aberrations, where could possibly be safe? The identification card and ticket were well preserved within the newcomers' packages. Who could snatch them away? Shui Shimo posed the most pivotal question. Mo Shangdong nodded, maintaining a favorable demeanor towards the 4-star potentials. Indeed, they can be taken. Once deceased, resurrection is impossible. In the newborn incubators, premature deaths are all too common. The atmosphere grew heavy for the few present. With a sharp clap, Mo Shangdong struck the coffee table before them, raising his gaze to scrutinize the group. His tone grave as he stated, this is precisely why I advised you to procure certain items. Possessing more life-preserving tools significantly enhances your chances of survival. Yet, almost immediately, that gravity dissipated, and he resumed his sales pitch for his wares. My lovely treasure, you should make the purchase. Action speaks louder than words. I solemnly swear with a century of integrity that you will not suffer losses or be deceived. Chapter 16, Fushifah, Guiding Quotas. Why are you here? Asked Xiaqishi. The blue dots in Wang Xian's shared contract should represent the new guides. How could they suddenly appear at the European-style villa, clearly several kilometers away to the west? I followed your signal, replied the guide. As a new guide, my task is naturally to locate the newly born. Glancing at the woman before him, he noted her questions were always peculiar yet strikingly on point. At that moment, Rongyu interjected, "Not far from here, there are two ability users." "Oh, you mean those two signals that are intermittent?" She shook her head and sighed, "I can no longer perceive them. The guide locates newborns through sensing. The stronger the individual's abilities, the more they emit continuous signals, even while standing idly. Weaker abilities result in faint signals, making them harder to find. In Mo Shangdong's words, they are likely to perish. No longer perceivable?" Rongyu furrowed her brow, falling into silence. It was highly probable that the two had encountered misfortune. In the face of impending doom, their abilities and their arrogant, selfish nature indeed could not sustain them for long. Mo Shangdong tirelessly promoted his wares while the others listened absently, occasionally intrigued by the item's capabilities, until Shui Shimo coldly inquired, "Stop wasting time, do you covet wealth?" As everyone turned their gaze, he resolutely shook his head and declared, "I have no interest." When Qianlong, unable to remain composed, who was inherently wild in nature and lacked subtlety in speech, directly inquired, "Since the items you promote are beyond our means, let us dispense with the preamble and state plainly what you wish to extract from us?" Mo Shangdong's crimson lips curled into a smile as she gracefully tightened her white gloves and adjusted the tails of her tuxedo, seating herself opposite the group. "Shall I be forthright?" "Very well. Sooner or later, you will encounter certain matters, provided, of course, that you manage to survive." The crowd held their breath, their hearts racing with anticipation, hoping that this gesture mentor would speak candidly. Exhaling, she began, "Let us start from the very beginning. This world is referred to as the incubator for newborns, specifically designed to nurture those with abilities." "Wait!" When Qianlong interrupted, his expression one of discontent. "Nurture? We did not emerge from eggs, could you not phrase it in a more palatable manner?" Mo Shangdong cast him a nonchalant glance, remaining unfazed as she continued her explanation. "After the newborns are nurtured, our initial guiding task is to seek out promising candidates. Naturally, there are limitations on the number of guides available. Survival of the fittest is an inevitable truth. I am a guide of Route 33, with only 45 slots available. How harsh the reality of survival of the fittest truly is. As the apocalypse descends, the undead roam freely, and the activation of the intelligent brain system to gain abilities is already a formidable challenge. The survival rate in this cataclysmic world is alarmingly low, and to be chosen as a guide for one of the limited slots is an even greater rarity. However, in a world so vast, with a population exceeding 1.3 billion, is it truly the case that only 45 can survive the end times?" Amidst her shock, Xia Qishi felt a flicker of doubt. She pondered the specifics, yet found herself at a loss. At that moment, Shui Shimo raised her gaze, her eyes ablaze with intensity as she asked Mo Shangdong, "Are you the 33rd guide? Is 37 merely a designation? Does that imply the existence of guides numbered 32, 31, 30, and so forth?" This revelation struck Xia Qishi. She regarded the man with a glimmer of surprise. Having just been captivated by Mo Shangdong's mention of the 45 slots, she had overlooked this crucial detail. Indeed, a potential 4-star talent is anything but ordinary. After a brief commendation, she refrained from elaborating further and instead shifted the conversation. "In essence, my intention is this. You do not require wealth to acquire this item, a simple IOU will suffice. However, I will only sell to 3 individuals present here." Upon concluding his statement, he extended his hand, first pointing towards Shui Shimo, then nodding at Han Xing and Xia Qishi. "What manner of transaction is this? Selecting buyers in such a way, and conducting business on credit? Truly, the logic of the apocalypse defies comprehension. Why am I excluded? This is nothing short of blatant discrimination." When Qianlong, who had initially listened obediently, began to sense the disdain directed towards him by the guides. "Because I believe the fates of these 3 individuals are more resilient." When Qianlong was momentarily speechless, indeed, their potential was evident. Subsequently, Xia Qishi selected a vial of potency elixir and 5 angry birds. Shui Shimo only took a vial of potency elixir, leaving the rest untouched. While Han Xing took 2 vials. After glancing at the IOU, they promptly signed it, which merely documented their purchases and quantities. At the end, a line in red font read, "Payment due upon survival." Coughing slightly, Mo Shangdong collected the 3 IOUs, his delicate curls falling over his forehead, obscuring his vision. He immediately straightened up, retrieving a small round flip mirror from his black tailcoat, which he opened with practiced ease. The mirror, no larger than his palm, displayed jumping numbers visible to all. Mo Shangdong meticulously checked his makeup, applying a bold red lipstick to his already striking lips. Upon closing the mirror, he was startled. "Oh no!" His sudden exclamation made their hearts race, and they turned to look. He closed the mirror, observing the jumping numbers on its surface, and cast an apologetic glance at them. "I'm sorry, children, I've taken up too much of your time. Please rest now, as tomorrow marks the reset." Mo Shangdong rose gracefully, bowing slightly, and concluded, "I wish you pleasant dreams. Tonight, you are safe and will not be disturbed again." In a swift exchange of words, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, he had already dashed toward a wall. Remarkably, he not only avoided colliding with it but passed right through. Reminiscent of the spectral entities depicted in horror novels. A bottle of water, carelessly twisted open by Wen Qianlong, toppled onto the coffee table, leaving everyone aghast. "Are we encountering a ghost?" they gasped. Their expressions betrayed disbelief. After all, they had witnessed countless apocalyptic scenarios. Even if a spirit were to intrude, what of it? Furthermore, it hardly appeared to be a ghost. Perhaps it was merely a unique ability possessed by the guide. Once Mo Shangdong departed, Xiao Qishi turned to Shui Shimo and inquired, "What is your interpretation of Mo Shangdong's words before he left? Are you referring to the refresh time for tomorrow?" He countered, tilting his head. Xiao Qishi nodded. "After a night's sleep, we shall know." Without further ado, Shui Shimo rose and loosened the collar of his shirt as he strolled away. "Judging by the layout of this villa, there must be numerous rooms upstairs. Since you seem disinclined to take action, I shall not hesitate to choose first." In the blink of an eye, he vanished at the top of the staircase. This man. His response was utterly irrelevant. "After a night's sleep, we shall know?" Haha, what a splendid answer! Xiao Qishi was the second to rise, also making her way upstairs. Chapter 17, It's her, it's her. Indeed it is her. TSK, the villa's decor is truly beyond description. The LED crystal chandelier cast a luminous glow, while the golden spiral pattern beneath the handrail delineated the blooming begonia. Below the foot of the ladder lay a transparent glass staircase, winding elegantly upward. Upon reaching the second floor, an exquisite sight awaited, eliciting a sense of grandeur and opulence as she ascended, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon her. In the hall, 3 individuals stood in a daze, gazing at her retreating figure. With a light cough, Xiao Qishi startled Rong Yu and the others into realizing the inappropriateness of their stillness, prompting them to rise and prepare to follow her upstairs, while Wen Qianlong remained entranced. "Did you intend to sit here, awaiting the dawn of tomorrow's refresh?" She distinctly observed Wen Qianlong shrink back, suddenly alert. Nonchalantly, she pushed open a door, revealing a room adorned with pink curtains, a pink bed, and pink walls, a veritable sanctuary of youthful pink. With a slight grimace, she chose not to be picky, entering the room to lock the door behind her. Opening the wardrobe, she found herself enveloped in a sea of pink, selecting a set of sportswear to lay by the bed. After a refreshing shower and drying off, she flung herself onto the bed. Closing her eyes, she replayed the guide's words in her mind, and after several days of physical and mental fatigue, Xiao Qishi gradually succumbed to slumber. That night, her sleep was profoundly deep. A sudden series of knocks jolted her awake, and she immediately flipped over to sit up, surveying her surroundings with vigilance. "Sister Qishi, wake up, wake up!" Wen Qianlong's voice was laced with urgency. Quickly, she grabbed the sportswear from beside the bed and slipped it on. As she opened the door, Wen Qianlong seized her shoulders and shook her fiercely, exclaiming, "What should we do? Esteemed seventh evening, the manor is besieged." Upon rushing into the grand hall, she found everyone assembled, their countenances betraying unease. Shueshimo, with a frosty gaze, fixed upon her and, arching an eyebrow, uttered, "Behold for yourself." Xiao Qishi approached the window and, drawing back a slender aperture in the curtains, peered out, instantly seized by a gasp of astonishment. Beyond the iron gates lay a somber expanse of animated cadavers, a veritable ocean of the undead. Their limbs were marred and incomplete, their visages listless, and from their throats emanated guttural howls, akin to those of monstrous beasts. Interspersed within this macabre throng were various mutated entities, their elongated, serpentine tongues lashing out in frenzied agitation. A sight that caused Xiao Qishi's heart to constrict with sudden apprehension was the towering figure standing at the forefront of this ghastly horde. A silhouette that bore a semblance of familiarity. Turning abruptly, she beheld the ravaged visage of Wang Xian. He had become a mutated being. Wang Xian's eyes were suffused with crimson, his corpulent frame riddled with minuscule, sanguine orifices, the remnants of attacks by mutated blood flies. His face was a landscape of gnawed flesh, a grotesque tableau. As his mouth gaped open, a slender, serpentine tongue unfurled and cascaded forth. His pockmarked countenance resembled the lunar surface, so uneven that, in contemporary parlance, a tractor traversing it would surely capsize. 8 o'clock, Beijing time, announced an electronic female voice, resonating within the chamber. Simultaneously, a chime echoed, "Esteemed Xiao Qishi, you have a new message." The others, too, received this missive and hastily accessed their intelligent network systems. What met their eyes was, E-level world, the dead return inaugural battle, refreshed every 4 days, first refresh. Refreshed every 4 days? The atmosphere in the hall was fraught with tension, as the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon those present. The formidable power of the vampire species seemed inadequate even against a level 1 mutant. What, then, could be said of the strength of this level 1 mutant? Just as the intelligence system completed its refresh, a low hum resonated from outside, reverberating painfully against the eardrums, followed by a cacophony of beastly roars. These were the anguished cries of the vampire species and mutants, driven by insatiable hunger. Time was slipping away, Rongyu trembled slightly, her complexion ashen, while Shueshimo bowed his head, lost in thought. Summer Qishi, disregarding the concerns of her companions, exclaimed, "Qianlong, quickly search for any alternate exits." "Go!" "Understood." Without hesitation, Wen Qianlong set off. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Summer Qishi, he placed his utmost trust in her judgment. Her words carried weight. She must have had a plan in mind. "Rongyu, direct your storage bubble sacks towards each window, leaving one at the entrance, with the openings facing outward." "Yes." Rongyu recognized the urgency of the moment, putting aside her curiosity about Summer Qishi's reasoning. She promptly moved to the windows, releasing bubble sacks one after another, ensuring the openings faced the doors and windows. At that moment, it appeared that only Summer Qishi remained composed, her probing inquiries revealing a depth of knowledge far surpassing that of her companions. Outside, an unprecedented scene unfolded, the sea of corpses began to recede, and the vampire species grew surprisingly quiet. A shadowy figure ambled through the sea of the undead, before extricating itself, revealing the petite form of a woman. The instant her figure materialized, a resonant hum echoed once more. Immediately, the vampiric entities and the walking corpses surged forward like unleashed canines, a frenzied advance. However, Wang Xian, with a flicker in his crimson eyes, paused in deliberation, abruptly pivoting to stride in the opposite direction. "You possess the capacity for contemplation?" The figure advanced, obstructing his path. Meanwhile, indoors, when Qianlong rushed over, his face alight with elation. "Qishi, there's a subterranean chamber beneath this villa, and it contains a hidden passage." "Excellent. That will serve as our egress." She responded with a nod, before inquiring, "Rongyu, are you prepared?" "I am, just completing the final one." Romue exhaled the last of the bubble sacs, its aperture directed outward, gradually approaching Xiaqishi. Deafening thuds resounded against every portal, as the undead and vampiric horde amassed, pounding relentlessly. Several of the vampiric entities, positioned at the fenestrations, lashed out with their lingual appendages, initiating a percussive assault. Soon, the initial aberrant entity breached the barrier. Predictably, upon shattering the window, the first mutated creature did not infiltrate the interior. Instead, it was subsumed within the accumulated bubble sacs. Outside, a relentless influx of vampires and the undead persisted, the foremost of the vampires now trapped, unable to advance or retreat. The bubble sacs possessed remarkable malleability and unparalleled elasticity, capable of expanding or contracting in accordance with their contents. The flick of a tongue merely distorted it, failing to penetrate. Every window and door equipped with bubble sacs gradually succumbed, yet no undead or mutated creature managed to breach the interior, instead becoming ensnared within the bubble sacs. Behind them, Shueshumi and others brightened with realization, while Rongyu was engulfed in astonishment, her face reflecting disbelief. It turned out that her storage bubble sacs were not only capable of storing but could also be employed in such a manner. Let us proceed. The group descended into the basement, lifting the manhole cover to enter the underground passage. This villa's subterranean corridor was remarkably spacious, devoid of other branching pipes, and still quite broad, with a foul, darkened sewage ditch running through its center, flanked by narrow walkways ample enough for 2 feet to stand side by side. A familiar voice echoed not far behind them, "It is her, indeed, it is her. Wang Xian. Who is he conversing with? To take revenge." Xiaqishi was taken aback. Wang Xian still harbored an obsession. However, since she was not the one who had captured his mutated form, why should he seek vengeance upon her? Scanning the surroundings revealed no one in sight. Yet, the next moment, a flash of crimson emerged from behind Wang Xian and petite figure appeared, clad in a red skirt, but shockingly, she was missing something above her neck. She was cradling her own head. The severed head, with it as the woman uttered those words, she subtly swayed her body, causing the head cradled in her arms to feign an innocent shyness. Level 1 mutant, species devourer, description, females excel in speed, males in strength. Affection, fond of collecting and exchanging skulls. Intelligence, approximately 18 years old, regardless of perspective, the scene evoked a sense of unease. The woman's countenance darkened. Silencing the head, it began to inhale slowly, its cheeks puffing out, and with a slight parting of its lips, a deafening drone reverberated through the air, disrupting the group's blood flow and causing their hearts to race in sync with the frequency. Soon after the drone commenced, a chorus of roars echoed from afar, indicating that she was summoning and commanding the ghouls and mutants. Xiaqishi suddenly recalled the previous night when she ventured into the darkness, the droning sound, and the way the ghouls acted as shields. She furrowed her brow, realizing that her experience last night was not an illusion. Although the refresh time was 8 o'clock this morning, the ghouls and vampires had been stationed in that street the night before, densely packed, neglecting to hunt, failing to pursue them, and undoubtedly guarding this level 1 mutant. You all bear witness, this one specializes in strength, meaning they should attack without holding back. The others tensed up as well. When Qianlong solidified his arms into twin swords, and Han Xing unleashed his sonic attack, with a flash of red, Han Xing's attack missed its mark. Wang Xian, eyes bloodshot, lunged towards Xiaqishi. When Wang Xian was still in human form, leniency might have been an option. However, even before Xiaqishi could act, a figure interposed himself, Han Xing declaring, "I'll handle this." He vividly recalled the menacing image of Wang Xian's blade aimed at his throat. A pronounced note resonated from Han Xing's lips, and Wang Xian, in mid-stride, suffered the explosive rupture of his head, dissipating into a bloody mist. His body collapsed heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. The abilities he displayed now were clearly of a different caliber than those he had exhibited when they were together, achieved with effortless ease. the Devourer girl remained indifferent to the demise of this mutated being. In her estimation, she was a higher-order, intelligent entity, capable of summoning countless such inferior mutants. Behind Wen Qianlong, the head cradled in the Devourer's hands pouted, seemingly finding this cranium too large for her liking. The head rotated, and another came into view. Kixie! Be careful! A light orb, typically unerring in its targeting, encircled the Devourer's torso, failing to locate the head and abruptly losing its bearings before detonating. The silent dual pistols are ineffective against the Devourer. The thought had barely formed when she was sent hurtling through the air by brute force impact. A single notion flashed through her mind: who said speedsters lacked power? She landed with a resounding thud, tumbling awkwardly before the Devourer materialized in her path. Just as she was about to collide with the creature, she rolled into a firm embrace. A muffled groan emanated from behind her as the person carried her a few hasty steps to evade the Devourer's renewed assault. Xia Qishi looked up to meet a pair of profound eyes. We must devise a battle plan. This thought echoed in the minds of everyone present. And it was at that moment that Xia Qishi remembered Shui Shimo's ability to communicate telepathically, in addition to his power of spatial displacement. Possessing the intellect of an 18-year-old, akin to that of an adult, she would naturally perceive everything expressed. The leverage card is ineffective against the Devourer. As she leapt off Shui Shimo, she grasped the leverage card, realizing that without matching the Devourer's speed, she could not intercept the incoming attack. A gentle breeze brushed against her face as Xia Qishi dashed to Shui Shimo's side, linking her arm with his. He was momentarily taken aback but quickly employed his spatial displacement. Leverage target, spatial displacement, leverage successful, yet, at that moment, the mutated beings surrounding the villa also approached. Perhaps guided by Xia Qishi's thoughts within the villa, their stored abilities could be transformed into traps. Rongyu was the first to step forward. She released a succession of storage bubbles, many of the shambling corpses oblivious to evasion, either lunging or crawling into the openings of the bubbles. With an infinite storage capacity, the bubbles soon became filled to the brim with the encroaching corpses, blocking the path for those behind them. The group was in disarray as they faced the blood-sucking creatures, while more mutated beings and corpses continued to surge from the villa. Almost after the black net enveloped everything, Xia Qishi, akin to a fisherman reveling in a bountiful catch, swiftly gathered the net. The creature, known as the Shizhong, was suddenly constricted, and its severed head tumbled down with a dull thud. Dazed, it emitted a series of frantic buzzing sounds. The resonant hum echoed through the surroundings, aside from the direction of the villa. Xia Qishi noticed some faint black dots emerging behind her. The mutated beings and zombies near the villa erupted into chaos, resorting to self-harm and rushing toward her. Even the storage bubbles, previously blocked, were jolted a few meters, creating towering, human-like steps formed by the stacked mutated entities. This situation could not be allowed to persist. If more mutated beings were drawn to her, Xia Qishi hastened her net collection, her hands moving swiftly to gather the sprawling black net. Once consolidated, the frantic buzzing of the Shizhong ceased abruptly. In the intervals of the net, neatly sliced fragments of flesh emerged, along with bones, all meticulously cut into mesh-like morsels. Chapter 19. Perhaps we should drive in and give it a try. As the buzzing faded, the blood-sucking species and zombies dispersed somewhat, losing their frenzied vigor. Yet, some of the blood-sucking creatures that caught sight of their figures continued to cry out, "Food, food," lashing their tongues in an attempt to pierce the nearby storage bubbles. Saliva splattering everywhere. Sister Qishi, please lend me your strength. When Qianlong's solidified hand plunged into a zombie's skull, crushing it with a resounding force, as he shouted loudly. Xia Qishi herself found it hard to believe that a level 1 mutated creature, the Shizhong, had perished so easily, so effortlessly. Was it truly so fragile? In reality, it was not. Adopting a condescending attitude, the speciesists held themselves in high regard, disdaining both the sanguivorous and the cadaverous. This underestimation proved to be their undoing. For had they commanded the cadaverous and sanguivorous to engage in combat, subsequent events would have been averted. despite evading the projectile launched by Saichishi. They were unprepared for an adversary wielding a fishing net, or rather, a celestial net. Saichishi's countenance betrayed her unease as she stood rigidly before a heap of mangled flesh. Yet, after a few moments, she stooped down and began sifting through the remains. "What are you seeking amidst this carnage?" Shueishimo inquired, approaching her. Saichishi shook her head uncertainly. Meticulously turning over the fragments of flesh pulverized by the celestial net, her fingers gradually becoming stained with dark blood, amidst the gore and viscera. She had merely caught a glimpse of light as she retrieved the net. Shortly thereafter, at the base of the heap of flesh, a glimmer of crimson emerged. Saichishi extracted it, revealing a rhomboid-shaped red crystal, resplendent with iridescent light and warm to the touch. It was a lucky roulette drawstone. A drawstone. "Is that all? No further explanation?" Saichishi queried. As Saichishi accessed the crystal's data, Shueishimo, standing nearby, also received the information, and inquired with perplexity. "What purpose does this serve?" Encountering a scattering of cadaverous or sanguivorous beings along their path, the group exhibited a composure that belied their initial trepidation. After dispatching a few of the cadaverous that obstructed their way, they commandeered an SUV, with Shueishimo now at the helm. "Where shall we proceed?" When Qianlong inquired as they settled into the vehicle. Shueishimo ignited the engine, casting a glance at Saichishi. "What are your thoughts?" He placed considerable importance on the woman's counsel. "Should you find yourselves without a destination, I propose a visit to Chaoyang Cemetery." The cemetery's name was recalled just before when Qianlong roused her. "We have no objections." The three individuals behind her concurred. The vehicle surged forward. Through the grimy windshield, Saichishi observed the landscape, the city and sky alike cloaked in a dismal gray, evoking the atmosphere of a desolate metropolis. Abrasive sand filled the air, its howling wind scattering withered leaves and pebbles against the glass with a clattering resonance. The era of bustling vehicular traffic had become a relic of the past. As they drove, the occasional animated corpse would dart from the roadside, only to be crushed into a pulpy mess. "The apocalypse," Shueishimo murmured, finding the situation akin to a surreal dream. Saichishi glanced at the man driving beside her, remarking, "A 4-star plus rating, a mental fortitude of 300. An exceedingly high potential assessment, and 2 elementary abilities, teleportation and telepathic communication. I am intrigued, given the cerebral system's lofty evaluation of your capabilities." Indicating a superior aptitude, "Why was your activation so delayed?" Their initial encounter occurred within an underground department store, where his cerebral system extension number was ranked quite low. Differing from Saichishi's 191989 by a substantial margin. "Because I previously declined an offer," Shueishimo explained. He glanced at the astonished expressions of his companions, regretting his earlier imprudence. "When the cerebral system attempted to infiltrate my mind, my mental fortitude experienced a significant surge, and as a result, I rebuffed its intrusion." When Qianlong regarded him with an expression akin to that of one observing a peculiar creature, stammering, "Heavens! You refused the intelligence core? How did you manage that?" The individuals in the vehicle, including Saichishi, looked at him with an air of incredulity, as if he were no longer a mere mortal. Shueishimo curled her lip, unwilling to elaborate further, merely stating that the experience had been quite excruciating and advising against idolizing her. "If you manage to survive until the end, do remember to provide me with your autograph." Saichishi attempted to lighten the mood with a cold joke. But not a single person offered a chuckle, prompting her to cease her efforts. More than half an hour passed as the vehicle navigated away from the city and into the countryside, jostling along the bumpy road. In the back seat, Rongyu leaned against Han Xing's shoulder and drifted off once more, while Saichishi felt herself growing dizzy from the vehicle's movements. With a slight shiver, she slapped her cheeks twice, only to realize the rattling sound against the windshield had ceased. They had reached the outskirts. The landscape outside was desolate, with tufts of grass taller than a person, and a solitary muddy country road stretching into the distance. where the rearview mirror revealed a cloud of yellow dust trailing behind them. What time is it? She pondered, unable to discern the hour from the dim light outside. Shueshimo glanced at the display in the vehicle and whispered, "It's 4 o'clock, we should be arriving soon." Suddenly feeling quite famished. When Qianlong rubbed his stomach and blinked awake, Shueshimo frowned, as she too felt the pangs of hunger. Han Xing nodded in agreement, indicating that they all shared this sensation, despite having eaten at the villa the previous night. It was inconceivable that, given their different constitutions, they would all be simultaneously ravenous after merely missing 2 meals. The more one fixates on food, the more insatiable the hunger becomes, accompanied by an incessant swallowing of saliva. The sensation of having starved for days and nights crashes over them like a tidal wave, to the point where even the wild grass by the roadside evokes a desire to pluck and consume it. "Who has food?" exclaimed Wen Qianlong, suddenly recalling the supplies stored in the daikos by Rongyu. He abruptly sat up and shouted, "Stop the car! Stop!" Ignoring him, he turned and roused Rongyu, urging her to retrieve those stored provisions. On the roadside, the group came to a halt. A multitude of cardboard boxes lay nestled within a storage bubble wrap, untouched by moisture or odor, appearing as fresh as if just taken from a refrigerator, quietly resting within the protective casing. "I can't take it anymore, I am so hungry," he declared, hastily unfastening the air valve and reaching inside to extract a box. Upon opening it, he was greeted with an abundance of hamburgers and fries. Xia Qishi glanced around, somewhat puzzled, noting nothing seemed amiss. The vehicle was precariously tilted in the middle of the road. Suddenly, a faint mist began to envelop the surroundings. Was it really fog at just 4 o'clock? The mist thickened from wispy tendrils to a more substantial shroud, and within it, indistinct shadows emerged, obscuring any discernible features, rendering it impossible to distinguish between human and mutant. When Qianlong crouched on the ground, shoving food into his mouth, despite consuming copious amounts, an insatiable hunger gnawed at him. How could he still feel so ravenous? He had just eaten so many hamburgers, and his stomach felt full, yet the hunger persisted, threatening to overwhelm him. And he feared that if this sensation did not dissipate, his ability to solidify might falter. Rising unsteadily, he expressed his confusion. When did the fog roll in?" Xia Qishi swiftly turned him around, directing his gaze towards a particular direction. "Take a look for yourself." Numerous shadowy figures swayed within the thick mist, yet their true forms remained concealed, not making any attempt to confront the group. Xia Qishi kicked a slightly larger stone into the fog, which struck one of the shadows. The figure, seemingly oblivious, continued to meander. "It's a mirage," Xia Qishi surmised, a flicker of speculation crossing her mind. "Perhaps it resembles some kind of illusion. Why don't we drive in and see?" When Qianlong suggested, his mood evidently sour, possibly due to hunger. Chapter 20. The cemetery. Hidden underground in the midst of the dense fog, a shadow could be discerned rummaging through the vehicle. Xia Qishi scuffed lightly and stepped forward, forcefully yanking the car door open. "What are you searching for?" The individual inside was evidently startled. He was a gaunt young man, appearing somewhat disheveled, with a ring adorning his nose. Approximately 18 or 19 years old, his hair was tousled and matted, and he wore a loose, grass-green t-shirt. As several people approached, the young man nervously pulled his t-shirt to cover his left shoulder, only for it to slip off his right. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just hungry." His voice quivered, as if he were aware of his own shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Wen Qianlong was incensed. "You're hungry? We're all starving here." The man pressed his lips together and tilted his head to glance at Shueshimo, then at Xia Qishi and Han Xing. "I assure you, I did not intend to rummage through your belongings. I was merely cast down in this vicinity upon my arrival." Xia Qishi's expression immediately turned frosty. "Are you from another world?" Shueshimo shot a knowing look at Xia Qishi, seemingly grasping the underlying implications. The man, taken aback, ran his fingers through his hair in disbelief. "Could it be? You are natives, or rather, newborn abilities users? The fact that his illusion had proven ineffective against these newcomers left him bewildered. What day is it since the apocalypse? Or rather, how many times has it reset? His inquiry bore a sense of urgency, an eagerness to ascertain the passage of time. Could some unforeseen event have delayed his arrival in this realm? Leave him behind. Let us go. She called to Wen Qianlong, her disdain for individuals from other worlds evident, especially since this one appeared to be solitary. The man was unexpectedly yanked down, stumbling to the ground. He quickly regained his footing, brushing off the dust. Hey! He exclaimed, pointing at the departing vehicle. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, his eyes widened, and he produced a test tube filled with a blue liquid from his hand. They smell of energy drinks. After swallowing hard, the timid expression vanished, and he muttered, after all, it's quite normal for several newborns to perish before being marked, perhaps. I shall make do for now. Shui Shimo furrowed her brow and asked, are there truly individuals from another world? Indeed, Xia Qishi replied. She briefly recounted her encounter with Lankmi in a calm yet detached manner, but soon found herself reluctant to continue, overwhelmed by a profound fatigue. The Chaoyang cemetery swiftly came into view, yet Xia Qishi remained motionless in the car, staring at the cemetery gates that stood so close. Where the clues to her parents' fate lay just within reach. However, she felt too weak from hunger to open the car door. With a slight movement of her eyes, she glanced at her reflection in the rearview mirror. Her complexion appeared darkened, her lips parched and devoid of color, and her hair resembled withered leaves, signs that one would expect in the presence of impending death. The gnawing hunger intensified, gradually consuming her sanity, while behind her, Wen Qianlong lay in a daze from starvation, and Rongyu was slumped helplessly in the back seat. Only Shui Shimo seemed somewhat alert, though his face was pale and his hair lacked luster, presenting a stark image of severe malnourishment, perhaps a consequence of his status as a 4-star enhanced individual. I am so hungry. Xia Qishi's vision darkened as she leaned against the car window. Shui Shimo quickly leaned in to check her breath. Reflecting on the words and actions of the guide from the previous night, he recalled that there had been no useful information imparted, save for his relentless promotion of his products, energy drinks. Gazing at the energy drink in his hand, he pondered for a moment before twisting off the cap, inhaling its scent, and then tilted his head back to drink. Surprisingly, it bore no particularly stimulating flavor. Shui Shimo took a sip, feeling his hunger diminish instantly, as if every cell within him rejoiced. Glancing at the woman beside him, who had succumbed to slumber, he approached without hesitation. Xia Qishi felt a cool sensation flow down her esophagus, gradually revitalizing her body, akin to barren trees sprouting leaves as spring arrives. Upon awakening, her gaze was met by a pair of deep, dark eyes that seemed to pierce her soul. Are you feeling better? She heard. Xia Qishi nodded, looking down at the empty energy drink in his hand. Did you drink it all? You didn't have any? Not at all, we shared it equally. Shui Shimo replied with a gentle smile, his pearly, well-aligned teeth appearing rather endearing. She was taken aback, the term endearing flashing through her mind unbidden. Lowering her gaze, she retrieved an energy drink from her neural repository and offered some to Han Xing in the back seat. Upon awakening, he expressed gratitude with a glance before sharing the energy drink with Wen Qianlong and Rongyu. Name: Xia Qishi, physical ability, 80, mental strength, high, weapon, transformable hammer, Form 1, XXL bone cutting knife. Form 2, silent dual firearms, basic ability, unexpected champion of egg smash game, item acquired, heavenly net, new item acquired, rebound card, after consuming the energy drink. Each individual experienced a slight enhancement in their abilities. Xia Qishi's mental strength increased, and she acquired a rebound card. Outside the Chaoyang cemetery, the square was filled with vehicles, their surfaces coated in dust, suggesting they had been idle for quite some time. The towering stone steps ascended endlessly, and a few individuals trailed behind her. Upon reaching the final few steps, she gazed in astonishment at the vast expanse of flat land before her. A graveyard, indeed, was expected to have mounds. Yet here lay a peculiar stretch of level ground, devoid of any tombstones, remarkably clean and free from weeds. Sister Chishi, what brings us here? When Qianlong could not suppress his curiosity. Has the apocalypse altered the landscape, causing Chaoyang Cemetery to vanish? Have we lost all clues regarding our parents? Xia Qishi knelt down and tapped the ground. In addition to the metallic clanging, there was a deep, resonant sound. Without lifting her head, she instructed. Please help me open this. When Qianlong promptly stepped forward, responding, Sure thing. It's nothing. Upon prying open the iron plate, a red-painted handrail staircase was revealed, extending into the darkness below. I'm going in, you may choose not to follow. All the corpses beneath were buried in the earth. Who knew if there were mutated vampiric species or evolved level 1 predators lurking within? Drawing out the silent twin cannon, she fired several rounds of light projectiles, which illuminated a small area. Yet, before Xia Qishi could discern anything, the light exploded, and darkness encroached once more. As she descended the staircase, gripping the handrail tightly, a sense of anxiety washed over her. Exploring the unknown invariably brings psychologica. As Xia Qishi gazed upward, a dark shadow descended, colliding violently with her. She was sent tumbling alongside the shadow, her body intermittently striking against the railing, her back painfully scraped by the unforgiving steps, and her arms burned from the friction as she rolled down without the chance to shield herself. She instinctively protected her head as she continued to tumble. After what felt like an eternity, she landed simultaneously with the shadow, her hands meeting the cold, slick surface beneath her. Above, Shueishamo's voice rang out, Qianlong, Qishi. Are you both alright? Chapter 21, What power are you truly using? No sooner had Wen Qianlong's voice faded than a hazy light illuminated the surroundings. It was voice-activated lighting. Sister Qishi, did you hurt yourself in the fall? When Qianlong approached to assist her, exhaling a cloud of white vapor, his body jolting in response to the chill. As Xia Qishi rose, she realized that the ground beneath her was entirely smooth ice. Despite the sweltering summer outside, the underground cemetery was as frigid as a tomb. This was an immense subterranean space, with a flat ceiling adorned with rows of simple circular lamps, each spaced a few steps apart. The dim yellow light was surrounded by a faint mist of cold air, illuminating the items within her line of sight. Numerous concrete partitions filled the underground area, reminiscent of the grain storage in her childhood home. Surely, the compartments housed those who had been interred? Behind her, Shueishamo's voice echoed. He, along with Han Xing and others, had followed her down. When Qianlong stepped forward to grasp the handle of one partition but found it locked, standing before a particular compartment, she gazed at the array of formulas drawn in white chalk on its surface. She could not comprehend them. As one gazes around, each compartment is adorned with a chaotic array of painted formulas. Shueishumi remarked, to call this a burial site would be more aptly described as a frenzied laboratory. Xia Qishi gasped, Can you comprehend this? Shueishumi nodded, an odd expression crossing his face as he approached another compartment. Pointing to the end of a formula where a cross was drawn, he said to Xia Qishi, These are all failures. Just as Xia Qishi was about to respond, a sound akin to shattering ice emanated from the adjacent compartment. The square dashed lines on the wall trembled slightly, and a metal plate shot forth, propelling a redwood coffin with a swift motion, sending shards of ice scattering across the floor. Shueishumi swiftly enveloped Xia Qishi, transporting them to another location as they observed this sudden occurrence. What is this? Looking around, when Qianlong stood nearby, just in front of another compartment, while Rongyu and Han Xing were only a few steps away from the two. How did this coffin spring forth? The thought barely crossed their minds when, in an area where the sound-activated lights had not yet illuminated, the lights abruptly flared to life. Then, amidst a cacophony of crackling sounds, more redwood coffins emerged, propelled forcefully by mechanisms, all lined up in an array, shrouded in a veil of white mist. A sense of dread filled Xiaochishi's heart. This was not good. Silently grasping her dual pistols, the others behind her stood alert. Under the dim light, those vividly red coffins lay eerily still, aligned neatly on the metal plate. Suspended in midair. Had this scene unfolded before the apocalypse, Xiaochishi would surely have been terrified to the core. A light chuckle escaped his lips. And from behind a distant crimson coffin emerged a gaunt visage, its hair matted from neglect. Most peculiar was the nose ring adorning the frail countenance, whose features were sunken and complexion darkened, resembling a corpse that had crawled forth from its grave, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, this individual had been seen not long ago. When had he arrived? "Apologies for startling you," he said with a laugh. "I merely wished to share a jest. You see, despite my appearance, I am no match for any of you." The man raised his skeletal hand and slowly emerged from behind the red coffin, approaching the group with a languid gait. His garments hung loosely upon him, indeed suggesting a fragile constitution. In the apocalypse, one must never underestimate the term fragile. Casting a glance at Xiaochishi, whose petite frame seemed equally delicate, one could not discern the tremendous strength concealed beneath her seemingly frail exterior. Regardless of how this man had managed to catch up with them, his status as a being from another world precluded any thoughts of underestimation. The newly acquired, rebound card, was discreetly clutched in her hand. "I am Wang Mingchuan," he introduced himself, sincerity etched upon his face as he inquired. "I was merely a bit hungry and wanted to know if you had any food to spare?" When Qianlong chuckled, his arm transforming fluidly into a stone sword, "Ah! You seek an energy drink, do you? Unfortunately, we are out." Wang Mingchuan furrowed his brow, displaying an expression of dismay as he turned his back to the group, exclaiming, "Very well, then. You have chosen wisely." A thought occurred to Wen Qianlong. Xiaochishi's heart raced as she watched Wang Mingchuan's retreating figure. Her gaze fixated on his back as he took one step, then two, then three. After a few moments of stillness, the reflection card in Xiaochishi's hand activated with a faint glow. Reflection card, a derivative of the leverage card, it can reflect one attack per day. Daily counterattack limit reached. The heat emanating from her hand indicated that Wang Mingchuan had already attacked. If the attack had been reflected, why was Wang Mingchuan unaffected? This suggested that Wang Mingchuan's attack was invisible, necessitating greater caution. "Actually, I'm immune to my own attacks," the man suddenly declared, wagging his index finger in a somewhat effeminate manner. Upon closer inspection, Wang Mingchuan's chest heaved as he gasped for air, the previous action having consumed a significant amount of energy. He glanced at the stunned individuals, a smirk playing on his lips, and continued his earlier train of thought. "Searching for more energy is too troublesome. The energy of newborns, hee. I'll just make do." The opponent was from another world, and although seemingly human, his danger far exceeded that of any mutated creature she had encountered thus far. Without hesitation, Xiaochishi pulled the trigger. Someone beside her shoved her abruptly. Caught off guard, Xiaochishi collided with the crimson coffin. The silent dual pistols clattered to the ground. Xiaochishi's face paled as the old injuries from her earlier tumble, combined with the impact, caused her to inhale sharply in pain. Several individuals attacked her simultaneously. With no time to dwell on her pain, she scrambled to her feet. Kicking off her shoes and gliding barefoot across the floor for several meters, narrowly avoiding the attacks. When Qianlong's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at her as if she were his father's nemesis, his petrified arm found a gap and struck fiercely, displaying agility far beyond his usual movements. "Qianlong, awaken!" Xiaochishi shouted urgently. As she saw Wen Qianlong's stone sword slicing toward her, she retaliated without hesitation, tripping him with a swift kick. Yet in the next moment, Han Xing stood behind her, his spine colliding violently, causing a resounding crack. Xiaochishi's feet slipped, and she stumbled forward, a circular opening loomed before her. And before the force of her momentum dissipated, she was enveloped within a bubble pouch. A bittersweet smile crossed Xiaochishi's lips as she curled up inside. Fully aware of the elasticity of the storage bubble impervious even to the tongue whip of a mutated bloodsucker. She coldly regarded Wang Mingchuan. What ability are you wielding? The intelligence system was comprehensive, capable of reading the data of mutants, the statistics of energy potions, even the data of angry birds. Yet it could not decipher the abilities of those endowed with powers. Recalling the tiny, colorful round egg-like birds, Xiao Qixi's eyes glimmered. An illusion. Have you not encountered it before? Wang Mingchuan slowly approached, admiringly poking the storage bubble pouch. When she had previously encountered Wang Mingchuan amidst the dense fog, Xiao Qixi surmised that the shadow within was an illusion. Yet, that illusion had at least been visible. How was this illusion ensnaring when Qianlong and the others when everything around was undeniably real? This contraption must have evolved from safety. Chapter 22, The Fortunate Roulette. After circling the bubble chamber twice, Wang Mingchuan gazed in astonishment at the redwood coffins that sprang forth from each compartment. What on earth are these natives up to? He mused. Carelessly lifting one of the coffin lids, he suddenly let out a startled cry, retreating several paces in alarm. Good heavens, what a stroke of bad luck! Reluctantly casting a glance at Xiao Qixi and the others, he turned and dashed outside, slipping and stumbling on the slick, icy floor. Damn it, these natives are insane. As Xiao Qixi shifted her gaze to Wang Mingchuan's receding figure, she noticed several dark shadows swiftly pursuing him. The coffin lid struck the ground, leaving a white imprint, while a swarm of dark, writhing creatures emerged from within the coffin, bouncing onto the floor. Each creature was roughly the size of a rat, resembling bedbugs. How could there be bedbugs of such size? Level 1 mutant. Mutant bedbug. Xiao Qixi pondered the existence of other level 1 mutants beyond the blood-sucking variety when the neural system abruptly exploded in her ears. A ringing sensation filled her head, a consequence of the system's warning. The message clearly indicates, after the refresh, level 1 mutants will appear, with their strength surpassing that of the blood-sucking species. Sister Qixi, how are you in the bubble chamber? Ouch, why does my body hurt all over? Silence. Seeing the continuous surge of black bedbugs from the red coffin, Xiao Qixi's scalp tingled, and she commanded in a low voice. The child, in a moment of impulsive aggression, showed no mercy. Although ensnared by an illusion, her heart still burned with indignation. Behind you are level 1 mutated pests, remain vigilant. Summer Qixi urgently warned as she noticed several foul creatures approaching the group. She gestured to Rongyu, imploring, quickly, release me. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Rongyu repeatedly apologized as she hastily approached. She dipped her fingers into her mouth, coated them with saliva, and smeared it onto the bubble pouch. The pouch burst forth like a balloon, and the air within escaped chaotically, causing it to deflate instantaneously. Summer Qixi scrambled out without delay. On the stairs, Wang Mingchuan's figure had vanished. Lowering her gaze, she spotted a mass of black pests huddled together at the base of the steps, their gnawing sounds resonating ominously. Moments later, they scattered, revealing nothing but a chilling skeleton. Wang Mingchuan, merely a low-tier ability user from another realm, had ventured here hoping for a stroke of luck, only to awaken amidst a refresh event. A refresh signified doubled hunger and doubled peril, with nothing to his name. He had to rely on energy drinks for survival or prey upon newborns to absorb their abilities. Just as he finally encountered his first batch of newborns, he met his demise. Regardless of his unwillingness to accept death, those who remained fought desperately for survival, discarding the silent dual pistols to Shui Shumo. The latter seized them without hesitation, employing spatial shifting to fire with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Summer Qixi produced the heavenly net and, with a vigorous flick, cast it into the air. The black net unfurled majestically as it descended, enveloping a vast multitude of mutated pests. The pressure on Han Xing and the others immediately eased. However, during Xiao Qixi's net retrieval, forcefully tugging at the massive net was rather time-consuming, and her own defenses would be weakened. At this moment, she could only choose to trust her companions. After several stink bugs were killed, many more surged out from behind. Xiaoqishi quickly retrieved the net. And chunks of foul-smelling flesh, the remains of the dismembered stink bugs, were visible through the mesh, leaving behind a large expanse of pink, rhombus-shaped crystals that clattered crisply. Do stink bugs also contain lucky roulette drawstones? The group's attacks did not cease, but the mutated stink bugs continued to pour out incessantly. After mutating, their scarlet compound eyes greedily watched the group, as if they couldn't wait to swarm and devour them. Xiaoqishi glanced at the red coffins dragged by the iron plates and realized that some of the mutated stink bugs were actually swarming to the red coffins. Pushing open more coffin lids, and releasing even more mutated stink bugs. The dense mass of mutated stink bugs surged toward the group. Xiaoqishi was alarmed. These were all level 1 mutated entities. A previous idea of hers could not be used at this moment, or else everyone would be affected. These mutated stink bugs were the size of rats. If they were to latch onto anyone, their lives would certainly be in danger. Just looking at the skeleton at the stairwell was enough to know. Her gaze swept toward the back. Xiaoqishi saw that the dark space behind the tomb was incredibly vast, while no stink bugs were surging out from behind them. Move! Retreat! As soon as she spoke, the others did as she said without a word. Qianlong, your whole body is in pain, right? Xiaoqishi asked leisurely. When Qianlong nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Xiaoqishi kicked him. He was caught off guard, howling in agony as he slid onto the smooth ice surface. A remark slipped from Xiaoqishi's lips. Since your entire body aches, a little more pain won't matter. She gritted her silver teeth, using this kick to avenge his previous betrayal. Seeking an escape, she urged herself to move swiftly. Such a vast underground tomb could not possibly have only one entrance. Previously, while eliminating the devouring species, she had the inclination to collect the diamond-shaped crystals, but now, with an abundance of pink diamond crystals beneath the netting, her interest had long since waned. No exit! The voice of Wen Qianlong echoed from afar. A sense of despair washed over Xiaoqishi, regretting her impulsive actions. In front of them, the stench bugs had already blocked their retreat. In the next moment, when Qianlong's astonished voice rang out, Sister Qishi, there's a stone that glows. After tossing out a few nets, they retreated to a dead end. A massive stone disc, approximately 7 or 8 meters wide, emanated a soft purple luminescence, strikingly visible under the dim yellow light. Encircling the disc, a square of red zebra stripes marked the perimeter, boldly declaring the words safety zone right in front of it. Several swift-moving mutated stench bugs attempted to encircle them but halted their advance upon reaching that spot. Quick, get inside! Xiaoqishi's eyes sparkled as she pushed the people beside her, urging them to enter that area. Shueshimo raised an eyebrow. Leave it to me. With a series of swift movements, he deftly maneuvered and flung several individuals into the red-striped zone. Exhausted, several individuals lay haphazardly together, oblivious to who pressed against whom. Simply resting in a heap. Xiaoqishi sat nearby, gasping for breath, her heart racing with tension, fear, and a twinge of guilt for nearly dragging others down with her. Emotions searing through her very core. The air felt insufficient, her heartbeat threatening to leap from her throat. After a prolonged moment, she turned and rose. Before her lay a stone disc, sturdy legs supporting a massive grinding stone adorned with 1 to 12 intricate traditional characters, the pointer motionless, reminiscent of ancient timekeeping devices. At the center of the disc, a diamond-shaped slot aligned perfectly with the pointer. Activate hidden rewards, Lucky Wheel. The intelligent brain system lacks logical laws. The gaming machine requires tokens, and the lucky wheel naturally requires lucky draw stones. Chapter 23, The Blue Bottle is Delectable. Recalling the moment in front of the villa when she had slain the voracious creature and rummaged through the flesh in search of diamond crystals, Xiaoqishi's conviction deepened. Either her premonitory intuition was exceptionally strong, or her cognitive structure diverged from the norm. Xiaoqishi swallowed, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. She hefted the weighty fishing net and declared, everyone has a share. With a swift motion, she tossed the net onto the ground. Crouching to untangle its opening, a mound of red diamond crystals tumbled forth, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Xiaqishi picked up the crystals and inserted them into the slot. 6 crystals in total. Upon their placement, the previously inert stone disc sprang to life, brilliance radiating increasingly, the pointer commencing a rapid spin, whirling past the 12 traditional characters. Xiaqishi felt an exhilarating rush akin to winning a lottery scratch-off ticket. What would she draw? When Qianlong rubbed his hands together, stretching his neck in anticipation. As the tense waiting reached its peak, the pointer halted at the numeral 12. In the next moment, a sharp sound emanated from beneath the 4-legged pedestal, and 2 bottles resembling yellow beverages tumbled forth in succession. 12th prize? C-grade energy drink, quantity, 2, C-grade energy drink? A look of utter bewilderment swept across several faces. After persistent inquiries to the intelligence system, they discovered that energy drinks were classified into grades A, B, and C, and the offerings provided by the guide, Mo Shangdong, were not even classified as C-grade. They were merely a C-grade energy drink that had been diluted countless times before being repackaged. This revelation implied that what they had consumed previously was a substandard product, a counterfeit. However, since it contained components of an energy drink, the intelligence system refrained from assigning a grade during data interpretation, merely labeling it as energy drink. Upon learning the truth, a strong desire to dismember Mo Shangdong surged within them. Mo Shangdong's name seemed to serve as a reminder not to be deceived. That unscrupulous merchant. Beside him, when Qianlong nudged her and hesitantly murmured, "Sister Qishi, could you allow me to try my luck?" Xia Qishi stepped aside, creating space. In a frenzy, when Qianlong inserted several diamond-shaped crystals into the slot, prompting the pointer to spin the radiant wheel of fortune shone ever brighter, the moment stretching slightly longer, until finally, the pointer came to rest upon the number 1. A clear crack resonated from the base of the pedestal, and a blue plush toy tumbled forth, landing with a soft thud at Wen Qianlong's feet. What on earth is this? He bent down, extending 2 fingers to grasp the toy, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a peculiar figure resembling a small body with an oversized head. The Dormon. "Do not touch me with those filthy fingers of yours!" exclaimed the Dormon, flipping over to sit upright, displeasure etched across its face as it glared at Wen Qianlong. With a sharp crack, Wen Qianlong rubbed his face, exclaiming, "Ouch! That hurts! I can't believe this isn't a dream! Sister Qishi, let me try!" Upon seeing this, Rongyu's excitement surged, and she joyfully bounced on her feet, embodying the spirit of a little girl. After inserting a crystal, the pointer spun once more, and Rongyu received a bottle of Fly 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 potion. The intelligence system explained, "Fly Fly Fly potion, shout to the sky, I want to fly, and ascend 10 meters, 100 meters, or even 1,000 meters." The name may have seemed trivial, but its potential was extraordinary. Summer Chishi's envy was palpable. Flying was a dream, reminiscent of martial arts dramas where one could glide over water or soar above bamboo groves, or the celestial realms where one could ride a sword through the skies. As long as one was not afraid of heights, it was a truly ethereal experience. "Hurry up, I want to try again," Summer Chishi shouted in frustration. Next, Han Xing drew the amplification potion, a fitting choice for him, as he was inherently of a fish demon lineage. Utilizing anything else would only complicate matters. But this amplification potion would enhance his sonic attacks perfectly. "Brother Shui, it's your turn." Rongyu could hardly contain her excitement. After Shui shimmo the crystal stones, the pointer on the roulette spun for a full 3 minutes, eventually rolling out from the base of the 4-legged stone pedestal a pair of gloves ablaze with crimson flames. The gloves themselves were a fiery red, with wisps of flames dancing above, impervious to the wind. Suddenly, Xia Qishi launched an attack with a sweeping kick. But Shui Shimo reacted swiftly, unleashing a curtain of fire in response to the punch. The sizzling noise erupted as Xia Qishi found herself unable to evade in time, her hair soon emitting wisps of smoke accompanied by a pungent smell. This was reckless. Remarkable. The loquacious Wen Qianlong slapped his thigh in astonishment. Each participant seemed to possess extraordinary luck in the lottery, making her green with envy. When her turn came again, she inserted a few diamond-shaped crystals and watched intently as the pointer began to spin, her gaze unwavering. The light suddenly surged, followed by a distinct crackling sound. Xia Qishi immediately bent down to investigate, revealing a yellow beverage bottle at the base of the stone pedestal. Bottles of C-grade energy drink rolled to her feet, and finally, a blue bottle slowly emerged. Xia Qishi was momentarily stunned, her expression the most dismal it had ever been. This isn't too shabby, heh? A blue bottle, delightful. She forced a smile as she picked up the solitary blue bottle of B-grade energy drink and tilted her head back to down it, finishing the bottle in mere seconds. She burped, feeling quite full. Supporting her waist, she sensed her stomach swelling heavily, a weighty sensation within. As soon as she barely settled down, her body began to tremble violently, shivers coursing through her frame. The temperature surged, and her heated form gradually melted the icy surface beneath her, releasing layers of vapor into the air. Sister Qishi, is this an epileptic seizure? Wen Qianlong's eyes brimmed with concern. You're the one having a seizure. And your entire family as well. Summer Qishi, trembling uncontrollably, extended her finger in an attempt to rebuke the indiscreet individual before her, but words eluded her. Her jaw quivered alongside the violent shakes of her body, the intense heat radiating from within her felt as though her skin was on the verge of melting. Shueishimo furrowed his brow and reached for Summer Qishi's forehead, recoiling immediately from the searing heat, his palm rising with blisters. Sister Qishi. Wen Qianlong leaned forward. Do not touch her. Finally, Shueishimo declared, she just drank an energy drink. What felt like hours passed. And Summer Qishi's body reached a peak of heat, her limbs curling tightly, her hair either drenched in sweat or mist, resembling steamed buns exuding steam. The thin ice beneath her was scorched, forming a deep indentation. A dense mist enveloped the area around the roulette, as the others stood vigil until her tremors gradually subsided, allowing them to exhale in relief. Qishi, what just happened to you? Shueishimo gestured to the blisters on his palm for her to see. Slowly, Summer Qishi rose from the ground, her expression transitioning from confusion and fatigue to astonishment, joy, and ecstasy. Her face displayed a myriad of emotions. Her lively eyes sparkling with delight, lips curling into a smile as she looked at everyone and proclaimed, I believe I have evolved. Chapter 24. Oh, you are still alive? Evolution? A few pairs of eyes widened in astonishment. Xia Qishi lifted her delicate chin, her joy unmistakable. Indeed, the intelligent brain system had conveyed such news. More importantly, the transformation hammer could now be manipulated at will, breaking the previous limitation of being usable only every 2 days. In contrast to the astonishment and disbelief of the others, a calm voice emerged. As far as I know, after consuming a B-grade energy drink, not only do various attributes increase, but one can also go without feeling hunger for an entire month. The energy expenditure when utilizing one's abilities will diminish to a minimum. The greatest advantage lies in the enhancement of one's physique. To draw an analogy from a fantasy novel, her current physical prowess is akin to stepping into the realm of innate martial artists. Following the voice, the group shifted their gaze downward. A small figure stepped forward from behind Wen Qianlong, hands clasped behind its back. It was Ding Dang Cat, with a disproportionately large head and a diminutive body. Its oversized pockets crafted from coarse stitching occupying much of its belly. Don't ask me how I know, I'm merely a tool, it exclaimed, raising its white paw to shield itself from the incredulous stares of the others. A tool? A sentient and articulate tool? The apocalypse was increasingly resembling a gaming world. And now even tools had come to life. Xia Qishi stretched languorously, surveying the vast expanse of black bugs outside the safe zone. She picked up several bottles of energy drinks from the ground and handed them to the others, saying, Apologies, but these are all C-grade. Suddenly, she turned her gaze upward. looking intently at Shueshimo, and asked, regarding those red coffins in the compartments, aside from identifying whether they are failures, have you made any other discoveries? Shueshimo shook her head. Very well, you may indulge in your beverages for now, but do assist me in examining each coffin afterward, mind you, I mean every single one. Although she had a faint inkling of the answer, she still wished to confirm it one last time. Sorry for the trouble, replied Xiaqishi, her tone gentle. The first to collapse and convulse was Shueshimo. Surrounded by rising mist, white vapor enveloped her, obscuring visibility while the sizzling sound of scalding molten iron meeting cold water echoed intermittently. Is this the ability of a 4-star enhanced individual? Xiaqishi mused with a confident smile, yet it remained uncertain who would prove more formidable in the future. Next, Han Xing, Rong Yu. And when Qianlong sequentially consumed the energy drinks, Xiaqishi silently observed them from the sidelines, studying who rolled their eyes the most dramatically and who convulsed most rapidly. Dense steam erupted upwards, gradually obscuring the lanterns, the mist turning a sickly yellow. Outside the safety line, the mutated vermin crawled restlessly, and Xiaqishi spat towards them, causing a stir among the swarm, which quickly surrounded the spot of saliva. Could this evolution manifest in a more normal manner? It truly resembles a fit. When Qianlong groaned as he slowly rose, his face clearly expressing astonishment despite his choice of words, Xiaqishi turned to everyone, extending 2 fingers. At present, you have 2 choices before you. The first is to remain here, relying on energy drinks to sustain yourselves, as long as you stay within the safety line. Those mutant insects will not breach it. Occasionally, you may cast a net within the boundary, relying on the luck of the wheel to draw forth energy drinks. The second option is to leave this place in search of a truly safe haven. The allure of the former choice is undeniable at present, however. Who can confidently assert that the refresh occurring every 4 days will not yield second or even third level variants? Is the safe zone still deemed secure against such heightened mutations? A few remained silent, for they had long possessed the answers in their minds, yet were hesitant to voice their thoughts, uncertain of how others might respond. Ding, Xiaqishi. You have a new email, call to assembly. Upon opening the intelligence system, a few bold characters caused her breath to hitch. Oh, you're still alive? What tone is that? Simultaneously, the others also accessed their intelligence system emails, and moments later, Shueshimo raised an eyebrow and remarked, now, aside from the second option, are there any other alternatives? He inherently favored the second choice, believing that remaining here was tantamount to awaiting death. The email read, Newborns designated by Guide No. 33. Please adhere to the prescribed route to assemble at the final destination. Following was a map, with a bold red line illustrating the designated path. July 7th. Precisely at 8:00 a.m., please arrive punctually, latecomers will not be accommodated. The intelligence system announced the final assembly location, which was several provinces away from their current position. Xiaqishi spoke up, today doesn't count, we still have 10 days. When Qianlong interjected, 10 days? We need to find a vehicle and take turns driving, time is of the essence. Xiaqishi's fleeting thought was strikingly lean, apart from being a chatterbox. He was an omnipotent key, with no other virtues yet revealed. Meanwhile, Ding Dang Cat, heedless of the surroundings, stuffed several energy drinks he had acquired into his pockets. Shueshimo remarked, after traversing several provinces over the past 10 days, it indeed seems ample. However, should we encounter any delays along the way, such as the quadrennial refresh day or perhaps more formidable mutated entities, or even hunters from another world, time is of the essence. Shueshimo's words echoed Xiaqishi's sentiments, having preempted her. Rongyu tugged at Han Xing's sleeve, not directing her gaze at Shueshimo, but rather addressing Xiaqishi. Sister Qishi, we all trust your judgment. Upon noticing Xiaqishi's glance, Shueshimo couldn't help but smile, showing no signs of resentment. Hey, Shueshimo! Remember your promise to me. Xiaqishi stood within the safety zone, her eyes fixed on the tumultuous sea of mutated insects outside, readying herself for battle. Leave it to me, you need not worry. She replied calmly. What would her abilities entail? Behind her, the keen-eared Wen Qianlong was about to inquire about the meaning of walking into a trap when Xia Qishi suddenly lunged forward into the swarm of bugs. Instantly, the mutated insects raised their crimson, greedy compound eyes, rushing towards her in a frenzied pursuit. A few companions followed suit, but within a meter of Xia Qishi, the space was already engulfed in darkness. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto her lips as she beckoned, "Come forth. The mutated stink bugs have begun to develop consciousness." Upon seeing the peculiar smile of the human woman, they instinctively sensed danger and retreated, leaping high as they charged towards her. The fishing net she held in her hand shimmered with a dazzling red light, scattering around her as a swarm of black insects surged forth. By the time the bugs regained their composure, they found themselves ensnared in the net. Xia Qishi dragged the net along, allowing the mutated stink bugs to burrow into it without any defense. Those that attempted to launch an attack on her all voluntarily leaped into the trap. When Qianlong observed the petite figure clearing a path ahead with disbelief, swallowing hard as he turned to the similarly stunned individuals beside him and asked, "Sister Qishi, has she activated some sort of cheat?" Outside, the graveyard approached the depths of night. A tremendous roar erupted from beneath the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Suddenly, the cemetery collapsed, forming a vast pit. The group, standing at a distance, felt the ground shake beneath their feet as clouds of yellow sand filled the air, with shards of rock and debris striking their exposed skin painfully. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, Xia Qishi's silhouette gradually emerged. "This is the true essence of burial," she murmured, standing at the edge of the collapse. Far off, Wen Qianlong, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, waved his hands vigorously, exclaiming, "Sister Qishi, how many angry birds did you unleash?" With the yellow sand swirling behind her, Xia Qishi raised a hand and shook it, leaving the others in utter disbelief. 5. Chapter 25. There is but one answer: he is already dead. With the naked eye, one can observe this world in all its starkness. The sky remains a cerulean blue, the sun continues to shine brilliantly, and the scorching rays cascade down, illuminating the entirety of the earth, revealing a scene that is both startling and somber, a landscape devoid of life and color. Every street is littered with dismembered limbs, and the oppressive heat carries an unbearable stench of decaying flesh. The roads are marred by flattened remnants of what once was, while mutated flies hover nearby, feasting on the grotesque remains. "Allow me to take the wheel," exclaimed Xia Qishi, as Shueshimo readily switched seats with her. Xia Qishi furrowed her brow, abruptly slamming on the brakes. She exited the vehicle, brandishing dual pistols, and resolutely fired a shot. "Deep down, you still possess kindness," Shueshimo remarked, casting a fleeting glance her way as she returned to the car. The origin of the undead is rooted in the resurrection of the deceased, unless one obliterates its brain. Its limbs may regenerate, thus presenting yet another opportunity for infection. Those infected transform into abominations, which in turn may evolve into even more troublesome entities. Ultimately, "I do not harbor kindness," Xia Qishi retorted, her gaze unwavering, unwilling to concede to Shueshimo's assertion. In the back seat, Wen Qianlong suddenly began to clap enthusiastically. "Sister Qishi, this is the most logical reasoning I have heard since the apocalypse began." Meanwhile, Rong Yu dozed against Han Xing's shoulder, and Ding Dang Mao retrieved a lollipop from his pocket, licking it with delight. Xia Qishi cast a few glances at the peculiar creature, but her interest waned. She had concluded that Ding Dang Mao served merely as a prop, possessing the ability to speak. The air conditioning in the car was malfunctioning, and the temperature inside was stifling. Beads of sweat formed on the brows of several individuals, while Xia Qishi's back was completely soaked. In a fit of irritation, she tugged at the pole cord, causing the sunshade in front of the windshield to cascade down with a rustling sound, blocking the glaring sunlight. "We are being followed," Shueshimo declared solemnly after closing his eyes for a brief moment. To what level has this person's mental prowess evolved? Slowing the vehicle, he glanced in the rearview mirror. Approximately 100 meters away, a deep black SUV also decelerated, eventually coming to a complete halt. "Let us go check it out," Sachishi exclaimed, gripping her silent twin pistols and leaping from the vehicle. Without pausing, she coldly scoffed and swung open the car door. Inside, a figure who had been slumped over the seat began to rise, exclaiming, "Don't misunderstand, please." The man stepped out of the car, sporting a stubbly beard and black-framed glasses, awkwardly adjusting his spectacles. Upon recognizing his face, Sachishi's expression shifted dramatically. "Luing!" The man adjusted his glasses and, frowning, scrutinized her for a moment before asking, "Do you know me?" "Of course, I do," she retorted. After exiting from the Daikos, she had been following closely behind him. Although he had indeed rescued several individuals previously, his true nature, selfish and opportunistic, had been revealed in the face of danger, prompting disdain from Sachishi and her companions. He had gathered a multitude of people. Why was he now alone? Sachishi recalled that when they departed, Wang Xin had still been with him, which suggested that after their departure, they must have encountered unforeseen circumstances. Wang Xin had transformed into a mutated bloodsucker, so how had he managed to evade such a fate? "Captain Luing, it seems you are well," Shueshimo greeted with an expression of displeasure. Luing, taken aback, suddenly clenched his fists and struck his head with force, producing a series of loud thuds. His face twisted in pain and confusion as he shook his head vigorously, questioning whether he truly was Luing. Unable to recall anything at all, Sachishi, arms crossed, observed him with a smirk. "What's the matter? Is Captain Lu Ying's formidable green turtle shell too heavy, causing you to bash your way into amnesia?" This individual was merely putting on an act. Sachishi met his gaze with cold indifference. Glancing back at the sympathetic Rongyu behind her, she let out a soft sigh and vacated her seat. Luing had some connection to Rongyu. Should Sachishi take charge and expel him, it would seem excessively authoritarian. She thought to herself, let her handle it as she sees fit, as long as it doesn't hinder our group from reaching the rendezvous point. Luing had a past with her father, and now, having lost his memory, venturing out alone would undoubtedly lead to peril. Ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to be cruel. After a monotonous day of travel, late into the night, Sachishi, weary from driving, swapped places with Shueshimo and settled into the passenger seat. She gazed into the rearview mirror at the vehicle trailing them, which was surprisingly silent. Luing's car blazed with glaring high beams, obscuring the expressions of those within. Lost in thought for a moment, she recalled while contemplating the matters concerning the underground tomb, the individual behind grew impatient and honked the horn several times. Shueshimo gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. Once the car stopped, Luing jogged to the window and inquired of Sachishi, "We've been driving for a day and a night without a break. Where exactly are we headed?" Sachishi squinted, a shadow crossing her eyes as she bit her lip and forced a smile. "Naturally, we are going to a safe place. Are you completely unaware?" Luing adjusted his glasses, shaking his head with an innocent expression. His heart raced slightly, and Sachishi, growing somewhat irritable, dismissed him with a few curt words. In the back seat, Rongyu wore an apologetic look, but Sachishi averted her gaze, pretending not to notice. Her shoelaces were tightly bound, and as she bent down to untie them one by one, she began readying them, all the while attempting to sort through her tangled thoughts. Luing! Had he lost his memory? However, the intelligent brain system does not forget. Every individual who has activated the intelligent brain system is a seed player endowed with special abilities. Even if one were to forget, the intelligent brain system remains intact. The central intelligent brain, currently unknown in location, would undoubtedly send out a mass summons. Any surviving ability user would receive an email from the intelligent brain system. If Luing had blindly followed them for such an extended period and remained unaware of their destination, then there could only be one conclusion: he had not received the summons from the intelligent brain system. Why had he not received it? only one possibility could explain his lack of notification: he was already dead. I recall the first time I met Imo Shongdong. He had mentioned being unable to detect signals from Luing and Wang Xian. Perhaps, at that moment, he had already passed away. The intelligent brain system does not issue summons to the deceased. However, a perplexing dilemma arises: he stands right before them, seemingly alive and well, exhibiting no signs of death save for his amnesia. He can speak, dance, and drive, lacking any semblance of a lifeless corpse, a rotting zombie, or a blood-sucking creature with a lolling tongue, nor is he a first-level mutant clutching a severed head. So, what is he? If one were to inform Rongyu that Luing had perished, she would undoubtedly scoff at such a notion. Tying her shoelaces, Xia Qishi raised her gaze to meet Shui Shimo's eyes, unexpectedly grasping his thoughts. Chapter 26, When did amnesia become so prevalent? In the stillness of the night, the deep sky was devoid of stars. Suddenly, Xia Qishi slammed on the brakes. They found themselves on a relatively wide two-way road, with several tall buildings standing at the intersection. The largest structure in the plaza bore a red cross, the burn unit of ZG City Hospital. The car's headlights cast a far-reaching glow, illuminating tiny particles of dust that danced within the light's trajectory. Luing, do you recognize this? Xia Qishi leaned against the car, waving a bottle of C-grade energy drink before him. When Qianlong, Shui Shimo, and Xia Qishi formed a triangular formation, Luing glanced at the three, scrutinizing the bottle of liquid, then, in frustration, ran his fingers through his messy hair and shook his head. I don't know. But should I know this? Having anticipated the outcome, Xia Qishi let out a cold smile and turned to Rongyu, asking, well then, isn't it obvious enough by now? Rongyu, perplexed, inquired. What does Sister Qishi mean by that? What it means is, he is not Luing. Xia Qishi remained indifferent to whether Rongyu could accept the situation. Yet she found it impossible to allow someone utterly oblivious to their surroundings to linger beside them. Rongyu's expression was one of astonishment, while Han Xing, standing silently beside her, cast a glance at the energy drink and then at Luing. When his gaze returned to the energy drink, the intelligence system interpreted it as a C-class energy drink. He abruptly pulled Rongyu back, retreating to a safe distance before quietly whispering his analysis into her ear. Sister Qishi's suspicions are indeed valid. If Luing is truly a seed candidate for activating the intelligence system, even with amnesia, he would not be completely ignorant of the name of a C-class energy drink. Nor would he be unaware of the destination of the summons. Luing glared angrily at Xia Qishi and the others, exclaiming, "You people are truly bizarre." In his exasperation, he thrust his finger into his mouth, gnashing it with force, leaving his fingers marked with bite impressions. Rongyu intended to speak on his behalf, but Han Xing restrained her. With his back to Rongyu, Lu Ying's face was shrouded in shadow as he faced Xia Qishi, his mouth stretching into a silent, exaggerated grin. Xia Qishi stood with her arms crossed. As he approached her, he broke into a wide smile, but in the next moment, his fingernails elongated rapidly, turning an inky black as they slashed towards Xia Qishi's neck. She deftly dodged. Han Xing grasped her firmly and cast a grateful glance at Xia Qishi before whistling. In that instant, Xia Qishi decisively pulled the trigger. Lu Ying, surprisingly, did not evade. She licked her lips and offered a silent grin, her gaze burning intensely upon Xia Qishi. The latter felt her heart race unexpectedly. Just as she prepared to drive, a breathless shout echoed from a distance, "Hey! Wait for me! Please, give me a ride!" The car turned around, its headlights illuminating the burn unit of the hospital, where a figure emerged in the light. Xia Qishi squinted to see. It was a woman, with short hair, approximately 37 or 38 years old, her complexion somewhat pallid, clad in a loose striped hospital gown. When Qianlong found the voice increasingly familiar, and in a swift motion, he attempted to stand up to ascertain the situation, only to collide with the car roof. Ignoring the pain, he hurriedly opened the car door and leaped outside, calling out excitedly, "Mom! Was it truly Wen Qianlong's mother?" Perhaps it was the glaring headlights that caused the woman to retreat into the shadows. She jogged towards the vehicle, and when Qianlong rushed to meet her, an uncontrollable joy escaping his throat, "Mom, is it really you?" "It truly is you." The woman furrowed her brow, seemingly perplexed, and was about to speak when Qianlong pulled her toward the group. Qishi exited the car, feeling increasingly uneasy. After all, when Qianlong hailed from Jiuhongtown, what was his mother doing in such a remote place? And what a remarkable coincidence it was. "Mom, this is brother Shui. This is Rongyu, and Hanxing, and this is sister Qishi." The woman smiled politely, nodding repeatedly, her pearly white teeth gleaming. Her short hair, a shade of light brown, evidently styled, gave her a slightly trendy appearance. Her slender figure was accentuated by the loose hospital gown she wore. When introduced to Qishi observed her demeanor closely, not missing the flicker of astonishment in her eyes, a reaction typical of encountering a stranger for the first time. However, Qishi distinctly sensed a peculiar upward curl at the corners of the woman's mouth as she gazed at her. Qishi greeted her with respectful composure. "Hello, Auntie. By the way, Mom, how did you end up here?" It's quite a distance from Jiuhongtown. It seemed that when Qianlong was not lacking in intelligence, he had pondered the same question Qishi had previously considered and voiced it aloud. "You've introduced me to so many people, but who are you?" The woman turned slightly to look at the young man beside her, adorned with earrings, exuding the unmistakable aura of a rebellious youth. "Mom, no way. I'm your son." When Qianlong's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly towards the end, as Qishi perceived the sound of something shattering. When Qianlong scrutinized the woman carefully, the red mole at the back of her neck, the dark birthmark behind her ear, all were characteristics his mother should possess. Yet, Qishi felt an inexplicable strangeness. When she lowered her head, she noticed her shoelaces had come undone. As she crouched to tie them, her gaze inadvertently swept toward the rear of the vehicle. Suddenly, Qishi felt her pupils constrict. Her heart began to race. How could this be? How could it have vanished? A wave of shock engulfed her. Lu Ying's body had disappeared. The silent dual guns emitted an energy akin to light projectiles, guided by an automatic navigation system that aimed precisely at the target's heart. The lifeless body lay there, unmistakably devoid of life. "Are you truly my son?" the woman repeatedly inquired. "Mother, how can you not remember anything? How could you forget your own son?" he stammered, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Qishi lowered her head, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. When did amnesia become so rampant? Noticing the endless exchange between the two, Shueshimo interjected, "We shouldn't linger here for too long. There's commotion in the hospital, and it might be a mutated entity." Qishi alertly raised her gaze in that direction, just in time to catch a glimpse of the woman's hand, slightly calloused and concealed within her sleeve. The nails were black. Chapter 27, The Corpse, It has escaped. Shueshimo's psychic sensitivity was indeed formidable, for in the next moment, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the air as a ground-level window in the hospital burst open, and a bloodthirsty creature leaped out. Observing the writhing shadow within the broken glass, several disembodied heads rolled on the ground. Qishi disregarded everything else and shouted, "Run! There's a level 1 mutated entity." Having just moved closer to chat and away from the vehicle, her urgent cry prompted the others to swiftly dash towards the car. "Mother, you can't drive. What are you doing by that vehicle?" The rear seat was indeed quite cramped, to the extent that Rongyu was seated upon Hanxing's lap, merely to create space for another individual. "Mother, you have yet to explain why you are here," when Qianlong inquired with a furrowed brow, his curiosity piqued. "The Sea of Fire? Mother, what on earth have you experienced? Those creatures must surely be mutated beings." When Qianlong embraced his mother tightly, his voice tinged with emotion, "Mother, do you have any idea how long I have been searching for you?" "Yes, I am so sorry," the woman replied, her tone softening, revealing a hint of guilt. Their exchange was imbued with warmth, yet their journey was abruptly interrupted by dire circumstances. The vehicle had run out of fuel. The location where they halted was rather desolate, devoid of any nearby villages or establishments. Xia Qishi checked the route provided by the intelligence system. They had traversed merely 2 cities, and the nearest place with transportation was still a considerable distance away. In a fit of frustration, Wen Qianlong kicked the vehicle several times, exclaiming, "What now? Let us walk." "Are we truly expected to walk all the way?" None noticed the black nails silently elongating within her long sleeves, sharp and menacing. "Sister Qishi, you always have a solution. Think of something," Wen Qianlong urged. "Shut up!" Xia Qishi snapped, her concentration disrupted by the incessant noise as she studied the map. However, her expression shifted dramatically as she raised her gaze. "Qianlong, quickly, liquefy." "Mother?" he exclaimed in disbelief, "are you an imposter?" In the blink of an eye, a radiant projectile from Xia Qishi struck the woman's forehead, causing her skull to split open instantaneously. The woman quietly licked the blood that had trickled down her brow, her lips curling into a sinister grin, revealing a mouthful of teeth. As she silently flashed an eerie smile reminiscent of Lu Ying's expression at the moment of her demise. Xia Qishi observed her countenance intently, nervously firing several more shots into the lifeless body, reducing it to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, the unsettling sensation in her heart only intensifying. "What on earth is this abomination?" When Qianlong collapsed onto the ground, a viscous substance oozing from his abdomen, his face ashen and devoid of speech. Staring at the undeniably deceased corpse, Xia Qishi dared not shift her gaze. Crouching down to touch it, it was cold, ice cold. It resembled the chill of frozen meat. An oppressive cold that surged up her fingers at the slightest contact, rigid and frigid. Having passed merely 2 or 3 minutes since death. Even a shattered skull should not cool so swiftly, nor should it feel this icy, particularly in the heat of summer. "What is wrong with this body?" Shueshimo approached, feigning familiarity as if they were acquaintances or kin, yet lacking any shared memories, opting instead to pretend amnesia, for without this pretense, continuation was impossible. But to perish so easily, without gaining anything at all? The cadaver prostrate on the ground abruptly sprouted numerous fleshy limbs from its back. A dense array of these appendages emerged from its posterior and extremities, enabling the body to scuttle away like an arachnid. Reacting with alacrity, Han Xing unleashed a sonic assault, lacerating the cadaver. However, the entity's velocity was such that it vanished in the blink of an eye. The group exchanged bewildered glances. When Qianlong, panting heavily, rose to his feet, his complexion fluctuating between pallor and flush. "What manner of creature was that?" he exclaimed. "It was not human, for humans do not behave thus. Neither was it a mutant, as we could not decipher its data, nor was it an empowered individual, for it knew nothing of the energy beverage or the destination of the summons." "Let us proceed," Xia Qishi stated softly, her gaze fixed upon the point where the multi-legged corpse had disappeared. Lacking vehicular protection, they had to remain vigilant against the potential emergence of mutated blood flies from the sky. Delaying their progress would not only impede their arrival at their destination but also expose them to the perils of nightfall, where the absence of light would further disadvantage them. "Are we truly to traverse to GY City on foot?" Shueshimo inquired languidly. Xia Qishi regarded him with impatience, before her eyes suddenly gleamed with inspiration. A smile played upon her lips as she proposed, "I have a propitious solution, if you are not averse to exertion. En route to the outskirts of GY City." An indistinct figure flickered in and out of existence, as if its signal were perpetually on the verge of disruption. With each disappearance and subsequent reappearance, it had traversed hundreds of meters. A gratuitous close-up revealed a lithe male form, with neatly cropped hair and beads of perspiration upon his brow. The back of his white shirt was drenched. At this moment, the shadows looming over Shueshumi's heart were profound. It was his first experience utilizing shifting positions in such a manner. After spending an extended period with these individuals, his mind felt utterly befuddled. "Ah, your solution is for me to toil away? Moreover, when faced with an onslaught from mutated beings of level 1 and above, I shall hurl you out." conveniently capturing all at once. Shui Shumi grasped a white silk thread, manipulating it like a kite, as several individuals were ensnared within the bubble behind him. Sachishi, disoriented and dizzy, was about to speak when a sudden collision sent her crashing into the others, causing stars to dance before her eyes and nearly dislocating her nasal bone. Observing scattered houses emerge in the distance beyond the city, Xiao Qishi could no longer contain herself and, with eyes shut tight, shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Chapter 28. Do guides all appear particularly unattractive? On the rooftop of a building in the GY City district stood an individual. With slanted triangular eye sockets, sharp, wave-like serrations, and a peculiar block beneath the nose for breathing, he emanated an impression of being top-heavy. Another failure, perhaps? Suddenly, the eyes within the triangular sockets widened as they gazed downward. Two corpses lay limply sprawled on the floor. The individual, resembling a pumpkin, slowly crouched down to touch the corpse of a bespectacled man. My charming companions have returned empty-handed twice. Just how formidable is that newborn? Ah, how amusing! This has become increasingly intriguing. Within a convenience store, the open door revealed a chaotic scene inside, with items strewn about haphazardly. Food and water had long been depleted. As Xiao Qishi and her companions entered, they surveyed their surroundings but found no means of transportation. Just before exiting the store, she uttered, "Qishi." His elongated eyes concealed elation, and the curve of his lips formed a smile of pristine innocence. Serendipity struck Xiao Qishi, for this mimicry was uncannily accurate, the demeanor and intonation mirroring the deceased who lie dong with precision. Shui Shimo initiated, "Let us proceed hence and await her presence outside." Minutes elapsed, and Xiao Qishi emerged from within, announcing, "Let us embark upon the next establishment." The entourage trailed behind, astonishment etched upon their countenances. Originally intending to intercede, they had not witnessed the cadaver sprouting diminutive, fleshy appendages and scurrying forth. Scarcely had Xiao Qishi departed when another figure materialized within the convenience store. Observing the corpse fragmented into morsels of flesh, they unleashed a series of kicks, causing the store's shelves to topple in disarray. After several hours of relentless pursuit, a fruit wholesale depot yielded a bread truck laden with produce. Unloading several crates of fruit, they meticulously inspected the vehicle, discovering the keys suspended within and the fuel tank replete. Ascending into the driver's seat, Xiao Qishi amplified the mental map, scrutinizing the terrain. Thus, she declared, "We are afforded a mere 8 days. Our itinerary must be expedited. Here, I must avow that should we encounter acquaintances afflicted with memory impairment, we must either exercise forbearance or depart in unison." Rong Yu and Wen Qianlong, having borne witness to such an ordeal, nodded in fervent agreement, their visages paling at the recollection of the multi-legged, fleshy crawler. As the vehicle traversed the thoroughfare, silence enveloped the cabin. Xiao Qishi, engrossed in the strategic route delineated by the mental interface, exclaimed in astonishment, "Eureka! A blue dot exclamation point is situated several hundred kilometers ahead." This marked her inaugural exploration of another's signal. Before the intellect could chart a course, it was impossible to ascertain the location of others, yet now such a feat was attainable. "The blue dot?" Shui Shumi interjected, having surveyed the map provided by the intellect. She continued, "I recall you mentioning that the blue dot seems to signify a guide." Xiao Qishi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the guide discovered by Wang Xian during the contract sharing was denoted by the blue dot, which undoubtedly represented the guide. Could it be that unscrupulous merchant, Imo Shangdong? As she observed the diminishing distance on the map, Xiao Qishi's intuition once again blared its alarm. She lifted her gaze to the faces of her companions, whose expressions were anything but serene, and bit her lip to suppress her rising anxiety. Although the vehicle was an inconspicuous, generic van, it sped through the remnants of the city, tightening the frown upon Xiao Qishi's brow. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but upon entering the outskirts of GY City, the sky had been clear and bright. However, as they approached the urban core, the atmosphere darkened ominously. Ominous clouds churned overhead, appearing as though they might descend at any moment, suffocating and stifling. "I can't shake this feeling of unease," said Rong Yu to Han Xing. Just as Xia Qishi was about to echo her sentiments, the vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt, causing her to collide with the dashboard, momentarily blinding her with pain. Ouch! That hurt. What was that sudden stop? Glancing at the map, she realized the figure in question was marked by a blue exclamation point. The man raised his hand and waved, his deep voice emitting a resounding yo-ho. Although the expression beneath the pumpkin's exterior was obscured, one could still sense the exuberance and unrestrained joy radiating from him, akin to a hunter reveling in the capture of a sumptuous prize. "Ah, my dear treasures! How fortunate you are!" he exclaimed. "Oh, why do you not flee upon seeing me? Has your mentor failed to inform you that among the guides, there exist perilous individuals?" His tone dripped with exaggerated mockery. Recalling Mo Shandong's gesture attire and the pumpkin figure before her, Xia Qishi pushed open the car door, a smile gracing her lips. "Those who are on the run can never become formidable." Secretly retrieving a rebound card, Xia Qishi chuckled softly. "Tell me, is it true that all guides are particularly hideous? Unfit to face the world? Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to, well, you know?" The moment the man uttered, "How fortunate indeed," Xia Qishi decisively linked him to the two impostors whose bodies had mysteriously vanished. There was no rationale behind her intuition, she simply felt it to be true. She was certain of her accuracy, standing at a perfect 100. The guide's gaze remained fixated on Xia Qishi, brimming with intense hostility. "Such an unpleasant mouth," he scoffed, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he produced a square pocket from seemingly nowhere, shaking it slightly. From it fell a large lighter, its red flip-top brimming with liquid. With a click, a crisp sound resonated as he aimed the lighter at the group, treating them as if they were mere candles standing in the void. Xia Qishi was on high alert, her hair standing on end as she tightly gripped the rebound card in her hand, only to discover that no attacks had been made and her attempts had not been consumed. Was this not an attack? In the man's eyes, several individuals bore different colored fire rings above their heads, resembling angelic halos in their beauty. "Wow, look what I've discovered! This batch of newcomers seems rather lacking in resilience," he mused softly, extending his hand to point at a few of them, continuing, "Let me take a look. 2 5 stars. 1 4 star, and 2 3 stars. The man chuckled quietly for a moment. Xia Qishi was greatly displeased by the unsolicited scrutiny. After consuming a B-class energy drink, her evolved star tier rating had been revealed so casually. Come, my charming pet, let us see which one you fancy," he said as a figure gradually emerged behind him, none other than the earlier impersonator, Lu Ying. Just as she suspected, the fresh crimson stain atop his head remained. And as he emerged, he numbly adjusted his glasses, his lips parting silently as he pointed a finger. Following suit, another figure clad in an oversized hospital gown appeared behind the man, tilting her head and similarly pointing. With both individuals simultaneously indicating her, Xia Qishi's pupils constricted in alarm. "This is not good," she thought. Straining to maintain her composure, she feigned calmness. Xia Qishi made several gestures with her lowered hand, then suddenly burst into an uncontrollable fit of laughter, leaning down to mutter through clenched teeth, "Do you like me? Do you want me? What a beautiful thought!" The man felt an ominous premonition and swiftly retrieved a square pocket, groping within. Just as two charming creatures were about to pounce, he hurled 2 small red spheres, each the size of a fingernail, towards them. A flash of white light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion that shattered the air with a fierce gust. The turbulent winds, laden with yellow sand and debris, surged wildly. Behind him, the roadway collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a colossal pit amidst a cloud of dust that billowed into a terrifying mushroom shape. Summer Qishi sat in the vehicle, furiously pounding her chest in an attempt to calm her racing heart, all the while laughing with unrestrained delight. Shueishimo turned to her with wide eyes, reprimanding, Summer Chishi. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to perish alongside him? He dared not contemplate the consequences. Mo Shangdong had indeed articulated his abilities, consciousness communication and teleportation. However, the instantaneous range of his teleportation was merely around 900 meters. If the vehicle crossed that threshold, beyond the safe distance, Summer Chishi would surely be unable to escape. But then, when Qianlong had only uttered 2 words when he suddenly recalled that Summer Chishi's earlier gestures had clearly indicated not 5 spheres, but rather a signal that none were effective, they had simply misinterpreted her intentions. The vehicle veered off, continuing southeast. It seemed as though Ding Dang Cat had just awakened. Lazily yawning. When Qianlong sees it, exclaiming, Sleep, sleep, sleep. What good are you? You're utterly useless in critical moments. Regardless of encountering the counterfeit Lu Ying and his mother, Ding Dang Cat has proven to be of little use. This contraption was obtained through a lottery involving several level 1 mutated crystals. Yet its abilities remain undiscovered. I have repeatedly stated that I am merely an item. An item? Have you ever seen an item in a game that engages in combat or slays zombies? There is no need to act like a discontented wife. Yearning and struggling to escape his grasp, Ding Dang Cat appeared somewhat aggrieved, with tear-filled eyes that clearly suggested pretense. The vehicle swiftly left the city, heading towards the highway. At the automated checkpoint, a substantial yellow-painted barrier descended to block the path. Shueishimo inquired, Who's getting out? Without hesitation, when Qianlong opened the car door. There was no room for negotiation in such matters. His finger liquefied as it slipped into the keyhole, and upon entering the compartment, he pressed a button, causing the barrier to gradually rise, allowing the vehicle to pass. The others hurriedly exited the car, and a man lounged atop the vehicle, propping his head with one hand while greeting the group with the other. Hey there! His suit was entirely misshapen, and his shoes were in utter disarray, while a thick layer of sand coated the roof. Surprising, isn't it? The guide is immune to all attacks in this world. Furrowing his brow, he gazed at the man for a moment, and a vivid scene materialized in his mind. Light bullets passed through Mo Shang's body without causing harm, soundwave attacks were ineffective. And he passed through walls. How could I have forgotten this? Is this the privilege of the guide? What exactly do you intend to achieve? Xie Qishi inquired. Until Xia Qishi posed her question, the man slowly sat up cross-legged. My cherished pet has perished, it is truly gone, obliterated by your bomb's explosive force. His tone remained calm until he uttered the final syllable, at which point he leaped from the vehicle's roof, pointing at her with fervor. I invested considerable effort to bring it into this world, and you dare to destroy it. A mere newborn, how audacious to provoke me? Xia Qishi, sensing the backlash, deftly drew her card, her companion standing poised for confrontation. I surmise, not only are we unable to harm you, but you are equally incapable of inflicting harm upon us, are you not? If the guide could indiscriminately harm newcomers, then the newborn cultivation pod would fail to achieve its intended purpose. As she observed his finger bend slightly, Xia Qishi realized her conjecture was accurate, and she felt a sense of relief wash over her. She continued, Your earlier statement about the considerable effort involved in bringing your pet into this realm indicates one crucial fact. Here, it is impermissible for a guide to introduce anything detrimental to a newcomer. The items peddled by Mo Shangdong possess a distinctive characteristic. Those items are beyond the guide's use. Of course, the harmful entities from other worlds, including abilities and mutations, are in a separate category. Xia Qishi understood this to mean that individuals from other realms are also elite candidates, the formidable beings that emerge after a newcomer's evolution. However, the guide plays a different role. He is responsible for mentoring newcomers, elucidating confusions, and fundamentally embodies the role of a novice instructor. To harm a newcomer would contravene the very essence of guidance, thus you have already transgressed. This declaration was tantamount to a verdict. The man took several abrupt steps backward in front of the vehicle. Though the pumpkin mask concealed his expression, an unmistakable aura of astonishment and panic radiated from him. A referee's tool? How could it possibly be here? Have you activated the hidden reward and already drawn lots? This is quite obvious. Yet why does his countenance suddenly change so drastically? Before he could fully process his shock, the cat with the bell retrieved a rectangular card from its belly pocket. With a flick of its wrist, it sent the card fluttering towards the man, who stammered, "A red one? No! I refuse to accept this." Red card, severe offender, issued by the referee's tool. What is this? The once overlooked cat with the bell now commanded the attention of the crowd. Standing defiantly with arms akimbo, glaring at the man, the offender. 1 red card, 1 year of confinement in the apartment. No one understood better than the man how rare it was to encounter a hidden reward in this E-level world. And no one comprehended more deeply the sheer improbability of drawing the referee's tool. This item could only be obtained through a lottery. With the sole limitation being the world itself, it could only exist within this realm. In other words, even if several individuals were to transition to the next world, this referee's tool would either become ineffective or could not be transported. As he truly turned to leave, Xiao Qishi and the others found it hard to believe. When Qianlong, with a stiff expression, turned to look at the cat with the bell. A tool? Can a single card really drive away the guide? Chapter 30, The Survivors' Concentration Camp, revised, I am but a mere. When Qianlong rolled his eyes and interrupted, I understand, you are merely a prop, nothing more. Perhaps even props possess their own set of attributes. Noticing when Qianlong's irritation, Xiao Qishi made this remark. The vehicle ascended the highway, solitary in its journey. As if the vibrancy of the world had been reduced to the motion of this single car. Unlike previous encounters with peculiar occurrences, Xiao Qishi's countenance grew increasingly grave. Perhaps they had underestimated the situation. Their chosen route necessitated traversing a treacherous mountain road. The narrow path spiraled upward from the base of the mountains, with sheer cliffs flanking either side. One could easily reach out of the window and grasp the lush wild grasses growing on the precipice. The passengers in the back seat remained utterly still, acutely aware that even the slightest movement could send the vehicle plummeting into the abyss. Driving was exhausting. Although energy drinks quelled the pangs of hunger, they did little to alleviate mental fatigue. After driving for yet another day, her head felt heavy, her eyes bloodshot, and her eyelids perpetually drooped. With 8 days remaining, would they arrive in time? Mo Shangdong had once mentioned that reaching the rendezvous point would lead them to a place devoid of zombies and mutated beings, but in this apocalypse, where could safety truly be found? Pressing on, they navigated through the mountainous terrain and entered the urban expanse of City D, where Xue Shimo took the wheel. She reclined in the back seat, feeling a weight in her head, when faintly, a melody reached her ears, accompanied by a gentle nudge. Sister Qishi, you must listen to the broadcast. The broadcast volume increased slightly, and the music playing was Because We Are Family. What a normal broadcast, nothing to be astonished about. Xue Shumi glanced at the rearview mirror and cast a calming look towards Xiao Qishi. A few minutes later, the music abruptly halted, and a cheerful yet somewhat authoritative voice emanated from the speakers. Welcome, survivors, to the concentration camp. Fear not the apocalypse. What is this? According to the subsequent content of the broadcast, it conveyed that after the end of the world, some individuals established an organization under the banner of to preserve the last survivors of humanity, aiming to unite all humans in their quest for survival through broadcasting. Xiao Qishi perked up slightly and inquired of the others, the final gathering place for humanity? It seems the leader of this organization is rather reluctant to guide the designated meeting point. When Qianlong fiddled with his ear cuff and pondered aloud, could it be that the leader of this organization wishes to reign supreme in the apocalypse? Reign supreme? Xiao Qishi recalled a post-apocalyptic film she had seen, which depicted an ambitious man who, by harnessing formidable abilities, enslaved many humans to serve as laborers. He sought to establish a kingdom with himself as the sovereign, but ultimately met his demise when one discontented human opened the gates. That seems unlikely. Hanxing interjected. The reason is quite simple. The majority of those who survived are empowered individuals activated by the intellect system. How could they willingly submit to another? After studying the map for a moment, Xiao Qishi remarked with curiosity, this organization's leader is quite astute. They have refrained from disclosing the camp's precise location. Instead, they have designated several reception points, thereby avoiding encounters with even moderately intelligent level 1 mutants. I surmise that the other reception points are strategically positioned along the routes planned by other guides. This seems to be a blatant attempt to poach individuals from the guides. Could it be a trap? Shueishumi's sudden comment left the group momentarily stunned. In any case, we must exercise caution as we pass through there to avoid ambushes. He recalled Mo Shangdong's assertion that identification cards and tickets could also be seized. Who would steal identification cards and tickets but individuals from another world? Those from another realm are the empowered beings that emerge as newborns mature. Shueishumi furrowed his brow. A thought flickering in his mind, could it be that those who activate the intelligence system last are deemed unworthy of obtaining tickets and identification? Is that why the guides are so discreet in their warnings? After the vehicle continued on its journey, the broadcasts regarding the survivors' concentration camp played repeatedly, interspersed with music. Along the way, they spotted several conspicuous locations adorned with markings indicating the survivors' camp. At the water's edge is a square located in the Morning Sun Lake district of City D, which was mentioned as one of the reception points in the broadcast. From a distance, several armed guards were vigilantly observing their surroundings. A burly man held up a black sign that read Survivor Concentration Camp, Welcome to Join. A throng of people surrounded him, resembling the scene of university freshmen registering for classes, which was quite striking. Xiao Qishi was momentarily taken aback. And it took her a while to react. I want to go down and take a look. Me too, Shueishimo remarked, as he opened the car door and jumped out first. As the vehicle approached, countless pairs of eyes were fixated on them, and upon seeing someone exit the car, those holding signs and small flags eagerly rushed towards the stopping point of Xiao Qishi and her companions. For the first time since the apocalypse, the sheer number of people was somewhat terrifying. When Qianlong sat in the car, as several individuals with radiant smiles leaned against the window, peering inside, he swallowed hard, feeling a bit lost. Are they powers or mere mortals? A tall man spoke up, his height nearing 2 meters making him stand out in the crowd. He was so tall that Xiao Qishi had to look up to see his face, a sensation she found quite uncomfortable. So she chose to remain silent and scrutinize the approaching individuals, unable to conceal her astonishment. What kind of life have these people been leading? Powers? Shueishimo remarked after observing the man for a while. The towering figure smiled slightly. Excellent, we are in great need of talents like you. Would you like to accompany me to the camp and take a look? Glancing at the weariness etched upon Xiao Qishi's face, Shueishim nodded, contemplating that a brief respite would indeed be beneficial. Xiao Qishi lifted her gaze and forced a smile, casting another glance at the crowd assembled behind her. I wish to pose a question, she began after a moment's reflection. As the car door swung open, when Qianlong leaned in to listen intently, the man chuckled lightly. Speak your mind. When the mutated beings arrive, how do you handle them? Xiao Qishi sought to ascertain whether those behind her were all endowed with abilities. Though she could not decipher the capabilities of these individuals, a closer examination left her with the impression that they were merely well-packaged facades. During her previous encounters with the charm beasts and the pumpkin people's guide, her instincts had sounded alarm bells, yet this time, an unsettling silence enveloped her. Well, I can only tell you that dealing with those creatures is quite straightforward. His words seemed laden with meaning. When Qianlong, now perched against the car window, suddenly grew anxious. This wouldn't be some sinister organization focused on organ trafficking or pyramid schemes, would it? The man erupted into hearty laughter. In this apocalypse, what purpose do organs serve? Those are now as common as dirt. Let us proceed to investigate, Xiao Qishi declared decisively. As they navigated the treacherous mountain roads, her nerves were taut to their limit. She desperately needed to find a safe haven to unwind and indulge in a restorative slumber. This location appeared promising. Finally, she added, "I only hope we can depart at our leisure." The man, smiling amiably, walked silently beside her. Chapter 31, Above all, rules prevail with a resounding clang. The iron gate slammed shut, leaving Xiaoqishi frowning at the van locked outside, stirring a sense of discomfort within her. The man quickly clarified, "This is the rule. The camp's area is quite limited, and all vehicles must be left outside, ourselves included. Without such regulations, it would be impossible to manage so many people here." This explanation offered some solace to Xiaoqishi, alleviating her unease. The camp was situated in a modestly abandoned teaching building. Its side adorned with slogans such as "Where there is a will, there is a way," and "The eagle soars against the wind. The rock flies with the waves of spring," which captivated Xiaoqishi's attention. The group gradually familiarized themselves with the camp's layout: office area, classrooms, student dormitories, playground, and a brief overview of these facilities. However, smaller areas like the cafeteria and supermarket were only mentioned in passing. In Shui Shimo's mind, a rough map of the factory began to take shape. "Come, let me guide you to the office area to register your information. This will facilitate the assignment of dormitories and the preparation of dinner." The registration process primarily involved recording names, while addresses and contact numbers seemed trivial, destined to become mere footnotes in the annals of their lives. Once the information was filled out, the man declared, "Should you have any questions, feel free to visit me in the office area. I am Andy." He then handed the responsibility over to a young girl named Shiyan. It appeared as though she were an underdeveloped child, as she led Xiaoqishi and Rongyu to a room on the second floor of the dormitory, saying, "These 2 vacant rooms are yours. I know you must be weary, so by all means, rest for now." Although referred to as a staff dormitory, it was merely a small partitioned space. Apart from the beds, there remained only a narrow corridor. Fortunately, Xiaoqishi was not one to be spoiled, and as soon as her head met the pillow, she fell into a deep slumber. When she eventually awoke comfortably, it was nearly midnight. She turned over and sat up, momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar surroundings. After a brief pause, she recalled that she was in the survivors' camp. Upon opening the door, Shiyan rushed towards her like a whirlwind, exclaiming, "You're finally awake. If you don't hurry, you'll miss dinner." "Dinner?" She cast a puzzled glance at Rongyu, who was leaning against the railing. Rongyu shook her head in response, "I just woke up too. Come on. Let us hurry." Shiyan tugged at them, urging them to run. The cafeteria was located on the second floor of the office area, and by the time the two entered, it was already filled with a throng of people. To describe the scene as crowded would be an understatement. "Phew. At least we're not too late, I was terrified." Shiyan panted heavily, her chest rising and falling dramatically after running just this short distance. Was her constitution truly so fragile? The rapidity of her breath seemed almost exaggerated, bordering on the unreal. The line was extensive, with individuals standing in an orderly manner along the zebra crossing corridor. Those at the front quietly selected their desired dishes with trays in hand before moving aside through the adjacent passage. Everything was remarkably orderly, a stark contrast to her memories of a bustling, cacophonous cafeteria filled with lively chatter and clamor. Accustomed to encounters with the undead and mutated beings, the sight of so many individuals adhering to the rules and queuing for a meal struck her as profoundly abnormal. Holding her tray, Xiaoqishi scanned the sea of people in the cafeteria, searching for the familiar figures of Shui Shimo and others. Behind her, Shiyan urged her to hurry, to find a place to sit down quickly. After locating a seat, she exchanged a glance with Rongyu, and Xiaoqishi placed her tray down with precision, casting a sidelong glance at those around her. The music enveloping the room instilled a sense of tranquility within her, distancing her from the chaos of existence, nurturing within Xiaoqishi the notion that one could coexist even with the mutated beings. Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, it sent chills down her spine. Observing the gentle, radiant smiles of those around her, she felt as though she had plunged into an ice cavern. Suddenly, a young woman's voice resonated through the loudspeaker. "I am with you." Xia Qishi sensed an unsettling familiarity in that voice. Throughout this, Shi Yan had been attentively aware of her surroundings and leaned closer to Xia Qishi, whispering, "I know. You are an ability user." "What?" She feigned ignorance. Shi Yan glanced around before leaning closer and cryptically uttering, "Remember, it is best not to reveal your abilities here, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, the utmost priority here is adherence to rules, as they hold paramount importance." Xia Qishi, puzzled, regarded the seemingly 16-year-old girl who appeared to possess some knowledge. Just as she was about to inquire further, a voice crackled through the intercom, "We apologize for interrupting your meal. Han Xing, Rong Yu, Shui Shimo, and Wen Qianlong. Please report to the Human Resources Department in the office area after your meal. The office area is located downstairs." Shi Yan, with an apologetic wave, remarked, "Since my name wasn't called, I shall not accompany you, that is the rule." Given that she was not particularly hungry, Xia Qishi called out to Rong Yu, urging her to get up and head downstairs. However, Shi Yan tugged at her sleeve, her expression fraught with urgency as she silently mouthed, "Rules. Rules, should we continue to heat the food for them?" Xia Qishi thought little of it, considering the circumstances of the post-apocalyptic world where food was scarce and wastage was unjustifiable. Rong Yu cast a resentful glance at the individual before she and Xia Qishi turned to descend the stairs. The office area could hardly be described as luxurious. It consisted of simple desks, their surfaces lacking even a coat of paint, strewn with folders that conveyed an air of modesty. Upon pushing open the glass door, they entered a partitioned space filled with numerous individuals. Xia Qishi noticed that to the left, there were slightly better decorated cubicles, one of which bore the label, Human Resources, Andy. "Over there!" Xia Qishi pointed in a direction, noticing the door ajar, and stepped inside. There, Shui Shimo, Han Xing, and Wen Qianlong turned their gazes toward her. A man sat in a chair, his long legs awkwardly positioned, and with a cheerful demeanor remarked, "Is everyone here? Excellent. The purpose of summoning you is primarily for training. To discuss certain regulations." He then proceeded to enumerate a multitude of prohibitions, causing Xia Qishi's brow to furrow deeper with each word. "Oh, by the way, there is one more matter. If you wouldn't mind, please submit your identification cards and train tickets for my records," Andy stated nonchalantly. Chapter 32, "What are you doing here?" Xia Qishi's expression stiffened as she looked at Andy, saying, "The government is no more. Who carries their ID around these days?" Shui Shimo stepped forward slightly, subtly shielding Xia Qishi. "Mr. Andy is referring to the identification and tickets included in the newcomer package, which were snatched away by a pumpkin man at the last stop." Who would believe that? As darkness fell, the man's voice echoed from behind. "Remember to sleep on time." Xia Qishi halted in her tracks. Once outside the office area, the group settled in a corner of the playground, and when Qianlong exclaimed, "Damn it! So many rules, I can't stand it." No one responded, and scanning the group, he pointed at them with a hint of alarm. "You can't be serious, are you actually considering staying?" Xia Qishi shot him a glare and swatted his hand away. "You're overthinking it." However, why did he bring up the identification and tickets? It is certain that there are those who require it, which is why they seek to obtain it in this manner. Alas, it seems we cannot escape this predicament for the time being. The utterance of such a conclusion is undeniably infuriating. When Andy first suggested they visit the camp, her intentions appeared benign, yet once inside, she took it upon herself to guide them through the premises, arrange their accommodations, and establish the rules. All without so much as a hint of soliciting their opinions. To assert that she had determined they would stay is perhaps more accurately expressed as her guarantee that they would be unable to leave. In the square, some individuals engaged in a game of basketball, exuberantly shedding sweat, evidently content to find such a refuge amidst the apocalypse. Meanwhile, a group of girls gathered together, laughing and playing, embodying a cultivated lethargy. Are you suggesting that this survivor enclave exists solely for the acquisition of identification cards and tickets? When Qianlong interjected, Xia Qishi disregarded him, instead focusing her gaze on Shui Shimo. You told me the other day that your ability to shift positions extends only 900 meters? Leaning against a wall, Shui Shimo narrowed his eyes, pondering her intentions. At that moment, a swift ringing echoed across the square, causing the crowd on the playground to disperse like a receding tide. Xia Qishi spoke up, "Time's up, we shall discuss this tomorrow." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the far end of the square. Those making their way to the dormitory, upon hearing the blast, merely paused momentarily to glance back before continuing on their way. The undead have returned? Even in death, they remain restless, and the dead are prone to mischief. As long as those few stewards are present, we can comfortably remain ensconced in our beds. Stewards? Amidst the cacophony, Xiao Qishi caught snippets of conversation. Andy had once remarked, "I can only tell you now that those matters are of no concern to us." In this moment, her words resonate profoundly. As the lights extinguished, a series of explosive sounds echoed from afar, while the interior of the teaching building remained eerily silent. There was not a single sign of the empowered individuals. Were they not afraid of the encroaching undead? Xia Qishi crouched low, stealthily approaching the iron gate from the greenery. As she drew closer, the sounds became deafening, persisting for an extended duration before finally subsiding. A wisp of smoke crept in through the iron gate, carrying a pungent odor that compelled her to cover her mouth and nose immediately. The scent bore traces of gunpowder, undoubtedly mingled with other noxious substances. Xia Qishi widened her eyes to peer outside, but the scene before her was shrouded in obscurity, revealing only a few half-decayed corpses at the nearest distance. Suddenly, a series of faint footsteps approached from behind, startling her and prompting her to retreat slightly. This was too conspicuous. Glancing around, she noted that apart from a narrow guardhouse, there were no other places to hide. The guardhouse door was firmly shut, with a narrow gap at the window. Crouching low, she swiftly navigated to the guardhouse corridor, her hand slipping into the gap as a wave of relief washed over her. It was not locked. With remarkable agility, she slid the glass open, swiftly entering the guardhouse and shutting the door behind her. These actions were executed in the blink of an eye, as fluidly as if rehearsed countless times. Yet a faint sound managed to escape. "Hey, did you hear that?" a woman's voice inquired. Xia Qishi crouched beneath her desk, concealed from the outside world. After the woman's inquiry fell silent, she held her breath, daring not to exhale. A voice resonated, suggesting, perhaps a mutated being has not completely perished. At that moment, a man's astonished voice echoed, "There are so many this time." This male voice was identified as Male C. The sound of several keystrokes followed, and the heavy iron door slowly creaked open. Female A exclaimed, "Be careful." A roar erupted, followed by the sounds of a struggle. Male B remarked, "I told you there were some that hadn't fully died, didn't I?" Female A urged, "Hurry up and resolve this. We have more to attend to." "Understood." Male B responded. Fire dance, high temperature flame. Xia Qishi, separated by a wall, was astonished to discover that the intellect had also deciphered the man's abilities. As fire dance was unleashed, she witnessed the entire sky outside the window illuminated brightly. Abilities. This place was not devoid of them. Why does Shi Yan say one must not reveal their powers? It seemed that abilities were permitted here. Unable to comprehend this, Xia Qishi chose to listen intently to the commotion outside. After the men dealt with the mutated beings, their conversations dwindled, replaced by the occasional rustling sound mingled with footsteps. This cacophony persisted for several hours until the iron door thunderously slammed shut. Female then grumbled, "My whole body aches. I truly cannot fathom what the general manager requires these items for." At that moment, Male C spoke up, "I heard it's to prepare a type of bomb in advance." "Hey, is everything cleaned up?" Do not startle the bait tomorrow, there was once great hope. Before arriving, I made a special trip to the office area, where I overheard Andy mention that the belongings of several newcomers had already been snatched away. How outrageous! I cannot fathom whether this is true, in such dire times. Is there still someone more proactive than us? Male B expressed his discontent with a fierce tone. Belongings? A glimmer flickered in Xia Qishi's eyes. Is this referring to train tickets and identification cards? After a few individuals gradually departed, she remained hidden for a moment before cautiously emerging, listening to their fragmented conversation. She grew increasingly perplexed. This survivor camp was far more complex than it appeared. Astonishingly, most of the survivors here were ordinary individuals, devoid of activated intelligence systems. She peered through the window, observing the ground outside the iron gate, devoid of even a trace of blood. Deepening her suspicions, do the empowered ones engage in the grim task of erasing evidence under the cover of night? As she pondered, she took a few steps when suddenly a hand rested upon her shoulder. What are you doing here? Chapter 33. Please keep away from the crowd. Xia Qishi was startled and quickly turned to look behind her, only to find nothing but emptiness. Just moments ago, someone had spoken. She hesitantly called out, Shiyan? How did you know it was me? The voice belonged to Shiyan, who revealed herself gradually, shimmering like rippling water. She is an empowered one. Xia Qishi smiled subtly, her finger flicking to reveal the card that had been pinched between her fingers. The shimmering surface, a transformation of the dermal potion, as transparent as water. At this moment, 1,000 words are omitted. This is not classified as a mere rudimentary ability, rather, it pertains to the alteration of the dermal potion, which only becomes discernible upon manifestation. The intelligence system elucidated, this ability, in essence, embodies the attributes of water. Yet, even if I explained it to you, it would remain incomprehensible. And understanding it would yield no practical benefit. Having once again witnessed the sardonic wit of the intelligence system, Xia Qishi had grown accustomed to it. However, she was taken aback by her own dulled instincts, failing to sense the presence of someone behind her. In Xia Qishi's mind, aside from her trusted companions, there existed only two types of individuals, those who posed a threat and those who did not. Judging by Shiyan's actions, it was evident that she was unaware of whether the other party could be harmful. Although she had reminded herself that rules were paramount, she found it difficult to trust anyone at that moment. Drawing a bone knife, she fixed her gaze intently on Shiyan. Does Sister Xia Qishi really wish to engage in combat? But my abilities lack any offensive capabilities. What should I do? Shiyan appeared somewhat troubled. After observing her for a moment, Xia Qishi nonchalantly tucked away her card and strode away with confidence. Rubbing her face, Shiyan turned towards the window of the guardhouse and mused, do I truly appear so benevolent? Why is there no hint of caution directed towards me? The reason was quite simple. Xia Qishi had come to a realization. The guardhouse window could not have fortuitously remained unlatched. Shiyan had been inside the guardhouse from the very beginning. The following day, Shiyan knocked on the door and found Xia Qishi, who had just risen, presenting her with a small vial. What is this? The vial was a transparent spray bottle, containing a somewhat murky liquid. Shiyan averted her gaze, hesitant to meet her eyes, and stammered, this is something to save you. In any case, just spray it on the areas with the red spots. How did she know about the spots on her body? Upon waking, the multitude of red marks had left Xia Qishi quite startled, given her current physical condition. It was indeed peculiar for such a number of red spots to appear so silently. Shiyan continued, before you arrived, there was a new continuous marking 3 times. And there were similar red spots in the earlier stage, but now, they have disappeared. Xia Qishi was taken aback, stepping back a pace, extending her hand to examine the densely clustered red spots. Her mind was in disarray. Could it be the result of inhaling that kind of smoke in front of the iron gate last night? No. Then what is this thing? Holding up the spray bottle, Xiaqishi was momentarily stunned. Was this thing capable of saving lives? As the question escaped her lips, Shi Yan's face flushed crimson. You'll find out after you spray it on. Xiaqishi cast her a few skeptical glances but ultimately chose to spray the areas marked with red. A refreshing mist settled upon the spots, and before long, they began to fade. She applied it liberally across her entire body, feeling as if she had taken a bath in mint-scented water. This is my bodily fluid, Shi Yan said slowly. Bodily fluid? Xiaqishi's face turned a shade of green, a surge of anger bubbling within her as she glared at Shi Yan. Gritting her, ding, Xiaqishi, you have a new email. The words above remain as they are, E-level world. The return of the dead begins at the starting point of battle, refreshing every 4 days for the second time. Is today the second refresh? Intelligence System 191989 Extension Special Reminder, please stay away from crowds. Xiaqishi opened the door and peeked down the hallway at the clock, which read exactly 8 o'clock. This reminder left her somewhat perplexed. Logically, one would expect that in the process of leveling up and battling, the mutated creatures would evolve from level 1 to level 2 after a refresh. Yet, this system was advising her to avoid crowds. Shi Yan suddenly shifted the topic. Her curiosity piqued. Hey, Xiaqishi, have you ever encountered a level 1 mutated creature? How does it compare to a zombie? Is it formidable? Xiaqishi gazed at her in astonishment. Anyone who had experienced 2 refreshes would never pose such a question. Shi Yan plopped down on her bed, patting the space beside her to invite Xiaqishi to join. Swinging her legs while seated, Shi Yan glanced at the low ceiling. My initial abilities lack any offensive capability. I can only evade. I rushed here during the first refresh and have yet to encounter a level 1 mutated creature. The manager, despite being young, is quite impressive. I observed for quite some time at the guard station, and no zombies could withstand the sound of firecrackers outside. Xiaqishi remained silent, attentively listening to her. Shi Yan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. In any case, as long as one adheres to the rules and refrains from revealing their abilities, life here is quite manageable. Indeed, Shi Yan had previously articulated similar sentiments, yet the precise reasons had eluded Xiaqishi until now, prompting her to inquire, why must one conceal their abilities? There were 2 individuals who evolved late, and due to a singular exposure of their powers, the general manager had summoned one of them away. Rising from Xiaqishi's bed, Shi Yan tidied her attire and, with a slight grimace, remarked, mine has departed. Summoned by the general manager? And then? Xiaqishi probed further. Shi Yan maintained an unperturbed demeanor, and then? There was nothing that followed. What does nothing that followed signify? Did they vanish? Or succumb to death? Just as Shi Yan opened the door, a figure dashed forward with great haste. It was Rong Yu, accompanied by Han Xing, Wen Qianlong, and Xue Shimo. The expression on Shi Yan's face transformed instantly as she pointed at the group. You possess far too much audacity. The rules explicitly state, men are not permitted in the women's. When Qianlong swiftly covered Shi Yan's mouth and propelled her into Xiaqishi's small compartment, the cramped space, delineated by hollow boards, became immediately congested, with Xue Shimo even leaving conspicuous footprints on the pristine white sheets. Qishi, we must depart, he urged, his gaze profound and tinged with urgency. After hearing Xue Shimo's analysis, Xiaqishi gasped, covering her mouth. In the brief moments spent conversing with Shi Yan, an email from the intelligence system had arrived, and outside, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. How could it be so quiet amidst thousands of people at this moment? Evidently, Shi Yan, too, perceived the anomaly. Upon opening the door, the group recoiled in astonishment, met by a dense throng that turned in unison at the sound. These were not decaying corpses, nor mutated beings with grotesque appendages, nor eccentric figures clutching their heads. Instead, their eyes revealed only the whites, their knees were subtly bent, presenting a distorted and ghastly visage. With a forceful kick, when Qianlong felled one who stood in his path, exclaiming, can these things even be considered human? The figure collapsed, detonating with a thunderous roar. Chapter 3-4, because this is the Leviathan I've been waiting for. Again, when Qianlong kicked down one obstructing his path, questioning the humanity of the entity. Upon impact, the figure exploded, leaving a crater and spewing forth a gush of verdant fluid that splattered him. Instantly, his skin began to fume and sizzle, even as he employed his liquefy ability. The areas touched by the viscous liquid seethed as if plunged into boiling water. When Qianlong collapsed, writhing in agony, Qishi recoiled in shock. These beings detonated? Moreover, the viridescent fluid appeared to possess corrosive properties. When Qianlong had once mentioned that his liquefy ability was vulnerable only at the head, a fatal blow there would spell his end. Yet now, despite being in a liquefied state, he was wounded and unable to heal. A sense of foreboding settled in Qiaqixi's heart. Even their sole lifeline possessed significant flaws, the extent of which remained unknown. And to think, there were thousands within the encampment. The wisps of smoke emanating from when Qianlong sent shivers down Shiyan's spine, causing her to cower behind Qiaqishi, trembling. The dormitory building consists entirely of rooms partitioned by hollow slabs, with narrow corridors remaining at the edges. A crowd has gathered in this confined space, effectively blocking the exit. This assembly consists solely of factory workers, appearing no different from ordinary individuals except for their stark white eyes. The presence of these uncanny beings sends shivers down Qiaqishi's spine. The situation is dire. Even the use of leverage cards and rebound cards seems futile. And she realizes that should a body explode, the splattering green fluid would surely corrode them to the point of leaving no trace, not even bones. The throng is gradually encroaching upon her, and at this moment, Qiaqishi finds her thoughts stagnating, unable to function. Her gaze sweeps around, finally settling on a particular spot. Rongyu, let's see if your storage bubble pouch can help. In the corridor, a door panel separates two worlds, spanning a width of 2 meters. The sound wave attack from Han Xing has only emitted a few bangs before the hollow slab has already corroded significantly. Qiaqishi grips the arched handrail, which has begun to soften under pressure, while the other side of the door panel is splattered with green liquid, bubbling ominously. Sister Qishi, the storage bubble pouch is ineffective. Rongyu calls out loudly. Qiaqishi turns to look, as soon as a storage bubble pouch touches the splattering liquid. It explodes with a resounding bang. A few droplets of the green liquid cling to the pouch's skin, falling from midair and landing squarely on Qiaqishi's shoe. It's paralyzing, she exclaims, forcefully stamping her heel back and swiftly kicking off her shoe, which hurtles several meters away, releasing a cloud of green smoke. This is terrifying. The storage bubble pouch, which could withstand the piercing of a blood-sucking species tongue whip, bursts instantaneously. Retreat! With a resounding shout, Qiaqishi steadied herself against the door panel and delivered a powerful kick. The forceful impact sent the door crashing into the individuals ahead, sliding several meters before toppling over and triggering a series of explosions from the human bombs. Gasping for breath, a small area finally cleared around them, allowing Qiaqishi to glance down the staircase, where she exchanged a knowing nod with Shui Shimo. Preoccupied with fending off the green liquid, she had missed the moment when Shiyan rescued Wen Qianlong. Now, she observed him tearing off his tattered shirt, revealing a body that glistened like molten lava. Before the distant human bombs could draw near, Qiaqishi dispatched them with precision shots to the head. The green liquid spread across the corridor floor, corroding the walls as the entire partition began to tremble precariously. As they were teleported downstairs by Shui Shimo's transposition, they steadied themselves only to witness the dormitory doors swinging open one after another, unleashing a torrent of human bombs. The crowd, their eyes rolled back, approached with eerie laughter, slowly advancing toward them. Elsewhere on the playground, a few newly revealed ability users struggled against the chaos, seizing the opportunity while they were still at a distance. Qiaqishi decisively fired her weapon, prompting Han Xing to join the fray. Faced with the onslaught of mutated beings, they did not hesitate. These human bombs were akin to water-filled balloons, bursting upon impact. Their bodies had not evolved any resistance to corrosion. Xiaqixiam, sister, can you manage? Will you be able to get out? Shiyan inquired anxiously, her body instinctively inching closer to the translucent barrier in a habitual attempt to evade danger. Standing a mere meter away, Shueshimo interjected, by what means do they discern our presence here, in the heart of this plaza? It was comprehensible that the initial wave of human bombs reacted upon hearing the commotion when the doors were first breached. However, those unleashed from the workers' sector were situated hundreds of meters away. How did they, upon release, unerringly converge upon our position? Xiaqishi, bereft of time for contemplation, retorted. Who knows? After detonating the craniums of several more of these walking explosives, she inadvertently caught sight of figures within the office area, arms crossed, observing them with rapturous interest. A girl, perhaps 17 or 18, adorned in a sable cloak, her golden hair conspicuous beneath the hood's brim, waved at Xiaqishi with a serene smile. Xiaqishi retreated. Her back meeting Shueshimo's, and leaning against him, she murmured, I now comprehend their method of discernment. Her words punctuated by a gesture towards the nonchalant figures within the office. Someone is orchestrating this. Though I am uncertain as to her motives for being here. Xiaqishi's tone grew frigid. Sensing the inflection in the girl's voice, he turned his gaze towards the office area, his countenance darkening. Anyone would feel aggrieved upon discovering that. Amidst a desperate struggle for survival, they were being coldly observed and assessed. She is a seasoned veteran from another world, Xiaqishi declared. What is our course of action? Xiaqishi's mind gradually stilled, recalling her initial encounter with Lancome, when, ignorant and vulnerable, she fled for her life. Now, though possessing greater comprehension, she remained worlds apart from these seasoned veterans. Abruptly, Xiaqishi posed a question to the group. On the other side, within the office area, several individuals lounged leisurely. Either seated or standing. A woman clad in a qipao savored a piece of candy and mumbled a question, do they truly possess the tickets and identification we require? Andy did mention that their tickets had been snatched away. Lancome, with an innocent expression, replied, What? You don't believe me? Of course, I do believe. However, why has the general manager suddenly changed their mind? Were we not supposed to continue fishing for the big catch? Wang Yan removed the lollipop from her mouth and approached Lancome, her heel grinding against Andy's lifeless body. The boy accompanying her, adorned with multiple earrings, called her Chishi. She glanced up at Wang Yan, a cruel smile curving her lips, because this is the big fish I have been waiting for. Chapter 35, the counterfeit captain of the main nation. The door to the office area swung open, and Lancome stepped out slowly. Waving her hand at Xiaqishi with a bashful smile, Miss, long time no see. Had it not been for Xiaqishi's awareness of the true motives of this seasoned individual from another world, she might have genuinely perceived her as an innocuous neighborly girl. Indeed, how have you not perished yet? Xiaqishi smirked, her gaze chillingly cold. She harbored nothing but disdain for those from another world who regarded newborns as mere sources of nourishment. Suddenly, clarity washed over Xiaqishi's mind. And she realized why that voice she had heard over the cafeteria's intercom was so familiar. No wonder Shi Yan remarked on the necessity of concealing one's abilities. Those who expose their talents are invariably summoned by the general manager, a procedure colloquially referred to by seasoned individuals as dining. Lancome, under the guise of a survivor's concentration camp, awaits sumptuous offerings, contingent upon the presence of a plethora of well-fed human bait to provide a convincing rationale. Last night, amidst the lingering scent of firecrackers at the security post, there was a striking similarity to the aroma of those green liquids. Rongyu, I recall you once exchanged for a potion. Xiaqishi shattered the tranquility, casting a glance at the impending wave of human bombs from the workers' quarter. Rongyu retrieved a small vial and handed it to Xiaqishi, exclaiming, Sister Chishi, I later discovered that this potion has an efficacy of merely 8 seconds. It is not everlasting. She assumed Xiaqishi was requesting it, and Rong, you felt no reluctance, after all. Those diamond-like crystals in the subterranean caverns were originally acquired by Xiao Qishi. You drink it, take this. She swiftly handed over 2 angry birds. And Xiao Qishi ceased to regard her. As she spoke, Wang Yan produced a miniature camera from between her plunging neckline. Kodak camera, basic ability, once the button is pressed, the subject will be frozen in a pose for 5 seconds. 5 seconds is ample time for a nimble adversary to execute multiple assassinations. The intelligent brain jested, do not reflexively pose with a peace sign, vanity demands a steep price. Summer Qishi, with her camera aimed at herself, heard the delightful sound of her pet, Kodak, followed by a flash of white light, rendering her immobile. She merely intended to take advantage of this moment to communicate with the intelligence system, transforming her malleable hammer. As her imagination took flight, the silent twin pistols in her grasp gradually succumbed to an intense brilliance. Though she was unable to move, it did not imply that Xue Shimo was likewise incapacitated. He swiftly maneuvered, evading a sudden assault from a man who had surged forward, delivering a fiery punch. His expression darkened as he bellowed at the startled Hanxing behind him. Can Tiu lend a hand? How long do you expect her to protect you all by herself? In the span of 4 seconds, Hanxing's sonic attack had barely emitted a single note when Zhang Yan's Kodak camera clicked, immobile in an instant. The explosive device from Angry Birds was perfectly placed in the workers' zone at the rear warehouse, igniting the firecrackers and unleashing a thunderous roar throughout the factory. The entire structure swayed as if inebriated. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, when Qianlong grasped Shi Yan's hand and successfully activated his invisibility, placing his touch of the hand upon Wang Yan's shoulder. 5 seconds later, the transformation hammer in Xiao Qishi's hand morphed into a circular shield, adorned with 2 bands of crimson patterns and a cluster of 4 smaller pentagrams encircling a larger one reminiscent of Captain America's shield. Withdraw at once. They are the enemy. When Qianlong bellowed from his concealed position behind Wang Yan, perhaps spurred by the provocations of Xue Shimo, he remained immobile despite Xiao Qishi's command to retreat. It was only when Wang Yan's Kodak camera aimed at Langmi and clicked that he began to retreat hastily. Shi Yan revealed herself, trailing behind the others in flight. Once Langmi was immobilized, a glint of determination flashed in Xiao Qishi's eyes as she contemplated resolving this predicament. However, upon witnessing a man emerge from behind Langmi, his slender, pale hands extending from beneath a black cloak, she felt a tremor of apprehension. Having learned from past hardships, Xiao Qishi decisively discarded her rebound card and fled. The rebound card can be used only once per day and has already been exhausted for today. As the gravitational space was rebounded, all those around Feng Lu, including the recently revived Langmi, tumbled to the ground. Nevertheless, Langmi maintained her cheerful demeanor, exclaiming, "Sister, this time you cannot escape." Even with Xue Shimo's swift movements, they couldn't outpace the destructive force of the Angry Birds coupled with the warehouse explosion. The entire factory ground trembled, a deafening drone reverberating through the air. After a series of violent shudders, the factory buildings collapsed onto the square. Xiao Qishi coughed, dust filling her lungs as debris rained down upon them. Raising her shield, she desperately hoped to escape the cataclysm. Clang! A tremendous force slammed into her shield, instantly crushing her arm beneath its weight. A sickening crack echoed as her arm twisted grotesquely, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through her that left her drenched in a cold sweat. "Xue Shimo!" she roared, her voice cracking with desperation. "Are you even a man? Run faster!" Veins bulged in her throat as she strained to be heard. Xue Shimo's face was grim as he quickened his pace, feeling the chilling dampness of sweat soaking his clothes. Their companions stood anxiously by the van. "Drive! Drive!" he commanded. As they piled into the vehicle, the force of the collapsing buildings sent them hurtling back hundreds of meters before they could even accelerate. With Xue Shimo's frantic guidance, Han Xing, who was not skilled at driving, haphazardly slammed on the accelerator, sending the van careening in an erratic, serpentine path. The explosion was of an unprecedented magnitude. Even as the van sped away, the thunderous booms echoed behind them. Billowing clouds of smoke and dust surged into the sky, and a wave of sand pursued them, finally dissipating a considerable distance behind the vehicle. The occupants of the van glanced back, watching the cataclysmic scene unfold. The roads surrounding the square have been completely obstructed. Lankmi gazed at the ruins before her, idly toying with her Kodak camera. A light chuckle escaped her lips as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. What a pity, an extraordinary ability, now rendered useless. Discarding the camera, she coldly addressed, "Xia Qishi, you cannot escape." Behind her stood Feng Lu, clad in black, while 3 individuals lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 36, I do not wish for another shoe to be ruined. Xia Qishi attempted to twist her arm, but the moment she touched it, a shiver of pain coursed through her. Her hair was drenched in sweat, and the others in the vehicle were fixated on her, not daring to breathe. In the survivor camp, Xia Qishi had posed a question, "Do you wish to become a senior?" In comparison to newborns, seniors possessed advantages that rendered lower-tier abilities inferior and were often viewed merely as nutritional value for evolutionary prowess, which was immensely frustrating. At that moment, she pondered the prospect of becoming a senior herself. Indeed, why had she even asked such a question? I would never. Just as Xia Qishi was speaking, a sudden scream escaped her. Shi Yan, who had been holding her firmly, suddenly exerted force, realigning her arm in a matter of seconds. "What are you doing?" When Qianlong exclaimed. After moving her arm a few times, she found her mobility unaffected, yet, the injured arm still could not endure excessive strain. Seeing that she had indeed recovered, the others expressed their joy before launching into a discussion. "Shi Yan, your rippling waves is an external potion transformation. Quite similar to my liquid solidification. What exactly is your primary ability?" Rong Yu inquired with curiosity. Shi Yan glanced around at the group, feeling somewhat bashful as she spoke. "My ability is Family Doctor." The others, intrigued, probed the intelligent brain and discovered Family Doctor, Healing Series. Attack ability, none. A household essential skill for home care, characterized by speed and affordability. The phrase speed and affordability truly encapsulated the essence of the intelligence system. This ability seemed even less useful than my touch of hand. When Qianlong, known for his forthrightness, spoke candidly, Rong Yu rolled her eyes at her, ungrateful. "At least she saved you this time." Shi Yan's expression clearly conveyed her disdain. However, Xia Qishi was preoccupied with another matter. The underground cemetery incident had transpired 11 days ago. After their encounter with the charming beasts and the guide, only 8 days remained. They had already delayed 2 days in the survivors' camp, which left them with only 6 days. "What do you mean by 6 days remaining?" Shui Shimo inquired. Tilting his head, Xia Qishi took a deep breath and replied, "We have 6 days left to reach the rendezvous point mentioned by Mo Shangdong. The journey is long, which is one concern. Today, we fortuitously encountered a newly refreshed human bomb, and who can predict what the next refresh might entail? That is the second concern. Lastly, my greatest worry is..." All eyes converged on her, awaiting her revelation. Shui Shimo followed her train of thought. "Are you worried about the seasoned experts from another world?" "Indeed." Xia Qishi nodded. The first encounter with Lankmi was marked by an unexpected twist, as I borrowed her electric abilities through a clever maneuver. After amplifying and releasing that power, I distinctly remembered confirming their demise, yet, inexplicably, they had returned to life, with only Feng Zhou missing from her side. Lankmi would not succumb so easily, for at the time of the explosion, she was accompanied by 3 others in addition to Feng Lu. However, I surmised that those 3 had likely met their end. "Are you suggesting that the general manager, oh no, that seasoned individual will not let us off the hook and will pursue us relentlessly?" Shi Yan's voice trembled with trepidation at the mere mention of Lankmi. During her time at the survivor camp, her curiosity had often led her to roam invisibly, uncovering secrets that were otherwise concealed. She was acutely aware of Lankmi's formidable prowess. Lankmi harbored an unyielding determination to possess the abilities of Xiaoqishi and would not easily relent. Currently, Xiaoqishi could not guarantee that Lankmi would refrain from pursuing them as they drew nearer to the rendezvous point. It was uncertain whether Lankmi would dare to take risks. In any case, 6 days remained, and they needed to hasten their journey. Everyone had to learn to drive during this time. With this declaration, there was no dissent among the group, after all. One could hardly expect an injured person to take the wheel. Leaning against the car window, Xiaoqishi found herself lost in thought and gradually drifted into a light slumber. It was unclear how long the vehicle had been in motion, but she sensed a slight jolt, and moments later, she felt a gentle push on her body, accompanied by the voice of Shui Shimo urging her to awaken. She stirred, her expression tightening. "What is it?" Shui Shimo spoke. "The vehicle has just collided with a human bomb. The tires have corroded, rendering the car inoperable. Moreover, there is an anomalous area marked within the intelligence system, and I am contemplating whether to proceed through there." Xiaoqishi, perplexed, replied, "There is only one route. Is there truly a choice?" She turned to gaze outside, where their vehicle was parked by the roadside adjacent to a school. Not far from the school lay a natural forest park, adorned with towering ancient trees, lush and vibrant. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, such a lively scene had become a rarity. Natural parks had nearly vanished from existence. The street was littered with shambling corpses and mutated beings, interspersed with human bombs whose eyes rolled back in a grotesque manner. They moved clumsily, resembling overweight penguins, and upon colliding with an object, they detonated automatically. The road itself was riddled with corrosive potholes. Even if the tires were intact, the vehicle could not operate normally. Using her mental faculties to probe the intelligence system, she discovered 2 routes indicated on the planned map, one of which traversed the natural forest park. This was the first time she had encountered such a scenario. On the flat map, a solid line and a dashed line were present, both leading towards the assembly point. The solid line followed the road directly ahead, while the dashed line wound through the natural forest park, its area shaded in pink. This navigational diagram only provided special markers once an individual had reached a designated distance, for instance, the previous time. A blue marker had only appeared when they were in close proximity to the guide. This time, the discovery of 2 possible routes had also come from advancing a certain distance. "You must make the decision," Shui Shimo said after observing her exploration of the intelligence system. Xiaoqishi opened the car door and retrieved a replica of the American Captain S shield from the storage. She gazed at the road, which was riddled with corrosive pits, green liquid oozing everywhere, leaving scarce places to step. "The asphalt was eroded, and I refused to let another shoe meet the same fate." Xiaoqishi expressed her dilemma. It was then that everyone noticed she was barefoot, on one foot. She accepted the package, opened the box, and found a pair of low-heeled leather boots inside. Upon trying them on, she discovered they fit perfectly. The group hurriedly sought safe paths, avoiding the corrosive surfaces, and when they encountered clumsy human bombs, they simply detoured. Faced with zombies or mutated beings, they did not hesitate to shoot them in the head. The park was remarkably tranquil. Above a peculiar-shaped stone, the words "Green Light Park" were inscribed, accompanied by a message from the mayor, extolling the virtues of nature and the love of forests. As they stepped through the gates of Green Light Park, they were momentarily stunned. Chapter 37, The Playground of Newborns. The entrance to Green Light Park marked a boundary. Upon crossing it, the scene before them nearly left them speechless. It was indeed a park, yet its essence diverged significantly from what lay outside. Between the trees swung long rope swings, while wire hammocks hung precariously from ancient giants, each hole the size of a basketball. A red carriage was stationed at the base of a gentle slope, twisting and turning to form a variety of winding tracks. Within the confines of several constructed pavilions, one can find bumper cars, flying saucers, merry-go-rounds, shooting galleries, and fishing booths. Nearby, a foreboding cave yawns ominously at the base of a colossal rock, the Ghost Cave. This is no mere forest park, it is unequivocally a grand amusement park. Most strikingly, the place is not devoid of other souls. Before each entertainment facility, one can observe clusters of individuals, some with pale faces and haggard expressions. Yet, as a few of them stepped forward, the gazes from these people turned towards them, radiating an unsettling danger, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves fixating on their prey. In that moment, Xiao Qishi felt a tautness in her being, only after a few seconds, when those individuals averted their eyes, did she realize that a sheen of sweat had begun to form on her back. These individuals were undoubtedly endowed with abilities. The sheer number of survivors is astonishing. The astonishment of the group was not merely due to the surroundings but rather a resounding proclamation echoing in their minds. Side quest, a mysterious benefactor's request, verbatim, to prepare toys for the newborn amusement park. Game regulations stipulate the selection of 4 games for challenge. Upon successful completion, a pass card can be obtained, allowing swift passage to the designated location of the guide. My goodness! I feel as though I am losing my mind. This is the apocalypse. The apocalypse! How can side quests even manifest in such a scenario? When Qianlong exclaimed, Shi Yan scoffed dismissively, such disarray. Her eyes then sparkled with excitement as she pointed towards the roller coaster. Shall we partake in that together? Partake? It is easy to speak lightly of such matters. Xiao Qishi cast a glance at her companion and let out a soft sigh. After all, a child who has never witnessed bloodshed still possesses an untainted innocence. Shi Yan's childlike nature alleviated the tense atmosphere. From the moment her grandfather emerged from the grave, Xiao Qishi understood that everything in this world could not be comprehended through conventional reasoning. She would not naively assume that a side quest was merely a simple amusement. This was a shortcut. Yet, obtaining the clearance card could not possibly be so straightforward. The side quest required her to select 4 types of games to challenge. Which 4 should she choose? Xiao Qishi's gaze swept across the amusement park's attractions once more. In a normal world, the most popular rides include the carousel, roller coaster, bumper cars, and flying ships. Thus, was it possible that in this apocalyptic realm, someone had astutely deduced that these commonly enjoyed amusements might be intensified in difficulty? Perhaps they intentionally avoided these attractions, seeking out lesser-known games for their quests instead. However, upon further reflection, Xiao Qishi realized, no, that logic was flawed. Others could very well think the same way. It was conceivable that the world's design might specifically target such clever individuals, thereby increasing the dangers in the obscure attractions while rendering the more popular rides deceptively easier. The notion that intelligence could be its own downfall was universally understood. So, should she opt for the well-favored attractions or the less popular ones? Regardless, there was no discernible logic. Those who chose were the masters of their own fate. Therefore, why not select without adhering to any reasoning at all? In the company of Xiao Qishi, there were originally 5 individuals, and with the addition of Shi Yan, there are now 6, the Hanxing and Rong Yue couple, Wen Qianlong, Shui Shimo, Shi Yan, along with herself. Apart from me and Shui Shimo, the 4 of you may each choose one. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qishi resolved to let them make their own selections. Rong Yue glanced at Xiao Qishi, showing no signs of discomfort. Well, I choose the bumper cars. I opt for the flying saucer. Hanxing interjected. The 2 made their choices quickly. But when it was Wen Qianlong's turn, he appeared somewhat bewildered, surveying his surroundings. Shi Yan, unable to tolerate his indecision, rolled her eyes and promptly declared, I want to ride the roller coaster. With only Wen Qianlong left, his gaze continued to wander until it finally settled upon a large rock. I think I'll choose the ghost cave. With the 4 selections finalized, Xiao Qishi, almost instinctively, glanced towards the ticket booth. On the wall opposite the booth hung a square vertical electronic clock displaying the statistics. To her surprise, the carousel had the highest number of participants, reaching 127, and she looked in that direction to see a queue forming. The least popular was a shooting game, which had merely 6 participants. The numbers dwindled as she examined the choices made by her companions. The roller coaster had 52 participants, the bumper cars had 43. The flying saucer had 28, and the ghost cave had 19. Why isn't the roller coaster operating yet? Someone wondered aloud. After a flurry of discussions among the crowd, a man began to count, 1, 2, 3. He then glanced at the vacant seats and inquired, "We're still short by 8 seats. Does that mean the ride won't commence until we're full?" "Hey!" to the few people at the ticket booth. "Which challenge are you all planning to take on first? There are still a few seats available, so if you're coming up, do so quickly." Xia Qishi looked over. Observing the lengthy roller coaster halted at the lower slope by the entrance of the park, where all the riders were intently gazing at them. Some even urging them to hurry up. After casting a glance at a few individuals, Xia Qishi spoke up, "Since you all chose this challenge, you should also determine the order of play." No sooner had Xia Qishi finished speaking than Shi Yan joyfully leaped up, exclaiming, "Of course! We should tackle the roller coaster first. Although I am uncertain about the challenges set before us, is it truly necessary to be so exaggeratedly fearful before even beginning?" With that, she dashed towards the roller coaster. The others reluctantly followed suit, and after being seated, Xia Qishi surveyed her surroundings. In front of her sat 2 young women who appeared to know each other, whispering quietly. To her left was a bald man clad in a black tank top, his face marked by irritation, who suddenly slammed his fist against the safety bar and shouted impatiently, "Damn it, we're still too short, what's going on? Hello? Is there anyone else? If you're here, come over." As Xia Qishi continued to glance around, a clear and melodious voice rang out, "Can the 2 of us join?" At the entrance of the park stood 2 individuals, a girl with golden locks beamed with joy as she gazed at the crowd. Or perhaps her smile subtly reached through the throngs to behold Xia Qishi. "Hurry up and get on!" the riders on the roller coaster urged with excitement. The carriage began to tremble gently, and the sound of wheels echoed as Xia Qishi leaned back, the vehicle hurtling forward. Initially, the roller coaster ascended slowly. But after a pivotal turn, it surged ahead with fervor. This was Xia Qishi's inaugural experience on a roller coaster. Her hair was tousled in an instant, the wind filling her ears with a warm, slightly briny scent. Wait, a briny scent? Chapter 38. What a fortuitous moment! Yet, the challenges would not be so thoughtless. As the latter half of the roller coaster reached its zenith, Xia Qishi's body flipped over, her head suddenly pointing downward, her eyes reflecting the vast sky. She felt weightless, witnessing the world turn upside down, her stomach churning, ungratefully producing a hint of acidity. The air was filled with the excited cries of the crowd. In the very moment the coaster plunged downwards, she caught sight of a stone-constructed edifice ahead, resembling a small castle. Its entrance bore resemblance to a beacon tower of the Great Wall, with watchtowers adorning its 4 corners. The structure, cloaked in a muted gray hue, appeared quite ancient yet retained an aura of timeless elegance. A foul stench emanated from within, as the roller coaster hurtled towards the entrance of the castle. Xia Qishi, tense as a stone, suddenly grasped her silent dual pistols. With a thunderous roar, the roller coaster plunged into the castle's maw. The overwhelming odor filled her nostrils, and as the ride entered the castle, its speed slowed to a crawl. This was undoubtedly the crux of the challenge. Unlike the spherical roller coasters, water rides, or towering attractions found in other amusement parks, a glowing numeral 6 illuminated the exit ahead within the small fortress. The faint sound of fluttering wings and a subtle buzzing alerted Xia Qishi to the presence of mutated entities nearby. Were they the mutated blood flies? She raised her hand and fired 2 luminous projectiles, illuminating the darkness while obliterating 2 of the aberrations. Under the radiant glow, she discerned the nature of these mutated beings, entirely black, resembling a blend of wasps and large black flying ants, significantly larger than ordinary ants, with stingers at their rear. They were considerably smaller than the mutated blood flies she had encountered previously. Mutated wasp, Wasp, a social insect with numerous species, known for their swift flight. They bore holes in delicate bamboo shoots during the spring to reproduce. Some individuals, having read the data on these mutated wasps, immediately began to retaliate. Amidst the darkness, cries of agony occasionally pierced the air, certainly those who had been stung. Someone exclaimed, "Whoever has been stung should roll down immediately. We cannot allow larvae to breed from your bodies and endanger us all." This thought also flickered through Xiaochishi's mind. The numeral 6 signifies a countdown. And as it reaches 0, the roller coaster erupts from the castle's entrance with the speed of a released arrow. Panic ensues among the onlookers, as it becomes evident that there are casualties nearby. Besides Xiaochishi, a bald man is hunched over the safety bar. As the roller coaster flips, his body tilts backward, revealing lips as dark as coal and a face ash and a clear sign of death. Ahead, a man begins to laugh maniacally, his laughter unsettling. What is this? It is utterly feeble. Xiaochishi's heart constricts. This is a challenge that could lead to the acquisition of a pass card. It cannot be this simple. However, with the demise of these individuals, the remaining passengers, apart from the man laughing hysterically, are rendered speechless, their courage to scream seemingly evaporated. A few have noticed the intelligence system's notification, remaining passengers on the roller coaster, 46. As the ride completes its circuit, the starting station comes into view. And everyone's faces are pale, although a flicker of hope ignites. The coaster gradually slows, and several corpses are automatically ejected. Xiaochishi attempts to unfasten the safety restraints, but every effort to press the hidden latch proves futile. In the next moment, the eagerly anticipated starting station glides past her, receding into the distance. The passengers, including Xiaochishi, are momentarily stunned, disbelief etched on their faces. Hasn't 5 minutes already elapsed? Goodness, this pass card is indeed a formidable prize. The atmosphere on the roller coaster becomes chaotic. Must they endure the treacherous path of the mutated hornets once more? I will not ride this again. A man, his voice cracking with desperation, cried out, attempting to disengage the safety mechanism of the roller coaster before it reached its apex. It won't open. Why won't it open? A notification echoed through the car. Notification, 4 laps remaining. The man fell silent, seemingly resigned to completing the remaining circuits. This time, she fired preemptively as the lead car entered the castle threshold. As the coaster fully entered the castle, its velocity diminished once more. The other passengers, reacting with greater alacrity, faced the mutated wasps with less trepidation. The 6 seconds elapsed in what felt like an instant, the glow of various abilities illuminating the fallen wasp carcasses. During the final lap within the miniature castle, the mutated wasps faced a barrage of attacks. As the countdown reached 0, Xiaochishi jolted, her upper body twisting to the side. Lancome had made her move. Spiral knife, razor sharp, not for minors. Had she not shifted, she would have been decapitated. To strike at this moment, Xiaochishi felt a lingering dread, her body slick with cold sweat. The brush with mortality was jarring. Lancome must have surmised that her vigilance would be compromised by fatigue. A well-chosen moment, indeed. Her lower body secured by the safety harness, she twisted to glance behind her. Lancome smiled innocently, a spiral knife held between 2 fingers. She offered a smile. Was this a newly acquired ability? Xiaochishi rapidly pulled the trigger. The seemingly innocent girl, reminiscent of a neighborly maiden, perceives the world's newborns not as human beings, but rather as sources of energy, delectable morsels for consumption. A brilliant white projectile surged towards its target. Although it was daytime, the blinding radiance of the light resembled sunlight piercing through glass, overwhelming Lankyo in an instant. Xiaochishi, wary and alert, kept her gaze fixed on her. As the white glow receded, Lankyo emerged unscathed, seemingly shielded by her dark cloak against certain assaults. The roller coaster accelerated rapidly, swiftly reaching its destination. The previously unyielding safety mechanisms now functioned with ease, allowing Xiaochishi to deftly descend in a few strides. wielding her silent dual pistols as if bracing for an imminent confrontation. The young girl leapt from the roller coaster, running her fingers through her golden locks. Observing Xia Qixie's tense demeanor, she offered an amused smile, revealing a hint of dimples. I told you, you cannot escape. What is this? Your hands are trembling around the gun. Are you that frightened of me? Fear, indeed, was palpable. How could one who never perished not be afraid? When Qianlong and his companions had gathered, having successfully pursued her. Chapter 39, Who Provoked Me First? Langqiu strode forward unabashedly, noticing Xia Qixie retreating. A triumphant smile spreading across her face. Do not worry, your demise will be far too swift to be entertaining. She playfully pointed her index finger at Xia Qixie. A mischievous glint in her eye, adding, but do be cautious from here on. With that, she and Feng Lu each commandeered a vehicle, leading the charge into the gaming zone. The bumper cars are a game chosen by Rong-Yue, differing from the rules of roller coasters. To the left of the iron gate hangs a conspicuous sign, meticulously detailing the following instructions. 1. The bumper car game area spans 840 square meters and contains obstacles. 2. Each bumper car accommodates one person. Please refrain from driving in pairs. 3. Exiting the designated area or falling from the bumper car results in disqualification, preventing participation in subsequent games. 4. The time is calculated based on the total number of participants, and interruptions are not permitted. Xia Qixie scrutinized these rules before selecting a car and entering the game zone. The 840 square meters approximate the size of 2 basketball courts. After Xia Qixie and several others entered the game area, the human sensor counter at the entrance had yet to reach 43. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, upon the final participant's arrival, the count surged to 43, and the iron gate automatically shut. The bumper car features a protruding rubber airbag at the front, for small wheels, a rudimentary windscreen, and a numbered windshield. Xia Qixie's number is 35. The square is expansive, with 43 bumper cars scattered about, rendering it nearly impossible to discern one from another at a glance. 3, 2, 1, time starts now. An electronic female voice commenced the countdown, resonating throughout the plaza, audible to all participants. As soon as the voice faded, figures abruptly emerged from behind various obstructions scattered across the square. With pale eyes, bent knees, and arms limply hanging before them, they charged recklessly, seemingly intent on destruction. These figures are, in fact, human bombs. Is this the challenge of the bumper cars? At that moment, directly in front of Xia Qixie, an automobile numbered 34 was approaching, piloted by a frail, white-haired old woman. The elderly figure appeared gaunt and haggard, her eyelids adorned with numerous brown spots. She wore a tattered floral shirt, her fingers slightly bent and rigid, and as she gripped the steering wheel, her hands trembled ever so slightly. The old woman flashed a grin at her and charged directly towards her vehicle. The front of the car bore a black rubber capsule, and while the vehicle's front remained unscathed, the impact sent it skidding backward several meters. Xia Qixie's expression did not betray any surprise. Perhaps it was only the seasoned and cunning elderly who would meticulously ponder the rules laid out at the entrance. The fourth rule stated, the time calculation is based on the total number of participants, which amounts to 43 individuals, indicating that the duration of this bumper car challenge extends to 43 minutes. In other words, surviving in a game where human bombs could erupt at any moment is exceedingly difficult. This cunning old woman had cleverly sought a shortcut. By reducing the number of participants, she could decrease the game's duration, thus enhancing the likelihood of success. Do I appear so easily bullied? Xia Qixie straightened her posture, her gaze growing cold. The recent collision with the old woman had propelled her dangerously close to the human bombs, and now several of these explosive figures were gradually encroaching upon her. This wicked old hag. Not all elderly individuals are as harmless as their frail appearances suggest. With alacrity, Xia Qixie disengaged her hand from the steering wheel, swiftly producing a pair of suppressed pistols. After discharging several shots in rapid succession, the silenced weapons morphed into a replica of Captain America's shield. Simultaneously, she executed a sharp turn of the steering wheel as the cadavers detonated with a resounding boom. Observing the verdant ichor arcing towards her, she raised the shield in defense. Yet a few droplets managed to spatter upon her attire. With a swift motion, Xiaqishi divested herself of the garment, casting it far aside. "Did you observe that wench disrobing?" someone in the distance exclaimed forthwith. A cacophony erupted as human detonators roamed the game arena, their virulent blood splattered across the terrain. The operable pathways for bumper cars dwindled precipitously, and several individuals found themselves cornered. The crone, unfazed by Xiaochishi's evasion of the human ordnance, chuckled sardonically, her wizened visage contorting with mirth. Deftly avoiding the contaminated areas, she steered her bumper car in Xiaochishi's direction, brandishing a viridescent, thorn staff with erratic sweeps. Staff of venerable guidance, those struck by this staff shall become docile and heed the elder's commands. Xiaoqishi discerned that the old woman had become fixated on her. Perhaps due to her own nascent skills at operating the bumper car. The hag was compelled to divert her attention, ensuring the path ahead was clear of the virulent effluence. Nonetheless, with uncanny speed, the crone bore down upon Xiaoqishi, the thorn staff arcing towards her with lethal intent. Should it connect, Xiaoqishi surmised, she would be compelled to disembark and venture into the thick of the human ordnance at the crone's behest. With a lithe maneuver, Xiaoqishi released the steering wheel, recoiling backward to evade the assault. In that instant, her silenced dual pistols morphed into an XXL-sized cleaver. She brandished the cleaver, deflecting the old crone's thorny bamboo cane with each swing. Despite repeated attempts, the venerable cane was effortlessly parried. The old woman was taken aback. Could this seemingly frail woman be such a formidable adversary? Initially, the cleaver's weight had been a challenge for Xiaoqishi, but after countless strikes against mutated creatures, she had grown accustomed to its heft. Now, with a forceful swing, the old woman cried out as her venerable cane was knocked from her grasp. Xiaochishi's cleaver now rested against the old woman's neck, a mere exertion of force would sever her head. Disarmed, the old woman hastily surrendered, shrinking back with fear in her clouded eyes as she pleaded, "Truce! Truce! Truce!" After the old crone had initiated the conflict and attempted to bully her? Had she been struck by the cane, would she have been shown mercy? Some individuals do not reciprocate kindness, especially in the brutal reality of the apocalypse. The old woman contemplated seizing the moment to retrieve her thorny bamboo cane for a surprise attack. "Hey, how could you?" The old woman watched as the cleaver sent her venerable cane flying even further away. Her aged face contorted in displeasure, and she glared at Xiaochishi's retreating figure, silently seething with resentment. Xiaoqishi chuckled softly, "You can call me ruthless if you wish, but you provoked me first. Next, we delve into the realm of Lankme." Chapter 40, Dining Must Be Fresh. In the bumper car arena, human bombs wandered aimlessly, accelerating towards any sound that caught their attention. Xiaoqishi bore a grave expression. Lankme was a seasoned expert from another world, and the gravity space of Feng Lu was particularly formidable. The previous encounter had been a stroke of luck, thanks to Wen Qianlong's unexpected voice, but this time, what could possibly take her by surprise? Lankme had already locked her sights on Xiaoqishi, repeatedly casting her attention upon her. If Xiaoqishi did not resist, was she simply to await her absorption? Time was slipping away. Xiaoqishi glanced at the remaining countdown. Only 13 minutes remained. At last, upon a high platform, Xiaoqishi spotted Lankme and her companion, as well as Shui Shimo hastening towards the elevated ground. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, Xiaoqishi propelled her bumper car up the semi-bridge towards the platform. Lankme stood opposite her, smiling, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, reminiscent of a Barbie doll. Yet, beneath that charming facade, Xiaoqishi discerned a hint of disdain in her expression. With 2 more games to conquer, if she did not confront Lankme here, The subsequent challenges would not only test her skills but also require constant vigilance against Lankmi's potential ambush. It was time for decisive action. Come forth! Lankmi nonchalantly waved her hand, appraising Xiao Qishi from head to toe. Feng Lu, do you not think this young lady possesses an admirable figure? Why waste breath on trifles? Xiao Qishi retorted sharply, materializing silent dual pistols aimed at the two, and pulled the triggers. Two luminous projectiles erupted with radiant white light, hurtling directly towards their faces. Shueishammer furrowed her brows slightly as she cast a glance at Xiao Qishi, her hand clenched into a fist, the boxing glove gradually turning crimson. Seizing the moment when a blinding white light engulfed them, she launched a punch towards Feng Lu. In that instant, the glove swirled like a tornado, igniting a wave of scorching flames. The searing heat rushed towards Feng Lu, momentarily taking him aback, before a sinister grin crept across his face. With his alabaster hands emerging from beneath a black cloak, he flexed his fingers nonchalantly, akin to a conductor raising his baton. Before forcefully slashing downward, gravitational space, within a radius of several dozen meters around Feng Lu, he embodied the essence of power. Anyone who approached him, given the time to activate his abilities, would be compelled to bow in submission. Just as the light projectile was unleashed, Xiao Qishi's firearm instantaneously transformed into an XXL bone-slicing knife aimed at Lan Ko. As Lan Ko awaited the dispersal of the light, she opened her eyes to see a hefty blade cleaving through the air towards her. For the first time, her smile faded, and with a disdainful snort, she produced a petite dagger to casually deflect the attack, yet her seemingly effortless motion bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Never seen anyone so eager to court death. Failing with the first strike, Xiao Qishi swung again, this time with even greater speed and agility. The two were perilously close. Prompting Lan, the aperture created when she sheathed her blade presented an opportunity for Lancome. The spiral flying knife instantly shot out, piercing Xiao Qishi's chest. Xiao Qishi cried out in pain, her face turning deathly pale. Xiao Qishi bit her lip, noticing Lancome's unusually relaxed expression, as if she still had a trick up her sleeve. She hesitated slightly, thinking to herself that she had seen the forms of the transforming hammer, the silent dual guns and the boning knife. To win, she had to endure. She gasped for breath, her face ashen, large beads of sweat dripping down her cheeks. The blood from her chest wound continued to gush out, and her hand could barely staunch the flow. She tried to pull out the flying knife, but even the slightest touch sent excruciating pain through her. Lancome slowly drove closer, covering half her face with her hand. The sound of muffled sobs emanated from between her fingers, her shoulders shaking. Xiao Qishi, panting, looked up, somewhat bewildered. The sobbing gradually transformed into a series of continuous moans. Ha! Hee hee! Ha 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 ha! Lancome slowly removed her hand, revealing wide, round eyes on her once adorable doll face, her lips stretched to her ears, exposing her entire teeth and gums. You thought I was crying? Hee 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 ha 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 ha. I'm happy. You know? I can smell the sweet aroma emanating from your blood, Missy. How could you be so impatient, conveniently showing up just when I was hungry? Pervert! Xiao Qishi exclaimed, staring at Lancome's increasingly ferocious grin. She transformed the boning knife back into the dual guns and opened fire on her in rapid succession. After a while, she stopped, sweat pouring down her, as if a glass of water had been poured over her head, her entire body drenched in sweat. At this very moment, she began to realize that the silent barrage from the dual guns was gradually depleting her abilities. After firing continuously, Xiao Qishi, apart from the dizziness caused by blood loss, felt her body growing increasingly feeble and hungry due to the relentless discharge of energy blasts. What is the matter, feeling weak? Lan Ku remarked with a hint of derision. You don't get too pleased with yourself. Xiao Qishi weakly spat out a few words. The newborns are inherently naive, believing their powers to be boundless. Such is life, nothing comes without a cost. Whether utilizing supernatural abilities or wielding weapons, all consume one's vitality. Lanku grinned widely as she parked her vehicle beside Xiaochishi's. Seasoned practitioners from other realms comprehend one essential truth: a newborn's rudimentary powers can only be absorbed and transferred while they still draw breath. Once deceased, their abilities vanish, and their weapons deteriorate. Thus, the optimal strategy for energy absorption and ability transfer is to strike an opponent to the brink of death. Presently, Xiaoqishi exemplified this condition, implying that sustenance must be fresh. Was this not the perfect opportunity to take advantage of her weakness? The essence of a newborn is pure, devoid of any impurities. Within their bodies lies not only the most common nutritional values but also, crucially, their nascent powers and weapons. Lanku gazed at Xiaoqishi with fervent intensity. Upon recalling their first encounter, she revealed her innate copying ability. Although her skill level was rather modest, once it was transferred to herself, its potency would undoubtedly magnify. This world had undergone a second refresh, and her survival until now suggested that the shape-shifting weapon had also played a significant role. With this thought, Lanku's heart surged with warmth. She was indeed a prodigiously gifted newborn. She reached out towards Xiaoqishi. Upon the release of the gravity space, the flames of the fiery gauntlets continued to blaze, yet the exposed fingertips began to pale. Shueishimu struggled to rise, his limbs straining as their veins bulged. For the first time, he experienced the intensity Xiaoqishi had once described. Even the air he depended upon felt unbearably heavy. His hunched form felt as though it bore the weight of a great mountain, and everything around him conspired to keep him grounded. Feng Lu reveled in this moment, relishing the sensation of standing before him as an emperor, invigorated by the experience. The man, usually taciturn behind Lanku, leisurely removed his black hood, revealing a face typical of Western descent: pale skin, deep-set eyes, and a remarkably straight nose. He imagined the sight of this well-formed man being reduced to mere pulp beneath his weight. However, just as he prepared to amplify the gravity once more, he discovered that the man, previously overwhelmed, had regained his composure and calmly uttered 3 words: good, fun, right? Chapter 41, A Newborn is Not Food. Miao Miao expresses gratitude to Carl King for the Heishibai, and to Che for the Peach Blossom Fan, as well as to Cheng Zhao for the Peace Charm, and for the support of the boundless sky above. However, a sense of unease envelopes him. In a fleeting moment, Feng Lu finds himself momentarily entranced, only to realize that several seconds have passed. Yet, in this brief interval, Shueishimu has exploited the opportunity to unleash chaos within his mind through telepathic communication. The tormenting whispers piercing his consciousness like needles, rendering his expression grim. The gravitational space suddenly falters. In an instant, a fiery blaze streaks across Feng Lu's vision, aimed directly at his chest. Yet, the next moment, his fist is firmly restrained by the exterior of a black cloak, unable to budge an inch. The scorching waves of the flame gauntlet seem to collide with an impenetrable wall, the black cloak emanating an invisible force that repels his strike. You have miscalculated. Feng Lu sneers, entirely unfazed by Shueishimu's attempt to ambush him during this moment. Seeing Feng Lu smile, Shueishimu reciprocates, his voice booming, miscalculated? Who says that isn't the case? What is he laughing about? A sense of foreboding washes over Feng Lu as he raises his hand, attempting to activate gravitational space once more, but his body remains rigid, a pair of hands resting upon his shoulders. You have already vanquished your opponent. The owner of the hand gradually reveals themselves from behind Feng Lu, with tousled hair, a mischievous grin, and a series of intricate hoop earrings adorning their ears. You are the strongest. No one can rival you. Thus, you have no need for this protective cloak. Feng Lu's expression turns fervent, his eyes tinged with crimson. Indeed, why should he don a protective cloak when he possesses such formidable strength? The vista morphed before him. He beheld a vast throng of people prostrate at his feet and the pulp remains of the man he had crushed. He casually discarded his cloak, but in the next instant, he frowned slightly as the scene vanished like a bubble. A massive fist pierced his chest, the blood evaporating in flames before it could even flow. He closed his eyes forever, without so much as a whimper. To the very end. Feng Lu remained ignorant of when Qianlong had moved behind him. Xia Qishi, lightheaded and increasingly famished, coughed up blood. A shudder coursed through her, and the agonizing pain in her chest momentarily cleared her mind. Long was reaching out to her. A violent fit of coughing brought forth more blood. With great effort, Xia Qishi uttered, walking right into the trap. A crackling surge of electricity shot towards Xia Qishi. In her weakened state, another blow would undoubtedly leave her defenseless, or so Lon thought. The current coursed through her, but instead of ending her life, it unexpectedly invigorated her, providing a peculiar sustenance that restored some of her strength. She opened her eyes, the sweat on her brow chilling her to the bone. The wound on her chest became numb, devoid of pain. Xia Qishi slowly tightened the net, her battered body tilting toward Lan's vehicle. Her face contorted in a grotesque expression reminiscent of an addict. One more time. Startled by Xia Qishi's blood-soaked and eerily disfigured appearance, Lan recoiled, her foot fumbling on the accelerator. The vehicle failed to lurch forward, instead ensnaring her long cloak beneath her feet. A series of frenzied screams erupted as she unleashed an even greater surge of electricity, her eyes squeezed shut. Moments later, the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeated the air. Lan ceased her assault, her eyes widening as she observed Xia Qishi's eyes rolling back, revealing the whites. A triumphant peal of laughter escaped her lips. "Shall we repeat the exercise?" Lan gloated, admitting to the momentary fright she had experienced. The energy output had been excessive, leaving her feeling utterly drained. A void that fueled an insatiable hunger as she gazed upon Xia Qishi, envisioning her as a delectable source of sustenance, energy, and nascent abilities. She moved closer with undisguised eagerness. A sharp, piercing sound echoed as flesh was punctured. Lan's mouth gaped open, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You..." A shudder ran through Xia Qishi as she plunged the spiral flying knife further into Lan's body, a fierce determination blazing within her. "Newborns are not food." Lan's body slumped against the bumper car with a dull thud, her consciousness fading as her life force ebbed away with the crimson tide. Overwhelmed by terror, she felt a hand land in her palm and instinctively grasped it. Simultaneously, the residual electrical current coursing through Xia Qishi's body surged towards her brain, plunging her into darkness. She collapsed, her hand inadvertently falling into Lan's grasp, where it was seized with a desperate grip. What Xia Qishi was unaware of was that during her fainting spell, when Shui Shimo and the others discovered her, only a few minutes remained in the countdown of the game. They carefully retrieved her from the fishing net, and Shui Shimo silently removed his shirt to wrap around her, seeking ways to bind the two vehicles together in order to drag them out of the gaming zone. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. In her haze, Xia Qishi often heard voices, and her subconscious was persistently aware that there were matters left unattended, an increasingly potent thought. It felt as though the apocalypse was upon them, as they endeavored to conquer the game and obtain the clear card. Suddenly, she jolted awake, a cold sweat breaking out. "Is Lankmeat dead? What level have we reached in the challenge?" At that moment, Xia Qishi lay on a park bench, clad in Shui Shimo's shirt, which enveloped her figure. Upon seeing her awaken, when Qianlong and the others gathered around, Shiyan peeled back her collar to inspect the wound, nodding as she remarked, "The bleeding has stopped, but vigorous movement is still inadvisable to avoid reopening the wound." Just then, when Qianlong leaned closer, "Sister Qishi, we're just one ghost hole away from completing it." Xia Qishi frowned, "Isn't there still a spacecraft?" "Oh. Now that you mention it, I remember there indeed is one." When Qianlong slapped his forehead, his expression one of sudden realization. Shiyan rolled her eyes in annoyance beside him, and he lowered his voice abruptly, "However, the dog chosen by Han Xing has no challenging levels set. With a total of 28 people in 28 minutes, we have safely passed." Indeed, the initial speculation proved to be correct. Within these gaming facilities, some lacked difficulty levels. A conjecture arose within her mind. Could it be possible that certain individuals bypassed all challenges in the game, achieving a genuine completion without experiencing any of the obstacles? Chapter 42. The Ghost Cave. Outside the entrance to the Ghost Cave stood a half-decayed wooden sign inscribed with the words Ghost Cave. The entrance itself was haphazardly constructed from mud-yellow mountain rocks, and nearby lay a circular grinding stone alongside a plastic mannequin with a single leg. Its eyes painted a blood-red hue, leaning against the stone. The cave's walls were splattered with a considerable amount of crimson liquid, appearing both sanguine and unsettling. A banner stretched above the cave, proclaiming, "Better to believe than to disbelieve. Terrifying reasoning awaits you in the Ghost Cave, come and face it." Against the backdrop of the mud-colored rocks, the red banner stood out strikingly. Summer Chishi, cloaked in a long black cape, the very one from Lankme, surveyed the scene. Gathered outside the cave were 19 individuals, the exact number participating in this challenge. Among the crowd, a robust man stepped forward. "I am unaware of how many of you have participated in bumper car games. Nor do I know how many have paid heed to the game's rules. What I must convey is this: where there are special prompts, difficulty levels are surely established. For instance, the first rule of the bumper car game states, the gaming area spans 840 square meters and contains obstacles, therefore, the challenge's hindrance is the human bomb." The man gazed at the crowd, his expression darkening as he continued, "Unfortunately, the Ghost Cave game we have selected has indeed been set with difficulty levels." A robust man, approximately 30 years of age, with a crew cut and rugged features that exude masculinity, stands with an erect posture reminiscent of a stern instructor during military training. He points to the banner and articulates each word with precision, "Better to believe in the existence of ghosts than to doubt their presence." After surveying the crowd, he notices some deep in thought while others furrow their brows in skepticism. He continues, "What should we believe? This is Ghost Cave, so naturally, we must believe in ghosts." The banner at the Ghost Cave serves as a reminder of the spectral entities that may dwell within. Xia Chishi stands in a daze, her mind echoing a persistent question: do ghosts truly exist in this world? "My name is Nie Jing," he states, "and I propose that upon entering the Ghost Cave, we should strive to remain close together. The living possess a natural vitality, and the more of us there are, the stronger our collective energy will be, rendering us less vulnerable to the supernatural." With this concluding remark, the man named Nie Jing leads the way into the cave. The crowd follows closely behind him. And when Qianlong, feeling urgency, whispers, "What about us? Let us hurry in, or we might encounter a sign stating entry limit reached, and that would be a complete waste." "Let us go," Shuaishimo interjects, and Xia Chishi, slightly frowning, trails behind. As they step at the threshold of the Ghost Cave, a shiver runs down Xia Chishi's spine. The deeper they venture, the thinner the air becomes and the colder the temperature feels. The light gradually dims, revealing a faint green glow emanating from a corridor ahead. The crowd moves slowly, each person apprehensive that a misstep might awaken an unknown malevolent spirit. Xia Chishi furrowed her brows deeper. The eerie sight of lifelike plastic mannequins by the grinding stone outside the ghostly cave was unsettling. Yet, after walking for several minutes, there seemed to be nothing amiss. At that moment, Nie Jing, who was at the front of the group, uttered a soft "ah." Instantly, the crowd behind him tensed, believing he had uncovered something significant. Xia Chishi peered through the throng and discerned the situation clearly. Once all 19 individuals had entered the room, Xia Chishi was unexpectedly struck by the realization that it was a kitchen, a vintage wood-burning stove, a cupboard adorned with white tiles, a cabinet, and a water tank constructed from cement, all exuding a rustic charm, seemingly devoid of any peculiarity. As everyone examined their surroundings, one individual, succumbing to temptation, even snatched something from the cupboard to eat. "What is this?" Above the cupboard, Niekin discovered a thick notebook, drawing the attention of those around him. Their expressions laden with unspoken meaning. He cleared his throat twice, opened the notebook, and moved to a spot illuminated by green light to begin reading. Within less than 2 minutes, he had finished, and Xiaqishi fixed her gaze upon his facial expression. He furrowed his brow, handed the notebook to another person, and then crossed his arms, entering a state of deep contemplation. What happened? What did it say? A woman of striking beauty leaned closer to Nie Jing, hoping he would break the silence. Nie Jing appeared somewhat bewildered, disregarding the woman's flirtatious gestures, and replied, I don't know, it's rather difficult to comprehend. Unable to contain their curiosity, someone opened the notebook and began to read line by line. Thus, one by one, others took turns scrutinizing the pages. And aside from the rustling of paper, the room fell into a profound silence. Shiyan rubbed her icy hands together, exhaling a cloud of white mist. How cold it is! Indeed, aside from the silence, the temperature in this room appears to be plummeting rapidly. The notebook has finally reached Su Shum's hands, and Xiaqishi and the others gathered around to observe. The notebook is thick, yet it contains only 3 pages. The first 2 pages are predominantly filled with accounts, and as they skim through the lines, they finally arrive at the last page, which reads, When you see this diary, I have long since departed. This line is underlined in the original text. In truth, your father does not lack love for you, rather. It is due to the impoverished state of the family that this house was purchased with the last of his funds. My dear grandson, you must now reveal to your grandfather the location of his hidden treasures. Beneath the ancient cedar, there grows a particular herb known as ghost needle grass. Do you recall that it was I who taught you to solve puzzles swiftly? Now, hurry and employ your 6-second 100-meter sprint speed to unravel this mystery. Quickly! 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 The group is left in a haze, and when Qianlong is still poking at the final few exclamation marks, noting the urgency conveyed by the 3 consecutive exclamation points. Once they finish reading, the young lady, who had just been standing beside Nie Jing, suddenly seems to have an epiphany. She suggests, let us search the room thoroughly to identify what an ancient cedar is and where ghost needle grass can be found. That would clarify everything. Xiaqishi finds the contents of her grandfather's letter somewhat familiar, as if she has encountered it in reality before. Just before the apocalypse. Someone had even used this to test her, yet the answer eludes her, becoming more elusive the harder she tries to recall it. The temperature in the room continues to drop, and the young lady's words also release a puff of mist, a striking contrast for summer, even in a tunnel. It should not be this frigid. A voice suddenly emanated from the corner of the room where a corpse lay, leaving Nie Jing momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. His complexion rapidly shifting. Seizing the notebook still in Xue Shimo's hand, Xiaqishi grasped it tightly, her heart pounding fiercely. The first character of the first sentence, the second character of the second sentence, the third character of the third sentence, and so forth, collectively conveyed a singular message: the house is haunted, run! In an instant, Nie Jing bellowed, run, run, run! His voice, already resonant, reverberated through the air, instantly causing discomfort to the eardrums of the dozen or so individuals present. Despite the confusion regarding the situation, everyone surged towards the door in a frantic rush. Chapter 43, The Ghost Hole 2, The Extra Ghost. A throng of people surged towards the entrance, yet when had the door been shut? The first to reach it stumbled against the door panel, banging against it fervently while reaching for the doorknob, only to find it vacant. The door featured an antiquated lock, the kind most commonly found in rural homes, notoriously difficult to dismantle. Moreover, if the house were indeed haunted, it would not idly permit anyone to unlock the door and escape. The door would not bite. It must be. Could it be that ghosts bite? The fright was fleeting. Within moments, his expression returned to normal. After all, one who had endured an apocalyptic ordeal could not have survived without a modicum of bravery. He brandished a scythe-like weapon and struck the door with great force. The scythe, exceedingly sharp and a formidable tool against the undead, was hindered in its effectiveness against the door. The man exerted all his strength to chisel away at it. To no avail. Nie Jing spoke calmly from behind, it's not that simple, we've overlooked a crucial issue. A voluptuous young woman brandished a golden dagger. pressing it against Nie Jing's neck. What pretentious bravado without the skills to back it up? Speak. What is the issue? Allowing the dagger to rest against his throat, Nie Jing began to share his insights. Meanwhile, in the corner stood Xiao Qishi and the others, with Shui Shima whispering. The letter does indeed warn that this house harbors a ghost and grants a mere 6 seconds to interpret the riddle. Unfortunately, we have missed our chance. I only noticed a few exclamation marks. When Qianlong scratched his head, mumbling, Xiao Qishi shot him a glance and addressed Shui Shimo. Surely your intention in saying this isn't to suggest we passively await our demise? Shui Shimo shook his head, taking the notebook and flipping to the page of the letter. Swiftly tearing it out. In a few fluid motions, the page disintegrated into confetti. Let us not forget, we are in the realm of deduction. Let's connect all the occurrences. Since the letter has already stated this house is haunted and prevents our escape, then this game is. Upon seeing his lip movements, Xiao Qishi's heart raced, and she fell into deep contemplation. Impossible. There truly are more, there are 20 individuals. Upon the conclusion of that statement, the crowd exchanged anxious glances. The entity could very well be lurking nearby, chillingly whispering behind their necks. Several individuals were nearly on the brink of a psychological breakdown, as the fear of the unknown stimulated their nerves, rendering this dread far more terrifying than the thought of a zombie. I shall take the lead. I am Wu Mei'er, and I have encountered blood-sucking species, parasitic beings, and first-level mutated organisms. My initial ability is. Following Wu Mei'er, one by one, others began to announce their names, recounting the mutated entities they had faced in the aftermath of the apocalypse along with their basic abilities. Yet, one aspect piqued Xiao Qishi's interest. A man adorned with black-rimmed glasses, his expression dripping with sarcasm, turned away, lazily remarking, "Is this even useful?" With a total of 19 individuals present, plus an additional one. The time had already elapsed for over 10 minutes as this round of introductions continued. Doubts began to surface in the minds of several. Is this truly beneficial? Nie Jing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the man, signaling, "It is your turn." The bespectacled man, feeling the pressure, expressed his impatience and stated, "I am Li Bin. I have encountered mutated blood flies and mutated spiders. My initial ability is card flicking." Shui Shimo nodded toward a few individuals, and simultaneously, Xiao Qishi and the others pointed at this man, exclaiming, "Caught you!" The reactions of Nie Jing, Wu Mei'er, and a few others were just a beat slower, yet they too exclaimed, "It's you, we have caught you." Returning to the earlier sentiment, Shui Shimo succinctly stated, "Let us not forget that we are within the realm of the reasoning spectre. Given that the letter has already indicated the presence of ghosts in this house, and we are barred from leaving, then who among us in this game is the ghost? The significance of remaining lies in the pursuit of capturing it." Afterwards, the shifty-eyed man counted the people present, revealing an additional individual among them. Nie Jing's strategy was to mention names and describe the various mutated beings and basic abilities they had encountered. What caught Xiao Qishi's attention was the fact that Nie Jing and Wu Mei'er spoke of identical abilities, implying that the two must have colluded beforehand to present the same information, thus creating a misleading impression. Indeed, Li Bin selected several types of apocalyptic creatures from the experiences of these 19 individuals for description, and since someone's basic ability also matched, he unhesitatingly chose a similar ability as well. Perhaps their experiences overlapped, with all having encountered mutated blood flies and other apocalyptic creatures, yet their basic abilities should differ. The intellect system had once stated that no two individuals could possess the same basic ability. Li Bin had fallen into a trap. He was the extra person, or rather, the specter that did not belong. Li Bin chuckled, pointing at the two who failed to recognize him, letting out a sinister cackle. "Let everyone else leave except for these two." The door, which had previously been impervious to the abilities of others, creaked open with a single sound, and someone immediately dashed out in excitement. Clearly, the doorway was wide open, allowing everyone to exit without hindrance, yet these two remained trapped. One of them, upon witnessing this, wore a stunned expression for several moments, unable to accept the outcome, and cried out in despair, "No! Please!" Xiaqishi felt a pang of sympathy, while Shueishimo coldly remarked, "Do not be merciful. Your strength alone is as powerless as an ant attempting to move an elephant. Just as you cannot prevent the relentless emergence of so many mutated beings every 4 days. Here, not even death can halt the inevitable." Shueishimo is indeed correct, she cannot prevent anything. This is the predetermined fate. Of the original 19 who entered, only 17 remain. A group of individuals exited the room. Their spirits lifted as they cheered, for they were but bystanders, who would care for the lives of 2 mere passers-by? Time seemed to blur as they traversed the interminable tunnel, always illuminated by flickering, ethereal light. At last, they reached a terminus. And yet Jing found himself questioning once more another room? A door. Or perhaps, 2 half-open doors, revealing a warm orange glow spilling forth, accompanied by the scent of fine spirits. In stark contrast to the silence of the first room, this one, though devoid of any clamor, exuded an ambience that evoked the bustling atmosphere of a vibrant marketplace. I feel a twinge of fear about entering such a chamber. What if, upon entering, we are left with fewer souls inside? Having survived once, who could guarantee perpetual fortune? Nie Jing hesitated, exhaling deeply. "Do as you will. The ghostly abyss is my final trial, I refuse to be halted here. Moreover, there is no path of retreat." He gently pushed the door open, as if unveiling a new realm. Chapter 44. Ah, there are a few living souls. Boom! Boom! A series of explosive sounds erupted, and shimmering fragments of colorful paper cascaded through the air. This room was a stark contrast to the apocalypse and the ghostly abyss. A world filled with cheese, fine wines, steaks, and an array of tantalizing aromas that caused a chorus of throat-clearing among the group. The world within the door resembled paradise, with an elongated dining table adorned with an array of delightful desserts and beverages. Most striking was a crimson telephone positioned at the very center of the table, accompanied by a small black booklet, which rendered the entire scene exceedingly peculiar. Once all 17 individuals had entered the room, the entrance vanished without a trace, the walls bearing no evidence of its existence, as if it had never been there. "What is this?" As Xiaqishi scrutinized her surroundings, her gaze flitted between the telephone and the black booklet, unexpectedly feeling a sense of familiarity with the latter. A flash of light, akin to a camera's flash, illuminated the space once more, and when the group's sight returned, they had all taken their seats at the elongated table. Xiaqishi found herself closest to the red telephone, occupying the first position, yet she distinctly recalled not having moved. Upon closer proximity to the dining table, the aroma wafted through the air, hunger surging like a contagious virus. "I am so hungry!" Several voices called out, yet they found themselves unable to take their seats. Could these items be consumed? One woman, her complexion ashen and her hair as brittle as straw, felt tears welling in her eyes. Since the cataclysm, she had subsisted solely on the diluted energy drink provided by the guide, and now she was left in a state of desperation, her stomach pressing against her back. The sight of the delectable food evoked an indescribable dread, as if it might be laced with poison. With a sudden resolve, she slammed her hands on the table. Disregarding her fears, she suddenly took a gulp of her drink to soothe her throat, momentarily dazed for 3 seconds, before seizing a steak and beginning to gnaw at it, her lips glistening and the sound of smacking filling the air. As one person led, others followed, some had already begun to feast heartily at the table. Wu Meyer, with a preference for red wine, lifted her goblet and gently swirled it before taking a refreshing sip. Xiaqishi fidgeted uncomfortably for a moment, picking up her knife and fork only to set them down again, restlessly searching around as if afflicted by hyperactivity, for she was not hungry. Not just her. When Qianlong and Shueishimo, among others, had all consumed authentic, sea-level energy drinks, and despite feeling weary in body and mind, they still did not feel famished. The lucky roulette was a rare occurrence, and it was uncommon for the roulette to land on genuine energy drinks, Thus one could understand the hunger of those around them. At last, Xiao Qishi noticed a piece of paper tucked beneath her plate, inscribed with a few words, "You are eating yourselves." What did this mean? Eating their own things? None of the items on the table had been brought by these individuals. While she internally refuted this notion, an ominous premonition began to surface. Shueishimo toyed with his cutlery, occasionally glancing towards Xiao Qishi. Upon seeing her push aside her plate and discover the note, he immediately pulled his own utensils closer, pondering what they were consuming and what they might lose. After a few moments of contemplation, he suddenly tossed down his spoon, grabbing hold of two individuals, Wen Qianlong, who was about to stuff cheese into his mouth, and Shi Yan, who had already downed several glasses of red wine. Wu Meier, seated directly opposite Xiao Qishi, noticed both Xiao Qishi and Shueishimo revealing their notes and hastily set down her wine glass, sliding her plate aside to reveal a small piece of paper. "You will forfeit some of vital fluids?" she articulated in hushed tones, her complexion paling precipitously. In the ensuing moment, she was besieged by a wave of dizziness, akin to that experienced by an individual gravely depleted of blood, fraught with both physical exhaustion and burgeoning trepidation. With a sweeping gesture, she cast aside the glassware and cutlery, her voice escalating in urgency as she proclaimed, "Do not consume it. This is not to be ingested." The piercing timbre of her voice reverberated through the room, arresting the culinary endeavors of several individuals. The elation derived from their prior consumption metamorphosed into a harbinger of doom, their countenances paling to an ashen hue. Some, more severely affected, succumbed to a state of debilitation, their bodies collapsing as if bereft of skeletal support, reduced to mere heaps of flesh. The woman who had initially spearheaded the endeavor lay prostrate upon the table, devoid of respiration. Mortalities. 6 Shi Yan, having suffered substantial blood loss, had lapsed into unconsciousness. Wen Qianlong, having merely incised his steak, emitted a defiant roar, attempting to employ his liquefaction ability. Ineffectual? The pain. Liquefaction, solidification, inoperative. This chamber prohibits the utilization of elementary abilities? Yet, upon further reflection, this is manifestly intentional. The challenge inherent within this chamber is predicated upon such limitations. Were abilities freely employable, the challenge would be rendered inconsequential. Prior to entering this chamber, there were queries as to who would remain. Little did they anticipate that the majority would fall victim to its insidious snare. The sudden peal of the telephone bell sent a jolt of trepidation through Xiao Qishi. She attempted to move, only to discover that the previous confinement had seemingly dissipated. Taking a few steps towards the red telephone, the incessant ringing continued. She hesitated momentarily with her hands suspended in the air, but ultimately reached for the receiver and placed it to her ear. Like a tape recorder, everything that had transpired since her arrival at the amusement park left her in a daze. For a moment, she could not discern whose voice it was. After a prolonged period of tension, the voice emanating from the phone caused her to bristle like a small wildcat whose tail had been stepped on. Her claws extended and eyes wide. "Who are you? Are there still living people? I thought everyone had perished." "Apologies, that sounds rather ominous. Perhaps I should inquire about something else. So, tell me how many are still alive over there?" A person capable of encapsulating human emotions in a single phrase must undoubtedly be an extraordinarily exaggerated guide. "What do you mean?" Xiao Qishi retorted. "How many alive?" The guide must surely be aware that numerous lives would be lost here. Xiao Qishi's face paled, a flicker of anger igniting within her, rapidly consuming her thoughts. It felt as if the guide, apart from disclosing some information, merely observed like a bystander, devoid of compassion, indifferent to human life. "Is it Emoshangdang?" Xiao Qishi inquired. You guessed correctly. How did you know it was me?" The other party's tone was filled with surprise and delight. "What is your intelligent brain extension number?" "I'll check which gem you are." Indeed, with so many people on Earth, it was likely that numerous individuals had activated the intelligent brain system. Who could possibly remember someone met only once? The irony was not lost on Xia Qishi. This apocalypse felt inexplicably absurd. You made a phone call. Surely there is something you wish to convey, so please get to the point. Xia Qishi believed that Mo Shangdong would not call without reason. He must have his own intentions or motives. Listening intently to the explanations coming through the receiver, Xia Qishi's expression shifted continuously. While the group beneath the table observed her demeanor closely, Xia Qishi finally spoke. Is it truly possible for anything to happen? After Mo Shangdong ended the call, he stroked his chin with his white-gloved hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the voice of the little darling he had just spoken to. Once the call was terminated, Xia Qishi had no time to examine the black booklet. Beneath the table, Wu Meyer remarked, "Sister, you seem completely unaffected and at ease. You must be hiding something profound." With her fair complexion and crimson lips, she was slender and dressed in a manner that was exceedingly revealing. Her bosom ample and her waist delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand. Xia Qishi harbored no fondness for Wu Meyer. Her prior flattery towards Nie Jing followed by a swift turn against him made it evident that she was a woman as treacherous as a viper. Chapter 45. What secrets lie within the booklet you have concealed? Wu Meyer was indeed a captivating figure, yet she held no allure for Xia Qishi. What business is it of yours? She retorted, pointing at Xia Qishi, momentarily rendered speechless. With a scornful snort, her countenance hardened. I found your behavior peculiar during the haunted house level. You apprehended the ghosts with such alacrity, your reactions outpacing ours. And here, while everyone is famished, only you abstained from the food, discovering the note with uncanny serendipity. How could it be such a coincidence? Wu Meyer's chest heaved tempestuously, a distracting display of flesh. Could it be that you've been engaging in quid pro quo with the guide? If not, how could she seem to possess prior knowledge of everything? Her malicious assault was merely an outlet for envious rage. Wu Meyer had attempted to bribe the guide with her body, but to no avail. This woman, less attractive than herself, had somehow gained an advantage, a realization that gnawed at her with bitter resentment. Believe what you will, it is of no consequence to me. Summer Evening retorted, rolling her eyes with amusement at the woman's rabid behavior. The small black booklet, bound in an indeterminate leather, resembled a commonplace journal. As Summer Evening opened to the first page, her expression turned grave. February 15, 1992, upon being returned from that place once more, my body underwent a palpable transformation. I can now foresee many impending events, such as my neighbor losing 8 yuan today, my uncle arriving for a meal with a bottle of wine and a packet of sweets as a gift, and my confession of love being successful today. Several sentences following this entry had been haphazardly obscured. Turning to the next page, Summer Evening's breath hitched, her eyes fixated on a single sentence. July 7, 1994, my beloved wife bore me a daughter, whom we named Summer Evening. On this very day, I had foreknowledge of a forthcoming and rather terrifying event. For the sake of my precious daughter, I resolved to return to that place. July 7, 1994. The Qixi Festival? Both are reminiscent of her. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest, her hands trembling as she clutched the black notebook. There was no time to examine the contents carefully. She flipped straight to the end. A personal information card was ensconced within the transparent plastic sleeve at the back, Dr. Xia Ningyuan. Beside it lay a passport-sized photograph, gold-rimmed glasses, slightly wavy hair, and an air of refinement. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she hurriedly retrieved a pocket watch from around her neck, comparing it meticulously with the photograph. They were identical. She comprehended, as though struck by lightning, the identity of the notebook's owner. Before his passing, her grandfather had entrusted her with a pocket watch, muttering unconsciously, "A great change is coming, you must leave the village. Strive to survive." This was the sole admonition left by Ningyuan, strive to survive. Her grandfather referred to his father as Ningyuan. This notebook belonged to her father, Xia Ningyuan. But how could her father's notebook be here? Summer Qishi discreetly tucked the notebook away. intending to study it further when time permitted. 19 individuals had entered the haunted house, leaving 2 behind. 6 had perished here. And with 11 remaining excluding the 6 from Summer Chishi's group, there were Nia Jing, Wu Meyer, and 3 others. Though the latter trio bore varying degrees of injury, they were unimpeded in their efforts to seek an exit, which they soon discovered. Wu Meyer, leaning against the square table, approached Summer Chishi and inquired, "What did you just hide?" As she spoke, the 3 individuals halted and gathered around. "Indeed. Who made that call just now?" Wu Meyer squinted her eyes and inquired once more. Xia Chishi understood Wu Meyer's implication. She wished to cast her as the public enemy. Haha. Xia Chishi's possessiveness was notoriously intense. Not everything caught her eye, but once something was deemed hers, she would never relinquish it. Moreover, that notebook belonged to her father. How could she possibly part with it? There were still clues within that she had yet to examine closely. Xia Chishi chuckled lightly. "You asked about the call?" "Oh. It was that unscrupulous merchant, Mo Shangdang, who called." A man turned pale, pointing a finger at her forehead, exclaiming, "How dare you label the guide as a heartless merchant? You truly have a death wish. What a joke! Why should she fear?" That merchant had merely sold them diluted energy drinks and swindled a few promissory notes from potential investors. When questioned, he remained tight-lipped and offered no assistance whatsoever. Nia Jing was a man Xiao Qishi found impenetrable. In his 30s, he exhibited neither joy nor sorrow, even when shouting for people to flee from the haunted house. His tone barely shifted, resembling a cold-blooded creature devoid of emotion. Nia Jing's gaze was fixed on Xiao Qishi, scrutinizing every nuance of her expression. "And you? It seems you asked a question about truly anything being possible. What secrets lie within the booklet you've tucked away?" His eyes darkened. Indeed, this man was a master at uncovering even the faintest traces of evidence. The other 3 had already departed upon hearing they could obtain the pass card. Yet he remained fixated on what seemed to be a trivial matter and that little booklet. As Xia Qishi finally spoke, she was abruptly interrupted by a fit of coughing. Her gaze fixed intently on the ground, her mind swirling with thoughts. Shui Shimo and the others gathered around, prompting Xia Qishi to slowly articulate. "Because Mo Shangdang mentioned that if you have any questions, you can use this phone to contact the Central Intelligence and pose a single inquiry. Each person is permitted only one chance. That booklet bears no relevance to you, it merely contains the clues I seek." Central Intelligence? Any question? Nia Jing mused. His voice a mere murmur as he contemplated for a moment before turning to leave, indifferent to the authenticity of the booklet. Wu Meyer cast a discerning glance at the individuals surrounding Xia Qishi, realizing that remaining alone would yield no advantage, and thus she strode decisively towards the exit. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, she clenched her fists, raising them to unleash a burst of golden light. Instantly, a cacophony erupted at the entrance, collapsing like a lit fuse, causing the ceiling of the tunnel behind them to fracture with alarming cracks, one after another. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, rendering it nearly impossible to see. Without the ability to utilize their powers, being struck and buried by the falling rubble would leave their chances of survival virtually non-existent. Amidst the swirling sandstorm, Wu Meyer watched as the colossal stones at the cave's entrance completely concealed the opening, giggling mischievously as she retreated. This venomous woman seemed intent on leaving them all behind. How infuriating! When Qianlong's ribs remained fractured and could not yet be healed through any means of liquefaction or solidification. Additionally, with the injuries inflicted by the colossal stones as Wu Meyer departed, he struggled to move, each shift igniting a searing pain throughout his body. "Quickly! Hide in the corner of the room!" A voice erupted from within the house, indeterminate in its origin. Rong Yu twisted her ankle, and Han Xing shielded her as they hurried towards a secluded corner. Unconscious, Shi Yan leaned heavily against Shui Shimo, making his every step laborious. Although they were in a ghostly cave, the structure of the room was undeniably real, and the corners offered some respite from the chaos. Once they reached the corner, Shueshimo surveyed the area and urgently inquired, "Where is Chishi? Who has seen Chishi?" This time, his voice was significantly louder, tinged with an anxiety and a terror that he could scarcely comprehend. Chapter 46, I must find her. I will ensure she suffers more than death itself. Am I destined to perish? Yet, I had promised my grandfather that I would strive to live on. Chishi floated in the abyss of darkness. Suddenly recalling a question, what is that place so frequently mentioned in the booklet left by my father? If I could locate that place, perhaps I could find my parents. Alas! I have yet to thoroughly study that booklet. Chishi, can you truly resign yourself to death like this? Abruptly, a voice echoed from an unknown source, causing her nerves to tighten and her head to throb. It was this very pain that jolted her into a clearer state of awareness. No! To die like this? How could I possibly accept it? I promised who lay down that I would live on with him, I vowed to my grandfather. And I must continue searching for my parents. No, I cannot die. She lifted her hand, staring blankly at her palm, where a silver thread coiled around her fingers, emitting a crackling sound of electricity. What is this? The electric ability of Lankme. Ignoring how such power resided within her body, she was utterly astonished by this newfound capability. Her body felt akin to a battery brimming with energy, with the slightest guidance. The vibrant electric force within could find its outlet. After an hour of directing and unleashing this power, the room lay in disarray, resembling a battleground ravaged by artillery fire. Shueshimo and the others searched frantically, calling out for Chishi. After a prolonged search, their voices grew hoarse, and they began to resign themselves to the grim possibility that Chishi might not have survived. Suddenly, a powerful crackle of electricity erupted from a corner, followed by several explosive sounds. Chishi emerged from a pile of rubble, her face smeared with dirt and blood streaming from her forehead. How could this be? It was clearly just a state of unconsciousness. No, there's a wound. Han Xing pointed to an iron nail lodged in Shiyan's head. Having lingered for too long within the survivor camp, Shiyan had succumbed to a certain indolence, never having encountered even a Tier 1 mutant. And with her ability being the support-oriented, family doctor, healing series, it was already a stroke of luck that she had survived until now. Her mind, unhardened by the crucible of battle, was fragile. She had imbibed a great deal of red wine before she could even partake of the grand meal, had fainted from excessive blood loss. Now, that iron nail, launched from who knows where, had become a fatal blow. I had intended to replenish her with Grade C energy drink upon exiting the ghost cave, but who knew that we would encounter Wumir destroying the ghost cave, which accelerated Shiyan's demise. Shiyan's face was ashen, like paper, her childish features still evident. Clearly, she was still just a child. The whimsical expressions of Shiyan flitted through my mind, accompanied by that distinctive childish voice. What's this? Does Sister Chishi so desire to fight? But my abilities aren't attack-oriented. What to do? Do I seem like such a good person? Why aren't you wary of me at all? You spray me. Then I'll tell you. This is my bodily fluid. Just sweat, that is. The bleeding has stopped. But she still can't engage in strenuous activity, lest she rupture the wound. Every word, every sentence lingered, refusing to dissipate. Wumir sought to extinguish not only Shiyan's life, but also hers, Shueshimo's, Wen Qianlong's. A sinister voice, as if emanating from hell, escaped Chishi's lips. Let's go. Find her, and I will make Wumir wish she had never been born. Chishi's heart burned with an intense fury. Although she had yet to strike, her typically clear and sparkling eyes were now as deep and cold as ice, radiating a palpable menace, the aura of impending violence enveloping her like a tangible force. However, the entrance had been sealed, leaving us with no means of escape. Rongyu furrowed her brow, a hint of concern evident. Despite Chishi's fearsome demeanor, it was not directed towards her. The inability to utilize our abilities? The ghostly cave lay in ruins. What was there left to fear? A small, red angry bird rolled in the palm of her hand, no larger than her thumb. The item bestowed upon her by the unscrupulous merchant was not entirely without merit. This was the last one remaining. With a thunderous sound, as the swirling dust began to settle, Xiaoqishi kicked aside a stone and stepped forward. Ding! Item acquired. Newborn Playground Pass. Contestant Xiaoqishi. You are the last to successfully clear the newborn playground. This machine has lost face. As soon as she crossed the threshold of the ghostly cave, the others received their respective passes. Xiaoqishi retrieved the pass from her inventory, deciphering the usage data inscribed upon it. No sooner had she done so than a radiant starry array materialized beneath her feet, growing ever brighter as she stood within it. The group was gradually enveloped in a brilliant white light. A fierce wind swirled around them, inducing a sensation akin to dizziness after spinning on a carousel countless times. Moments later, Xiaoqishi felt herself plummeting downwards, an overwhelming sense of weightlessness washing over her, reminiscent of descending in an elevator. She landed with a thud, a chill seeping through beneath her. The white light persisted for 2 seconds before dissipating. The invalidation of the passage card, preservation of records, another group has arrived. How fortunate it is that so many have survived. Someone exclaimed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh! This time there are actually 5. The girl at the forefront exudes quite an impressive aura. 5? There should have been 6. Xiaoqishi stood up and surveyed her surroundings. She found herself in a spacious hall, filled with green seats, all occupied, and many were sitting on the floor atop discarded newspapers. However, the atmosphere here was starkly different from the tranquility of the classroom. It felt oppressive, and the individuals present were formidable. Gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the square outside appeared desolate, devoid of any presence, and the summoner who had issued the call to arms was nowhere to be seen. Nor was there any sign of a magnificent transport vessel akin to the Ark of Noah. Xiaoqishi glanced at the map within her cognitive interface. This was indeed the terminus. She looked up at the date displayed on the wall, July 2nd, 2345. Could the absence of the summoner be because the time had not yet arrived? After the blinding light dissipated, several individuals quickly gathered. Shueshimo spoke. This is a bus terminal. When Qianlong scanned the area with a fiery gaze, filled with resentment, Wu Meyer, that scheming vixen, had nearly led them to be buried alive, and Shi Yan had missed the optimal moment for healing. With so many people, how could they possibly find anyone? Xiaoqishi squinted slightly, her oval face creased with tension, her eyes alight with a frenzy as she gritted her teeth and declared. We will search separately. I will dig 3 feet into the ground to find that woman and exact vengeance on behalf of Shi Yan. With just over 5 days remaining until the final hour, the people around seemed somewhat idle. Upon noticing a group whispering together, they eagerly leaned in, hoping to find some amusement to pass the time. What? Looking for someone? A woman with cascading waves of hair and elongated eyes, clad in police uniform, sat in the nearest chair, her arms crossed as she scrutinized the group. Her gaze landed on Wen Qianlong, her face flushing crimson as she muttered under her breath. So ugly. Xiaoqishi turned at the sound, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, causing the woman to shiver involuntarily. Xiao whispered back, so ugly, before casually adjusting her wavy hair and lazily continued, since I've been here for a few days and find myself rather bored, whether you seek an enemy or a benefactor. Well, it must be an enemy, right? I can certainly lend a hand. Chapter 47, the long-awaited invitation. Xiaoqishi regarded the woman in uniform, who, despite being expected to exude a sense of gallant authority, instead appeared with a languid demeanor reminiscent of a wealthy matron, as if she were a lady of high society. You wish to assist in the search? When Qianlong could not help but feel a hint of disdain for this woman, believing that when it came to matters of revenge, it was far better for the group to handle it themselves, harboring an underlying reluctance to allow anyone else to meddle in their affairs. The woman scoffed softly, casting a discerning glance at him, her complexion tinged with a hint of suspicion. With a disdainful expression, she remarked, "How unattractive. You are utterly unreasonable." "Your lack of beauty does not compel me to gaze upon you," he retorted. Gradually rising, the woman approached the group, capturing the attention of many in the hall. Her crimson lips curled into a smile as she playfully declared, "If I assert that no one can evade my pursuit, would you believe me?" With an exaggerated gesture, she flicked her fingers against her police uniform, accentuating her graceful figure and commanding presence. "Indeed, your physique is commendable, but what of it?" The policewoman, seemingly disinterested in further discourse, stamped her foot. "Before your arrival, several factions had already been established according to the guide's numbering system. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Duan, hailing from Zhigung, Sichuan, and I am designated as the 33rd guide. I have been here for approximately 3 to 4 days now." 3 to 4 days? Did you arrive on your own or through a side quest? Regardless of the method, her strength was enough to leave the others in awe. Relishing their astonished expressions, Duan continued, "Considering your teleportation coordinates, it seems you are also from the Mo Sheng Dang group. What, do you doubt our camaraderie?" Xia Qishi regarded her intently for a moment before speaking. "Does sharing the same side quest necessarily imply we are part of the same group?" Whether Wu Meier belonged to the Mo Sheng Dang faction or not could not quell her thirst for vengeance. Since Duan had mentioned the group division, she merely inquired out of curiosity. "Oh? Who informed you of that?" Dujuan appeared somewhat taken aback, observing her expression. Xia Qishi became increasingly convinced that Wu Meier was indeed the guide designated to her. However, Dujuan soon burst into a fit of delicate laughter, her body shaking with mirth. "I recall that Mo Shengdong once mentioned that during the activation period of a newborn's abilities, it is not solely one guide marking individuals. This statement implies that the guide's markings do not delineate specific areas, suggesting that the same route and subtask may not necessarily be assigned to a single guide or group." Rongyu murmured softly, "Why have we not been informed of such matters? Does this mean that guides disclose more information to newborns with superior qualifications?" She referred to Wu Meier. Upon realizing that this individual posed no hostility towards them, Xia Qishi promptly made a decision. "Hold on. Allow me to first show you the notice posted over there." Dujuan swayed her hips, leading Xia Qishi and the others to a notice affixed to a pillar in the hall. The notice conveyed that those who arrived first should remain patient, as the guide would only emerge when the time was right. Consequently, those with idle hands could engage in a roll call PK on the second floor. By simply calling out another's name, the opponent would be compelled to respond, with life and death at stake. Immediately, Xia Qishi and her companions made their way to the second floor. "Oh, look, that fierce little girl has actually gone upstairs. Who is she planning to challenge? Damn it! Why are we hesitating? Let us go see. Isn't this a ready source of entertainment?" The second floor of the bus station was expected to feature numerous perforated metal chairs, a small supermarket essential for the station, and venues like KFC. Yet reality did not conform to such expectations. The expansive area of the second floor is dominated by a prominent raised platform, towering at a height of 4 to 5 meters. This elevated stage is accessible only by a set of stairs on either side, while the remainder of its perimeter is enclosed by stainless steel railings, evoking an atmosphere reminiscent of an underground boxing ring. In this arena, a named PK mode is in effect. Any individual named must accept the challenge. To enhance the sense of humanity in the competition, participants can choose between a personal battle or a team confrontation. However, the mere presence of options does not equate to true humaneness. The underlying truth remains that life and death are at stake, a sentiment echoed by the casual observer. The stairs leading to the platform are limited in number, with only a few steps available. Summer Qishi ascends the platform with ease, disregarding the crowd that has rapidly gathered below to witness the spectacle. She gazes forward, and in the invisible expanse above, a row of text materializes. Please select the PK mode, with options including Personal PK and Team PK. The personal PK entails a duel between individuals, while the team PK features battles of equal numbers. Yet, upon glancing at the figure below, Wen Qianlong, who is exhaling with disdain, Summer Qishi realizes that with only one Wu Meyer present, it is impossible for one to contend against 5. Thus, the opportunity for vengeance remains elusive. Among those who share a deeper bond with Shiyan, she feels a strong sense of responsibility. It is Summer Qishi who will avenge Shiyan's grievances. Personal battle. She declares. Please describe the information about your familiar opponent. This question might stump others. But how could Summer Qishi be unaware? With a cold snort, her aura grew increasingly frigid. Memories of the haunted house surfaced in her mind, where Wu Meyer had boldly proclaimed her intentions to capture a ghost. The crowd on the first floor surged towards the second, with days of waiting ahead. How else could one pass the time? Wu Meyer, a member of the 37th Route Guides, had fortuitously formed a team. Having heard that someone on the second floor was calling for a named PK, as she ascended with the group, her gaze was immediately drawn to a frail figure on the high platform, covered in dust, with disheveled hair and bloodstains yet to dry on her forehead. Yet, the more she looked, the more familiar the girl appeared. Frowning, she scrutinized the figure, her heart racing. In the next moment, she heard Xia Qishi call out her name, followed by a beam of light cascading from above, illuminating her amidst the gathering crowd. The named PK must have resulted from a significant grudge, as Xia Qishi appeared utterly disheveled. In stark contrast, Wu Meyer, with her pale complexion, red lips, and graceful figure, made it evident that the onlookers would naturally suspect her of orchestrating a sinister plot against the unfortunate girl on stage. There was no need for further explanation. Xia Qi. Xie. The time for naming has arrived. The named individual, please step forward. Upon hearing this, Wu Meyer anxiously awaited the group to reach a consensus. After a hushed discussion among the man named Jun and his companions, he shook his head at her. You cannot refuse, given your current circumstances. Your only path to initiate a team battle is to triumph in this individual contest. It was not fear that gripped Wu Meyer, rather, she sensed that this woman exuded an aura far more formidable than in the haunted house. A sense of unease washed over her as she recognized the unchangeable reality before her. Steeling herself, she prepared to maneuver through the crowd towards the stage when suddenly, a crimson shadow loomed large in her vision. 3, 2, 1, above, on the beam of the ceiling, a slender mechanical arm descended. Its half-meter-wide red fist plummeting from the heavens, seizing her waist as it swept past a man, and unceremoniously hurling her onto the platform. The summoned participant has long delayed their appearance and is forcibly invited. Chapter 48, A woman's fury is more terrifying than a man's. Did you see that? This woman just disregarded the rules of summoned PK, and with a thud, she nearly shattered into pieces. Hush! Don't make a sound. Look, the action is about to commence. The crowd below buzzed with chatter, yet it did nothing to dampen Xia Qishi's fervor for vengeance. If a captivating creature like Wu Meyer encountered a male adversary, even a slight slip would exponentially increase her chances of victory. Alas, Xia Qishi harbored no compassion for the fairer sex. At this realization, Xia Qishi's momentum surged dramatically. Her pupils fixated solely on Wu Meyer. A culmination of fury and resentment had reached its zenith, and the murderous intent emanating from her found a release. Brandishing the boning knife, she lunged towards Wu Meyer. Startled, Wu Meyer abruptly looked up, only to see Xia Qishi charging at her, eyes bloodshot and radiating a fierce aura. The overwhelming murderous intent sent a chill down her spine. As the light flashed, Wu Meyer broke out in a cold sweat. Instinctively, she rolled away with agility. Clang! The heavy boning knife struck the ground with a resounding clang. Xia Qishi's expression remained unchanged, her breathing barely altered. She raised the knife again, hacking away with relentless abandon. Like a machine gone haywire, consumed by madness. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike of the boning knife missed its mark. colliding with the arena floor and sending forth a shower of sparks. Xiaqishi knew that she had to maintain the offensive. If Wu Meier regained her composure, it would be exceedingly difficult to keep her suppressed. Chivalry? Forgive her, but she was a petty and vindictive woman. With a swift motion, Wu Meier launched a throwing knife, compelling Xiaqishi to retreat. Yet, those few steps allowed Wu Meier to swiftly regain her footing. Her palm morphed into a golden hue, and she advanced, delivering a punch towards the retreating Xiaqishi. The golden radiance grazed Xiaqishi's face. In Xiaqishi's perception, Wu Meier's velocity seemed to decelerate into a multitude of projections. Naturally, her speed was not swift. She contorted her body, evading the oncoming golden light, releasing her grip on the boning knife. She delivered a punch directly into Wu Meier's fist. The electric ability concealed within her palm erupted with a whoosh, surging into Wu Meier's body. The instant Wu Meier's entire being was paralyzed, Xiaqishi's thoughts shifted, and the heavenly net was instantly cast, enveloping Wu Meier. "You do possess some skill," Wu Meier uttered, her lips moving despite her paralyzed state. After a moment, she began to scrutinize the heavenly net. Xiaqishi's attacks were rather monotonous. Evading several attacks proved effortless, save for the final strike. In her heart, she had already concluded that Xiaqishi was merely putting on a show, all bluster and no substance. The paralysis effect was likely converted from her weapon. "Humph," Wu Meier scoffed softly, "but that is all you possess? What can this tattered net do to me?" Before the words could fully escape her lips, she seized the fishing net, attempting to tear it apart. However, she quickly realized that her assumptions were overly simplistic. Even the seasoned veteran, Lan Ko, with her formidable physique, was rendered a bloody mess beneath the fishing net after discarding her cloak, ultimately meeting her demise at Xiaqishi's hands. No wonder she was able to shatter the cave entrance with a single palm strike, causing the entire cavern ceiling to collapse. "This? Why can't I tear it? This is impossible." Wu Meier finally realized the gravity of the situation. Her face turned ashen, and she stumbled left and right on the stage, desperately trying to evade Xiaqishi. Xiaqishi approached slowly, gripping the rope of the heavenly net, raising her bone knife, the blade glinting menacingly under the lights. She gently traced the edge of the blade with her fingers, adopting a narrative tone as she began to speak. "Shurian seems to be not yet 18, as her ability is supportive like that of a family doctor, and she has yet to encounter a guide. I initially thought I had found a pillar of support, only to discover that it was a trap set by seasoned individuals, using her as bait. Yet, despite this, she remains optimistic and kind, having saved me twice along the way. I recall she seemed to have a penchant for roller coasters." Xiaqishi's seemingly trivial remarks left the spectators below in a state of confusion. In the playground for newborns, the ghost cave was the final challenge. Just when victory seemed within reach, she encountered you, Xiaqishi. Taking a deep breath, her petite figure swayed as if fragile, her face contorting into a bloodthirsty expression. "So, what I wish to convey is, you should perish." In an instant, a ferocious look surged across Xiaqishi's delicate face, instilling fear in Wu Meier. At that moment, a man named Jun, who had accompanied Wu Meier, pushed through the crowd and stood at the edge of the platform, shouting to her, "Meier, you cannot win." So with a trembling motion, Wu Meier crouched down. In a swift maneuver, a boning knife emerged through the net's mesh, piercing Wu Meier's abdomen. With a casual flick, several strands of intestines were dislodged. Xiaqishi, her eyes devoid of focus, gazed into the distance, her voice imbued with infinite tenderness. "Sister Shurian, do not fret, I shall send her down to join you presently." "So that is the truth?" Wu Meier's eyes whitened to their fullest extent. In her final moments, she erupted into a sudden, piercing shriek, as if the ravaged body were not her own. "Ha ha, that haunted cavern entombed those you held dear? You deserve this torment." With these final words, Wu Meier's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless, her eyes remaining open in death, oblivious to the scene. Xiaqishi continued to stir the boning knife within the corpse, severing segment after segment of intestines. With a forceful tug, the heavenly net was pulled taut, revealing fragmented limbs protruding from the mesh, resembling a macabre patchwork. The sanguinary spectacle caused the onlookers below the platform to recoil, their faces paling as they averted their gazes. Pray, is that not a corpse already? Indeed, devoid of any semblance of wholeness. Verily, a woman scorned is more terrifying than any man. The battle had concluded, with Xiaqishi emerging victorious. Yet, her demeanor seemed Kixi, Sister Qishi. When Qianlong and his companions immediately gathered around her, sensing that something was amiss with Xiaqishi, a jade-like palm swiftly bypassed the crowd, striking Xiaqishi behind the head. You! When Qianlong immediately turned, his guard raised towards the hand's owner. Repulsive was the terse critique, leaving Wen Qianlong momentarily speechless. The cuckoo smiled gently and waved her hand, saying, "No need to thank me. My current role is that of a physician, and it is my duty to care for individuals afflicted with mental illness." Observing her own attire, the police uniform had vanished, replaced by a pristine white coat adorned with a stethoscope. Her dark, cascading waves were styled in a manner befitting a soiree, and she lazily stifled a yawn. 1-2-0-3 has yet to arrive. Recovery seems to be quite swift. Xiaqishi, who had just reclined awkwardly, suddenly sprang upright with remarkable speed, as if resurrected from the dead, her legs remaining perfectly straight throughout the swift movement, taking less than 2 seconds. The crimson hue in her eyes had faded, and she appeared akin to a patient recently recovering from a grave illness, her complexion pale and glistening with cold sweat. Glancing at the crimson mass on the table, she exhaled deeply and allowed a smile to grace her lips. The crowd gradually dispersed, and a man named June cast a menacing glance in their direction. Chapter 49, The Surplus Quota of Survival Since the Onset of the Apocalypse. Xiaqishi had endured numerous battles, yet during her confrontation with Wu Meyer, she had remained in a state of frenzied rage, feeling that the experience lacked satisfaction and bloodshed. Had it not been for Du Juan's decisive strike, she might have continued to expend her energy, relentlessly challenging others to combat. As the group descended from the second floor to the first, many instinctively stepped aside, despite Xiaqishi's ashen complexion and weakened state. Following their victory in that battle, many regarded her with a mixture of fear and admiration. This woman was a force of madness, vengeful and not to be trifled with. "Where are we headed?" Xiaqishi finally inquired. "Quota?" Indeed, Mo Shangdong had mentioned it, a total of 45 slots. Duan smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with satisfaction at what she had just heard. With a crisp snap of her fingers, she turned around, pleased. "Excellent! With such information, we shall have common ground when we enter." "Enter?" Xiaqishi narrowed her eyes slightly, discreetly placing the rebound card in her palm. While battling Wu Meyer, she had 2 additional unexposed item cards. Should Duan harbor any malicious intent in leading them into peril, at the very least, she could rebound one attack before the danger was detected. As various thoughts flitted through her mind, Duan finally approached a grand door, skillfully producing a key to unlock it. "We've arrived," she announced. Upon entering, they were greeted by a massive projector mounted on the wall, its lens directed toward a raised platform on the second floor. Around a circular conference table sat a dozen individuals, with additional chairs occupied by many others. Some of them were wrapped in bandages. Duan made her way over to these individuals, inspecting them from head to toe. "You look dreadful, hurry and recover, or there will be no time left for your healing." Xiaqishi pondered the implications of the phrase "no time," and as she turned her head, her gaze fell upon a middle-aged man seated at the head of the conference table. His slicked-back hair and impeccably tailored suit suggested an air of success, complemented by a luxurious watch on his wrist. Did someone of such stature truly endure the apocalypse? To his left sat another individual, while the right side remained unoccupied. As 5 individuals entered, a middle-aged man rose to his feet, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Immediately, someone approached, adding 5 plastic stools to the gathering. He parted his lips slightly and uttered 2 words, "Welcome." The man named Jiu Cheng, the recently crowned champion of our Group 33's competition? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Observing him up close, where was the imposing presence he exuded on the large screen? The one speaking was a youth positioned to the left of the middle-aged man. Clad in a vibrant red tracksuit, his tousled hair dyed a striking white. He appeared to be chewing gum, exuding an air of nonchalance. With a glimmer of disdain in his eyes, he tightly gripped the rebound card in his hand, choosing to remain silent while still unfamiliar with the dynamics at play. Xia Qishi was such a person. She disregarded the contemptuous gaze directed at her by the young man in the red tracksuit, instead focusing her attention on the middle-aged man named Jiu Cheng. Unpretentious and composed, quite admirable. The man named Jiu Cheng spoke again, shifting from a reclined position to a seated one. "I am not one for beating around the bush. I fear my words may not resonate with you young folks. Considering precedents, shall we engage in a spar before you lend me your ears?" Wang Jiu Cheng's words were not without purpose. Having arrived early, he had begun to discern certain rules of the gathering. His intention in commandeering this small conference room at the bus station was to enlighten some of the promising abilities present. Speak. Xia Qishi had no intention of battling this man again. What harm was there in listening to what he had to say? Wang Jiucheng was momentarily taken aback, inwardly chiding himself for his paranoia, then composed himself and said, "This bus station is indeed the final gathering point designated by the guide. When I arrived, 8 people had already preceded me. Most importantly, after some conversation, I discovered that none of us were in the same group. Do you understand?" Xia Qishi was inwardly startled. The implication was clear. Within the bus station, 9 guides had brought 9 groups of newcomers. But what shocked her even more was Wang Jiucheng himself. Just how formidable were his abilities to be the first among the 33 routes to arrive? Seeing Xia Qishi nod, Wang Jiucheng continued. "We refer to the newcomers guided by Mo Shangdong as Group 33. When I arrived, I saw Mo Shangdong and other guides, and learned that the quotas for the other groups are the same as ours, 45 people each. One group has 45 slots, and with 9 groups, that makes a total of 405 people. This is the total number of survivors." "So, what do you think he meant? Are you suggesting that the quota has been exceeded?" A thought flashed through Xia Qishi's mind, her face filled with disbelief. "The quota has been exceeded, so..." Wang Jiucheng finished her sentence for her. "So they set up this life or death arena called Roll Call PK. The next 4 days will be the most brutal trial, newcomers killing each other. If we assert that the initiation challenge of the intelligent brain system, titled Return of the Dead, serves merely to activate the system, then the subsequent entities such as the bloodsucker and the mutant are designed to enable the newborns to adeptly utilize their rudimentary abilities and skills. Following this, the challenges refresh every 4 days, escalating in difficulty, culminating in the intellectual trials of the newborn playground. All of this, aside from identifying outstanding candidates, primarily aims to drastically reduce numbers. How many have we surpassed in our group?" Xia Qishi finally inquired. "If Group 33 already has sufficient members, why would Du Jiao bring me here?" Du Jiao, who was beside her, meticulously bandaging a patient, lifted her head upon hearing the question and responded, "Our group has already exceeded several times the limit. I haven't kept a precise tally, as the numbers are constantly increasing." Du Jiao seemed to perceive her thoughts and continued, "The reason I sought you out is that the team leader mentioned your high ability value." Xia Qishi glanced at Wang Jiucheng, who nodded in tacit agreement, confirming her potential. Indeed, newborns with potential have the highest survival rates. However, the few individuals behind you have yet to reveal their capabilities, and thus, their status remains unknown. This notion that newborns with potential possess the highest survival rates had been echoed by Mo Shang in that villa, where Xia Qishi had procured diluted energy elixir and angry birds with an IOU. After Du Jiao finished bandaging the injured, She gracefully strode in her high heels to the right side of Wang Jiucheng and slowly took a seat. That position was hers. Chapter 50. The team leader sent me to go undercover. As Wang Jiucheng posed his question, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. It is evident to any discerning observer that Wang Jiucheng possesses the prowess to be the foremost among the 33 groups, thus his capabilities far exceed those of others. To trail behind such a formidable competitor during team competitions would undoubtedly provide a semblance of protection. But what of my own solitary endeavor? Xi Qixi slowly rose to her feet, prepared to depart immediately should the answer not align with her desires. The few individuals behind her recognized that this presented a remarkable opportunity for Xi Qixi. The usually reticent Han Xing firmly pressed her back into her seat, urging, "Pay no heed to us." Wang Jiucheng hesitated momentarily before speaking, creating an awkward silence that enveloped the room. Duan, exasperated, stood up and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Do you not realize that battling alone means facing 8 entire groups of opponents whose abilities are on par with yours? Many of them may even surpass your strength. When such powers converge, they can obliterate everything in their path. If we do not unite, we will merely become prey for others." Xi Qixi paused, her hand lingering at the door, and retorted defiantly, "So what?" Her audacious remark drew the ire of the man clad in red sportswear to her left, who interjected, "Duan, she is courting disaster, let her be." With a decisive step, Xi Qixi strode forward. "What if I declare that they can join us upon passing a test?" Wang Jiucheng's voice resonated, albeit delayed, causing every gaze in the conference room to converge upon him in disbelief. Why is the leader so insistent on this woman? Her steps halted abruptly as Xi Qixi turned, frowning as she inquired, "What test?" "Naturally, it is the roll call PK challenge against members of other groups." Wang Jiucheng cast a penetrating glance at Xia Qixi, his demeanor exuding an air of finality that brooked no dissent. Should Xia Qixi stubbornly choose to battle alone under such conditions, she would find herself bereft of opportunities when regret inevitably set in. Xia Qixi turned to glance at Shuaishu Mo and the others, inquiring, "What do you all think?" Wen Qianlong was indifferent. Remarking that his rudimentary abilities were both mindless and inadequate, each day he survived was a day gained. Shuaishu Mo and Han Xing, unafraid of confrontation, embodied the spirit of resilience that women displayed in this apocalyptic era. To retreat in fear would render them lesser than women. "Excellent!" Duan exclaimed with a cheerful smile, her gaze flitting among the group. After a quiet murmur of approval, she continued, "Would it not have been wiser to act sooner? The number of slots available hinges on your PK results. Give it your all. You may step out to rest and prepare. I shall provide you with the information on opponents from other teams shortly." Xia Qixi nodded in acknowledgement before closing the door behind her. Once the group departed, the meeting room erupted in a fervor. The first to speak was a man clad in a red tracksuit, who huffed audibly, slamming his palms against the table. "Brother Jiucheng, there aren't enough slots to begin with. Why allocate 5 additional slots to them?" Wang Jiucheng lazily ran his hand through his slick hair, responding nonchalantly, "Who claimed I distributed 5 slots? Are you all devoid of common sense?" Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the room. Wang Jiucheng then turned to Duan and instructed, "Compile a list of particularly troublesome individuals. My objective is total annihilation. Do you comprehend? As long as that woman survives, that is all that matters." The woman's web possesses formidable destructive power in team combat. After several days of interaction, she had come to regard Wang Jiucheng as the quintessential leader who considers the greater good. Little did she anticipate his insidious thoughts. Duan stood in stunned silence. A leader should not harbor such intentions. If that woman survives and realizes this, she will undoubtedly refuse to follow orders. "Just do as instructed." Wang Jiucheng cast her a discontented glance, a flicker of danger evident in his eyes. In the hall, a few individuals had taken a short nap. When Xia Qixi awoke, she glanced at the time, July 3, 11:45 a.m. As Duan had yet to deliver information about their opponents, Xiaoqishi rose and took a few steps, fiddling with the rebound card while lost in thought in the corner. Kixi, what's wrong? You seem a bit absent-minded, Wen Qianlong said, throwing punches and kicking the air, his demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. His tousled hair swayed with his movements, lending him a rather optimistic air. Having energy is a good thing. Xiaoqishi shook her head. But don't attempt individual PK, it's best to opt for team PK. Wang Jiucheng's suggestion did not stipulate the necessity for personal challenges. The camaraderie they had built through shared experiences offered them a significant advantage in collective PK. After all, this approach was safer, one round would suffice. Xiaoqishi cast a glance toward the conference room, just in time to spot a figure emerging from the shadows of the corridor. Duan, clad in a white lab coat, Cuckoo, adorned in slender, high-heeled shoes, produced a crisp sound. However, Xiaoqishi felt that this sound lacked the previous cheerfulness. Approaching a few individuals, Cuckoo handed over a sheet of paper containing the profiles of 4 participants, stating that they could choose their opponents. As the team leader had declared that anyone demonstrating potential would have a chance. The font was astonishingly printed. Xiaoqishi glanced at the information before passing it to Shui Shimo, instructing, "You all head to the 2nd floor and deliberate." Subsequently, she swiftly approached Cuckoo and inquired, "Fair maiden, do you possess the ability of role play or disguise?" "What?" Cuckoo's eyes widened in shock. Ignoring her astonishment, Xiaoqishi felt a sense of relief as she quickly ascended the ladder, blending into the flow of people. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she found Wen Qianlong and Shui Shimo already standing on the platform. Xiaoqishi felt a surge of frustration. This group had rushed to the stage without discussing any strategy, carelessly colliding with countless individuals along the way. When she finally reached the platform, the spotlight illuminated their faces, showcasing their resolute expressions, causing Xiaoqishi to pause momentarily. This was the apocalypse, a realm rife with cruelty. She had always been cautious in her efforts to protect her companions, only to suddenly realize today that they had matured. A thought crossed her mind: discussing tactics was less effective than adapting spontaneously. Role disguise, the ability to change roles. A multifaceted skill, is often described as diverse yet lacking precision. Nevertheless, the multitude of auxiliary abilities she possessed garnered significant respect from Wang Jiucheng. For although they were not refined, they proved to be more useful than some more specialized skills. Glancing sideways, I noticed that Duan was clad in professional attire. The button at her waist pulling the jacket taut and accentuating her graceful figure. Feel free to inquire about anything, and I assure you that I will provide meticulous answers. Xiaoqishi was somewhat taken aback. Why? Duan shrugged and candidly stated that the team leader had sent her as an undercover agent. What was Wang Jiucheng truly contemplating? Just as Xiaoqishi pondered other questions, a few beams of light flickered before her eyes, illuminating several individuals within the crowd. Xiaoqishi understood that the battle was about to commence. Chapter 51. What eccentrics surround that woman in stark contrast to Wu Mei's alarm. The 4 individuals caught in the beams appeared utterly unfazed, their expressions relaxed and devoid of surprise. The moment the light fell upon them, they grinned menacingly and ascended the steps from either side of the platform, displaying a sense of impatience. Calm and composed, they strolled with an air of bloodthirsty ferocity. It was evident without a glance that these adversaries were not to be underestimated. Their familiarity with the pointing PK was unmistakable. The enemy's information was provided by you. Xiaoqishi's hand, gripping the bone knife, trembled slightly. Was Wang Jiucheng and his cohort indeed harboring ill intentions? A trap! Duan bit her lip, cautioning. Don't act recklessly. Within the assembly point, combat is only permitted on the PK stage. You're clever enough not to be so impulsive, right? Duan's lips twitched slightly, her expression one of grievance as she lamented, "It's not my fault. The team leader insisted we eliminate them all." As Xiaoqishi cast her gaze sharply in Duan's direction, the latter instinctively recoiled, swallowing hard. The abilities of the 4 individuals from Group 34 were all rated at 4 stars, indicating a meager chance of survival, a thought Duan kept to herself. 4 stars were hardly impressive. With a disdainful snort, Xia Qishi flashed a confident smile at her. This debt would be settled after the PK concluded. Amidst the tumult of her emotions, Xia Qishi suddenly regained her composure upon hearing the next remark, advising, "You ought to abandon the undercover role. Perhaps adopt a different speaking style." Duan widened her eyes in astonishment, covering her mouth. "How do you understand my abilities so well? Even the AI can only interpret them as a muddle of skills." Duan's police uniform bore the essence of her transformation abilities, ranging from the inquisitive nature of a detective catching a hint to the impenetrable aura of a doctor in a conference room, and now to the novice guise of an undercover agent. These were all manifestations of her disguise capabilities. As for combat roles, there were numerous possibilities. Though it remained uncertain whether Duan encompassed them all: soldier, fighter, assassin. She appeared to possess a smattering of knowledge in various fields, yet mastery eluded her. Xia Qishi, disinterested in further debate, felt a slight easing of her thoughts as she turned her attention to the stage. The 4 contestants could be aptly described in 4 words: tall, short, stout, and unrefined. Without exchanging pleasantries, they immediately launched into battle. Simultaneously, in the conference room on the first floor, several individuals were intently observing the screen. The tall one faced off against Shui Shimo, wielding not a sword or hammer, but a rare foot-based weapon, stilts. Performance ability, stilts, offering a superior vantage point, elevating one above the rest. Walking on stilts is indeed a skillful endeavor, requiring a sense of balance and a lack of fear of heights. This individual must have previously engaged in such a profession. In comparison, Shui Shimo appeared diminutive before him, as the diameter of the platform was such that he could traverse it in just 2 or 3 strides. The tall man steadied himself, planting one foot firmly while the other swiftly swung towards Shui Shimo without hesitation. The blow was quick yet not difficult to evade. Shui Shimo's primary ability thrived on speed. A subtle, cold smile crept upon his lips as he dodged like a startled bystander. The tall man, upon witnessing this, had his eyes gleam with excitement. He leapt into the air, assuming a split stance, and with a fierce motion, one leg swept downward. Simultaneously, as one leg tore through the air, it spun with a ferocity reminiscent of a woman's grace, showcasing a myriad of acrobatic feats imbued with a palpable threat. Shui Shimo staggered slightly, revealing numerous vulnerabilities. A flicker of delight passed through the tall man's eyes. Should he achieve victory this time, he could potentially ascend to the ranks of Group 34, significantly enhancing his chances of survival. With a crack and a snap, 2 swift, brutal actions ensued, resulting in a cascade of red, discarded metal strewn across the ground. The tall man was left with merely the stilt's base, a feat of balance in itself. To launch another sweeping attack akin to his previous one would require him to possess the ability to fly. Below, Xia Qishi exhaled in relief, only to see a flash of ferocity cross the tall man's face. He promptly relinquished one stilt, his expression frenzied as he chose to fall backward, relying solely on the strength of his abdomen to execute a sweeping kick with one leg. As he descended, his gaze remained fixated on Shui Shimo. Ha ha ha! This time, victory was surely within reach. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Shui Shimo stepped forward, ending the life of the tall man. In the conference room, Wang Jiucheng's expression fluctuated ominously, while beside him, Mo Xian remarked, "What kind of bizarre creatures surround that woman? It's one thing for her to be peculiar, but why does it seem that this man possesses capabilities that rival hers? Surely, we cannot truly relinquish 5 slots, can we?" Frustrated, Mo Xian slammed his fist on the table, producing a cacophony of sound. "Silence!" Wang Jiucheng bellowed, causing Mo Xian's voice to abruptly cease, plunging the conference room into an oppressive silence. As Shui Shimo engaged in battle, Rong Yu faced a rotund adversary. Rong Yu, somewhat introverted, appeared pitiful when silent. The rotund man smirked deviously, his double chin quivering, revealing a face speckled with acne. He bent down, contorting his body in an odd manner, and in a bizarre posture. He rolled. Buzzing. A sound reminiscent of a motorcycle engine revving filled the air as the rotund man launched himself like a cannonball, emitting a jarring noise that sent a wave of anxiety through the audience, akin to the sound of a cat scratching glass or nails scraping on sandpaper. In an instant, the atmosphere became tumultuous. "Rongyu!" Xia Qishi called out in concern. As the rotund man rolled forth, the deafening sound and the force of his impact were akin to a bull plowing a field. Xia Qishi's heart raced, witnessing the imminent collision. Bang! As the rotund man crashed into Rongyu, he unexpectedly collided with something, rebounding violently against the barrier before tumbling down, losing consciousness in the process. Hansen's opponent was diminutive yet remarkably agile, possessing astonishing speed. As Hansen evaded, he discerned that this adversary's abilities seemed to be primarily rooted in physical prowess. With a resonant sonic attack, the opponent was struck down. In a four-person battle, 3 had already emerged victorious. In the conference room where Wang Juqing was present, everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale, their leader's expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. Was this truly an annihilation? One had indeed been vanquished. On the screen, the man adorned with multiple earrings had his body pierced, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Conversations erupted as they exchanged opinions, but before anyone could celebrate, the screen revealed that at the same moment, the earring-clad man's arms had transformed into blades, piercing his opponent's body in turn. He shoved the corpse aside, and when Qianlong's abdominal wound ceased to bleed, aside from his slightly pallid complexion, he strode with vigor. In the conference room, Wang Juqing gazed at the quartet who had achieved total victory, a low chuckle escaping his lips. After a moment, he glanced at his watch. Total victory? In such a brief time? Such individuals, why should I not grant them a few spots? What do you think? Though he posed this as a rhetorical question, his expression was decidedly grim, and none dared to interject. Chapter 52, Well then, I shall go and fetch the new team member. Bang! The conference room door was thrust open with force, and a woman entered, her expression dark. After toppling a few chairs, Xia Qishi leaned against the table, defiantly locking eyes with Wang Juqing in the center. I am here to apologize. I sincerely regret interrupting the leader's plan for total annihilation. I apologize for the oversight. I have inadvertently revealed everything. Does she know about the complete annihilation? Wang Juqing's gaze flickered as he glanced behind Xia Qishi, only to find emptiness. What exactly did that scoundrel do and say to her? Wang Juqing felt somewhat unsettled, momentarily at a loss for words. You all may leave first, he instructed Mo Xian and the others. Once everyone had exited, Wang Juqing bent down to retrieve several sheets of A4 paper from beneath the conference table and then approached Xia Qishi. As the leader of Team 33, I made a decision without ascertaining the strength of my companions. I sincerely apologize. Wang Juqing bowed deeply, and this unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned Xia Qishi, leaving her astonished. Wang Juqing regarded her with a composed expression and continued, curious? I am here to reveal the truth. He then earnestly extended the papers in his hand and explained, when I arrived here, the guide was still present, he provided me with this. The A4 papers emitted a faint scent of ink and were filled with numerous names. As Xia Qishi examined the second page, she discovered her name along with Shui Shimo and Han Xing, positioned relatively near the front. Only after flipping to the last page did she find the names of Wen Qianlong and Rongyu. This is the star rating ranking, Wang Juqing elucidated. Xia Qishi observed that each page was arranged according to star ratings, with the earlier names boasting 5 stars, while the latter bore 3 stars and 2 stars. When Qianlong and Rongyu remained anchored at the 3-star level. This is the statistical data prior to the guide's designation. It seems that Mo Shangdong remains oblivious to the fact that they evolved after consuming C-grade energy drinks in the underground cemetery. Consequently, the The ranking in this data is fundamentally inaccurate, with a dashed line distinctly separating the entries following the 45th name. Does this imply that the 45 slots have been firmly established? The names of individuals like Wang Qianlong are positioned far too low to be included among the 45. Significantly so. Wang Jiuqing nodded, affirming that this is indeed the list provided by the guide. He reiterated his point, recounting a series of scenes from his encounter with the guide and sharing some survival strategies from Team PK battles. In conclusion, he expressed his curiosity, but I am still quite intrigued. How did you manage it? What? Xia Qishi responded, perplexed. How could someone with a 2.5-star qualification possibly triumph over a 4-star powerhouse? On this list, the relatively low-ranked Wang Qianlong possesses merely a 2-star rating. How could he have bested a 4-star opponent? If only one knew the secret. Illusion? Does an illusionary attack qualify as a form of combat? At that moment, Wang Jiuqing's eyes resembled those of a human bomb, yet upon closer inspection, they were distinct. His eyes were pure white, not devoid of irises, but rather, the irises themselves were white, with a solitary black dot at the center that stood out conspicuously, while he appeared blissfully unaware. If it were a skill for preserving one's life, would you readily disclose it to others? Xia Qishi's body tensed, refraining from answering but posing a counter-question. Upon hearing Wang Jiuqing's assertion, she slowly exhaled. Emerging from the conference room and traversing a brief corridor, she finally reached the outer hall, only to be struck by an unsettling quietude that made her question her location. Xia Qishi glanced at the time, July 3rd, 4:40 p.m. No sooner had she emerged from the shadows of the corridor than an arm seized her, pulling her into a corner. Did you observe the expressions on those individuals' faces? Shui Shimo inquired with grave seriousness. The atmosphere in the hall had undergone a palpable transformation. In stark contrast to the size and boisterous chatter that had filled the air upon their arrival, the hall was now divided into distinct factions. Leaders were consolidating their ranks, and those who had previously engaged in lively conversation now glared at one another with animosity after regrouping. Are they already delineating factions so early? Do these people intend to wage war for days on end? Wen Qianlong muttered. Dressed in a black, form-fitting suit reminiscent of a fitness instructor, Duan exuded an aura distinct from her previous appearances. Her languor had been replaced by a touch of heroic spirit. It's still early. The next step is to observe which group has more members, whether it be those involved in the side quest, or the survivors who arrive last. All eyes turned to her. Xia Qishi pondered why Duan, with her diverse abilities, had managed to secure a position among the top 3 in the conference room. Could it be due to her access to well-informed gossip? While each group is evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of its members, unranked individuals still possess combat value. Whether they are used as shield or cannon fodder, groups with a larger number of unranked members are more formidable. In the final Team PK, the group with the most members will inevitably become the common target of the other teams, Duan elaborated eloquently. When Qianlong scratched his head, still somewhat perplexed. Did you not notice a particular rule when reviewing the pointing PK regulations? Several individuals shook their heads simultaneously, while Duan pressed her forehead in frustration. It was stipulated that members of the same group could not harm one another. This detail was not merely forgotten. Perhaps the intense desire for vengeance at that time led to its outright neglect. As time gradually passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Other groups began to arrive one after another, yet Group 33 remained conspicuously silent. It was not until the following day that a man stepped forth from a beam of white light in the hall. The position of the white light was rather uncommon, prompting several team leaders to send representatives to inquire, only to return empty-handed. Upon seeing the man, Duan's eyes lit up, and she hesitantly remarked, "Since I have become a traitor, why not make this person one of our team members?" A team member? Xia Qishi glanced at the man. He appeared fair-skinned, with somewhat long chestnut hair and wisps framing his face, giving him a distinctly reclusive, sun-deprived appearance. He countered her question, "What do you mean by team member?" Without hesitation, Duan playfully tapped Xia Qishi on the forehead, exclaiming, "Stop pretending. I know what Wang Jiucheng showed you. However, don't you find it strange that the list in Wang Jiucheng's possession must be authentic?" Xia Qishi quickly grasped the implication. Regardless of the veracity of Wang Jiucheng's list, the limitation on survival slots meant that others were not barred from striving for survival. The rules were not dictated by him. In an instant, the prior confusion was replaced by resolute determination. The number of slots was something one must fight for, not something decreed by Wang Jiucheng. No one had the authority to determine who could survive. To survive is to claim one's place, am I not right? Duan clapped her hands, her eyes shining with an extraordinary brightness, reminiscent of a warrior ignited with fervor. "Well then, leader, I shall go to fetch the new team member." Chapter 53, Who Needs Your Apology? Who cares for those 3 words? Hey! Before Xia Qishi could finish her call, Duan had already taken a resolute step forward, heading towards the man. Titles of leader mattered little to her. Her sole desire at this moment was to ensure the survival of herself and her close companions. Surveying the surroundings, Bai Hao felt somewhat bewildered. The hall was filled with numerous individuals, clustered together in hushed groups, creating an atmosphere that felt as tense as a bowstring drawn taut. "Is this the final assembly point for Group 35?" someone inquired as they approached. Bai Hao, still in a daze, quickly shook his head in response. The individual shot him a fierce glance before walking away. Soon after, several more people approached, asking the same question. And Bai Hao's anxiety deepened. Had he taken a wrong turn? Was this not the gathering point for Group 33? He checked the planned route, it was correct. At that moment, a woman clad in a sleek black outfit, exuding a hint of confidence, slowly approached him and extended her hand. "Hello, I am Duan, from Group 33. Bai Hao's eyes widened in relief as he looked up, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face. "I thought something had gone awry. At last, someone has come to claim me." He then replied, "Hello, I am Bai Hao." Subsequently, for 3 consecutive days, Duan, as if animated by clockwork, tirelessly recruited team members, drawing anyone who pleased her to Xia Qishi's side. Just as Xia Qishi's face grew increasingly somber, nearing an outburst, she stuck out her tongue and ceased her recruitment efforts. It wasn't so much Duan's prowess, but rather the conspicuous absence of any contest from the members of Group 33 in the conference room. The leader is a woman? She doesn't seem particularly formidable. With only 45 survival slots available, how is it that there are so many of us? Surely, there are more than 450. Some newcomers inquired with curiosity. After scrutinizing her, one individual sneered, "Can this woman guarantee our survival?" Observing the bustling, clamorous throng, Xia Qishi felt a profound heaviness in her heart. She promptly gathered everyone together, extended her hand towards the corridor, and candidly declared, "Let me be frank with you all. I am not the leader. Your true leader is in the conference room at the end of this corridor. His name is Wang Jiucheng, and he was the first to arrive from Group 33. You should all understand that each group has only 45 slots. Whether you remain here or venture there, your survival hinges upon your own capabilities. That is all I have to say. Please, do as you see fit." Duan, beside her, stamped her foot in vexation. "Xia Qishi, don't be capricious. This is the culmination of my 3 days of labor. TCH, why didn't you say so earlier? You've wasted my time." Someone turned and dashed towards the conference room. The moment one person took the lead, others followed suit in a rush. Duan grew anxious and stepped forward to obstruct them, exclaiming, "Don't go. You'll only be cannon fodder over there." It was a conditioned reflex. When seeking refuge, one invariably gravitates towards the seemingly more dominant faction. "Why are you still here?" When Qianlong suddenly exclaimed upon discovering that Bai Hao had not left his side, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Bai Hao glanced around, crossing his arms as he surveyed the expressions on the faces of the crowd, and inquired with astonishment, Is there a rule that one must follow the flow of the crowd? After the crowd dispersed, Xiaqishi relaxed her demeanor. After surveying her surroundings, she fortuitously stumbled upon a storage room, which was filled with mops, buckets, and several safety signage. Locking the door behind her, she pushed aside the items to clear a significant amount of space. Ever since the last time she had smashed a golden egg, Xiaqishi had relied on her XXL bone-cutting knife, silent dual cannons, and heavenly net to navigate her battles thus far. The impending confrontation would be with formidable ability users. To survive, she needed to secure better means of protection. Had she accumulated anything during her long hiatus from smashing? Xiaqishi inquired of the intelligent brain system, which appeared somewhat astonished. You know about accumulation? It retorted, isn't your mind functioning well? How could you be the last to pass in the newborn playground? Stop with the nonsense. Time is running short, Xiaqishi urged. The intelligent brain system then replied, accumulation is not possible. Just as I suspected. Xiaqishi was not surprised by the answer. She swiftly severed the connection with the intelligent brain system, silently reflecting, the game of smashing golden eggs is the unexpected champion. A circular roulette materialized out of thin air, crashing to the ground with a thud. Hundreds of golden eggs spun rapidly around the wheel, while Xiaqishi held a transforming hammer in her hand, feeling a sense of indecision. Having struck the golden egg once before without any foreknowledge, this time she placed a great deal of hope on it. As the clock ticked down, an increasingly urgent summons echoed in their minds, pressing for immediate preparation. Should Xiaqishi fail to emerge, she would be forcibly conscripted. Let's go. We're going upstairs, Hongxing declared, pulling Rong Yue along. Rong Yue could feel the perspiration on Hongxing's palm and understood his apprehension. She squeezed his hand reassuringly, let's wait a bit longer. He not only gathered his robes but also shoved him repeatedly, incessantly questioning his intentions. Overwhelmed by guilt, conflict, and the inability to meet their gazes, Hongxing endured Wen Qianlong's prodding and the incessant clamor in his ears. A surge of anger welled up within him. It means nothing. I simply want to survive. Is there anything wrong with that? He had to ascend the stage promptly, secure a foothold, and persevere until the end. He repeated to himself, I have someone to protect. Someone I cherish who needs my protection. Casting a glance at the petite Rong Yue, she turned away resolutely, her voice trembling as she uttered, I'm sorry. She pointed at his receding figure and cried out, Hongxing, you ungrateful wretch, who has guided you through one trial after another? Who? When Qianlong gasped for breath. His face flushed with rage, and in his fury, he shouted at Shueshimo and the others beside him, are you all dead? Why are you silent? Why do you not stop them? Shueshimo's face was shrouded in shadow, some people cannot be restrained. With a forceful kick, when Qianlong sent a massive flower pot in the corner of the hall crashing to the ground, the shattered pot releasing its soil and roots in a chaotic tumble. Just then, the announcement echoed, the time has come, invited guests, please come to the stage. Immediately following this proclamation, a petite figure darted swiftly from the narrow corridor. Chapter 54, Team Battle, Wang Zhucheng's ability. P.S. Here's the update for May Day. After reading, do not rush off to play. Remember to cast your monthly votes first. From now on, during the Qidian 515 Fan Festival, enjoy double monthly votes, and other events with red envelopes are worth checking out. The figure was none other than Xiaqishi, who upon spotting the few individuals still waiting, felt a surge of anxiety and urgency. She shouted at the top of her lungs, hurry! There's no time left, get upstairs now! The phrase racing against time aptly described the scene at that moment. What astonished Xiaqishi was a man named Bai Hao, who, despite his pale appearance reminiscent of a reclusive nerd, possessed abilities rivaling those of Spider-Man. With a flourish of his hands, he propelled himself into the air, performing several agile maneuvers before landing directly on the stage. The combatants had long been divided into several factions. As Xiaqishi and her companions alighted upon the arena, a voice, representing the rules, resonated with measured cadence. 3, 2. Team, PK commences. This pronouncement reverberated throughout the entire second-floor hall, audible to all. Scarcely had the echo of the voice subsided when the first blows were exchanged. This was a protracted battle of attrition, where only those who endured until 8:00 a.m. the following day would emerge as victors, while the vanquished would forfeit their right to exist. Lin Hong, in violation of the rules, has been eliminated. Wang Shuiqing, in violation of the rules, has been eliminated. Qi Lian, in violation of the rules, has been eliminated. A succession of grim announcements echoed relentlessly, instilling shock and trepidation in the newly arrived survivors. Before they could comprehend the cause, they were enveloped in a beam of white light and vanished. Rules? What transgression warrants annihilation? Suddenly, Xia Qishi recalled Duan's words, members of the same team must not harm one another. Were those just eliminated the ones who attacked their own teammates? White light emanated from various points on the arena. As the light dissipated, so too did those who had violated the rules, vanishing without so much as a cry. Within approximately half a minute, the arena was significantly depopulated, with the majority of those who disappeared being the stragglers who had arrived last. A wave of trepidation began to permeate the assembly as a brawny man, his countenance contorted with ferocity, brandished his weapon. He reasoned that transgression of the rules and failure to secure a spot were both paths to demise. So why not fell a few adversaries and take them to the grave with him? The man's elongated canines, visible as he spoke, descended to his chest. His victims appeared to have been mauled by a canine predator, their flesh lacerated and limbs incomplete. His garments were gruesomely bespattered with blood, inspiring dread in the faint of heart. The stipulation is, no fratricide. A voice echoed from an indiscernible location. Xia Qishi scanned the throng but could not pinpoint the source. If that is the case, then we shall slay those from other groups. The man cackled with a malevolent grin, seemingly addicted to carnage. Xia Qishi narrowed her eyes, resolving to avoid provoking such a person, lest she be compelled to eliminate him. Her silent dual pistols, typically reserved for dispatching the walking dead and mutated creatures, had yet to be employed against humans. As the group guarded a corner of the arena, Xia Qishi surveyed their surroundings and noticed the absence of two individuals. Han Xing, Rong Yu, where are they? When Qianlong fumed, damn it, the two traitors. No one is to mention their names to me again. Xia Qishi pondered the situation and swiftly grasped the rationale. It was likely due to her prolonged absence before the commencement of hostilities. Han Xing's actions were not entirely unjustified. She was the first to absolve them, acknowledging that such choices were excusable when faced with matters of life and death. The corners of the arena are often the most overlooked, and a few past participants can be swiftly dealt with. Remarkably, a handful have managed to endure until the late hours of the night, leading one to believe that this fierce contest would similarly come to a close. What a splendid position! It now belongs to Group 34 attack. Indeed, the incoming individuals are the leaders of Group 34, particularly Wang Jiucheng, whose face is recognizable even from several meters away. It is evident that Wang Jiucheng has exerted considerable effort to be discovered so swiftly. With a cold snort, he declares, who values their life so lightly? When Qianlong immediately charges forward, his arms unwavering. The choices made by Han Xing and his companion have ignited a blaze of fury within Wen Qianlong, who has pent-up anger seeking release. Shui Shimo follows closely, fists clenched tightly. Bai Hao's initial ability, Spider's Silk, consists of nearly imperceptible threads that rival the sharpness of the deadliest daggers, capable of causing unseen demise. Du Juan possesses the ability of character transformation, enabling swift changes. Rather than taking on the expected role of a fighter or boxer, she now dons gleaming silver armor, fully equipped and radiating an imposing presence. Devoid of her earlier seductive languor, she resembles a berserker, delivering powerful blows that send opponents flying with sheer brute force. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Qishi fires several rounds, skillfully scattering her heavenly net while the opposing team scrambles to evade her onslaught. As a gap opens amidst the encirclement, her gaze sharpens, only to realize that she has ensnared but a few. Ha ha ha, now is the moment. Received. A voice resounded abruptly in her ears as a man brandishing a chainsaw instantly struck at her arm, clutching the net. Wang Juqing stood at a distance, his face contorted in a sneer. This woman, not content with the allotment she received, was insatiably greedy. Now that he had seized this fishing net with such formidable lethality, let's see what abilities she still possessed. The AI intoned, "Celestial net, has changed ownership." Astonished, Xiao Qishi, while warily surveying her surroundings, was also cogitating rapidly. Individuals such as Lancome, a veteran from another world, possessed the ability to usurp the powers of newborns and seize their weapons, a fact beyond dispute. But your veteran? Even veterans, when plundering or feeding, could only assimilate the nutrients of newborns and seize their abilities when their opponents were teetering on the brink of death. Yet, she was still very much alive. Why had the weapon changed ownership? However, something felt amiss. Veterans would never be found standing on this PK arena. What, then, was the explanation? This item is now mine. Wang Juqing brandished the fishing net of black silk, offering a few words of praise to the man wielding the chainsaw. He then regarded Xiao Qishi with a mocking tone. You actually know about veterans? You are indeed a fortunate, yet unfortunate, individual. I intended to grant you a spot where you could contribute your efforts. Who knew that you would insist on playing the role of a saint, attempting to protect those 5 individuals? Now, alas, the opportunity has vanished. Since you spurn this final spot, I shall bestow it upon a Liang. Upon hearing this, the man beside him, clutching the chainsaw, was overcome with delight, hastily bowing and expressing his gratitude to Wang Juqing. The arena was still rife with carnage, the numbers gradually dwindling. How cruel was the individual who would compel the remaining survivors to slaughter one another in such a manner? The dueling platform had metamorphosed into a veritable pandemonium, replete with the anguished cries of humanity and the indiscriminate effusion of blood. You cannot dictate the fate of others. Did he genuinely believe that his position as team leader afforded him the prerogative to decide matters of life and death? Did he presume that the allocation of survival slots was his to determine arbitrarily? He was neither a savior nor a deity. By what authority did he seek to negate an individual's will to live? Suddenly, an announcement reverberated, capturing the undivided attention of everyone in the hall. Team 34, 45 survivors remaining, quota met, withdrawal authorized. Team 32, quota met, withdrawal authorized. Through internecine conflict, some had ultimately satisfied the requirements. Abruptly, 2 teams withdrew their forces, leaving behind a landscape of cadavers and a considerably more spacious arena. Wang Juqing, who had been conversing amiably, was seized by an intense wave of envy upon hearing the announcement. The irises of his eyes instantaneously transmuted into a glacial white. During the meeting, Xiao Qishi had been perplexed by this ability, which resembled neither illusion nor a tangible attack. Ah, this card is quite exquisite, it shall be mine. A slimy touch once again absconded with her leverage card and reflection card. The AI's notification of card transfer caused a surge of apprehension within her. What manner of ability was this? Cannot dictate? Wang Juqing erupted in maniacal laughter, his facade of a composed, successful individual collapsing like a house of cards, revealing a sanguinary maw beneath, both grotesque and unrestrained. I am the leader of Team 33, and my word is law. I decide who lives and who dies. Disobedience leads only to death. Leech! Only at this juncture did Wang Juqing utter the name of his ability. The lightheadedness induced by blood loss immediately caused the entire ceiling to spin. Basic skill, Leech, commonly known as a bloodsucker. It attaches to the body with its sucker to draw blood, which can cause dizziness from blood loss and potentially fatal hemorrhage. Leech's attached weapon, pickpocket, commonly referred to as a tool for stealing. Ability rating, D. This was the first time Xiao Qishi encountered a basic ability related to insects, and it was also her first encounter with an ability that had a rating, Chapter 55. Indefensible. This rating differs from the overall potential rating given by the Guide to Newborns. The D rating is specifically for the basic skill, Leech. Even if Xiao Qishi and Shui Shimo had a 5-star potential rating, their basic abilities had no rating, indicating that Wang Juqing's ability was currently the most advanced among those seen and known. "You're cheating," Xiao Qishi said with a pale face, struggling to squeeze out the words through gritted teeth. She wanted to fight back, but her deep-seated fear and disgust for slimy invertebrates momentarily paralyzed her. By the time she reacted, the dizziness from excessive blood loss had her drenched in cold sweat. Group 31, qualified, withdraw from the competition. Group 35, qualified. Withdraw from the competition. Wang Juqing glanced at his watch, turned to look behind him, and said unhurriedly, "I never said I would kill you. Once you've lost too much blood and have no weapons or tools to defend yourself, I just need to deliver you to another group." Indeed, it was a loophole. Transforming hammer, changes ownership. Another notification turned Xiao Qishi's face even paler. Wang Juqing exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, how is there still more?" The metamorphic hammer morphed within Wang Juqing's grasp, his fascination palpable. "I'm astonished you possess such a treasure. The pickpocket ability to transfer ownership is truly bewildering. Xiao Qishi's possessions have practically been pilfered. Is this the power of a D-rank aptitude?" As groups 36, 37, and 38 sequentially achieved qualification, the broadcasted announcements of their withdrawal were like celestial music to the survivors' ears. Only groups 33 and 39 remained. Wang Juqing glanced at the chronometer on his wrist. Group 33's numbers were dwindling. He judged the moment opportune. Elevating his gaze, his alabaster irises fixated on her countenance, he clicked his tongue and remarked, "The time is nigh." Opportunity. Xiao Qishi's eyes ignited with a sudden brilliance, akin to a radiant point of light emerging from the profound night, intensifying in fervor. With a swift motion, she struck the back of Wang Juqing's hand with her palm, her pallid face glistening with perspiration. "I concur, the timing is impeccable. Had she tarried any longer, her newly acquired prize from the Golden Egg Lottery would have been pilfered once more, leaving her with naught but to await her demise." Novice ability, house painter, individuals, equipment, and skills that have been painted will be frozen and reset to 0. The painting duration is once per day, and the freeze duration is 10 seconds. Note for usage, physical contact is required to activate the house painter ability. Wang Juqing's body recoiled, clutching the back of his stricken hand, the muscles in his face visibly contorting. In the ensuing moment, a cascade of objects clattered to the ground, reminiscent of a scene where slain monsters in a game relinquish their equipment. His expression underwent a drastic metamorphosis, his gaze fixed upon her with malevolence. "What have you done to me?" 9 seconds. Xiao Qishi swiftly dashed forward to retrieve the deformed hammer from the ground, rapidly transforming it into its primary form. With her bone-picking knife flipped in hand, she made a sweeping motion towards Wang Juqing, a flash of silvery blade light glimmering through the air. Without even glancing at the outcome, she kicked forcefully and pivoted, gathering all scattered items into her possession. In a mere 7 seconds, her powers and weapons rendered her in a state of utter blankness. Where had everything gone? Wang Juqing lay lifeless. If he did not perish by her hand, it could hardly be deemed a violation. Casting her gaze across the surroundings, the arena was drenched in crimson, resembling a veritable hell of Shura. Among the crowd, she spotted Han Xing and Rong Yu, ensnared and desperate. Just as she contemplated advancing, a presence approached from behind. Instinctively, she sidestepped and twisted her torso, simultaneously flinging her arm back. A cascade of net enveloped the assailant, and as she grasped the rope's end, she began to retreat. However, her momentum faltered as she stumbled over a corpse, landing awkwardly on her back. The man ensnared in the fishing net quickly regained his composure, crouching within the netted confines, adopting a runner's stance. His skeletal frame and skin grotesquely contracted. It would be best if he did not sprout wings. Only then did Xiao Qishi discern the identity of the man ensnared in the net, his tousled hair, dyed a stark white, and clad in a red tracksuit, was none other than Mo Xian, the one who incessantly provoked Wang Jiucheng. Drawing her bone-picking knife once more, she declared, "Since the net proves ineffective against you, I shall utilize other means. I believe I have grasped the essence of your abilities." Mo Xian abruptly looked up, flashing a grin. A subtle cracking sound emanated from within him as fissures appeared on his skin, akin to the parched surface of cracked earth. A tinge of amber radiated from within, deepening like the embers of kindling. Incipient ability, one of the 10 rare bloodlines. Hellboy lineage, her invariably effective heavenly net dissipated into a pool of dark liquid as the temperature of Mo Xian's skin steadily rose. "Is that so?" Observing the destruction of her net, Xia Qixi's gaze turned glacial, her aura suffused with a palpable killing intent. Why were these individuals incessantly provoking her? Why was survival such an arduous endeavor? She hadn't even had the opportunity to study Wang Jiucheng's contrivances, and the uses of her painter ability were already exhausted. But she still had items at her disposal. However, at this juncture, she intended to explore the depths of her own potential. Xia Qixi gripped the morphing hammer tightly, declaring, "Morph!" Envisioned form required, the morphing hammer in her grasp metamorphosed into a shovel, a silver-white implement akin to a gardening spade, distinguished only by its fanciful coloration. "It's still just a shovel," the AI scoffed. Forgive her lack of creativity, compared to the commonplace weapons such as knives, swords, spears, and hammers. These brutally direct cold weapons, she finds them rather simple and manageable. She wielded the shovel with a vigor akin to swatting flies, bringing it down forcefully towards Mo Xian. The 10 great bloodlines were but a fleeting mention from the intellect of the neural brain. The bloodline of the Hell Baron was the second rare lineage that Xia Qixi had encountered. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain the upper hand. The unyielding rule against infighting within their group was as rigid as the Iron Mountain Edict, not to be easily shaken unless one sought out a flaw in the regulations. Mo Xian was formidable, indeed far surpassing Wang Jiucheng, the one who stood at the forefront. Wang relied on his abilities, yet stripped of those. His combat skills paled in comparison to Rongyu. As Xia Qixi descended, she suddenly beheld an enormous fist hurtling towards her, imbued with a scorching heat that struck her face with relentless force. She leaned back instinctively, her pocket watch soaring into the air. With a crack, she watched helplessly as a thin crack appeared on the surface of the watch. In a desperate attempt to shield it, she realized it was too late. A brilliant light burst forth from the watch, aiming directly at her forehead. Her backward-leaning form rendered her unable to evade it. A sharp pain pierced her forehead as something violently as the sound waves crescendoed, the surrounding air seemed to ignite instantaneously, intertwining panic with an overwhelming fury that drew the attention of everyone on the arena. The noise clawed at the hearts of the onlookers, rendering the atmosphere sharp enough to slice skin, even as the source of the assault remained unseen, leaving their bodies marred with scratches. Closest to realized the dire situation and attempted to flee, only to be halted by the swirling air, now transformed into blades around him. "I could not control my hands." A chorus of wails erupted from the arena. Chapter 56, One will feel nauseous without closing one's eyes. As dawn approached, the morning light began to break. The bloodshed of the previous night, a hellish scene of self-destruction, had faded into memory. All eyes now fixated on in the arena. Unable to forget the shock and visual impact of her piercing screams from the night before. Have you ever witnessed an attack akin to a knife shearing through noodles? Most of those on the arena bore lacerated skin, death looming. Throughout the ordeal, merely screamed. Her formidable psychic abilities branded her a psychic master. And such masters wield the power to kill invisibly. For them, murder is an elegant art, untouched by splattered blood, requiring neither weapons nor mediums. Sometimes merely a snap of the fingers or perhaps a mere glance suffices. Before the ability wielder, who remained unfazed amidst a sea of corpses and some individuals swiftly retreated, as if she were a primordial behemoth to be avoided at all costs. After dawn, someone, with an expression of excitement, spoke to her, but Xia Qishi could hardly discern the words. Following her cessation of screams, it felt as if a hyperspeed machine had been installed in her mind, buzzing incessantly, rendering her unable to hear others. As she searched the stage for fragments of the pocket watch, she found herself unable to reassemble it, as if a crucial component were missing, unbeknownst to her. That vital piece resided within her very forehead. Shui Shimo and others approached, aware of the watch's significance to her, and offered words of comfort. Xia Qishi wiped away the crimson before her and turned to face them, her body sagging against Duan. At that moment, she was utterly drained, fatigued, her voice hoarse. How much longer? 3 minutes. Shui Shimo finally spoke, but by how interjected first. Xia Qishi's face was smeared with blood, a gaping wound apparent on her forehead. A sight that inspired dread. She furrowed her brow, her eyes wide, fixated on the shape of Baihao's lips. When Qianlong instinctively shrank back behind Shui Shimo. Seeking reassurance from Duan, was it truly not negative energy? Would it not be necessary to render her unconscious as before? This outburst from Xia Qishi appeared even more terrifying than her previous confrontation with Wu Meyer. It's nothing, merely a reaction to the stimulus. Duan quickly donned her armor, which, while imposing, was exceedingly heavy. After a night, she had dislocated several joints. Following this, a pall of silence descended for several minutes. The arena was strewn with corpses. Not of the undead or mutated, but of accomplished survivors, capable individuals with extraordinary abilities. Yet, they had slaughtered each other for the sake of survival. A sense of unease washed over Xia Qishi, a suspicion that this might all be a ruse, that the promised sanctuary was non-existent, and that the guides were purveyors of falsehoods. An overwhelming sense of helplessness pervaded her being, as if not only she, but the entire planet and all of humanity were ensnared in some grand scheme. Perhaps they were mere cannon fodder or subjects in an experiment. A multitude of distracting thoughts swirled within her mind, causing time to slip away unnoticed. Precisely at 8 o'clock, a figure swathed in white bandages, like a jovial mummy, brandishing a red flag, announced his arrival with a hearty laugh. Ha ha. Fortunately, I'm not late. Come, Group 31, follow me. Through thick and thin. Never to forsake. A faint smile graced her lips. She had never truly been alone, even knowing that she was largely responsible for the carnage of the previous night. She felt no remorse. Let them call her a witch or accuse her of bloodlust, she was indifferent. Among the crowd, Han Xing and his companion had survived due to Xia Qishi's mental illusion. Seeing, we were mistaken. Some things, once lost, are irretrievable. Their positions had already been filled. And as she glanced at the figures of Duan and Baihao standing beside Xia Qishi, she felt utterly ashamed, unable to meet their gazes. Even those she had just met had managed to endure until the end, yet they. The thick layer of white powder on their faces, the elegantly arched brows, the clownish attire, and the exaggeratedly painted crimson lips stretching to the roots of their ears caught his attention. He surveyed the faces surrounding him, and suddenly, his brows furrowed in surprise. Ah, I remember there were 2 treasures with quite promising talents. How could they not withstand this trial? All eyes turned to Xia Qishi. Yet no one dared to voice their reproach. Never mind, it is inevitable that some newborns will falter. Mo Shangdong consoled himself and then raised the flag of Group 33. Calling out loudly, "My darlings, line up and follow me." A group of individuals arranged themselves in a line reminiscent of elementary school students, descending from the 2nd floor to the hall on the 1st. As Xia Qishi stood in the midst of the line, her pupils constricted upon entering the hall. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows in the parking lot were several unfamiliar objects. In the square rested several, or rather, a few pitch-black boxes, comparable in size to a bus, but lacking doors. Instead, a half-drawn drawer jutted out from the rear, slanting against the ground for pedestrians to walk upon. The ticket checkpoints bore the numbers 31 to 39. And Mo Shangdong LED'd the group to halt before the 33rd window. "My darlings, present your tickets." "So it turns out the tickets are used here?" As they passed through the exit with their tickets in hand, an electronic voice chimed, counting them as they went. Xiaqishi felt a peculiar disorientation standing behind her. The apocalypse had arrived, and she had witnessed her beloved grandfather transform into a walking corpse. The memory of severing the head of her closest kin with a bone knife still haunted her. In that moment, her heart shattered. Blood-sucking creatures, level 1 mutants, seed-eaters. The demise of Shiryan. All of these events seemed to have occurred in a dream, as if they were mere figments of her imagination. Xiaqishi had a ticket, a boarding permit. As she approached the exit, her hearing seemed to restore itself. Outside the bus station, a group of people stood at the entrance of a black box. Under the refraction of sunlight, this dark enclosure exhibited not a glimmer of reflection, as if it could even consume the very rays of the sun. The interior of the vehicle was spacious, seemingly sealed off, illuminated by a dim yellow light that cast a soft glow on the cartoon decals adorning the walls, their surfaces shimmering faintly. The air was infused with a sweet aroma reminiscent of a Class C energy drink. In front of the vehicle door, 2 sturdy handrails stood, beside which lay a foldable plush lounge chair. Xiaqishi took a couple of steps forward, trailing behind the crowd, and suddenly halted, her gaze fixated ahead at a vast expanse of wooden cribs. No! That was not quite right. It was more accurate to describe it as a large array of oversized baby cribs, adorned with various children's toys, such as a clumsy bear and an ugly duckling. Xiaqishi quietly counted the cribs, arriving at exactly 45. Could this be what is colloquially known as a newborn's bed? Little ones, pick whichever one you fancy and take a nap. You'll wake up at your destination. Mo Shengdong, unconcerned, removed her shoes and socks and reclined on the lounge chair beside the handrails. Observing the crowd dutifully entering the cribs, she snapped her fingers, and the lights extinguished. After the lights were extinguished, darkness enveloped the interior of the vehicle. Xiaqishi opened her eyes wide as the car seemed to start moving, causing the crib to sway violently, more so than if it were being pushed on a swing. In such a state, she could hardly find sleep amidst the dizziness. Don't keep your eyes open, if you don't fall asleep, you'll get car sick, came the languid voice of Mo Shengdong from the shadows. Chapter 57. Here. I extend my congratulations to the little ones. The wooden crib continued to shake vigorously, and the discomfort and nausea made it impossible for Xiaqishi to close her eyes without feeling the acidic churn in her stomach. She turned over, seeking some comfort, and seemed to sense someone else was still awake, as the sound of rustling from the armrest indicated someone was getting up. Soft music soon filled the small dark space, familiar lullabies. Before long, the rhythmic sound of even breathing surrounded her. As Xiaqishi listened, her thoughts began to blur. Her eyelids grew heavier, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue welled up from the depths of her consciousness, extinguishing any urge to resist. The moment she closed her eyes, her awareness sank into darkness. When Xiaqishi regained consciousness, she could feel the softness beneath her without even opening her eyes. Every fiber of her being reveled in the comfort, a sensation she had never experienced before. Turning over, she found herself pressed against something fluffy and soft. Startled, she sat up, her eyes widening as a gentle breeze flowed in through the window, stirring the white curtains. On the windowsill, a few flower pots adorned with a handful of succulent plants and an abundance of vines transformed the space into a verdant oasis, with tender tendrils wrapping around the entire ledge like ivy. Surveying the surroundings, the room appeared strikingly familiar. As she steadied herself after standing, a dull ache throbbed at her forehead. Gently probing the wound, she sighed and rummaged through the wardrobe for a suitable outfit. She distinctly recalled falling asleep on a wooden bed. How had she ended up here? Where was this place? A glance at the plush bear she had just pressed against on the bed stirred a sense of recognition. Its deep brown fur, adorned with a large bow at the neck, felt exquisitely smooth to the touch. This towering teddy bear, larger than her own stature, was something she had always longed for. Its fur bore the same hue, its eyes were round and brown with a similar pattern, and even the color of the bow matched perfectly. The circular bed was draped in a solid grass-green sheet, and the room was adorned with simple, tidy furnishings, including a gourd-shaped, semi-transparent lamp that emitted a warm orange glow. The more she scrutinized her surroundings, the more a sense of unease enveloped her. Every item in this room evoked a profound familiarity. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she took a couple of steps forward to move the lamp aside, revealing a note beneath it. 2. Choose to open this door, and you will be astonished by what you see. 3. Do not choose the second option, and you will regret it. What was there to choose? She yanked the door open, peering outside, her expression frozen in astonishment. A luminous sphere hung in midair beyond the threshold, radiating a brilliant light akin to a crescent moon suspended in the sky. The blinding white glow obscured her view of what lay within the sphere. And beneath this colossal orb stood a multitude of individuals. It seemed that every capable person had gathered below, dwarfed by the vastness of the light. Among them, the flamboyant clownish figure of Mo Shangdong caught her eye immediately. He held a bag that appeared rather heavy, and at that moment, he happened to turn around. Sachishi? She glanced back at the door behind her, then raised her voice slightly and called out, "Come gather quickly." Looking around, Shueshimo, Wen Qianlong, and even Bai Hao and Duan, who had just joined, all appeared refreshed, dressed in clean and comfortable attire, waving at her from the crowd. She hurried forward to join them. After waiting a moment longer, Mo Shangdong counted heads and, confirming everyone was present, stepped out of the group and walked to the front. "I know you all have many questions. Please, remain silent for now and refrain from asking anything, as I am about to explain." As the words were spoken, the crowd quieted slightly, craning their necks in anticipation. This time, Mo Shangdong was exceedingly patient, beginning to explain how everyone had arrived there after falling asleep, soothing their emotions for a moment as the guide seemed to embrace his role. After speaking for a while, his expression turned serious. "Indeed. Let me begin with good news. This is the apartment. Each of you has a room, and everything within it is constructed according to your consciousness." Were you all startled upon waking? Consciousness construction? Xia Qishi's heart skipped a beat. No wonder everything seemed so familiar. It was actually formed by her consciousness? Simple. Static objects, that is, inanimate objects, can be transformed as you wish, even if you choose to make a toilet of gold or toilet paper of RMB. All of that is up to you. However, if you wish to construct dynamic objects, that is, living beings, you must. Mo Shangdong gestured towards the upper air behind them. Apply for construction through the brain's main body, as only the main body has the authority and qualification to do so. Static objects? This is quite easy to comprehend, such as a teddy bear or a bed. But what of dynamic entities? Suddenly, her pupils dilated. Life forms? Humans? Some individuals evidently contemplated this possibility. Their faces flushed with disbelief, as if struggling to accept their own ears. Does this imply that everyone has an opportunity to amend the regrets of their lives? Just as they were about to speak, Mo Shangdong hastily raised both hands in a gesture to pause. "Stop, stop. You will discover this for yourselves through gradual experimentation. Now, I wish to address another matter. Here, I must remind you of several points. First, although I find it rather improbable, it is a rule that must be stated: all items obtained from the neonate cultivation chamber must be surrendered. Second, those who achieve a complete run in the side quest may redeem prizes through the intelligent core behind them. Third, if any of you have activated innate abilities, you must refresh your information in the intelligent core behind you. These innate abilities are not activated by the intelligent core's extension but are rather those innate talents activated through personal effort." Regarding the third point, Xia Qishi subtly sensed Mo Shangdong's gaze sweeping in her direction. "Finally, my guiding task has come to an end. Here, I extend my congratulations, dear ones." Mo Shangdong, with her crimson lips, appeared quite formidable, loudly proclaiming the latter part. "Congratulations, dear ones, you have earned a 3-day qualification for apartment residency. The pronouncement reverberated like a thunderclap, instantly casting a pall of ash and dismay over everyone present. A collective sensation of being drenched in icy water washed over the assembly. With some succumbing to the weight of despair, collapsing onto the ground, their visages etched with resentment and a profound uncertainty about the future. Summer's respiration grew labored, her teeth grinding audibly. What was the significance of a mere 3-day residency? Was it conceivable that the relentless struggles endured in this apocalyptic world would only yield a fleeting respite of 3 days? The stark contrast between what was and what could be a descent from paradise to inferno loomed large, a crushing blow to all. Amidst this despondency, Duan emitted a derisive chuckle. To speak in riddles, Senior Mo, she began, this jest is of such magnitude that its repercussions may be difficult to manage. Summer inwardly scoffed. Indeed. Could the painstakingly gathered newborns, deemed worthy, simply be abandoned after a mere 3-day sojourn? Could it be that Duan possessed some concealed knowledge? All eyes turned towards her, only to behold a transformation unseen even by Summer. Oversized, black-rimmed spectacles perched precariously on her nose, hair neatly coiffed and tucked beneath a dark hat. A navy suit of unmistakably masculine cut, adorned with a wide, red and white checkered tie. The truth is singular. A glint of wisdom flashed from behind Duan's lenses as she fixed Mo with an unwavering gaze. Shall you elucidate, or shall I? This persona, Detective Conan. One can envision a slender woman clad in a suit, mimicking Conan's expression, who suddenly bursts into laughter, her demeanor momentarily faltering. With a hearty chuckle, she shakes the heavy pocket in her hand and reaches inside, nodding in approval as she retrieves an item. Not bad, you little rascal. Meanwhile, Mo Shandang struggles to articulate his thoughts, contemplating how to explain. The eligibility for newborn residents is limited to 3 days. This is an unyielding rule of the apartment. However, this does not imply the absence of individuals with permanent residency qualifications, albeit the path is fraught with challenges. Chapter 58. Wait, is this where it begins? Within the apartment's administrative office, the atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. A row of guides, adorned as mummies, clowns, and SpongeBob, stood in formation. Despite their exaggerated and somewhat ludicrous appearances, one could still detect a hint of reserve and caution in their postures. A few wisps of smoke languidly dissipated into the air. In the direction they faced, a desk was positioned, behind which sat an elderly woman buried under a mountain of paperwork. After exhaling the last plume of smoke, she extinguished her cigarette with a deliberate motion. Her hair, a mix of gray and white in short curls, framed a face where the skin sagged, reminiscent of a kindly grandmother. The sole distinguishing feature, however, was the blood-red hue of her right pupil, which abruptly shattered the illusion of her benevolent and gentle visage. It wasn't a matter of crimson irises or Sharingan, merely, electronic eyes had been installed. When scanning individuals, a small red dot at the center of the pupil glowed alarmingly. All the guides were holding their breaths, their bodies bowed forward in an attitude of obedience. After a prolonged silence, the old woman finally spoke. Collect your rewards yourselves. As veterans, I needn't instruct you on how to proceed, correct? As everyone was departing, a voice echoed from behind, oh, and upon mission completion, your identities will be immediately reinstated. Should I discover any instances of deceit, Xia Qishi's astonishment remained immeasurable. Random missions? And all to do with apocalyptic worlds? The information Mo Shandong divulged was too startling. She was still processing it, like a sponge slowly absorbing water. So, Earth truly was merely a testing ground, solely dedicated to cultivating newborns with exceptional aptitudes. No wonder the guides referred to it as a newborn incubator. Those with potential were brought from the incubator to the apartment complex, which served as a nexus for these newborns from various worlds. To secure permanent residency in the complex, one had to be dispatched to various worlds to gain experience points. A blue wristband on her wrist displayed her various metrics. According to Mo Shandong, the primary function of this wristband was to record experience points. In 3 days, you'll all understand what experience points are. These were Mo Shangdong's exact words. In the apartment's chambers, she had conducted experiments, discovering that the formation of static objects could be whimsically manipulated. A golden toilet and diamond floors were merely a thought away. As for the construction of living beings, Xiao Qishi had already attempted it, only to find that this process held no significance for her. Imagining the characteristics of the desired entity, age, skin tone, and appearance combined with fragments of her own memories, she learned that the individual she envisioned had naturally passed away before the apocalypse, rendering her efforts futile. She contemplated constructing Hu Lei Dong but dismissed the idea upon reflecting on the myriad constraints associated with such creations. Some extracted an aged figure from the luminous sphere, while others embraced stunning beauties with alluring curves. Each time Baihao brushed past these women, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured the names: Uehara Ai, Nishikawa Momoka, Nagasawa Azusa Goodness. Even Teacher Song was among them. A quintessential otaku's paradise. For 3 days, it was a veritable Eden for all men, where every conceivable enchantress could be conjured. Even more astonishingly, Duan managed to create a male model with a star-like visage and physique. When Xiao Qishi entered Duan's room in search of her, she discovered Duan clad in a nurse's outfit, engaged in a game of BDSM, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. Had she foreseen this, she would never have. Who knows what awaits us in that world 3 days hence? This audacity stems merely from a desire to avoid regret. Xiao Qishi nodded, affirming that there are no issues regarding the first point raised by Mo Shangdong. She then continued, I am uncertain whether we shall remain together in the next apocalyptic realm. But within the nurturing chamber, we supported and united one another to succeed. I place my utmost trust in you all, which has illuminated the significance of solidarity for me. Of course, Hanxing and the others were unexpected. I merely feel a twinge of discomfort, yet they have done no wrong. When Qianlong's face contorted in disdain. Those sorts of people, do not concern yourself with them. Regardless, I have complete faith in you. In the new apocalyptic world, do not abandon me. Xiao Qishi nodded in affirmation, and the other 3 expressed their agreement as well. Have you all claimed the rewards for clearing the level? The group shook their heads. Shui Shimo, with a calm demeanor, remarked, I checked, but have yet to decide what to choose. I suggest you select your rewards promptly to avoid missing out should unforeseen circumstances arise. Such possibilities are not negligible, much like the sudden onset of an apocalypse. When Xiao Qishi's application to construct a life form was unsuccessful, she attempted to explore the rewards for clearing the level. There are numerous types of potions available, and among them is a surface-altering agent, such as the liquefaction and solidification ability possessed by Wen Qian. Immunity potions, Class C energy drinks, self-healing potions, enhancement potions, and so forth. The detailed descriptions of these items are quite explicit. They are all considered low tier. However, delving deeper is always restricted by access limitations. It is perhaps due to their status as newborns and their impoverished circumstances that she discovered certain black and white squares were inaccessible, each marked with a myriad of numbers beneath them. Ultimately, she opted for the enhancement potion. As she prepared to exit the cerebral light sphere, she was momentarily blinded by an intense flash of white light, akin to the sudden activation of a flash in bright sunlight, causing her eyes to sting and tears to involuntarily fall. Within the cerebral extension, her information now included an additional entry, innate abilities. How sensible! Shui Shimo was the first to approach the light sphere, followed by the others who exchanged their items. When Qianlong opted for a surface potion, while Shui Shimo selected the same enhancement potion as Xiao Qishi, Duan exchanged for a C-grade energy drink. Whereas Baihao found himself unable to redeem any rewards due to a lack of successful clearance. Touching the wristband on his arm, Baihao furrowed his brow and remarked, Have you noticed that our wristbands are a different color from those of the other groups? Indeed, this was rather peculiar. Could it imply the continuation of team divisions? Shui Shimo also found this odd and nodded in agreement. With merely 3 days available for comfortable rest, it wasn't long before the group dispersed. Feeling warm and entirely devoid of hunger, they were invigorated and quickly examined their physical data. Stamina 176, mental fortitude 239, reaction speed 197. Wait! When did I acquire an innate ability? Innate ability, mental illusion. Is this not the one from the Team PK battle? Xia Qishi reached up to touch the small hole on her forehead, a feature she had noticed while gazing into the mirror. It felt firm and contained something within. Even a dagger could not pry it out, as if embedded within her very essence, causing a sharp pain with the slightest attempt to excavate it. The data surged dramatically across her entire being, filling her with exhilaration as she leapt 3 meters into the air, only to hastily descend. Placing her hand on her rapidly beating heart, grinning foolishly for a moment. After a span of over 10 minutes, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to retrieve a black leather armor and begin to scrutinize it slowly. November 1995, research experiments, the words echoed incessantly. August 1997, this time, I heard that a potion had been successfully developed, promising even greater transformations upon consumption. I felt a flicker of anticipation. March 1999, I perceived certain events. Unbeknownst to the world above, I finally accomplished my first act for my daughter by relocating the Wheel of Fortune to that underground tomb. Tears began to well in Xia Qishi's eyes. What was that place? Was her father conducting experiments or being subjected to them? Her father possessed extraordinary abilities. Capable of foresight? It was he who had placed the Wheel of Fortune, which had provided them with a safe haven from the mutated pests. It was due to the Wheel of Fortune that they had averted a crisis with a stroke of luck. And it was because of this very will that she had attained the B-class energy potion, evolution, leading her to this moment. Just as Xia Qishi prepared to delve deeper, a radiant starry array illuminated beneath her, and a voice resonated, D-class world, no man's land, 10-9. Initiating transmission. Wait, is this really starting now? What about Duquang and Shuashimo? Chapter 59, The No Man's Land. As darkness enveloped Xia Qishi, she found herself slipping into a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. She could feel the chilling wind sweeping across her body, an icy draft that seemed to penetrate the very depths of her soul. Paralyzed. She could not even move a finger. However, this state did not persist for long. Before too long, her vision returned to normal. It was pitch black. The surroundings were shrouded in utter darkness. Xia Qishi strained her eyes, but could only discern a radius of about 2 meters. It was not only dark but eerily quiet, leaving her bewildered about her location. Suddenly, the voice of the intelligent brain module echoed, D-class world, no man's land, survival task. Duration, 7 months, 7 months of survival in this place? But she could see nothing at all. Crack. Crack. The sound jolted Xia Qishi into alertness. In the next instant, a flicker of flame illuminated the darkness, casting a wavering light on a familiar face. By how? Upon recognizing him, Xia Qishi breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you still carrying a lighter and candles? By how hesitated, his face flushing slightly, unsure of how to respond. He glanced around, bewildered, and asked, where are the others? Why are only the 2 of us here? Had the others been scattered during the teleportation? Xia Qishi furrowed her brow. With the light as their guide, the 2 began to examine their surroundings. It appeared to be a cramped chamber. The walls composed purely of earth, devoid of any ventilation. The air was thick with the smell of mildew, and the simple, unadorned furniture was coated in dust. Even if this place had once been inhabited, it must have been a long time ago. As the candle flickered and changed its direction, Xia Qishi called out, wait! Place the candle back where it was. Bai Hao promptly responded and followed her instruction. The flame danced once more, tilting precariously. Xia Qishi immediately shouted, stop! Sure enough, the candle's light revealed a profound cavern. The 2 exchanged glances and ventured toward the opening. Upon entering the cave, they found themselves in a lengthy tunnel that branched out in various directions. Time became indistinct as they traversed the labyrinth and passages, losing count of the number of similar chambers they encountered, furnished with simple tables and benches. This scene reminded her of a science fiction film, where such tunnels resembled intricately woven underground insect lairs, inhabited by formidable brainworms. However, Bai Hao, after a moment of contemplation, self-corrected, "Yet, these tables, chairs, and beds clearly bear the marks of human habitation, utterly unrelated to insects." Xiaqishi asserted, "Our immediate priority is to find a way out of these caverns." The intelligence system mandated their survival in this world for 7 months, yet the source of the impending crisis remained unknown. Furthermore, it was imperative to reunite with Wen Qianlong, Shui Shimo, and others. Time continued to elude them. It could have been a few hours or perhaps over 10. Long enough for Xiaqishi to believe that darkness was all that existed in this world, save for the interminable tunnel. Her legs moved mechanically, until suddenly, Bai Hao's excited voice pierced the silence, "There is light." Suddenly, Xiaqishi felt a surge of spirit as she gazed ahead from behind Bai Hao. Indeed, she spotted a glimmer of light in the distance of the cave. Her heart raced with excitement, and she urged, "Hurry! Let us move swiftly." The two hastened their pace, navigating the sloped tunnel with great difficulty. The incline was steep, and the walls were carved with notches, where rugged wooden planks were affixed to facilitate their ascent. After considerable effort, they finally emerged from the cave's mouth. Dumbfounded, they beheld a desolate expanse, where yellow sand swirled in the air. Not a trace of greenery was visible. The ground nearby bore the signs of being overturned, with a few shovels and spades scattered about. Xiaqishi stepped forward to examine the soil, which had been disturbed so thoroughly that not even the roots of weeds remained. Not far from their position lay some collapsed structures, resembling the remnants of a town. "Let us investigate over there," Xiaqishi proposed, though a sense of unease lingered within her. This world appeared exceedingly strange and silent. How could they possibly locate Shui Shimo and the others in such circumstances? Where would they be transported to? Before long, they arrived at their destination, a crumbled building, cracked roads barely half a meter wide, and a deserted street. This was the apocalypse, a cataclysm, yet, even within the incubators for newborns, survivors could occasionally be encountered. Here, however, an eerie stillness prevailed. As Xiaqishi and Bai Hao wandered through the streets, it felt as though they were the last two souls in existence. After some time, Xiaqishi ventured into a grocery store in search of sustenance. Continuing her search through several establishments, Bai Hao, increasingly perturbed, sensed something was amiss. "How strange, why is there no food to be found?" Even within the confines of a nurturing chamber, one can still discover remnants of sustenance. What kind of apocalypse has this world truly endured? As this thought crossed her mind, Xiaqishi perceived a sound subtle, reminiscent of the rustling produced by denim-clad footsteps. Had she not consumed a potency-enhancing serum that heightened her auditory nerves, she would have remained oblivious to it. At this moment, the sound was rapidly approaching. "Find a place to hide," Xiaqishi whispered, her voice barely above a murmur, concerned that Bai Hao might not hear her. To her surprise, he responded with a grave expression, nodding rapidly before they deftly slipped into a nearby shop. Their movements perfectly synchronized. The rustling grew increasingly louder as Xiaqishi darted into another building. Moments later, a small swarm of black entities surged forth, organized in formation, bearing several struggling figures aloft. Xiaqixi's eyes widened, her heart racing with a singular sense of absurdity. Indeed, it was absurd. Everything before her completely upended her understanding of reality, bordering on the fantastical. Although a phrase within the nurturing chamber suggested that a multitude of ants could vanquish an elephant, witnessing a single ant hoisting a person and marching in line was nothing short of astonishing, evoking a profound incredulity. A procession of ants traversed her line of sight, their bodies pitch dark, resembling none of the mutated forms from the nurturing chamber, but rather, they retained the semblance of ants, albeit of astonishing size, comparable to that of a goat. Hidden in the shadows, Xiaqishi felt a pang of disquiet, Could it be that in this desolate, post-apocalyptic realm, humanity had been extinguished by ants? Where am I? A faint voice echoed. Xiaqishi's gaze sharpened as she recognized the last person being carried by the ants. A round, cherubic face, adorned with 2 braids, a white t-shirt, and hands bound tightly with white threads, yet bearing a blue wristband. It was someone from Group 33. To rescue or not to rescue? To rescue would mean an additional person to seek clues regarding Wen Qianlong and the others, which could prove beneficial. To not rescue would incur no harm. By how? Xiaqishi declared, stepping forward. By how, across the street, responded without hesitation, understood. A silver thread pierced through a black ant, causing the girl to tumble down. Previously, facing the sky, she had only felt herself moving. Now, as she fell and saw the 2 figures rushing towards her, and the swarm of black surrounding her, she was overcome with panic and shrieked. As she screamed, white fluff sprouted all over her body, until she was completely buried beneath it. Xiaqishi was speechless. What kind of ability was this? It even had a goaty smell. She pulled the trigger, and 2 light bullets erupted, blasting apart several ants. She dashed forward, figuring that since she had already committed to the rescue, she might as well take care of the others too. These were all experience points? Chapter 60, The Reason for the Wasteland Apocalypse? Xiaqishi turned and exchanged a glance of astonishment with Bai Hao. Before arriving in this world, I was perplexed by the concept of experience points. However, I can now assert with certainty that these black ants before me have transformed into experience points in my perception. What are we waiting for? I continuously pulled the trigger, releasing beams of white light. The ant swarm, in a frantic attempt to evade the luminous projectiles, became a chaotic mass. Those that were not struck by the light were swiftly cut in half with a wave of Bai Hao's hand, showcasing our seamless cooperation. The ant swarm proved to be far less formidable than anticipated. In fact, aside from their alarmingly large size, their offensive capabilities were rather mediocre. Throughout the entire ordeal, Xiaqishi merely stood her ground, pulling the trigger and amassing 120 experience points. Is this not excessively simplistic? These ants could easily be handled by a somewhat skilled human. And to suggest that they could drive humanity to the brink of extinction was something Xiaqishi could not accept. The subterranean tunnel, combined with the recent barrage of light projectiles, had not overly drained her abilities, yet she found herself feeling hungry at that moment. A man she had rescued trembled upon hearing this sound, his face a mask of terror. As he felt the loosening grip on his wrist, he regained his freedom. Immediately, a cool, feminine voice inquired, "Does anyone here have food?" The group, regardless of gender, bore no wristbands and appeared not to be endowed with any abilities. Were they all natives of this world? With slightly plump figures and supple skin, even the man's complexion glistened with a rosy sheen under the sunlight. Drawing closer, one could detect an enticingly sweet aroma, reminiscent of a food item coated in honey, capable of stirring one's appetite with a mere whiff. This peculiar sensation emerged, causing her body to shudder involuntarily. How could such absurd thoughts arise? The individuals before her were undeniably flesh and blood. At that moment, a doll-like face peeked out from the white fluff, cautiously confirming the absence of danger before sliding out. The first words uttered were, "Sister Qishi, I'm hungry too." After the team competition, there was hardly anyone in Group 33 who did not recognize Xiaqishi. They appeared quite delectable. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the others. "I don't you want to die?" she cried, frantically fleeing as if Xiaqishi and her companions were ferocious beasts. Bai Hao was perplexed. Are these people insane? We are their saviors. Xiaqishi stood rooted to the spot, observing the rescued individuals as they dashed away in a panic, casting fearful glances behind them. What could instill such terror in them? Xiaqishi was bewildered, and Bai Hao and the round-faced woman where even the other party was momentarily taken aback, immediately silencing themselves, their teeth chattering as they repeatedly rubbed their lips to quell the trembling. After the man disclosed what he knew, and following Xiaochishi's thorough contemplation, it finally dawned upon her that this world was indeed not doomed by the demise of ants. Rather, the apocalyptic event was heralded by the onset of a black rain. Yet, the reality of this world's end was astonishingly hard to believe. It seemed that enduring hunger was the only recourse for now. Xiaoqishi sighed, watching the man flee desperately. Unconsciously, she swallowed hard, the fragrant aroma swiftly dissipating from her nostrils. As her gaze shifted, she extended her hand, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, Qishijia. I am called Yuan Yuan." Anyone who had experienced that team battle would not be free from fear, instead. They revered her, the visceral visual stimuli of bloodshed, the ability to slay enemies with mere screams. Following this woman before her, one could surely navigate through the current task unscathed. This round-faced girl had strikingly distinct black and white eyes, her pupils resembling glossy black grapes, with a most endearing appearance. However, Xiaoqishi regarded her with indifference, offering no special consideration. Firstly, this girl had evidently emerged from the newborn cultivation pod alongside them. Having witnessed the resurrection of the dead, the mutation of corpses, side quests, and the gruesome self-destruction during the final Team PK. It was utterly implausible to claim she lacked combat prowess, for she would not have survived to this day. Yet, upon descending from the back of the black ant, her instinctive reaction was to protect herself, retreating into the thick, soft fur. Second, upon catching a whiff of the enticing scent emanating from those individuals, Xiaoqishi experienced a surge of appetite, accompanied by feelings of horror and guilt. Yet, this young girl audaciously remarked, "They appear quite delectable," revealing that her inner thoughts were far from the adorable facade she presented. Bai Hao, however, remained oblivious to this unsettling revelation. "Yuan Yuan, where did you awaken? And did you encounter anyone else?" Yuan Yuan shook her head, explaining, "The location I was transported to was not ideal, the greenhouse had collapsed. And before I could fully comprehend my surroundings, I was knocked unconscious. Subsequently, I believe I was discovered by those black ants." Upon hearing Yuan Yuan's account, Xiaoqishi felt a tinge of disappointment. Having arrived without nourishment, her body, though capable of sustaining itself for a considerable duration without the reckless use of her abilities, had begun to protest after the recent release of a light projectile, resulting in a growl from her stomach. She had previously communicated with the intelligent core about the various forms of her transformation hammer, noting that the most energy-consuming form was the silent dual pistols, while the least demanding were the XXL bone saw and the silver shovel. "Let us proceed." Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqishi spoke again, prompting Yuan Yuan to perk up and inquire, "Are we going to search for those individuals who just fled?" Xiaoqishi frowned. Yuan Yuan had never consumed Class B energy drinks, nor had she enhanced her physique, so it was only natural that she succumbed to such temptations. However, the notion of harboring such thoughts towards her own kind left Xiaoqishi feeling utterly appalled. With a sigh, she glanced at the two of them. In a post-apocalyptic world, teamwork is of paramount importance. After a brief contemplation, Xiaoqishi resolved to articulate her inner thoughts. "If you can withstand it, focus solely on swiftly accumulating experience points. If my conjecture is correct, these points will soon prove invaluable. Conversely, if you cannot endure, please refrain from entertaining such nefarious thoughts in my presence, otherwise, remove yourself from my sight." Yuan Yuan, with a quivering chin and pursed lips, appeared somewhat pitiful. Her voice taking on a soft, pleading tone, "Sister Qishi, I suddenly feel no hunger. Shall we depart?" "Excellent." Xiaoqishi regarded her with a penetrating gaze, laden with warnings. As they journeyed onward, the trio, all endowed with abilities, navigated their path with agility, encountering little danger. Whenever they passed by establishments selling food, they would venture inside to search, yet no sustenance was found. Yuan Yuan trailed at the back, a despondent expression on her face as she clutched her stomach and sighed. The area around them lay in ruins. Despite the vibrant posters plastered everywhere, they failed to evoke any semblance of life. A gust of yellow sand swept through, causing grit to invade their eyes. As Xia Qishi took a deep breath, a subtle fragrance wafted into her nostrils, invigorating her spirit and propelling her forward with increased haste. The two companions trailing behind her, already weary, noticed her accelerated pace and quickly followed suit. Roundy, unable to keep up, plopped down by the roadside and exclaimed, "Fine. You all go ahead. Abandon me to my own devices." However, her words fell on deaf ears as Xia Qishi continued to hasten, the alluring scent intensifying with each step, enveloping the air around her until it was all-consuming. Arriving at her destination, Xia Qishi's eyes widened in astonishment, her blood racing at the sight before her. Chapter 7. Draw a circle. P.S. Here is today's update. By the way, I would like to rally support for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Each person has 8 votes, and casting a vote rewards you with Qidian coins. I humbly ask for your support and appreciation. A projectile, equipped with tail fins, soared through the shattered glass window, crashing into the derelict building's interior and instantly obliterating the heads of 2 black ants, splattering a cascade of white fluid. The sudden chaos rendered the vast space momentarily silent. Then, all at once, the black ants raised their heads and emitted a soundless roar, only to be engulfed by a surging tide of their brethren. The location was merely a few hundred meters from the black ant nest, and the defending ants poured out in droves, quickly amassing thousands of on the other side, witnessing that Xia Qishi and Bai Hao were ignoring him. Yuan resignedly chased after them. A delightful aroma wafted into her nostrils, prompting her to quicken her pace. How vexing! No wonder they had suddenly sprinted ahead. It was because they had discovered food. Moments later, Yuan abruptly halted in her tracks. She beheld Xia Qishi and Bai Hao ensnared amidst a swarm of ants. After a brief moment of contemplation, she silently retreated a few steps, concealing herself behind a shadowy ruin. I am not foolish. Why would I rush to my demise at such a time? I shall wait until they have resolved their predicament before intervening. Previously, during their confrontation with the ants, she had merely perceived the swarm as large and their assaults as mindless charges. Yet now, the ferocity of these ants' attacks was strikingly fierce. Their relentless onslaught was akin to that of a charging horse, and one could easily envision how a human body would be reduced to pulp under the weight of such a swarm. Why had Xia Qishi provoked the ants? She was not a reckless individual, it was because she had seen Wen Qianlong in a corner, smearing something. Although these ants lacked the infectious nature of zombies and the speed of predators, they were gathered in thousands. In this desolate area, black ants continued to surge forth from various corners. Today marked merely the first day since their arrival. If she exhausted her abilities now without any means of replenishment, it would only lead to death. It was not just Xia Qishi and Bai Hao who were capable. Even a specialized ant extermination team of seasoned professionals would only manage to fight while retreating. Bai Hao, retreat now, Xia Qishi commanded, gripping a force borrowing card firmly. It was she who pledged to safeguard Wen Qianlong, an oath to which Bai Hao was not privy. As Bai Hao deftly wielded silver filaments against the encroaching black ants, Xia Qishi had already capitalized on the distraction. She cast her silver threads, securing them to the edifice's second story, and levitated from the ground. The swarming ants, in a concerted effort, piled atop one another, attempting to intercept her ascent. With a twist of her wrist, Xia Qishi looped the silver filaments several more times, simultaneously dispatching several ants with her boning knife. She contracted her lower body and propelled herself forward, her figure magnified within a cascade of shattered glass as she breached the confines of the building's nest. Xia Qishi landed with agility within the dilapidated structure. The interior of the nest was meticulously organized, with various sections designated for specific purposes. Clusters of insect eggs were amassed in the corners. At the center, a scene unfolded that elicited a visceral reaction: the washing, marinating, and coating of human corpses, evidently intended for long-term preservation as sustenance. Humans, apex predators in the food chain, had become bait. In the short time since her arrival in this world, Xiao Qixu's nerves had been on edge since witnessing the ants carrying humans. In the corner, when Qianlong lay unconscious, his body enveloped in a layer of yellowish liquid, emitting a saccharine aroma. Xiao Qixu pinched her nose and bound him with white threads. "He's so heavy. What to do? I can't move him. I'll assist," Bai Hao exclaimed as he crashed through the glass, following in her wake. As Xiao Qixu prepared to speak, Bai Hao hastily interjected, "Guard the rear." Bai Hao's words warmed her heart, and Xiao Qixu quickly replied, "Once we go out, don't come back in. Find a safe spot and wait for me. I will find a way to escape." At that moment, the black ants outside began to swarm into the room. Bai Hao heard the LED when Qianlong out. Time became increasingly urgent, and she found herself gradually surrounded within the confines of the room. The exit had been instantaneously blocked. A thread of news arrived as expected. The borrowed strength is indeed a borrowed strength, sustained by rules of expiration. "I know the exit." A voice emerged from the crowd lying underground. Xiao Qixu clenched her fist, wielding her bone knife with a few swift motions, a cold glimmer flashing as the restraints on several individuals loosened. The one who had just spoken sprang up rapidly, leading the charge towards the staircase to the second floor, the previous weakness merely a facade, a ploy to elicit sympathy. "I will say this only once, as long as we can reach the second floor and cross to the adjacent building, we can escape this nightmare." Everyone was acutely aware that failing to flee before the arrival of the black ants would mean certain death. The abandoned building consisted of two adjoining structures connected by a sky bridge. If they ascended the stairs to the second floor and descended through the other building's staircase, they could secure their freedom. The stairwell was narrow, and the thronging individuals inevitably collided with one another. Xiao Qixu cast a glance at a few of them. "Take care of yourselves." The bone knife transformed into a pair of silent pistols as she repeatedly pulled the triggers, each shot striking true against the two black ants. She chose one of the staircases, retreating as she advanced. Her senses heightened abruptly, her temples pulsed twice. This sensation was all too familiar, a mental alert. Raising her hand, Xiao Qixu pulled the trigger, and the corpse of the black ant tumbled to the ground at her feet. She gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. As time pressed upon her without granting her a moment to compose herself, confronted by the swarm of black ants surging towards the entrance, drawn by the sweet scent wafting through the air, her mind unexpectedly settled into a remarkable calm. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. With a gasp, she let out a sharp cry. The fierce energy surged within her, reaching its zenith. Innate ability, mental mirage. Instantly, the entire arena was engulfed in chaos. Debris swirling in the air as the piercing sounds shattered countless panes of glass in the surrounding buildings. Razor-like assaults came from all directions, and in an instant, white bodily fluid splattered everywhere as clusters of black ants collapsed before her. Though this skill was formidable, it demanded a significant expenditure of both energy and mental fortitude. It is well known that ants navigate primarily through scent, but there is an even more crucial aspect. If their path is obstructed, they become disoriented. Xiao Qixu recalled witnessing a solitary ant as a child, circled with chalk. It lost its sense of direction, stumbling within the chalk circle until it finally halted upon touching the line. However, this was a real battle. Nonetheless, she resolved to take a chance. Xiao Qixu carefully drew half an arc, needing only to intercept the path of the incoming ants. Taking a few steps back, she silenced herself and leaned against the wall. Gradually, 10 meters, 8 meters, 3 meters had they stopped? Xiao Qixu holstered her dual pistols and surveyed the room, lamenting the absence of any furious birds. Otherwise, she would have easily dispatched the horde. The individuals she had previously rescued had long since vanished without a trace. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Xiao Qixu's lips. In this apocalyptic world, who would still expect a simple expression of gratitude? Before long, she descended from another stairwell, taking a detour to rendezvous with Bai Hao. As she traversed the familiar street, a figure caught her eye. A chill surged from the depths of her heart. Xiao Qishi took several strides forward and seized the person, exclaiming, "When did you hide here? What are you doing in this place?" "Jiji Qishi, I just arrived." Yuan stammered, startled and defenseless, her white eyes brimming with innocence. A profound loathing welled up within Xiao Qishi, and she bellowed, "Get lost." Yuan, taken aback, could see the fierce expression on Xiao Qishi's face. And a wave of fear washed over her. Cast to the ground, she hurriedly scrambled to her feet, retreating in trepidation, slowly turning to flee. Having glimpsed the murderous intent in Xiao Qishi's eyes. Chapter 62, consider this a repayment for your last answer to my question. The sky loomed gray, devoid of sunlight, while the earth bore no hint of verdure. Occasionally, gusts of yellow sand would stir the paper debris along the streets, carrying it far away. This world resembled an elderly man in the twilight of his years, clinging to life by a mere breath. The atmosphere was thick with death and decay. After 4 days, the group had not even sipped a drop of water. Speaking required effort, causing their lips to crack, and a mere lick of the tongue revealed a salty taste. Xiao Qishi, wearied and with skin as parched as straw, exhibited a dullness in her once vibrant eyes. Her stomach was devoid of sustenance, and she could not even muster a single spit. The three sat by the roadside, resting, devoid of the will to converse, preferring instead to conserve their strength. Though several individuals had awakened the capabilities of the intellect, they remained mere mortals. Without the ability to absorb energy, survival beyond a month was utterly impossible. The black ants, drawn by the scent, had pursued them several times. While the trio could fend them off, their abilities were depleting at an alarming rate, leaving them at the brink of exhaustion. If they were to encounter the black ant nest from days prior, a successful escape would be an absolute impossibility. Sister Xiao Qishi, you must leave me, do not concern yourselves with my fate. If I do not rid myself of this scent, I will surely attract even more black ants. I do not wish to be a burden to you. Casting her gaze around, Xiao Qishi pointed towards a distant location, declaring, "Once we have rested sufficiently, we shall head that way." The individual they had saved earlier had mentioned that this world had perished due to a cataclysmic downpour. The black rain rendered all crops barren, obliterating any vegetation from the soil. Those who were drenched in the black rain would find their flesh festering, as if subjected to sulfuric acid, leading humanity to seek refuge in subterranean caverns. The ant colonies, empowered by the black rain, had begun to dominate the land. The food chain had been inverted in an instant. Humans were now regarded as prey, hunted and captured. However, Xiao Qishi sensed that this information was far from complete. The direction she indicated was not far. It led to a tall, slanted hotel. If they could reach it and procure some sustenance, they could at least regain their strength through rest. In this apocalyptic realm, excessive depletion of abilities inevitably instilled a profound sense of insecurity. With a renewed objective, the trio swiftly approached the edifice, with Xiao Qishi taking the lead to scout ahead. When Qianlong glanced back apprehensively, fearful that the black ants might pursue him again. Finally, he lowered his gaze to his toes and murmured, "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would have likely found Shui Shimo and Duan long ago." Bai Hao shot him a glare, his tone heavy with annoyance. "Don't talk to me, I'm starving." When Qianlong's expression momentarily froze, he pondered what sort of spice those black ants had smeared on him, for despite being a grown man, his skin appeared delicate and radiant. He extended his arm towards Bai Hao and waved it playfully, generously offering, "How about you take a few bites? After all, a little less meat will grow back." Bai Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to frighten him. He hadn't anticipated that when Qianlong would genuinely allow him to nibble. The arm before him exuded a sweet aroma, reminiscent of cheese or perhaps meat glazed with honey. Suppressing the desire rising within him, he felt an odd sensation and averted his gaze, his voice casual yet tinged with discomfort. "Two grown men shouldn't speak in such a manner. If someone saw us, they might think I have a penchant for the same gender." Bai Hao rubbed his arms, his tone laced with disdain. "Come on. Summer Chishi called from the top of the hotel's grand staircase. As the two men pushed through the revolving door, they were met with marble floors and crystal chandeliers. Yet, all this opulence paled in comparison to the allure of food. After a lengthy search, they finally stumbled upon a sign that read, "Restricted area, no unauthorized personnel beyond this point." The group immediately began rummaging through ovens, freezers, and sinks. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing. "Oh, look! Someone here smells delightful." A voice suddenly rang out behind the three. Sachishi was taken aback, realizing only now that someone had approached unnoticed. A chill of sweat broke out as she positioned herself protectively behind Wen Qianlong, gazing towards the source of the voice. There stood two men at the entrance. And to her surprise, one of them bore a familiar face, Nie Jing, who stood tall and composed, his demeanor as serious as ever. The one speaking was not Nie Jing, but rather a pale-faced monk, identifiable by the distinct scar on his head and clad in deep blue robes. Since emerging from the ghostly cave in the newborn playground, Sachishi had not seen Nie Jing. Engrossed in the turmoil of group battles and personal vendettas, she had scarcely paid him any heed. Now, encountering someone she recognized felt far more comforting than confronting the ominous black ants. "Do you know where there is food?" Nie Jing shook his head, stating firmly that there was none to be found anywhere. Sachishi narrowed her eyes. These two appeared invigorated, devoid of any signs of exhaustion. Their lips were lush and red, unlike those who had gone days without sustenance. Noticing her scrutiny, Nie Jing glanced around before finally revealing, on the rooftop of this floor, there is a stone plate. If you go up, you will naturally understand. "Last time? Which time?" she exclaimed, suddenly recalling the phone call she had received while in the ghost cave. "Did you discover the survival rules of this world through the red phone?" In the previous world's ghost cave, Mo Shangdong had warned her that the red phone could directly connect to the central intelligence for inquiries, with opportunities limited to a single question. At that time, a phone had indeed been present in the cave. But Nie Jing had overlooked the pamphlet and merely asked her one question before departing. It turned out that opportunity was to be utilized here. Can information be exchanged? Despite the fact that the man before her wore an orange wristband, she still clung to a glimmer of hope. She was eager to comprehend the rules of the desolate zone. Upon hearing her inquiry, the monk became agitated, his expression betraying his displeasure. "Why is your demeanor so brazen for a young lady?" he retorted. "No one who has not committed a transgression can possibly arrive here." Behind her, Bai Hao pulled her aside, his demeanor alert. "Chishi, do you know this man? After all, he has not experienced the ghost cave." Xia Chishi briefly recounted her experiences in the ghost cave to Bai Hao, casting a glance at Nie Jing and then spoke, "Qianlong, let us depart." It was futile to force an exchange of information. For one, the trio was already at their limits, and Nie Jing's capabilities were formidable. The monk's wrist bore no color, it was devoid of any wristband. As the three of them were about to vanish down the corridor, Nie Jing raised her voice. "I shall wait for you outside. I have a suggestion, let us converse after you emerge." Chapter 63, The Top Scholar List, Commencement of Careers. The rooftop was rather spacious, with fragments of buildings scattered across the ground, suggesting that it had once been an elaborately constructed aerial garden. However, the garden now lay barren and desolate. Sachishi surveyed her surroundings, her brow furrowed. "Where is the stone slab that Nie Jing mentioned?" The trio dispersed to search, and before long, Bai Hao emerged from a pile of ruins, his expression alight with excitement as he waved to them, "Over here." Sachishi and the other person hurriedly approached. Nie Jing merely mentioned that there was a stone disc on the rooftop but did not elaborate on how to procure food. The stone disc stood in a tripod formation, its water bucket-like body adorned with a medley of engravings, shovels, scissors, measuring tapes, hats, paintbrushes, and a large carving resembling a tractor. These engravings lent an odd aesthetic to the already peculiar stone disc. Extending from both sides of the basin was a platform supporting a beaded circular disc, which was embellished with beads of various hues. Above it, a conspicuous notice read, Top Scholar List, hint, drop blood, unlock gene chain, initiate profession. Xiaqishi communicated with the intelligent brain, inquiring about the top scholar list. Isn't it a tool for initiating professions? The intelligence system responded with disdain. When Qianlong stepped forward, declaring, I'll do it, and promptly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the beaded disc. Instantly, a cheerful, childlike voice filled the air, singing in a lilting manner, worker, farmer, soldier, doctor, scientist, teacher, architect, painter. As he pronounced worker, the bead corresponding to it glowed, and similarly, the bead for farmer lit up. With each term spoken, a bead illuminated. Xiaqishi swept her gaze across the beads on the disc, astonished at the plethora of professions available. Her thoughts began to drift, pondering the significance of these professions in a desolate area. She also wondered where Nie Jing had found that red phone and what questions he had posed. Was he inquiring about how to seek out opportunities for survival? Congratulations on embarking on the prestigious career of a People's Liberation Army soldier. You have received your PLA certification. Please step forward to collect it. What purpose does the PLA serve, one might ponder, as when Qianlong's anticipation transforms into a bitter expression. This profession, on Earth, embodies the arduous duty of safeguarding one's homeland. Enduring the harsh elements at the borders, words alone cannot encapsulate the struggle involved. In the aftermath of an apocalypse, where home and nation have vanished, such a role seems utterly superfluous. Noticing his despondent demeanor, Xiaqishi approached and picked up the red booklet that had been ejected by the device. Upon opening it, her eyes widened in astonishment. Assault rifles, sniper rifles, handguns, machine guns, submachine guns, shotguns, grenades, flashbangs, astonishingly, even rocket launchers. Bai Hao, upon witnessing her shocked expression, rushed over to take a look. The arsenal of the PLA was indeed formidable. Xiaqishi whispered in disbelief, this is nothing short of a massive armory. Really? When Qianlong exclaimed, taking his own certification. As he opened it, he too was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. His grip on the booklet quivered slightly, and exhilaration flickered across his face. What man does not yearn for such weaponry? However, just minutes later, after perusing the contents of the certificate, he suddenly slumped in disappointment. First, I need to address my hunger. Firearms and ammunition do not satiate. Despite the fact that when Qianlong's chosen profession was unrelated to sustenance, Xiaqishi was genuinely happy for him. His combat prowess had never been particularly high, but with this armory at his disposal, it could indeed bolster his courage tremendously. After offering him a few words of encouragement, Xiaqishi licked her lips, her voice hoarse, but we still have the two of us, right? Bai Hao, why don't you give it a try? Bai Hao cast a glance at when Qianlong gently wiped the boning knife, stepped forward, and dripped fresh blood onto the beaded disc. The infantile voice resonated once more, laborer, farmer, soldier, doctor, scientist, teacher, architect, painter. This time, Xiaqishi kept her gaze fixed, watching the bead of blood rolling on the string of beads, traversing one bead after another, until the word painter echoed, followed by a pause. Congratulations! You have unlocked the main profession, painter. You have obtained the painter occupational certificate. Please step forward to receive it. When Qianlong hastily advanced, muttering, painter? Can one perhaps paint a cake to assuage hunger? Upon opening the occupational certificate, it was inscribed, ink wash attack, sand painting defense. There were only these two, but their utility remained elusive, beyond mere conjecture. Xiaqishi merely lamented not acquiring a profession related to sustenance. Fear not, I am yet to try. Of the three, only she remained. Lightly smearing her index finger on the boning knife, Xiaqishi approached and dripped the squeezed blood onto the disc of beads. The infantile voice, close at hand, seemed to whisper in her ear, laborer, farmer. Without the protracted incantation of the other two, after uttering merely 2 syllables, The blood droplet halted upon farmer. This vocation, tilling the soil with one's face to the earth and one's back to the sky, is perpetually the bedrock of society. Regardless of one's diligent toil, sowing, planting, and transplanting, upon boarding a bus, clad in rumpled attire, not only does one receive no offered seat, but all eyes betray disdain and scorn. This is a magnificent profession, where all sustenance derives from farmers. Is this newfound vocation a stroke of fortune or misfortune? The profession of Qishijie undoubtedly guarantees sustenance. Wen Qianlong asserted confidently. However, after the incantation of farmer, no, professional certificate, materialized. The beads began to scramble. And within 2 or 3 minutes, a sweet, childlike voice resonated again, albeit with different content: livestock breeder, lumberjack, gardener, congratulations. You have acquired the secondary profession. Gardener, you have received the gardener's professional certificate. Please step forward to collect it. Is being a gardener merely a secondary profession? A peculiar expression crossed Xia Qishi's face as she picked up the professional certificate and casually opened it. Cultivation, activation, pruning. This profession encompasses only 3 skills. Leaving Xia Qishi momentarily stunned, while Wen Qianlong exclaimed loudly, Qishijie, this surely provides sustenance. Quickly cultivate something to eat. Anything will do, hurry. Regardless of secondary or primary professions, the trio's immediate priority was to satisfy their hunger. Xia Qishi hastily consulted the intelligence brain. For gardeners, cultivation entails witnessing the germination and growth of seeds, during which the gardener plays a role in expediting this process. In other words, the growth rate of seeds under the gardener's care differs from that of natural growth, maturing at a faster pace. Upon learning that cultivation could hasten maturity, Xia Qishi felt a wave of relief. If none among the 3 could conjure food, no matter how extraordinary the skills, they would remain futile. In the garden atop the rooftop, where the earth lay, Xia Qishi found a spacious spot within the garden railing to dig a hole and scatter seeds. When Ganlong and the others gathered around, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Planting, it seemed, also required watering? A tinge of worry crossed her mind. After all, the soil in this world had been corroded by dark rainwater. Would anything even sprout? Would consuming it pose any danger? Xia Qishi, lacking confidence, remarked, let us not get our hopes up. Who knows if the professional credentials are authentic? Chapter 64, The Master of Bone Painting. The hidden NPC. The sky remained shrouded in mist. Nie Jing and his companion stood by the roadside after departing from the hotel. After a long pause, the monk, who had been turning his prayer beads, posed a thought-provoking question: are you truly prepared to coexist with her? At that moment, the monk's demeanor was serene, starkly contrasting with his earlier exaggerated display in the hotel. If one were to encapsulate his essence in a phrase, he bore the semblance of an enlightened sage. Coexistence? Nie Jing scoffed, emitting a derisive sound through his nose. It's merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Who knows if that woman will even agree? She is quite formidable. Furthermore, in the face of genuine peril, survival is uncertain. The apocalypse is rife with crises, such as that which lies beyond. The monk remained unfazed, slowly responding, I find that woman rather intriguing. By the way, what is her name? Nie Jing recalled the woman's performance in the newborn playground, ghost cave, and her terrifying skills during the team PK. Her name is Xia Qishi. This woman is impossible to overlook. She cannot merely be regarded as a woman, thought Nie Jing, his gaze darkening. Xia Qishi, he murmured, the name lingering in silence. The monk, with his exaggerated demeanor within the hotel, appeared increasingly perplexing. Had he not known the true nature of this monk, he would find himself utterly bewildered. Glancing at the monk's empty wrist, Nie Jing recalled certain matters he had previously entrusted to him, which brought him a modicum of reassurance. Stealing a sidelong glance at the monk, Nie Jing cautiously remarked, the painting style of Master Huagu seems rather inconsistent, as a hidden NPC. Now that I have chosen you as my master, you must not show favoritism. The monk chuckled heartily. His fair complexion illuminated by 2 dimples the size of yellow peas, creating a genuinely pure and sweet smile. Unfortunately, Nie Jing's attention abruptly shifted elsewhere. Fixated on the trio emerging from the hotel, their expressions betraying curiosity. Assessing the three, Nie Jing concluded that their culinary needs had evidently been met. Thus, one among them must undoubtedly have a profession related to food. Xia Qishi expressed a lingering feeling that an unseen thread was guiding her towards a conclusion. As if she had glimpsed a deeper understanding. Yet, upon reflection, her thoughts felt like a muddled mass. Descending the stone steps, she approached Nie Jing and exchanged polite pleasantries before inquiring, "What was the suggestion you mentioned earlier?" "The town is beset by abandoned buildings, vacant homes, and various shops. 3 individuals are scouring the area in search of sustenance, entering hotels with the usual intent to leave promptly if no food is found." Had it not been for Nie Jing's reminder, they would have remained oblivious to the existence of a leaderboard on the 3rd floor. Thus, Xia Qishi sincerely inquired about its significance. Nie Jing displayed little change, his imposing physique and stern demeanor remained intact. As Xia Qishi stood closer, she realized he towered over her by a good half a head. At that moment, Nie Jing retrieved a folded sheet of paper from his pocket and carefully unfolded it, stating, "This contains some information I managed to gather, please take a look." Xia Qishi accepted the document and, along with Bai Hao and Wen Qianlong, began to scrutinize its contents. The sheets were torn from various sources, their edges uneven and slightly yellowed. As Xia Qishi flipped through, she discovered reports detailing the profound transformations occurring worldwide in the lead-up to the apocalypse, which seemingly went unnoticed at the time, ultimately leading humanity towards its demise. Some of the information she had already gleaned from the indigenous people, so it did not come as a shock to her. After perusing the documents, Xia Qishi raised her gaze. What was Nie Jing attempting to convey with this? Was it a test? Nie Jing continued to observe the expressions of the trio, averting his gaze just before she looked up, and said, "The intelligence system stipulates that the survival duration is 7 months, it has only been 5 days thus far. I have attempted to leave this city, but it is impossible." Before Nie Jing could finish, Wen Qianlong interrupted in astonishment, "Wait! What do you mean by impossible to leave?" Nie Jing's expression darkened, his eyes exuding a warning as he spoke with grave seriousness. "Next time, I expect not to be interrupted while I am speaking." His demeanor mirrored that of a stern figure in a newborn play area, embodying not only a rigid seriousness but also an unmistakable arrogance, showcasing a blatant machismo that brooked no interruptions during his discourse. When Qianlong felt a surge of anger sparked by Nie Jing's chilling tone and disdainful gaze, he was momentarily drawn aside by Bai Hao for a hushed exchange. Ultimately, he refrained from acting on his impulse to strike back, casting a fleeting glance at Wen Qianlong. Nie Jing continued to articulate the underlying message. There exists a fragile barrier at the city's periphery, one that remains unseen by your eyes, presumably crafted by the former inhabitants of this world as a means of self-preservation. He gazed upward at the sky, which remained shrouded in a dense mist. Even as twilight descended, the stars and moon were obscured from view. The more he spoke, the more Nie Jing found the sky to be unnervingly surreal, as if it were an illusion. Suddenly, Xia Qishi recalled something significant. "So, does this mean we are fortunate to have been transported within the barrier? Could it be that some individuals were sent beyond it?" Her heart began to race violently, a sheen of perspiration forming on her back as she thought of Shui Shimo and the others. She exchanged a glance with Bai Hao, a flicker of panic igniting within her. "Please, let it not be as she feared. It must be said that the remnants here truly possess the intellect of swine. With an energy shield for protection, even if the soil is unfit for cultivating food, one could still endeavor to explore alternative resources. Yet, they seem nearly extinct. Fortunately, those black ants appear relatively docile, understanding that to prey is akin to planting. They must leave some roots to ensure continued growth." Black ants, docile? These creatures feast upon human flesh. Wait, does this imply that these black ants possess intelligence? Xia Qixi's eyelids drooped as she pondered her encounters with the black ants since her arrival in this realm. Indeed, they felt remarkably different. Nie Jing spoke while the monk remained unusually silent, his eyes closed as he rotated his prayer beads, seemingly in a state of meditation. What lies beyond the protective shield? Bai Hao inquired. Taking a deep breath, Nie Jing raised his gaze to the distance, his tone heavy with foreboding. It is a crisis. A crisis that is imminent. I believe we need to form an alliance. 7 months is a lengthy duration, and that fragile shield appears unsustainable for much longer. We must first unite the people of this city to construct an indomitable fortress, one that is both defensible and offensive. An indomitable fortress. Are they to build a city relying solely on their few numbers? This is nothing short of a fantasy. Xia Qixi's mind was tumultuous. Having already surmised the significance of the top scholar list Nie Jing had revealed. Yet, she had not anticipated that his ambitions were so far-reaching. Noticing the three remained non-committal, Nie Jing urged once more, time is of the essence. I can grant you 4 days to locate your friends. However, I recommend that before that, you should first venture to the outskirts to observe the situation beyond the shield. 4 days hence, I shall await your arrival in a residential area to the east of this hotel. After Nie Jing spoke, he cast a glance at a few individuals and declared, I shall take my leave. With that, Nie Jing strode away. The monk, roused from slumber, revealed a charming dimple, Xia Qixi. Named so due to the 7th day of the 7th month. How curious! In this apocalyptic world, must we still endure his musings on Zen philosophy or engage in fortune-telling? The monk shook his head and departed, prompting Bai Hao and Wen Qianlong to grow anxious. Wen Qianlong began to pace restlessly, repeating the same 2 questions. Do you think Shui Shimo and the others have been transported outside the protective barrier? What lurks beyond that barrier? Is it truly as terrifying as they say? Indeed, is it genuinely so dreadful beyond the shield? Xia Qixi wished to inquire. Yet the veracity of the dangers that Nie Jing had alluded to could only be discerned through experience. Moreover, for one bearing an orange wristband to divulge the location of the top scholar list was already a significant display of sincerity. Bai Hao interjected. I can shake the feeling that Nie Jing knows more than he has revealed to us. Xia Qixi silently shook her head. If Nie Jing were to clarify everything, it would only deepen the intrigue. Glancing at the two, Xia Qixi suggested, in that case, let us venture to the outskirts of the city. I genuinely hope his words are mere fabrications. Chapter 65, The Essential Artifact for Preventing Inept Allies. What lies beyond? Why is it shrouded in darkness? Bai Hao furrowed his brow for a moment, then unleashed the silken threads, soaring forth with the grace of a swallow, reminiscent of the ethereal movements in martial arts films. In just a few agile maneuvers, he alighted upon the edge of the protective barrier. Xia Qixi and Wen Qianlong hastened their pace. And when they were about 100 meters away, Xia Qixi suddenly halted. Wen Qianlong collided forcefully against the protective shield, his head spinning from the impact. Ouch, that hurts. Is this the place? He exclaimed, bewildered. The protective shield appeared almost glass-like. Bai Hao extended his hand, and ripples of water emanated from his fingertips, gradually expanding like raindrops striking the surface of a lake, evoking an indescribable beauty. The shield was transparent, shrouded in a misty sky, while darkness loomed beyond it. Faint sounds filtered into Xia Qixi's ears, growing increasingly nearer, causing the ground to tremble as if a mighty army was charging forth. Xia Qixi's heart constricted, feeling as though an invisible hand was gripping it tightly. She noticed Bai Hao's fingertip lightly touching a massive shadow that surged towards them in an instant. In unison, Xia Qixi and Wen Qianlong shouted, retreat! Bai Hao glanced at them, but his feet felt as if they were pinned down by nails, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted as the shadow slammed into the protective shield, producing a deafening roar. The shield buckled inward like a plastic shell, and a fierce gale swept through the boundary, stirring up clouds of yellow dust. Bai Hao was too close to the impact, and the collision occurred too abruptly. He was thrown several meters away, landing on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he lost consciousness. The moment the entity struck the protective shield, the collision persisted, followed by a piercing sound akin to a power drill. Was it attempting to breach the barrier? Even with her eyes still sealed shut, Xiaqishi sensed another tremor beneath her feet. Realizing the imminent danger, she was met with a sudden, thunderous crash as the protective shield around her began to cave in rapidly, threatening to crush her. Reacting swiftly, she retreated. But her movements were no match for the shield's relentless collapse. In an instant, a tremendous force struck Xiaqishi's body, causing her to convulse violently. Simultaneously, she was flung backward, landing heavily on the ground. A metallic taste filled her mouth as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Was this the peril that Nie Jing had spoken of? It was truly terrifying. Bang! 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 Xiaqishi felt as if her internal organs had been reduced to a pulpy mess, and her back throbbed with excruciating pain. She glanced back to see that she had been thrown at least dozens of meters. Sharp stones pierced her skin beneath her, causing her to gasp for breath as her vision flickered between darkness and light. When she reached behind her, she found her back was soaked with blood. With great effort, she managed to stand, supporting herself on the ground. She watched as the protective shield was battered with dents and grooves. Though it slowly expanded and attempted to recover, it couldn't keep up with the relentless assault. The impact alone, even with the shield's protection, had left the three ability users without a chance to use their powers. If there were no shield, Xiaoqishi's eyes widened as she shuddered at the thought. It was likely that they would have been instantly crushed into a bloody pulp. If the protective shield were to fail and the horrors outside were to breach the barrier, the idea of surviving even a month, let alone 7, would be nothing more than a pipe dream. Quick! We need to get out of here, now! Xiaoqishi slowly rose, squinting her eyes as she shouted loudly in the direction of the two. When Qianlong, the least injured among the three, immediately stepped forward to support the unconscious Bai Hao. His complexion pale as he called out to Xiaoqishi, "Sister Qishi, what is out there? It's too dark to see anything." Xiaoqishi walked with a shiver, responding somewhat dejectedly. After the three of them staggered a few steps, when Qianlong, seemingly recalling their predicament, began to buzz about like a headless fly once more. "What should we do? We are in such a dire situation even with the protective shield, what if it fails? This world is truly suffocating and terrifying. I do have an idea." Summer Qishi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gazed intently outside the protective shield. Searching for Dujuan and Shui Shumo's whereabouts piece by piece is exceedingly difficult. It is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. You've seen the state of the protective shield, time is of the essence. It would be wiser to construct a city first and then find a way to see if Nie Jing and the others can broadcast something. When Qianlong looked at Xiaoqishi, whose appearance was disheveled, his eyes reflecting doubt as he murmured, "Sister Qishi, do you truly believe we can build a city with just the three of us?" "Of course not." Noticing when Qianlong's momentary daze, Xiaoqishi continued, "Did you notice that the monk has no wristband? Do you think he could be a seasoned practitioner? Newborns lack experience, but seasoned practitioners certainly do not." "A seasoned practitioner? If he were like the Lankmi type, why didn't he absorb their abilities when the three of them were weak at the hotel? However, aside from the elucidation of the seasoned individuals, what else could it be? This residential area stands as a well-preserved relic of the past." Nie Jing is accompanied by two individuals who are engaged in conversation with him, a middle-aged man with a goatee and a younger woman with short hair, who appears neat and tidy, adorned with orange wristbands. Upon the return of the three injured individuals, Nie Jing's expression reveals no discernible fluctuation. After glancing at Xiaoqishi, he addresses the short-haired woman. "The injuries are not severe, Xiaoya, please tend to them." The woman named Xiaoya leads the three to halt before a residential dwelling, assuring them, "Do not be so wary, my profession is that of a doctor, currently assigned to the logistics department. Have you all been allocated appropriately?" All right. One by one, please enter. As the wooden door creaks open, when Qianlong steps inside first. Xia Qishi surveys her surroundings, when Ye Jing's voice emerges from a distance, uttering phrases like continue searching and no interaction permitted with those entering. Straining to hear, she finds his voice starting to fade into a vague murmur, making it difficult to discern. Unconsciously, she steps back and hides behind a nearby building to listen intently. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ye's voice resonates from within, yours is done. Call your companions in. The fabric of her shirt, stained by blood, has hardened and congealed, adhering to her SK with a soft gasp. Xiao Ye suddenly felt a chilling sensation applied to her fiery wound, causing the pain to dissipate almost instantly. How miraculous! Doctors are not deities. Such immediate relief had never been encountered before. Yet here it was an extraordinary occurrence indeed. Rising to stretch her limbs, Xiao Qi looked at the unassuming woman before her. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Ye smiled, indeed, it is quite remarkable. The medical profession is rather fascinating. However, in a couple of days, you will witness even more wonders. I heard from Boss Nie Jing that he acquired a must-have artifact to prevent foolish teammates from a gesture guide. And soon we shall summon more capable individuals to join us. As Xiao Ye tidied her medical instruments, her demeanor remained relaxed. A must-have artifact to prevent foolish teammates? Without a doubt, it must have been purchased from Mo Shangdong, the only one who dresses as a jester. Xia Qi had a vague recollection of that artifact, as Mo Shangdong had previously promoted it to them. She always suspected him to be a charlatan, though she had to admit that the angry birds she obtained from him had proven useful. Was Nie Jing simply astute or knowledgeable about the rules? It seemed he had anticipated being scattered in the no-man's land, where such seemingly trivial items had become essential. This implies that they could also summon Shui Shumo and Duan to gather here. Chapter 66, This malignant tumor must be eradicated. Mo Shangdong once mentioned that the must-have artifact to prevent foolish teammates is typically used for mental communication during battles. Yet that inconspicuous little object had now proven to be of great significance. Who is utilizing that chip? Xia Qishi stepped out of the house, gazing at the hazy sky with a sigh of resignation. Sister Qishi, are you feeling any better? When Qianlong and the recently awakened Bai Hao hurried forward to inquire upon seeing her emerge. Yes, thank you for waiting for me, she replied, making her way to a set of steps in the community square. There, a man with a goatee sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, two deep blue chips affixed to his temples. These chips were the essential tools for preventing troublesome allies, as recommended by Mo Shangdong. This residential area, consisting of old 6-story buildings, had retained a remarkable state compared to the ruins of the city center. As Xia Qishi approached the goateed man, she noticed the absence of two individuals, Nie Jing and the monk. Upon standing beside him, she heard him speak, there's no need to search for them. Within the next 2 hours, the first group will arrive here. Boss Nie Jing merely went to the hotel to retrieve the top scholar list to facilitate the opening of professions for those arriving later. When Nie Jing discussed his vision of constructing an indestructible city, Xia Qishi had initially thought it was a fanciful notion, as it seemed unattainable with just the few of them at that time. However, if all the capable individuals in this world were to converge, it might not be impossible. Everything appeared to be progressing systematically. Could this possibly be Nie Jing's objective? Xia Qishi was more concerned about the survival rules that Nie Jing had acquired and when Shui Shumo and Du Juan would arrive. The man with the goat beard had long hair, slicked back and tied at the nape of his neck. He tilted his head towards Xia Qishi, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he emitted a disdainful snort. Looking for someone? You'd best pray that your companions fall within the range of my telepathic abilities. Indeed. Attempting to cover every nook and cranny of the city with one's mental prowess was utterly unattainable. Even the most formidable telepaths among those with extraordinary gifts would find such an endeavor beyond their reach. The man opened his eyes and scrutinized her, his gaze laced with a lewd intent. Suddenly, he erupted into a cackling laugh, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes crinkling around his discolored teeth. Finding someone is quite simple, but you must first agree to spend the night with me. Disgust surged within Xiaoqishi, her chest heaving as she forced herself to respond. Jing has requested that you gather the capable ones. I am also in search of such individuals. If you desire something in return, seek it from Jing. The goat-bearded man stood up abruptly, grasping Xiaoqishi's chin with a lewd grip. You're quite forward. Aaron Tiu? Wanting something for nothing? I am only interested in tender flesh, and I shall not discuss anything else. Xiaoqishi jerked her head away from his unwelcome touch, retreating several steps, her voice chilling as if it had emerged from the depths of a frozen abyss. If you dare to lay another finger on me, beware of your hand. Noticing the aura emanating from Xiaoqishi, the man raised his voice slightly. Oh dear, how unfortunate. My telepathy cannot extend that far. Now, be a good girl and step aside, don't obstruct my signal. Refraction? Xiaoqishi responded coldly, casting a sharp glance at the goat-bearded man. She then took 2 steps to the side, inquiring of her intelligence assistant whether there existed any mental abilities capable of refraction. The intelligent brain elucidated, indeed, the terms mental power or consciousness strength do not fully encapsulate the concept. To be precise, this man possesses a developed cerebral domain characterized by receptive brainwaves, a form of acquired extraordinary ability. Although it may not rival innate talents, it is indeed formidable. And the development of the cerebral domain is subject to numerous stringent limitations. Firstly, it is essential to ascertain whether his intrinsic elemental attributes or genetic lineage harbor any conducive traits for receptivity. When the emitted brainwaves encounter objects that exhibit receptivity, they can traverse greater distances through refraction. The multitude of specialized terminology rendered it somewhat perplexing for Xiaoqishi, prompting her to inquire, what exactly is receptivity? To illustrate, consider 2 individuals fishing in the same river. One returns with a bountiful catch, while the other finds himself empty-handed. This disparity indicates that the successful fisher possesses a greater degree of receptivity, being favored by nature. Xiaoqishi nodded, her understanding still somewhat nebulous. As the intelligent brain continued, initially, receptivity denoted an affinity towards certain entities, where some objects are naturally attracted. Over time, however, various specificities emerged, revealing individuals with exceptional traits. Some possess genetic chains that resonate with machinery, iron, or steel, thereby establishing a harmonious connection in contexts such as automobiles, machinery, and construction materials. Individuals exhibiting receptivity naturally emit their unique signals, commonly referred to as scattered light patterns. When these scattered light patterns coalesce, the resultant phenomenon is termed receptive brainwaves. Given that this extraordinary ability is acquired, it suggests that those with formidable mental strength can attain it. Perhaps you could give it a try. The intelligent brain remarked, its tone adopting a serious timbre, evoking an image of earnestness. After the explanation from the wise brain, Xiaoqishi comprehended the situation. With a swift glance, she approached the man with the goat beard and inquired, what are your recruitment criteria? He had assumed that Xiaoqishi had given up and walked away. So when she posed the question, he blurted out an answer in frustration. Amused by her persistence, he realized that she was determined to find a few individuals. Believing that spending a night with him would lead to an easier negotiation. However, if she refused to comply, Xiaoqishi's expression darkened, and he boasted loudly. You cannot do anything to me. His booming voice attracted the attention of several onlookers, who all wore orange wristbands. When Qianlong and Bai Hao exchanged glances before hastily approaching, coming to a halt and asking, what is the matter, Qishi? Seeing the gathered crowd, Xiaoqishi disregarded their thoughts and stepped forward, declaring loudly. Everyone should be well aware of the crisis outside the protective barrier. At this moment, every additional person adds strength, yet this individual is seizing the opportunity to demand benefits. This malignant growth. The man with the goat beard rolled his eyes, noticing that the crowd remained unfazed, which only fueled his arrogance. No matter how much this woman spoke, the scene was dominated by the orange team, and with only 3 of them present, he felt unthreatened. He was the sole representative of the recruitment telepathy, yet he was also tasked with protecting a key target as per Nie Jing's orders. Just as he reveled in his self-satisfaction and looked at the woman mockingly after she uttered the term malignant growth, he abruptly shifted his tone, resolutely stating, "Must be eliminated." Her obsidian eyes were fixed upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. He felt as though some viscous substance had adhered to his person. In the subsequent instant, a cascade of items clattered to the ground, food storage cards, a mirror, and his newly acquired professional certification. The goatee-sporting man then comprehended the situation. His complexion rapidly paling as he exclaimed in terror, "Ack! What is that? What is it?" "But I have no desire to enlighten you," Xiao Qishi retorted. A boning knife materializing in her hand, its gleaming edge poised against the man's throat. The onlookers, jolted to awareness, erupted in alarm. "No! Nie Jing and the bone-drawing monk!" Having just entered the area with the champions list, set it down and beheld the scene in the plaza, Xiao Qishi and her companions surrounded. A knot formed in Nie Jing's stomach as he surged through the crowd, only to find the goatee-sporting man prostrate on the ground. Nie Jing's temples throbbed as he surveyed the scene, his countenance darkening. Who committed this act? Chapter 67, A Backward Ancient City, Unleashing Primal Combat? Nie Jing scrutinized the crowd. His gaze, laden with palpable malice, settling upon the trio. "Why did you slay him?" The significance of the goatee-sporting man to the city's establishment was immeasurable. Without his recruitment, the cerebral waves required to connect with more ability users would be unattainable. Without ability users, how could one acquire more professions to establish the city? Without the city, how could one survive for 7 months? In essence, without the goatee-sporting man, all efforts would be futile. Nie Jing's fury surged dramatically. Just as Xiao Qishi was about to assert her capability for the position, a melodious voice echoed from a distance, perhaps suggesting that Sister Xiao Qishi sought to usurp her place. Clad in a white t-shirt with twin braids framing her cherubic face, the playful and adorable Yuan, who had previously fled, squeezed into the crowd while speaking. "You are dragging everyone to their doom." Nie Jing gritted his teeth, his expression shrouded in ominous clouds, deeming it utterly unforgivable. With a swift motion, Nie Jing flicked his wrist, causing a flurry of playing cards to burst forth from his sleeve, spinning in the air as they revealed their faces. With a deft pinch between 2 fingers, he sent a red heart 2 card soaring towards Xiao Qishi with a swift whoosh. Weapon, playing cards, with a slicing force comparable to a razor blade, possessing an inherent paralysis effect. Xiao Qishi was internally astonished. Indeed, Nie Jing had a hidden prowess within the ghostly cave. Flipping cards was his weapon, not a mere novice ability. What then was his primary skill? As Xiao Qishi lost herself in contemplation, a thunderous shout pierced the air, "Be careful!" When Qianlong swiftly positioned himself before Xiao Qishi, letting out a barely noticeable grunt as the playing card embedded itself in his shoulder. "My arm is immobilized now," he grinned. "You fool! She has a rebound card." Seeing the encroaching throng, Xiao Qishi felt far from the ease she projected. She forcefully pushed Wen Qianlong towards Bai Hao and darted to retrieve the essential artifact for preventing inept allies, placing it against her temple. Sparks of white fire erupted as a bone-slicing dagger materialized in her hand, and with a sweeping motion, she began to strike down numerous playing cards. Previously, I had always believed that a bone-cutting knife was the epitome of precision and efficiency. However, when confronted with the incessantly flying playing cards, Xiao Qishi soon found her arms weary. Witnessing Bai Hao's protective stance sheltering Wen Qianlong amidst the thick cascade of cards, Xiao Qishi exclaimed in anger, "I told you I have a plan. If it weren't for my reservations and Nie Jing's incomplete understanding of the rules, I would have unleashed a mental illusion long ago." "You are lying!" Yuan interjected loudly, interrupting Xiao Qishi's words. "You are lying, Xiao Qishi. This is the enrollment brainwave within the brain domain. It cannot be trifled with merely because you possess formidable mental strength. Besides, we have already witnessed your aggressive mental prowess during our team PK. Should you attempt to showcase your abilities, we might very well be reduced to mere fodder before we even gather together. She must not evade this peril. Absolutely not. Yuan's palms were slick with perspiration, her terror towards Xiao Qishi reaching a crescendo, her face contorted with distress. Having always perceived Xiao Qishi as haughty due to her status as a 5-star ability wielder, she now questioned why she should heed Xiao Qishi's commands in this new world governed by fresh rules. There was clearly sustenance to be had even if it were human flesh. Was it not justifiable in this apocalypse? A previously unrecognized disdain welled within her as she was deeply concerned that Xiao Qishi would discover her intentions. And panic gradually consumed her inner self. Indeed, only by uniting these individuals did they stand a chance. Nie Jing's forehead was etched with veins. His hands moved with increasing speed, and the thin playing cards flew towards him like a fierce wind. Even the slightest contact with his skin would leave a trace of blood. Nie Jing, where has your mind wandered off to? He twisted his body to evade 2 cards hurtling towards him, yet his clothing was torn, leaving multiple cuts. Had they grazed his skin, they would undoubtedly have carved away flesh. Xiao Qishi felt her anger surging uncontrollably. Damn it! Can you let me finish speaking? She shouted in frustration, slashing at the incessantly flying cards. Taking a deep breath, she quickened her speech. The neural wave for recruitment, as mentioned by the intelligence brain, is a postnatal ability. As a gifted psychic, mastering it would be a matter of moments. Just allow me to give it a try. Yuan, noticing the sweat on her forehead, hurriedly stepped forward. Nie Jing, do not listen to that woman, she is lying. Previously, she had referred to Xiao Qishi as Sister Qishi. But now she directly addressed her as that woman. Is that true? Nie Jing inquired. Yuan stomped her foot in urgency. Nie Jing. But Nie Jing raised his hand to silence her, and as he lowered it, a flurry of cards cascaded downwards. Yuan's face turned pale. She could almost envision Xiao Qishi descending like a vengeful spirit, ready to strike her down. Nie Jing halted, standing opposite her. No! Xiao Qishi gasped for breath. Glaring at him, you still have a chance. In a bid to swiftly validate her assertions, Xiao Qishi settled cross-legged, embarking on an exploration to harness the dispersed light patterns to emit the enrollment brainwaves. Uncharacteristically, the intelligence guide offered meticulous direction. And it wasn't too long before Xiao Qishi's countenance brightened. She had identified several names, including Chengdu Zhongming, Lantu Yantong, and Hongdu Miki. Nie Jing, initially skeptical, observed as Xiao Qishi called out each name, gesturing for the surrounding crowd to disperse. He turned to the pale-faced Yuan and remarked, your little antics are entirely misplaced. Even fervent prayers will serve no purpose now. Just then, the first group arrived, prompting Nie Jing to cast a final glance at Xiao Qishi before he proceeded toward the top scholar list, eager to discover the professions they had unlocked. Xiaya promptly approached Wen Qianlong to administer treatment. With remarkable efficiency, Xiao Qishi welcomed several groups of ability users. By the arrival of the third group, she finally spotted the disheveled and barely conscious Duan. Aware of Xiao Qishi's significance, Nie Jing immediately instructed Xiaya to attend to Duan's injuries. However, as time dragged on, Xiao Qishi grew increasingly anxious. Shueshimo? Another 2 days passed, and still, several groups came without the appearance of Shueshimo. Tick-tock. A droplet of black rain fell to the ground, releasing a wisp of green smoke. Xiao Qishi's pupils widened in alarm. This is the black rain. She sprang to her feet and shouted at Baihao and Shueshimo, quick, take shelter inside. Her concern was solely for those she cared about. The rest was of no consequence to her. So soon? Nie Jing glanced at the painting of the monk, his voice booming as he declared. There's no time left. The protective shield had begun to dissolve. Move the tools into the house and notify everyone to gather, he commanded. He pulled out a notebook, its pages filled with sketches of a city he had started drawing days ago with a pencil borders delineated, walls erected. As soon as his words fell, a violent tremor erupted at the edge of the residential area, as if magma from the Earth's core was about to burst forth. The frequency of the vibrations beneath their feet gradually increased, and Xiaoqishi could even feel the numbness in her soles from the escalating tremors. The next moment, with a thunderous roar, an earthen wall burst through the ground. As more walls surged upward, Xiaoqishi realized this was a structure resembling an ancient city wall, completely at odds with his earlier description of it being both offensive and defensive. Were they about to engage in primitive warfare? Nie Jing shouted at that moment, "Craftsman! Step forward!" A man with a thick beard quickly responded and ran ahead. Chapter 68, The Blue Team is Cannon Fodder. Everyone was bustling with activity. Yet Xiaoqishi found herself idle. Upon learning that her profession was that of a farmer, she was assigned to the logistics department. Nie Jing's exact words were, "Farmers can't help much in building the city. Conserve your energy for now, but you'll be on the front lines during battle." Nie Jing was well aware that besides being a farmer, Xiaoqishi was also a formidable psychic. The black rain fell sparsely. Xiaoqishi peered out through a window in a residential building. The sky's protective shield resembled a plastic cover warped and twisted by a lighter's flame, nearly collapsing as it melted. Occasionally, a drop or two of black rain penetrated, hitting the ground and creating small holes from which wisps of green smoke rose. Xiaoqishi raised an eyebrow as she observed Duan lounging comfortably on the sofa. "How did you come to know about this?" Qianlong mentioned it. The woman on the sofa, returning to the same languid demeanor as when they first met, stretched lazily. "I merely glared at her, yet she, feeling guilty, scurried outside. The holes corroded by the black rain on her body are but her own retribution. By the way, I forgot to mention, my profession is actually that of a teacher." Duan pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Truly, she had been rather unfortunate since the apocalypse, possessing numerous skills yet lacking specialization. After all the effort to secure a professional opportunity, she found herself with no dazzling abilities, merely a teacher, someone who sacrifices themselves for the benefit of others. However, the inscription on her certificate was intriguing. Xiaoqishi, frowning as she observed Duan producing her professional certificate, snatched it away, exclaiming, "Let me see that. Professional certificate, teacher, subjects, Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, music." As Xiaoqishi scanned the lines, she almost burst into laughter. The certificate mirrored her own rudimentary skills, presenting yet another eclectic profession. Nonetheless, it was indeed a primary occupation, albeit with an abundance of subjects, indicating that she was destined to develop in a rather unconventional direction. Tossing Duan's professional certificate back to her, Xiaoqishi remarked, "Not bad, at least you're a versatile teacher." Suddenly struck by a thought, she retrieved the professional certificate of the goat-bearded man. Upon inspection, she was left utterly astonished. Professional certificate, scientist. Could it be that this lecherous goat-bearded fellow possessed such a genetic lineage within him? 5 days later, the city was completed. With the assistance of architects and craftsmen, a towering ancient city has finally been constructed, reaching heights of over 10 zhang. The entirety of the building's upper structure has been nearly sealed off, casting a shadow over the residential areas and shrouding them in gloom. This deliberate design serves a purpose, to protect against the ominous threat of falling black rain. However, before anyone can express their admiration, a piercing alarm bell suddenly resonates, accompanied by frantic shouts. The shield has been breached. At this moment, in front of Xiaoqishi, rests a pot of cacti and a pot of succulents. She has activated her gardening abilities, yet there is no response. In the next instant, she is violently thrown back, landing in a disoriented heap as everything in the room trembles. Bookshelves and furniture collide chaotically. Resolutely, she retrieves a plate of cacti and leaps through the window. The building she occupies sways violently, akin to a drunken reveler, and the ground beneath quakes, sending clouds of dust and debris soaring. Duan leaps down from above, calling out to her, "Hurry! To the city wall!" As they ascend the wall, they find numerous empowered individuals already stationed there. Outside the wall lies an enveloping darkness, with rain pounding ferociously against the ground, creating a cacophony of noise, while a strange odor permeates the air. "Look!" someone shouts, pointing outward. The protective shield, melting away like plastic under heat, slides off the city's edge, revealing the grim reality beyond. Among the gathered crowd, Nia Jing's pupils constrict in alarm. It has begun. The dense, ebony silhouettes materialized from the darkness, their forms entirely sable. Their heads were shaped like fans, the surfaces textured with scale-like wrinkles, the central part tapering upward into a square, horn-like protuberance. Their pronoda were densely covered with sharp, minute thorns, and a plethora of yellow fluff adorned their mouths and lower chests. Rain lashed against the glossy, black compound eyes on either side of their heads. Could they be dung beetles? Under ordinary circumstances, the mere utterance of those words would elicit a chorus of laughter. Yet, now, silence reigned. Dung beetles are a type of beetle, known for their penchant for consuming animal feces and rolling it into spherical provisions. However, these were no ordinary dung beetles, and those were no ordinary spheres. A colossal orb was propelled by limbs, rumbling toward them with a deafening roar. Its passage left deep furrows in its wake, the earth scarred beyond recognition. Abandoned vehicles and derelict buildings were pulverized into dust. Skyscrapers in the residential area toppled like mere building blocks. Automobiles were crushed directly into the soil. Its advance unimpeded and devastating. This sheer display of brute force cast a pall over the people on the city walls, rendering them speechless with awe. Though they had survived the neonatal incubators, they were still mortal, possessing only mortal frames. How could they withstand such power? Morale plummeted. People's Liberation Army, attack! Bellowed Nia Jing, brandishing a flag from some unknown source, his voice hoarse, his face flushed crimson. Cannons protruded from the ramparts, unleashing a barrage upon the enemy. Xiaqishi was dumbfounded, realizing that the first line of defense was under Wen Qianlong's control. The city walls trembled, and the thunderous explosions of cannon fire reverberated in Xiaqishi's ears, blurring her vision. She watched as Nia Jing, in high spirits, issued commands with fervent enthusiasm. For days, the relentless battle raged amidst the ceaseless black rain. "I refuse to be confined within these walls," a man in a floral shirt exclaimed, his frustration evident. "I shall venture forth, vanquishing any obstacle in my path." Impatient that Nia Jing had not acknowledged him, he leaped from the wall, erupting in maniacal laughter, shouting, "Kill! Kill!" However, his laughter soon transformed into a terrified shriek. He reached out towards the city walls, his voice weak and pleading for help. His clothes, flesh, and organs gradually detached from his skeleton. The skeletal frame stood for a moment before collapsing, scattering a pool of black liquid. "Ha ha ha! Do you see? Only here is safe. Only here!" he cackled. After a brief pause, he continued, "Painter, activate the array." Nia Jing, brandishing a flag, waved it wildly, his words tumbling over each other in excitement. Gasping for breath, he lamented, "How can we endure for 7 months with such despondent morale? Where is the musician? Come forth and sing. Why are only those with blue wristbands being summoned?" Xiaqishi recalled her initial impression of Nia Jing, a robust figure, standing ramrod straight, resembling a stern military instructor. His face perpetually impassive. But now, his emotions had reached a fever pitch. "Hurry, or you'll be cast out!" he roared. Xiaqishi was suddenly filled with rage. "What do you mean, Nia Jing? As the activator of the NPC, having acquired the essence of the leader, I would not permit anyone from your blue team to take charge." The NPC, or non-player character, held significant sway. Xiaqishi's eyes flickered. If Nia Jing were indeed to receive directives from the NPC to undertake tasks, his survival rate would undoubtedly be higher, and the completion of the tasks would achieve an unparalleled perfection. Jijio exchanged a glance with Xiaqishi, then pushed through the crowd, declaring, "I shall sing." Just then, someone jostled her, causing the cactus she held to prick her palm, leaving several puncture wounds from which blood quickly beaded. The potted plant in her grasp became increasingly cumbersome, her hands drooping lower with the weight. Despite the clumsiness, congratulations were in order. After cultivation, she had once again activated the monk who stood beside her, making playful gestures. "I advise you to temper your anger and delve deeper into your gardener profession. Surprises abound." Chapter 69, Have you found that red telephone? What does it mean? Just as Xia Qishi was about to inquire, the monk had already turned away, leaving an indifferent silhouette. Leaning forward to gaze below, she watched as the cactus, pot and all, tumbled several times before miraculously righting itself. Minutes passed, and the cactus continued to flourish amidst the torrential rain. Xia Qishi blinked in sudden realization. Grasping the profound implication of the monk's words, this was the activated potted plant, impervious to decay. The battle persisted relentlessly. The scarab beetles, far from being simple-minded, exhibited considerable astuteness. Recognizing the futility of continuously battering the city walls with the spheres, they began to hurl them upwards. Immediately, a multitude of spheres hurtled towards the immortal citadel. "Take cover!" Nie Jing exclaimed, simultaneously bellowing at Wen Qianlong, "Bombard them with artillery! Shoot down those stone spheres!" Since acquiring his vocation, Wen Qianlong had almost entirely filled the armory of the immortal citadel with weaponry. Even though these attacks did not require ability points, he was mentally exhausted from days of incessant assaults. Nie Jing's command was facile, but simultaneously targeting so many objects was an impossibility. "Son of a..." Wen Qianlong exclaimed as several immense shadows descended from the sky. One was plummeting directly towards him, instilling mortal terror. "My life is paramount. I'm going on strike." Nie Jing remained deaf to the screams of those crushed into a bloody pulp by the falling stone spheres, his attention riveted to the passage of time. Elsewhere, a stone sphere, having landed in a narrow passage on the city wall, began to roll. People scrambled frantically to retreat. But even being forced into a corner could not halt the sphere's inexorable advance. The memory of crushed houses and vehicles filled the crowd with dread, and their screams reverberated. "Nie Jing, devise a solution. Damn your mother, Nie Jing. Aren't you the leader who galvanizes the NPC spirit? Why are you silent? Oh, another one is coming. Take cover." The area in which the crowd could move dwindled inexorably. Dismembered limbs and shattered bodies were scattered across the city wall. Some were instantly pulverized into a bloody paste without even a cry, blood splattering violently. When Qianlong squeezed beside Xia Qishi, panting, "Goodness, how terrifying! Huagu, come here!" Nie Jing's voice suddenly rose. "The first wave of attacks is nearly over. Shouldn't you reveal what the next wave entails? Is there really a next wave?" Xia Qishi looked up, observing that Nie Jing remained stationary, yet curiously, the stone spheres did not move in his direction. Not long after Nie Jing posed his question, the rain outside the city walls gradually diminished and receded, akin to a retreating tide. The sky appeared split in two. One side was devoid of rain while the other continued to pour relentlessly. The beetles rolled their spheres, disappearing into the distant curtain of rain. The onlookers stared in a daze, wondering if they were to withdraw. When Qianlong sat down heavily, "Sister Qishi, my legs have gone weak." As the collisions of the spheres and the roars of cannon fire ceased, the world fell into a profound silence. Xia Qishi felt, perhaps merely a figment of her imagination, that Huagu and the monk had glanced her way a few times. The second wave of attacks would commence in 10 minutes, originating from the sky. And surviving the second wave would yield 100 experience points. After the black rain stopped, the outside remained shrouded in darkness. Xia Qishi gazed outside for a moment, her eyes finally resting on the cactus bonsai before the ruins. A thought blossomed in her mind. She quietly took out a few seeds and stealthily approached the stone's feet in the fleeting span of merely 10 minutes, a moment of breath. A crisp crackling sound resonated from the depths of the rain curtain. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the dense blackness, swarming towards us in a chaotic flurry. Bats! Duan exclaimed in astonishment. Cloaked in black fur, their underbellies a light brown, they bore a resemblance to mice, yet, unlike their rodent counterparts, they possessed wings and were several times larger than ordinary bats. They surged forth from the rain, their numbers overwhelming to the point of inducing a shiver down the spine. With a swift whoosh, the fetid wind assaulted our senses, and before we could fully comprehend the situation, a cry pierced the air. "Oh! Let me go! Let me go!" Just as one individual brandished a weapon, a bat's claw ensnared him, lifting him into the sky and vanishing into the obscurity of the rain curtain, leaving behind an unsettling silence. The bats executed a surprise attack. Unless one possessed ranged skills, there was scarcely an opportunity to even brush against them. A throng of people huddled along the city wall, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, she sensed a foul breeze wafting towards her. A shadow darted past, prompting Xiao Qishi to unleash a powerful punch, striking the bat with ferocity. Sparks of electricity danced from her fist. The speed of her blow was astonishing, leaving the bat no time to react as it was sent soaring several meters away, crashing to the ground. After a brief convulsion, it lay still. Indeed, the green leaves entwined around the back of her hand remained untainted. Following the reminder from the skeletal monk, a notion began to take root within her mind. She resolved to sow seeds upon the stone orb to incite activation, enveloping her fist with the activated leaves. Xiao Qishi glanced at the verdant foliage encasing her hand. Even the black rain carried by the bats could not corrupt the plants she cultivated, with the cactus serving as a testament to this. Discreetly retracting the leaves, she exchanged a meaningful glance with Bai Haoduan and Wen Qianlong, prompting them to swiftly pluck several leaves to shield their fists. As someone approached and obstructed her line of sight, Xiao Qishi recognized it was Rongyu. When the enrollment brainwaves were emitted, she had anticipated the duo's presence among the second batch, yet she still beckoned them to this side to initiate their professions. "Is there something amiss?" Xiao Qishi inquired. Rongyu, her eyes reddened, nodded and furtively surveyed the panicked crowd before leaning closer to Xiao Qishi and whispering. Just as she finished speaking, when Qianlong turned and spotted Rongyu, his expression shifting to one of derision. "Huangxing, he didn't have the courage to show up, did he?" he remarked, glancing around eagerly. Rongyu's demeanor darkened, her gaze avoiding that of the others, her head bowed low. She had just lost someone. Her nostrils flared imperceptibly, tears welling in her reddened eyes. When Qianlong fell silent for a moment, then shook his head in anger. "Damn it, that scoundrel, I have yet to forgive him. How dare he leave this world first? He harbored profound remorse for his past departure from your company." He extended his apologies, explaining that his actions were motivated by a desire to safeguard me. In his final moments, he conveyed that he did not seek your absolution. Rather, he only wished for your continued animosity and condemnation. S nostrils flared crimson, and tears cascaded silently down her cheeks, as she pressed her lips together to stifle any sound. Having weathered life and death trials together, instinctively regarded as a comrade, despite the latter's taciturn nature. Upon hearing this news, he was profoundly shaken and murmured, "Why? Why couldn't he overcome this final hurdle? He was so formidable, possessing one of the 10 rarest mermaid bloodlines." "Cease!" interjected vehemently. She endeavored to conceal her sorrowful emotions, and after a moment of silence, she diverted the conversation, inquiring, "You mentioned that you discovered the red telephone? If only someone on our side were cognizant of the rules governing this apocalyptic world." "Indeed." Sniffled and nodded in affirmation. Perhaps sudden outburst had attracted the fervent gaze of and his cohort, who were now engaged in hushed discussions. Lowered her voice and asked, "So, everything you've recounted is genuine? Why did you withhold this information from me previously?" I hesitated, her eyes darting about, before uttering a single word. Comprehended that the menacing glares of those surrounding her had likely deterred her from approaching earlier. As Rongyu articulated, Han Xing once mentioned that since NPCs are merely programmed entities, they are impervious to the fears that plague us. Perhaps the most perilous location, Xiaoqishi, absorbed in contemplation, listened intently. A distinct click resonated as a flagstone beneath her feet dislodged, propelling her with sudden force towards the ramparts. "That treacherous Niajing," she exclaimed through gritted teeth. With remarkable alacrity. Bai Hao reached out to grasp her, yet could only manage to graze the hem of her garment. In the fleeting moment of suspension, her immediate reflex was to uncoil the foliage encircling her wrist and enshroud her feet. Alas, the velocity of descent proved too rapid, precluding sufficient time. The abruptness of the situation elicited cries of alarm from those atop the city walls. The terrain beyond the ramparts was characterized by pools of stagnant, ebony water. While the heavens teemed with swarms of bats, their predatory gazes fixed upon her. In such circumstances, Xiaoqishi's demise upon impact seemed inevitable. Her vision obscured by wind-whipped strands of hair, she managed to shield but 1 foot before the ground loomed ever closer. As she perceived the deepening shadows rapidly approaching from above, her mind went blank, and she was seized by a paralysis of terror. "This is the end," she thought. Then, in an instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. The sensation of falling vanished as her body ascended swiftly to the side. Above her, a pair of colossal vermilion wings spanned several meters. Recognizing the familiar countenance, Xiaoqishi stammered, "Shueshimo? Indeed, it is I." Shueshimo's voice was faint, his eyes betraying a sense of guilt. He sidestepped to evade the strikes of several bats in midair, his conspicuous demeanor revealing his tardiness. How could he have sprouted wings? Was this a form of evolution? Or something else? Shueshimo directed his gaze towards the city wall, observing that the majority of the blue team had become mere cannon fodder. Almost all the lifeless bodies bore blue wristbands. His eyes fixated on Niajing, who, upon catching sight of Shueshimo, raised an eyebrow. With the NPC in his grasp, everyone was obliged to heed his commands, thus, Shueshimo posed no significant threat. Xiaoqishi swiftly wrapped leaves around her other foot and implored Shueshimo, "Put me down." Quickly. Shueshimo lowered his body, loosening his grip to ensure his own safety. He plummeted rapidly, and as Xiaoqishi landed, a flash of white light emanated from her hand, where the counterfeit American captain's shield supported her as she executed a deft somersault. Landing firmly upon a protruding piece of rubble, beside the cactus she had previously discarded. On the city wall, Niajing applauded, exclaiming, "Truly remarkable." His tone carried a dual meaning, one of surprise at Xiaoqishi's unexpected escape and the other directed at Shueshimo's current form. A smirk played upon Niajing's lips, gradually widening into a full grin until he chuckled aloud. The skills of the architect profession can indeed transform the very structure of buildings at will. In the next moment, when Qianlong, Bai Hao, and Duan were successively propelled from the city wall, each wrapped in leaves, their unscathed landings incited Niajing's ire, and soon other members of the blue team began to tumble down like dumplings from the city wall. With a swift flick of her wrist, Rongyu hurled the storage bubble over the city wall, commanding the others loudly, "Jump in." Sushimo, catching the momentum, leaped down as well. He advanced to seize the bubble, grasping the tether and preparing for takeoff. However, just as he was about to depart, a fierce gust of wind tousled his hair. And in the next moment, the chilling voice of Niajing resonated, "To heed my words without caution will exact a price." Niajing stood before a cannon, its dark muzzle ominously aimed at Sushimo. Holding his professional credentials, there were possessions that Niajing could not seize from him. Did he truly believe that everything was proceeding according to his design? Cutting, once activated, a plant will not perish even if severed from its soil. An activated plant, once detached from its roots, transforms into an independent entity. Intelligent brain metaphor, much like a fully formed infant severing the umbilical cord. Crack! As the cactus split from its pot, it began to spin violently, its sharp spines shooting out in every direction like a rain of needles, causing bats in the sky to plummet like raindrops. Xiaoqishi stood rooted in place, her complexion far from favorable. Reflecting on it now, The scheming had commenced the moment Nie Jing revealed the information regarding the top scholars list. To ensure that Xiao Qishi and the others would trust his words, he deliberately provided data about the apocalypse, suggesting they inspect the protective shield to bolster his persuasive efforts. The cannonballs have been removed, and Nie Jing's fury surged. He promptly unleashed the skill known as card toss, sending a cascade of playing cards swirling through the air above the city walls. With a commanding gesture, the cards swiftly descended towards several individuals on the ground. Concerned about harming her companions, the psychic, in an unusual departure from her typical behavior, refrained from vocalizing her attack. Instead, she concentrated all her mental energy, causing the area between her brows to radiate an intense heat, as if a branding iron had been placed there. Xia Qishi sensed something was amiss within herself. Her vision splintered into multiple streams, enabling her to perceive the trajectories of numerous playing cards simultaneously. Normally, such a feat would be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, yet a psychic could achieve this, as the mind is capable of fracturing into countless threads. Before the cards could reach them, they were shattered by a mental assault. Nie Jing's expression darkened. He relinquished his weapon. Recognizing that competing in mental fortitude against a gifted psychic was a foolish endeavor. As the ground began to tremble, Xiao Qishi's sixth sense blared an alarm, prompting her to exclaim in alarm. Rows of earth walls rose from the ground, leaving only one path leading into the ominous black rain of the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 71, You have your mission, I have mine. Bastard! Xia Qishi gritted her teeth. From the city wall, Nie Jing instantly deciphered her lip movements, letting out a cold snort through his nose as he murmured, "Do you truly believe I would coexist with you for 7 months? If you are gullible enough to believe such nonsense, then what sort of simplicity must you possess?" Observing the swift convergence of the blue team below, Nie Jing raised his voice, "How ungrateful! I grant you a chance at survival, and you cannot even express your gratitude? Survival? If the path through that dark curtain of rain is deemed a road to life, then there can be no road to death, at least. This is the sentiment of those who remain. May I now inquire as to when the third wave of attack will occur? What is the true intention behind Hogu's actions?" Only moments ago, she was being encouraged with gardening skills, yet now it seems that the exchange of her well-being for information is deemed necessary. This bewilderment fills Nie Jing with a sense of being merely a side character in this unfolding drama, especially as he has activated an NPC to receive a quest. Huogu gazes at the departing group, her wrist adorned with prayer beads spinning rapidly, murmuring to herself, "You have your mission, and I have mine." Amidst the curtain of rain, darkness looms, exuding an eerie aura. A group stands hesitantly at the edge of the downpour, each individual bearing a massive lotus leaf above their heads and leaning on a green bamboo staff. Clad entirely in green, they resemble primitive cave dwellers from centuries past. A somewhat comical sight. "Do we really have to go in?" Someone asks for the nth time, anxiety evident in their voice. This deluge could unleash a swarm of bats or an overwhelming horde of beetles. What awaits them inside? A man gasps for breath, his trepidation palpable. "Well, I'm somewhat afraid of what lies ahead." He glances at the immortal city, now a mere ink wash in the background, and spits disdainfully, "But I would much rather not follow someone with ulterior motives and erratic moods." With a fierce determination, he plunges into the rain. Due to Nie Jing's treatment of the blue team as expendable, the squad adorned with blue armbands dwindled from 45 to merely a handful of 20. Glancing at the towering earthen wall that obstructed their path, the group fell into a moment of silence before resolutely stepping into the curtain of rain. The water pooling at their feet was as dark as ink, and despite being wrapped in multiple layers of green leaves, they dared not exhale, treading lightly to avoid sending even a single droplet splashing, for the corrosive power of the rain was fearsome indeed. Amidst the rain, remnants of ruins were scattered everywhere. At times, one could see rubble beneath their feet, and stepping on it would yield a muddy imprint, which would gradually be swallowed by the accumulating water once the heel was lifted. "Brother Shui, have you undergone evolution?" When Qianlong inquired as he nimbly caught up with Shui Shimo, wondering where he had concealed himself after the protective shield had shattered, and how he had sprouted wings. Shueishimu shook his head, replying, "It is not evolution, merely the formation of a vampire lineage within my biological genes. Currently, I am at the weakest stage. That of a baron. The 10 rarest bloodlines?" Xiaqishi exclaimed in surprise. The utilization of bloodlines must pertain to the 10 rarest, and previously. When Mo Shangdong had revealed Shueishimu's data, it had included an entry stating, "Another biological gene is rapidly developing." Yet no one had anticipated it would be a vampire lineage. Vampire? Oh. Blood-sucking fiend? Suddenly, when Qianlong stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief. He blinked a few times, gulping nervously, and, lost in thought, he slowly and rigidly moved behind Xiaqishi. Shueishimu cast a glance at him, a flicker of crimson flashing in his eyes, sending a shiver down Qianlong's spine. The sound of raindrops pattering on the lotus leaves filled the air, rendering the world silent save for the rain. After a moment's pause, Duan coughed lightly, breaking the stillness. "Aren't you all curious about where those things have disappeared to? Shouldn't we discuss this?" Her words drew the gaze of the group towards her, and as their eyes converged, Rongyu instinctively shrank back. Earlier, we had all witnessed the beetles and bats emerging from within. Yet, having been here for some time now, why have we seen nothing? Of course, we did not come in search of those creatures. Our main objective is to locate the NPCs, correct? Who among you believes an NPC would hide in such ruins? Although Duan's skills were diverse, her reasoning held merit. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoqishi's mind raced, and after a glance at Rongyu, she spoke. According to the information obtained from Rongyu's inquiry with the intelligence system, there is more than one NPC. Before the protective shield was compromised, Mia Jing found the Bone Painter monk, indicating that the Bone Painter monk was indeed within the city protected by the shield. Therefore, even if there are other NPCs, they are certainly not within this immortal city. It seems we were right to leave the immortal city. Do you think there might be NPCs that do not remain stationary, waiting to be activated? In other words, could there be mobile NPCs? After making the decision, some individuals felt an immense sense of relief. In the relentless downpour, everything around them resembled artifacts unearthed from the ocean's depths, having languished for millennia, decayed and draped in muted hues. As Xiaqishi traversed a vast expanse of desolate ruins, a sudden warmth surged through her forehead, catching her off guard. Yet, as she attuned herself to the surroundings, silence enveloped her once more. With a sardonic smile, she dismissed her own tension as excessive. After taking a few steps, a wave of heat washed over her again. Ever since the team competition in the newborn cultivation chamber, when something had embedded itself in her forehead, this was the first time she experienced such an intense warmth. Slowing her pace, she closed her eyes and projected her consciousness outward. Nothing seemed amiss. Aside from the decaying structures surrounding her, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Taking a deep breath, she meticulously scanned her surroundings, inch by inch. What? A look of astonishment crossed Xiaoqishi's face. Most of the area she traversed was nothing but crumbling edifices, collapsing beneath her feet like sand. Yet, during her mental sweep, she had spotted a door. Merely fixing her gaze upon it made her forehead heat up. A pitch-black door. Approaching without hesitation, she reached out to poke it. Crack! How peculiar, it had not succumbed to decay. Bai Hao voiced his confusion, and the others shared similar sentiments. Ever since they had entered the rain, everything had turned to dust upon contact. Why had this door remained untouched? As the door swung open, the warmth on Xiaoqishi's forehead intensified, as if a magnet on the other side was drawing her in. An overwhelming force compelled her to step forward. But Su Shimo's eyes flashed with a hint of crimson as she exclaimed, "Be careful!" A sudden gust of wind rushed past Xiaoqishi. With a swift motion, a brown tendril emerged from within the door, curling towards Xiaoqishi's waist. The tip of the tendril moved with remarkable agility, catching Xiaoqishi off guard and spinning her around as it tightened around her waist. Breathless and panicked, she attempted to draw a bone knife. But the brown tendril yanked her forcefully into the darkness. Chapter 72, Chaotic Body Swap. Xiaoqishi was overwhelmed by the immense force, crashing to the ground and being dragged swiftly. The more she struggled, the tighter the binding around her waist became. Her back scraped against the ground, the initial sharp pain gradually giving way to numbness, as if her waist were about to snap and her insides were being crushed into a compact mass. Finally, Xiaoqishi discerned the source of the tendril. It was the root of a towering ancient tree, its wrinkled bark resembling the face of an elderly man. Numerous roots surged forth from the soil, as if a pot of boiling water had been poured into a snake pit, causing the serpents to erupt in a frenzy. This nightmarish scene, one typically reserved for horror or science fiction films, enveloped her in a chilling dread, rendering her unable to even contemplate resistance. As the brown tendril burst forth from the earth, it flailed wildly in the air, and within mere seconds, as if summoned by some unseen command, it surged towards the doorway in a coordinated rush. Xiaoqishi widened her eyes in shock. Was this an attempt to ensnare her completely? The situation unfolded with such abruptness that Xue Shimo, already at a considerable distance, found himself barely missing the mark despite his swift transposition technique. In the next instant, a thicker, more robust root ensnared him. His blazing gauntlets ignited instantly, the searing heat causing the root to blister as if it were human skin, yet it stubbornly refused to release its grip. Amidst his terror, gasps of shock echoed from the entrance. Thud! Her body was hurled onto the ground, and as soon as she landed, her back was struck heavily, again and again. Xiaoqishi, pinned beneath, felt as though a 1,000-pound boulder had been placed upon her back. Her face turned a deep shade of purple, her chest tight. Unable to breathe, her mind foggy until a loud buzz seemed to break through something. Ultimately, Xiaoqishi fainted in a cowardly manner. In her hazy consciousness, she seemed to see a little girl in a red dress, with clear azure eyes and a high ponytail, leaning against an ancient tree, murmuring to herself. Xiaoqishi's consciousness drew closer, but the incessant buzzing of countless flies in her ears prevented her from hearing clearly. She could only vaguely see the girl nodding and shaking her head, seemingly communicating with the ancient tree, soothing its emotions in a soft whisper. After a moment, the girl finally turned her body to face her. "It was fortunate you arrived," she remarked. When Xiaoqishi opened her eyes again, she found herself beneath towering trees that reached into the clouds. The ancient branches were adorned with numerous circular discs, and the sky above was a brilliant blue, devoid of dark rain or any foreboding presence. This place was distinctly different from the outside world. Just as she was about to speak, she abruptly covered her mouth. Her voice had transformed, it had lowered several octaves, resonating with a magnetic quality, yet it was unmistakably that of a man. As she pressed her hands against the ground, Xiaoqishi nimbly sat up. The leaves that had once wrapped around her had long since fallen away. She extended her hand to inspect herself, revealing long, slender fingers and a loose shirt over a black, fitted tank top. Her physique was that of an inverted triangle, with prominent abdominal muscles that exuded explosive strength, as if something within her shoulder blades yearned to break free. "Who am I now?" Although her appearance undeniably resembled that of Xue Shimo, Xiaoqishi felt compelled to confirm her identity. "Xue Shimo, individuals around you are awakening one by one." When Qianlong's eyes were clouded with confusion, as soon as he spoke, he fell into a state of stupor, only to suddenly scream in shock, Who does this disgusting body belong to?" When Qianlong's cry roused the last few individuals, who quickly sat up, glancing around in bewilderment before covering their mouths and pointing at one another, erupting into screams. Xiaoqishi slowly rose from the ground, her body feeling as if it had been disassembled, with excruciating pain tearing at her nerves. She furrowed her brows and surveyed the chaotic surroundings, where the clamor of merely 20-some voices echoed as if she were amidst a bustling marketplace. Grabbing hold of Wen Qianlong, she exclaimed, "What is all this commotion?" The next moment, he froze, finally comprehending the cause of the collective shrieks. To be precise, it was Xue Shimo, inhabiting Xia Qishi's body. Hu widened her eyes and glanced around, realizing the source of the crowd's excitement. Looking down at her own form, she quickly understood, and after scanning the area, she discovered Xue Shimo's body standing dazedly beside a tree trunk. "Oh! Do not touch my body!" When Qianlong's voice, tinged with a croaky timbre, pierced the air as he pointed at a woman, screaming, "Touching won't cost you a piece of flesh." Du Juan laughed mischievously. "I merely gave it a light poke, immediately. I shall retract my hand, alas. The hands that dared to touch could now truly be deemed as such." A hint of crimson flashed across Wen Qianlong's face as he stamped his foot, declaring, "If you touch again, do you believe I will sever your manhood? Rest assured. My character transformation grants me the power of a doctor. You need not worry about excessive blood loss." Du Juan immediately stood at attention, her expression solemn. With no means to discern who was who, Xia Qishi suddenly recalled the little girl in a red dress she had seen while unconscious, frowning in contemplation. Could that have been a dream? The current circumstances are so preposterous that discerning dream from reality proves impossible. Xue Shimo's body scrutinized the surroundings once more. The sky was azure, and save for a peculiar, towering ancient tree, nothing else existed. Rather than succumb to excessive doubt, it is preferable to ascertain the truth firsthand. Are the abilities still intact? After perusing the inventory, Xue Shimo's body emitted a sigh of relief. Elementary abilities, and the contents of the repository remained, averting utter disarray. However, an additional item, genetic aberration, vampire bloodline, had appeared. Subsequently, a realization dawned upon Xia Qishi. It was a soul transposition. And Xue Shimo had merely absconded with his own cerebral adjunct and his elementary abilities, such as flaming gauntlets, teleportation, and telepathic communication. Yet, with the corporeal form remaining, would genes spontaneously migrate? As she stooped, the shirt on her back rent, and a pair of expansive wings emerged. This action did not elicit attention from anyone. Xia Qishi's body advanced, dispensing with the need for a running start, employing the wings as hands to flap. Within her consciousness, she envisioned taking flight. Xue Shimo's body nodded repeatedly, then concentrated, and after several deep breaths, ascended from the ground. She soared toward the apex of the ancient tree. And after flying continuously for more than 10 minutes, she beheld an astonishing spectacle. Chapter 73, Why did he fall? Heavens! Xia Qishi's eyes widened, and even her habitually composed demeanor was shattered as she exclaimed in astonishment. The scene unfolding before her caused her mind to grind to a halt. In the presence of the ancient tree, the vast circular discs revealed themselves to be the bases of the nutrient slots, which were cylindrical and entirely transparent. Xia Qishi floated in midair, perfectly positioned to observe all the nutrient slots at once. Each slot brimmed with liquid, and numerous tendrils connected to various parts of the human form, supplying nourishment akin to the cords of a marionette or the umbilical cord within a womb. Yet, what astonished Xia Qishi the most was that the new humans within these nutrient slots were not infants but fully grown adults, all bearing familiar faces: Xue Shimo, Wen Qianlong, Bai Hao, Du Juan, and even her own, with no differences in hairstyle or physique. All the members of the blue team were present, absorbing sustenance within this peculiar nutrient slot. Xue Shimo's body resembled a piece of floating wood, and he was so startled that he forgot to maintain his balance, ultimately plummeting to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. What? How did he fall? Du Juan, identified as Wen Qianlong, instinctively reached for his ear cuff, only to discover that Du Juan's petite pearl earlobes lacked even a single piercing. Wen Qianlong swiftly intervened, forcefully removing Du Juan's hand, declaring that it was irrelevant how he had fallen. He insisted, forget everything except for breathing, blinking, and swallowing. Eating? Fine. But what about urination? Amidst the cacophony of sounds surrounding her, Xia Qishi lay on the ground, unresponsive. Xue Shimo gritted her teeth and, with great effort, pulled her up, laboriously inquiring, what lies above? Xiaqishi stared vacantly at her frail body, marred by splotches of blood. Her once fair complexion had taken on a yellowish hue, and the gaping wound on her forehead seemed to exude an ominous aura. After a moment, Shueishima's demeanor shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "It is all people, the new humans birthed by the 100 Suns tree. Identical versions of you, me, by Hao, Wen Qianlong. Everyone here." Xiaqishi faced Shueishimo, and upon noticing a crowd of identical faces gazing at them, she found herself at a loss for words. The sight of so many identical visages emerging from the womb of the 100 Suns tree was more astonishing than the resurrection of the undead. "Shueishimo, do you truly believe anyone would accept this?" A man spoke up, uncertain of whose soul resided within Shueishimo's form. But he figured it was best to address her by her external appearance, as long as he did not provoke that formidable woman. Xiaqishi inhaled deeply. The vitality of this body was astonishingly potent, and an urge to strike the man before her surged within her. "Very well, you may choose not to believe." The man turned to fix his gaze upon the individual who had exchanged bodies with him, while Xiaqishi chose to ignore him. "We believe." When Qianlong and the others did not depart, and Xiaqishi nodded appreciatively. The wings on her back fluttered in rhythm with her breath. She could distinctly feel the ebbing of her abilities in this form. Hastily, she retracted her wings and rose, guiding her body to sit down beside her. The sensation of supporting her own body felt exceedingly peculiar, almost ineffable. It was as if, after Shueishimo's arrival, her entire disposition underwent a radical transformation. Evident in her gaze and tone. Once Shueishimo settled into place, Xiaqishi began to dig a hole beside herself. "What are you doing?" Shueishimo inquired. "Digging a pit. Is that not obvious?" Xiaqishi replied, casting a glance at him while continuing her task. Before long, the pit was ready. She rummaged through the storage for a while before retrieving some seeds, and after a moment's thought, she also took out a pair of scissors. Tossing the seeds into the hole, Xiaqishi carefully crumbled the soil to cover them, then sat down, fixated on the freshly buried pit. As a tender green sprout emerged, she reached out to caress it, her hand instantly transforming into a jade-like hue. To Shueishimo's astonishment, the sprout beneath Xiaqishi's touch seemed to elongate as if she were urging its growth. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed growing rapidly, soon adorned with numerous fan-shaped flowers. The intelligence system displayed, bloodwort, unknown origin, uncertain properties. It is known to staunch bleeding and promote healing. Xiaqishi plucked a few fan-shaped leaves, crouching down, her ample form shielding her actions from view, and instructed Shueishimo, "Turn around, I need to tend to my wounds." Since the advent of the apocalypse, Xiaqishi had been plagued by misfortune, with her back suffering the most injuries. She pondered, perhaps the entire world harbored a grudge against her back. In truth, the garments need not be discarded, the entirety of the back has been worn through. After a painstaking recovery from Xiaoya's previous treatment, today's encounter with the tree roots has rendered the wounds once more a gruesome sight. Fortunately, at this moment, Xiaqishi revels in the explosive physique of Shueishimo. Feeling no trace of pain, the blood herb exhibits commendable hemostatic properties. It suffices to apply it and then remove it after a short while. Once she has tended to her own injuries, Xiaqishi retrieves the gardener's scissors, employing them for trimming. The blood herb, freed from its roots, dances gracefully, its crimson fan-shaped leaves fluttering in search of the wounds. Xiaqishi and Shueishimo lean against the tree trunk, taking advantage of the healing time to rest. A red leaf drifts down, landing on her knee, bringing a sudden chill and echo of the recent scrape. "What are your thoughts?" Shueishimo eventually breaks the silence. The scenario of soul swapping is something Xiaqishi had once encountered in peculiar web pages, previously scoffing at it, yet its reality is not easily embraced by all. Xiaqishi ponders, contemplating whether to share the incident involving the little girl in the red dress she saw during her unconsciousness with Shueishimo. "Have you heard of the heralds of the apocalypse?" She inquires without lifting her gaze, her hands continuing to dig a pit and scatter seeds. She intends to cultivate some food, for since their departure from the undying city, she has yet to consume anything. The heralds of the apocalypse? What do they signify? Shueshimo questions. Xiaqishi responds, the heralds of the apocalypse are not a thing or sustenance, but rather, they are individuals. She is a being born for the apocalypse. Much like the activation of the intelligent brain system. Before the impending doom arrives, she too will be awakened. Possessing the ability to foresee the precise moment of the apocalypse and meticulously document it. Shueshimo remained silent, awaiting Xiaqishi's further elaboration. The harbinger of the apocalypse in the no man's land is a young girl, still quite small. I previously questioned whether I had ever encountered her, harboring some uncertainty. Thus, when Xiaqishi mentioned this, the saplings in the pit sprouted anew, rapidly growing under the green light emanating from her palm, laden with fruit. Chapter 74, Clones, 13 Xiaqixis. The existence of the harbinger of the apocalypse is indeed real. The little girl I envisioned in my mind was not a dream, for she had spoken of the 100 Suns tree, nurturing the continuation of the human spark. Xiaqishi sat on the ground, gazing at the flourishing fruit trees, then continued. Shueshimo furrowed his brow, realizing her eagerness to investigate. 100 Suns tree, a tree that bears 100 offspring, born at sunrise and perishing at sunset. The intelligent brain data reflected this. Originating from a construct within a fantasy novel. If this is indeed the spark of a new humanity as proclaimed by the harbinger, why does it possess such a fleeting lifespan of merely one day? It is far too brief. Xiaqishi withdrew her hand, ceasing the application of the gardener cultivation skill. Moreover, there lies the perplexing statement made by her. The reason why Xiaqishi is so preoccupied with the harbinger of the apocalypse is due to certain records found in a booklet left by her father, which also seem to predict the specific timing of the apocalypse. It appears to have been created expressly for such an end. This revelation leads Xiaqishi to deeply question whether her father is indeed the harbinger of the apocalypse within the neonate incubator. As a fellow harbinger of the apocalypse, might she uncover similarities with her father? This thought ignites a fervent passion within Xiaqishi, rendering her impatient. What did you say? Shueshimo interjected, uncomfortably tugging at her tight-fitting attire, feeling out of sorts. She mentioned that we have 3 opportunities to discover our true selves. Whoever finds their true self first will be revealed to her, and she will divulge how to navigate the crises of this world. As Xiaqishi pondered the implications of this statement, could she be the NPC sought by the masses? Shueshimo was momentarily taken aback, then fell into a contemplative silence. The substantial fruits hung heavily from the branches of the tree. Xiaqishi plucked several and placed them in Shueshimo's hands. Then rose to address a gathering of individuals in the distance. Stop lurking in the shadows. If you're hungry, come forth and replenish your energy. Without waiting for their reactions, she carelessly wiped her hands on her clothing and began to eat. Only when she devoured her 3rd apple did the onlookers gradually approach, eager to pluck the fruits for themselves. The man who had previously addressed her as Shueshimo trailed behind, approaching hesitantly. He stammered, Are you Xiaqishi? Have you transmigrated into Shueshimo's body? Indeed, it is I. Xiaqishi grinned menacingly. The man merely blinked a few times, as Shueshimo's body possessed even less intimidation than her own, with the gaping hole in her forehead. Seeing that Xiaqishi had nothing further to say, the man shuffled forward and lunged at the fruit, devouring it. Having already eaten to near satiety, he was no longer hungry. She rose and flapped her wings within the confined space. The black door stood at the edge of the area, yet despite her persistent flight, she could not draw any closer. The door appeared infinitely near, yet remained perpetually out of reach. This place was likely a parallel dimension of some sort. The opportunity to rest in a space devoid of the walking dead, mutated creatures, and swarms of ants was a dream come true for everyone. The group, unconcerned with whose body was touching whose, quickly drifted off to sleep, overcome by fatigue. In the latter half of the night, Xiaqishi, too, succumbed to exhaustion and closed her eyes. In her hazy state of consciousness, she was constantly disturbed by faint rustling sounds. She was too tired to open her eyes, despite wanting to. Throughout the night, she heard incessant gurgling noises, akin to someone standing beside her, emptying bottles of water. After what seemed like an eternity, she stirred awake. The amber rays of the rising sun illuminated the massive tree trunk, causing all the nutrient slots to glow with a faint luminescence. Without regard for who lay at her feet, Xiaqishi kicked out several times, yelling, "Get up!" She has now become adept at mastering this body. As she slightly bowed, the wings on her back unfurled, and with a powerful flap, she soared into the sky. However, before she could approach the nutrient slot, a thick tendril unexpectedly shot out. Akin to an eagle defending its chick, lunging directly at Xiaqishi. The fierce rush of wind accompanied by a tremendous pulling force startled her. This tendril was several times thicker than the one that had ensnared the others. Even with Shueishamo's vampire count physique, it was certain to inflict injury. Upon seeing the tendril, she noticed others quivering, seemingly eager to emerge as well. The sight of countless writhing tendrils sent a shiver down her spine, forcing Xiaqishi to abandon her ascent. She retracted her wings and plummeted downward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Upon landing, she braced herself against the ground and, using the momentum, rolled far away until she came to a halt. Pointing towards the treetops, she exclaimed, "There's movement up there, the Baizi should be about to emerge." Instantly, a throng of people gathered around, all gazing upwards. Unable to take flight, Xiaqishi concentrated, splitting her mental energy into several streams. Under the oversight of her psychic vision, the nutrient slot emitted a sharp crack, revealing numerous fissures that gradually spread. Subsequently, the white tendrils produced a series of sounds reminiscent of snapping strings, echoing through the air. Xiaqishi suddenly retreated beneath the ancient tree, shouting loudly for everyone to clear the way. The crowd immediately fled in haste, and in the next moment, a nutrient slot plummeted from above, crashing down with a thunderous sound. The shattered pieces of the slot were reduced to fragments, and like chicks hatching from broken eggs, a figure emerged, a fair-skinned woman, her body slick with a viscous substance, utterly unclothed. "Is this a clone?" When Qianlong blinked in disbelief. "A replica? How could she resemble Sister Qishi so closely?" Xiaqishi was at a loss for words, her mind consumed by a singular thought. This was utter chaos. Wasn't it said that among the billions of people in the world, there could never be another exactly like oneself, that every individual is unique? As her thoughts raced, a series of gasps erupted around her, followed by several loud thuds as more nutrient slots descended from the Baizi tree. Much like Xiaqishi's earlier astonishment, everyone stood frozen, only to be swept into a frenzy of confusion and incoherence. Each individual had their own identical replica, varying in number. Xiaqishi counted her duplicates and was astounded to find there were as many as 13. Chapter 75. This is the true essence of duplication. Even with a mental preparation, facing 13 identical faces, Xiaqishi still felt a tingling sensation at the back of her head. Her mind instantly turned to mush, and her heart thumped tighter with each beat. There was no time to be astonished by the sights before her. Her intelligent brain automatically deciphered a series of data regarding the clones: no man's land human embers, type, clone, comprehensive reaction speed, morning 80, noon 240, afternoon 60. Upon seeing this information, Xiaqishi subtly furrowed her brow. Status: dangerous, stronger when confronted. Dangerous? As Xiaqishi interpreted the warning from her intelligent brain, the others simultaneously grasped the same information. Their gazes towards the clones shifted dramatically. The body of the cuckoo exclaimed, "Sister Qishi, what should we do?" The intelligent brain's assessment indicates danger, and it must be true. Our team has dwindled to such a small number, how could we encounter this situation? Complaints began to arise. They could only hope these clones lacked offensive capabilities. Yet reality proved far less favorable. The clones, with malevolent glints in their eyes, crouched into a running stance, ready for battle. Instinctively, Sachishi took 2 steps back. Thinking that if a fight ensued, this space offered no cover whatsoever, a 1 against 13 scenario was utterly implausible. The rising sun should have brought a gentle warmth. Yet at this moment, the hearts of the group were filled with an endless chill. According to the data provided by the intelligent brain system, these clones would reach their peak strength at noon, only to weaken slightly as sunset approached. She was tasked with confronting her own clone, and her only goal was to endure until dusk. With a vehement cry directed towards Wen Qianlong, Xia Qishi brought the languid movements of the 13 replicas to an abrupt standstill. Simultaneously, their hostile gazes converged upon her. A collective glare so intense it sent shivers down her spine, as if she were plunged into an icy abyss. "Damn it!" Xia Qishi exclaimed, resorting to coarse language. As the 13 figures lunged towards her in unison, she unfurled her sanguine wings, preparing for a swift ascent. Meter by meter, she vigorously flapped her wings, ascending 7 meters in a few breaths. Abruptly, her body faltered, plummeting earthward. In those fleeting moments, Sachishi perceived the unfolding scene in slow motion. She witnessed the luminous projectiles pierce the replica's skin, penetrate their brains, and detonate in a burst of light. Yet, despite the headshots, the replicas remained intact, their wounds rapidly regenerating. The silenced dual cannons unleashed 2 light projectiles with each trigger pull. 4 shots were fired in quick succession, aimed at 4 heads, yet all 13 replicas remained unscathed. The projectiles seemed to dissipate upon impact, leaving no lasting damage. Realizing the futility of her attack, Sachishi's heart pounded in her chest. The thought of switching to the XXL boning knife flashed through her mind, but before she could act, her body was forcefully dragged from the sky by the replicas. As she landed, the duplicate did not release its grip, instead, it began to retreat rapidly while clutching one of her legs. At that moment, the bone-cutting knife successfully transformed. She flapped her wings and initiated a swift dive, charging headfirst like a rampaging bull towards the duplicate that clutched her ankle. With all her strength, she brought the knife down, feeling the tremor of the blade slicing through flesh and the viscous blood splattering onto her body, which caused her stomach to churn. Finally, the duplicate collapsed. The clash of blades sparked fiercely, and Summer Chishi realized with certainty that the more she swung, the more fatigued she became, while the duplicate seemed invigorated. Fortunately, Shueishima's explosive power far surpassed her own. Gripping the hilt tightly, Summer Chishi inquired, "Are you tired? Is this a test of endurance?" "Absolutely not. This ability, acquired from Lancome, had seldom been utilized, but at this moment, the electric prowess surged through the bone-cutting knife, instantly paralyzing the attacking duplicate. With the duplicate incapacitated and unable to counter, Summer Chishi swiftly pierced through it, rendering it into a disheveled mess. Another duplicate fell, and within mere minutes, 2 duplicates lay defeated. Taking a deep breath, she glanced around and spotted Bai Hao ensnared within the web of spider silk. Her heartbeat quickened. If the duplicate of Bai Hao were to strike, he would be mercilessly torn apart. Reduced, however, among the 13 clones, only 2 had fallen, leaving the remaining 11 to witness her departure from their line of sight. The moment she turned her back to sprint towards Bai Hao, a hand fortuitously rested on her shoulder. Instantly, a surge of intense electricity coursed through her body. While Xia Qishi possessed a strong affinity, if not immunity, to electric abilities, she had forgotten that she was in Shueishima's body. In an instant, her features contorted, and her entire form began to tremble until she collapsed. The hand of the clone behind her never wavered, continuously pouring electricity into her. The current coursed through her body, each surge causing her muscles to convulse violently as it traversed her veins. Dizziness engulfed her, and it was then that she comprehended the implications of the term clone. It was astonishing that abilities could also be replicated. She recalled that during her time in the cultivation chamber, she had merely used a leverage card to convince Lankme that she possessed replicating abilities, leading to a relentless pursuit of her. This was the true essence of replication. If she were to employ mental mirage now to teach the clones, the outcome would be catastrophic. What would she do when faced with 80 in the morning and an overwhelming number at noon? Shueishima's body was charred from the electric assault. Blood vessels in her eyes began to thicken with crimson lines, her hair flared up uncontrollably, and her veins pulsed with a defiance fueled by rage. Chapter 76, Those who harm my companions shall perish. Enough! Her body suddenly blossomed with a splash of crimson, immense blood wings unfurled with a resounding whoosh, releasing an intoxicating scent of iron that enveloped her in a faint red glow. The scarlet waves of energy swirled and spread forth, while the hand of the replicant pressing against Xiaqishi withered visibly, its desiccation sweeping across her body like a wildfire consuming dry grass, resembling a millennium-old mummy. At this moment, Shueishima's irises gleamed a deep red, her neatly cropped hair brushing her earlobes. As her blood wings stirred, they conjured a whirlwind of dust and sand. And in that very instant, the withered replicant was reduced to mere powder. Yet, what went unnoticed by the onlookers was that the white light emanating from the vanquished replicant spiraled into the still-living one. Bai Hao found himself at a disadvantage. The body he had swapped into belonged to Rongyu, delicate and lacking in both agility and strength, rendering him unable to showcase his true abilities. His primary skill, Spider Silk, had annihilated one replicant, only to be replicated by another, leaving him ensnared in a web, struggling to advance. Suddenly, he recalled the initiation of the painter profession from the scholar's list. Before he could act, his surroundings blurred, and he was seized entirely. The spider silk failed to capture its prey, and simultaneously, Bai Hao's 4 replicants emitted sharp, piercing cries. Xiaqishi abruptly cast her gaze in their direction, feeling an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through her. No, it was more accurate to say that Shueishima's entire being radiated an air of arrogance and ferocity. The cries of the 4 replicants were, to Shimo's vampire baron lineage, nothing short of a provocation. Xiaqishi cast Bai Hao aside, plunging down from above with fervor, her wings beating fiercely as she darted towards Bai Hao's replicas. The delicate contour of her lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, a palpable aura of carnage enveloping her, akin to a missile descending upon its target, arriving before the replicas in the blink of an eye. Those who harm my companions shall perish. The crimson light on her bone-slicing blade spiraled from the hilt, resembling a miniature tempest, swiftly enveloping the entire edge. In an instant, the blade cleaved through 2 of Bai Hao's replicas, and with a surge of fury, she leaped high, poised to strike down upon the remaining 2. A piercing shriek escaped the dying replica, drawing the attention of the others, their panicked yet resolute glares converging upon Xiaqishi like a downpour. As Bai Hao's 4 replicas fell, the 6 replicas of Dujuan and the 5 of Wen Qianlong surged forward in a tight formation. The remaining individuals withdrew. Yet Xiaqishi found herself ensnared within their encirclement. Standing resolutely at the center, she dispatched one replica after another, unyielding and tireless. While the cacophony of the replicas' cries only intensified, their abilities multiplying as time slipped unnoticed into midday their period of greatest strength. Observing this, Wen Qianlong swiftly assumed a blade-like stance, exclaiming, "Sister Qishi, allow me to assist." He hurled 2 flashbangs, blinding the ability users who were left in tears. Yet the replicas remained unfazed, prompting Dujuan to curse vehemently, "Useless fools, let me take over." Without hesitation, she transformed directly into combat mode, striking one replica aside as she advanced towards Xiaqishi. Meanwhile, Bai Hao realized that Xiaqishi had fallen into a sea of replicants while attempting to save her. He immediately resumed the unfinished task. As a professional artist specializing in sand painting defense, he resolved not to engage his own replicants but to confront those of others. Shueishima's cold voice resonated swiftly. She discovered that regardless of her abilities, they could be replicated by her own duplicates. Conversely, when facing the replicants of others, she could obliterate them with ease. It appeared that replicants could only emulate the powers of their originals. A revelation that prompted the group to shift their focus towards seeking out the replicants of others. At noon, confronted by the most formidable replicants of the midday period. The group began to struggle. From the initial understanding of the situation to the present, even when contending with the replicants of others. Each individual could only manage one or two at a time. Thud! Xia Qixu's arm went numb as she found herself encircled by a multitude of replicants. Her brow furrowed in distress. What should she do? The replicants grew stronger with each confrontation. As she executed a kick against one replicant, a dagger suddenly flew in from her left, slicing through flesh and drawing forth a cascade of crimson droplets. These replicants regarded Xia Qixu as the most formidable threat. As one fell, another would take its place. A replicant resembling a cuckoo donned a mech helmet and, amidst a disconcerting sound of grinding metal, launched a heavy punch towards her. Boom! In a moment of dire urgency, Xia Qixu leapt backward, and with a thunderous crash, the ground bore a massive imprint from the force of the blow. As she was ensnared by the cuckoo's doppelganger, a man behind her brandished a spiked weapon and struck her back with savage force. Her back was pierced, her internal organs mangled, and she was flung violently to the ground, tumbling several times. She felt as though her body had been torn asunder, devoid of the strength to even rise. The doppelgangers relentlessly encircled her, wave after wave, until her form was submerged within their multitude. For a fleeting moment, her world was consumed by a sea of identical, grotesque faces, each one pressing in upon her. With shattered lungs, Xia Qixu lay gasping on the ground, each breath a hoarse rasp. Before her eyes closed, she saw a figure dart toward her. She could no longer discern whether it was a doppelganger or her own body. She was lifted, but the figure seemed unable to bear her weight, and she instantly fell back to earth. Brother Shua, hurry! Hurry! When Qianlong, Duan, and the others, drenched in blood, cried out to Shue Shimo, who was amidst the doppelgangers. Their hearts pounded far beyond their normal rhythm. The doppelgangers were 3 times as formidable as they had been in the morning, and each person struggled to contend with even one. Bai Hao's brow furrowed deeply. Seeing that Shue Shimo was also obstructed by the doppelgangers' shifting formations, he steeled himself and slashed his arm with a silver thread. He used his blood to paint a round head, short ears, sturdy limbs, a thick, long tail, black ringed markings. As he neared completion, Bai Hao added a few strokes, appending a pair of wings. A winged tiger. If only it can succeed. In a swift stroke, before the painting could be completed, an exhilarating chorus of chirps resonated in the ears of all present. At that moment, the tiger sketched by Bai Hao leaped forth from the fabric of his attire, dashing out with fervor under Bai Hao's guidance. No, it cannot be. Bai Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the dispersing copies. The next instant, a gruesome scene unfolded before him, prompting Bai Hao to bare his teeth in horror, exclaiming in disbelief, "No!" When Qianlong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he cried out with a heart-wrenching lament, "No, Sister Qixu! Sister Qixu!" Xia Qixu could still hear the voices of her comrades, but why could she still perceive them? The pain was unbearable. Flesh was being torn, blood was flowing, and her bones were being dismantled piece by piece. Her mind was pierced with agony, rendering her life a torment. Yet why could she still hear the desperate cries of her companions?